Release that which Chapter 80 to Chapter 157. After the cement boat was placed in the nursery for a week, it was finally time to put it into the water to dry. The workers who had been summoned were stunned. When the prince ordered the bathtub to be pushed into the water, everyone doubted whether they had heard wrong. However, Roland's order was indeed so. He temporarily dismantled the shed, and then dug a slope at the bottom of the cement boat, leading straight to the river. This part had to be done very carefully, because the tensile and seismic resistance of cement products was extremely poor. A few cracks were a small matter, but if it hit the ground, it would be tantamount to nothing. Rolling logs were put on, and ropes were tied to control the speed of sliding. When everything was ready, the workers wrapped the wrist-thick hemp rope around the newly laid stake and pulled it into a straight line. With a command, they slowly loosened the rope, and the bottom of the boat slid on the rolling logs, making a harsh friction sound. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Roland saw the cement boat gradually fall into the river. The whole boat was about half a meter deep, and the wall of the boat was still about a meter above the water. The workers were surprised to see that this thing, which was heavier than a stone, did not sink into the river, but floated on the water like leaf. Quickly, wrap the rope around the stake a few more times, and then tie it tightly, Roland commanded. The hemp rope tied to the hull could not be untied, otherwise the cement boat would float south with the river. Although Nightingale did not appear, her incredulous tone had revealed her shock. Why can it float? In short, its average density is lower than that of water, so it can float on the water, Roland replied after thinking for a moment. As for whether it is iron or cement, it has little to do with it. In fact, when you see the sailboat, you should understand that such a big boat is much heavier than a stone. The voice did not sound again, and he guessed that Nightingale had fallen into deep thought. Even if it was Anna, she might not be able to react immediately. Roland smiled and continued to instruct the workers to carry out the next step of the work. It would take a long time to dry the clothes. When it started snowing heavily, the work had to stop. Only when the snow was light could they rush to work for a while. The main content of the assembly was to lay the deck. Pieces of planks with bevels were installed on the ship. There were many short wooden stakes in the gap between the deck and the bottom of the ship as support. Although it was a waste of space, considering the main purpose of the cement ship, they did not care so much. Then came the embalming treatment. The carpenters knew exactly what to do. First, they brushed a layer of pungent oil on the deck. After the oil had solidified, they repeatedly applied several layers of red paint. When everything on the deck was completed, the installation of the superstructure began. As for the so-called upper part, it was just a wooden shed between two masts, used to store cannons and ammunition. When it rained, the crew would also have a place to shelter from the rain. There was also a platform at the top of the wooden shed that could accommodate one person. It was obviously prepared for Vendi. As long as she stood on the roof, the range of her ability could cover both the top and bottom of the sail. The rudder at the stern was made of pig iron, which was slightly troublesome to install. It was necessary to put the tiller through a hole in the water so that it was exposed to the deck. Then the iron ring was put on the deck and the buckle was welded. The buckle was a right-angled triangle iron plate, the long side was welded to the tiller, and the short side could be freely rotated in the reserved slot of the iron ring. The welding work was naturally done by Anna. She was also shocked and puzzled by the stone bathtub that could float on the water, so she asked the same question. As Nightingale. Roland repeated the answer and saw Anna squatting on the side and thinking. Well, universal education has a long way to go. On the other side, Danner was hesitating about whether to join the artillery team or the gun team. Everything started from the order 3 days ago. His Royal Highness decided to transfer the outstanding members of the 1st and 2nd Militia team to form a new team. Danner was very happy to hear his name was included. But when Iron Axe asked him if he wanted to join the artillery team or the gun team, he was confused. He knew that the gun could deal with the demonic beasts on the city wall, and its penetrating power was much stronger than the crossbow. At present, only Iron Axe, the chief knight, and several hunters could use such a fierce weapon. Danner should have joined the gun team without hesitation, but he just asked, "What is a cannon?" When he learned that it was a gun that was magnified 10 times, and its power was 100 times stronger, he fell into a dilemma. Obviously, the more powerful the weapon, the more it proved that His Royal Highness valued him. Joining the artillery team seemed to be a better choice than the flintlock team, but carrying a perfectly straight flintlock on his back, walking through the streets of the town, attracting everyone's attention, this was the scene he had always dreamed of. Although the cannon was powerful, after magnifying 10 times, he certainly couldn't carry it, right? Until the last day of the deadline, he gritted his teeth and chose the artillery team. The last straw that broke the camel's back was the monthly salary of 5 silver royals higher than that of the gun team. Then the rigorous training began. A cannon needed 5 people to operate. Job, Cat's Claw, Nelson, and Rodney were assigned to the same group with Vanner. Because Vanner had served as the vice-captain of the Lancer team, he was appointed as the gunner. Compared to the gun, it was more than 10 times more troublesome to operate. For more than a month, he had secretly observed the process of Iron Axe operating the gun, and he thought he was already familiar with it. But just changing the firing state from the moving state to the firing state required a set of complicated operations. Stopping the horse, pulling out the pin, pulling up the buckle, moving the gun carriage, pushing it to the firing point, and putting down the support, all these procedures required 5 people to cooperate. For example, when pulling up the buckle, the other people had to immediately push the gun, so that the buckle and the tractor separated, and the 4 wheels became 2 wheels, and then the support could be put down. During the conversion period, they had to cooperate skillfully, otherwise it would be difficult to remove the heavy gun carriage from the tractor. After getting into position, it was time to load the ammunition and prepare to fire. This part was very similar to the gun, but cleaning the barrel required 2 brushes to take turns to stab it. The gunpowder was also packed, and could be directly put into the barrel. The ignition method was ignited by the gunpowder wire. It seemed that it would be difficult to display its power when it rained, Vanner thought. Fortunately, most of the time the gunner only needed to instruct the others on what to do, so he didn't have to spend too much energy. Every day, this kind of training would last 4 to 6 hours. After that, he would return to the city wall and continue to do his old job. A fellow in the same dormitory had signed up for the firearm team. Now, he was holding a brand new firearm and standing behind him, showing it off. If it were not for the discipline that forbade fighting, Vanner would have sewn his mouth up. But he could also see that something was wrong. How many days had the villagers who joined the firearm team been training? They had already started to hone their shooting skills in the battle against the demonic beasts. But what about the artillery team? They hadn't even fired a single shell. Moreover, it was impossible to transport such a heavy cannon to the city wall. Looking at the top of the wall, 2 people standing side by side almost filled the passage. Usually, everyone was used to running on the slope on the inside of the wall. Even if it was a little steep, it was better than hindering their teammates from thrusting. As for the cannon, its 2 wheels were wider than the top of the wall. Plus, it had to shoot downward, so it didn't seem very practical. Could it be that this thing wasn't used to deal with the demonic beasts? The following practice confirmed Vanner's guess. The 4 artillery teams were brought to the river by Iron Axe. He found that, at some point, there was a huge ship in the Redwater River. No, he was not sure whether it was a ship. Its shell looked no different from the stone used to build the city wall. It was wide and short, and except for 2 bare masts, it didn't look like a ship at all. For this reason, Vanner's team began to argue. This is clearly a pontoon bridge. Jop was the first to come up with this conclusion. He had once followed a mining sailboat to Longsong Stronghold, so he often boasted that he was very knowledgeable. The several feet wide deck is obviously for the sake of stability. I've traveled far and wide. If it was a ship, how could it move without wind? In the past, there was a flood in this river and the wooden bridge in Longsong Stronghold was washed away. The people in the city replaced it with a pontoon bridge. They nailed a pile of wide planks to the boat, and then pulled up iron ropes to form a row, so that it could walk steadily. The farthest place you've been to is Longsong Stronghold. You've traveled far and wide, Rodney sneered. If it's a pontoon bridge, do you need 2 masts? Are you afraid that it will be blown away by the wind? And look at the end, isn't it the steering wheel? Pontoon bridges can't use this. The 2 brothers were always on the same side. Besides, the wooden frame in the middle looks like it's going to be a shed, but it's not finished yet. It's a ship, no doubt about it. Vanner was not interested in whether it was a ship or not. He only cared about the following training. The answer was soon revealed. Iron Axe asked them to bring the horses that were pulling the cannon onto the little town. Yes, that was the name of the ship, and it was named by His Highness himself. After listening to Iron Axe's introduction, Jop's face immediately stiffened, while the two brothers were immensely proud of themselves. They then attached the cannon wheel to the barricade. There were 2 groups of such bars, 4 in each group. They were positioned at the center of the deck, one in front and one behind. Obviously, 2 cannons could be loaded at once. Well, Vanner thought, now he could be sure that they were not dealing with demonic beasts. The Redwater River flowed from the north to the south, and there was no such wide river in the concealing forest. The first time Vanner set foot on the deck, he immediately felt its outstanding stability. The river flowed along with the hull of the ship, but the stone ship remained motionless, as if it was standing on the ground. Only when the horses were caught up would they feel the sway. He also noticed that every time a group of artillerymen completed a round of boarding and disembarking exercises, Iron Axe would record the time. Considering the barricade on the deck, it seemed that only 2 of the 4 groups could be used. Vanner secretly told this news to the members of his group, and they immediately gathered their strength and used all of their strength in every step. If they were not selected and were kicked back to the spear team, it would be a small matter to lose face, but losing the salary would be a big deal. On the 7th day, Vanner finally ushered in the long-awaited live-fire training. On this day, His Highness also came to the scene to watch the artillerymen practice. Everyone in the 4 groups held their chests high and walked with great energy. Since everyone was quite familiar with the loading process, Vanner's group was the first to fire the first shot. This was also the first time he had witnessed the power of the artillery. With a deafening roar, the iron ball, which was twice the size of a fist, fell on the snow 1 mile away, stirring up a large amount of snow and mud, and then bouncing forward for a long distance. Vanner's naked eyes could not even catch the trajectory of the iron ball. This made Vanner excited, but also a little scared. How did His Highness make such a terrible weapon? If he had to face the artillery attack, even if he had a full body armor, it would be useless. After each group had fired a round, His Highness would order someone to insert a flag at the first landing point of the cannonball, and at the same time cut off a hemp rope from the flag to the muzzle. After 4 rounds, when it was Vanner's group's turn again, he heard the order to change the angle of the muzzle. The 2 ends of the cannon barrel were connected to the mount, and there was a dial engraved on it. The dial was labeled 0, 5, 10, 25, and 30. Although he didn't quite understand what it meant, he just had to follow the instructions. Iron Axe shouted, "Shoot the angle 5." Jop, who had the greatest strength, immediately placed the brush shaft under the chamber of the cannon barrel and pried up the cannon from the tail end. Vanner twisted the screw on the carriage until the first white line was inserted into the hole. Only then did Jop loosen the brush. After the end of the barrel fell back, it was slightly lower than the original position. The muzzle was lifted up, and the indicator scale fell on the number 5. Then there were 4 rounds of shooting, inserting the flag, cutting the rope, and adjusting the angle. Vanner gradually understood what His Highness was doing. He was collecting the distance of each iron ball, and the higher the angle of the muzzle, the farther the iron ball would fall to the ground. Vanner had a deep understanding of this when he used the bow. When the arrow was thrown upward, it could shoot farther, but if it was shot horizontally, it would quickly fall to the ground. He did not expect that the artillery was also like this, but because of its high speed, it could fly much farther. He could not help but wonder, if the iron ball's speed reached a certain level, would it never fall to the ground? Beside the Redwater River, Littletown's trial was also in full swing. As the only professional with experience at sea, Lightning was duty-bound to serve as the navigator. In fact, she was also interested in this strange barge made of strange materials. Although it looked very rough, it had all the necessary parts for a ship. As for whether it could move, she was not sure. After all, she was mostly a bystander at sea, and her father always refused her request to take the helm or raise the sail. According to the tradition of a new ship, Lightning smashed a can of ale on the bow and then ordered to raise the sail. Carter, as the commander, was naturally unwilling to let the little girl take the position, so after she finished shouting, the night would always follow up with the same order. The sails of Little Town were sewn out of animal skins, most of which were cowhide and sheepskin, mixed with some local products of Border Town, such as wolf skin and bear skin. Therefore, the colors were of different shades, brown, white, and gray, like rags that were full of patches. The sails were trapezoidal, separated by 4 wooden beams, and the cables passed through the iron rings at the top of the mast and hung on the deck. As long as the cable was pulled, the whole sail could be raised. In order to make the operation as simple as possible, Little Town's front and rear sails were single sails, parallel to each other and perpendicular to the centerline. If it was a common 2-masted sailboat, it would lead to very little wind, which was equivalent to losing its function. But with Vendi's ability to control the wind, this design would make the power evenly distributed on both sides of the centerline, making it easier for the helmsman to control the direction. Seeing that the sails were raised, Lightning directed the workers on land to untie the hemp ropes. The weather was not bad at this time, with occasional snowflakes falling from the sky. Pushed by the breeze and the current, the ship slowly left the shore. The little girl landed next to Brian and shouted, "Full right rudder." Carter also shouted, "Full right rudder." What does full right rudder mean?" Brian scratched his head. "How many laps to the right?" "No, turn left to the end," Lightning said with her hand on her forehead. "Forget it, I'll do it." She forgot that this was the first time for these people to operate a sailboat, and they didn't even understand the basic meaning of the instructions. If it was a standard 2-masted sailboat, she was afraid that the sails would not even be unfurled. Even with less than 10 people, the stone ship was able to smoothly leave the shore. It could only be said that the design of Little Town was indeed unique. She held the handle of the steering wheel that was even taller than her. Her feet left the ground and she turned to one side. The huge horizontal steering wheel was very heavy for ordinary women. In the absence of mechanical assistance, it was equivalent to overcoming the resistance of the water and pulling the entire iron rudder under the bottom of the ship. But all of this was not a problem for Lightning, who could fly. She noticed that there was a piece under the tiller to prevent the ship from turning around. She couldn't help but be curious. She had heard that the ship was designed by His Royal Highness, so how could he know such details? Even sailors who spent most of their time at sea would not necessarily know the structure of each part of a ship. "Sister Vendi, let the wind rise." Standing on the roof, Vendi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this was the reason why His Royal Highness asked her if she had a fear of heights. Using myself to propel the boat? Thinking of the work she usually did, such as drying meat, drying clothes, and so on, she suddenly had a subtle feeling of contrast. She opened her hands and entered the state she practiced on a daily basis. She let the wind blow evenly from her feet and head, trying to make the 2 sides of the sails as equal as possible. To be honest, Vendi didn't think that this seemingly simple request would be so difficult to implement. Although she had awakened as a witch 15 years ago, she had never tried to deeply understand and control her own power. Whether it was summoning a rapid airflow to wrap around a stone to attack the enemy, or summoning a gust of wind to sweep the enemy away, it was all a one-time release of a large amount of magic. And when dealing with chores in the camp, the wind was also sometimes strong and sometimes weak, as long as it could achieve its goal. Now thinking of Anna's serious appearance when she practiced, Vendi suddenly felt a little ashamed. The first thing you have to do is to repeatedly practice your ability until you fully master it, just like Anna. It turned out that it wasn't a cliché. Then I'll start from now. She took a deep breath and focused all her attention on sensing the wind. Although the wind wasn't completely balanced, the sails were still inflated, and the continuous thrust made the mast creak, and the bow began to sway to the right. "It actually moved," Carter exclaimed. "His Highness made a stone into a boat, but also made it float on the water," Mr. Pine said while stroking his beard stubble. "Is there anything he can't do?" The Little Town was getting farther and farther away from the river bank, gradually sailing in the middle of the river. Vendi could only create wind out of thin air, but she couldn't make the original north wind disappear. Under the action of the 2 winds, the direction of the hull was not moving in a straight line, so she had to rely on the rudder to adjust. Lightning couldn't explain this point clearly, so she could only let Brian experience it himself. In order to let him master this feeling as soon as possible, the little girl first commanded him to change the rudder several times, feeling the relationship between the angle of rotation of the rudder and the amplitude of the bow swing, and then making further subtle adjustments. After sailing on the Redwater River for more than half an hour, Vendi was the first one to be unable to hold on. It wasn't because her magic was exhausted, but because her body had reached its limit. Even if she wrapped her body like a dumpling, she still couldn't completely resist the attack of the cold wind. A thin layer of snowflakes had accumulated on her cotton hat, and her hands and feet were frozen to the point of almost losing their feeling. She stood on the roof teetering. If it wasn't for Lightning discovering something strange while cruising in the air, she might have persisted until she fainted. Lightning quickly flew to Vendi's side, grabbed her body, and at the same time shouted for Brian to come ashore. The latter turned the rudder to the right, and the bow slowly turned to the left. Lightning also flew down with Vendi. Although they could only feel the wind blowing on the deck, at least they could temporarily avoid the cold, so as to avoid losing body temperature too quickly. Moreover, docking was a task that required delicate control, so Lightning didn't dare to let a newcomer who had just learned how to steer operate, even if she also didn't know how to do it. After tossing and turning, Little Town finally reached the shore, and the moment it collided with the river bank, everyone's heart jumped. The collision produced a dull sound, but fortunately it didn't seem to be a big deal. The group quickly folded the sails, and set up a gangplank to go ashore. Fortunately, during the trial, they didn't choose to go in a straight line, but instead turned around in the wide river to practice, so Little Town didn't go too far from the starting point. For most of the northerners, winter was a time of no harvest, especially in the towns and cities near the Hermes Plateau. The months of the demons brought not only continuous rain and snow, but also cold, hunger and death. But Fake Leg White was different. Every winter, the church's emissary would come to his door and ask him to drive a few times to the border of the kingdom of Wolfshart, pick up the suffering orphans in the carriage and send them to the old holy city. This was a good deal. He could earn almost 20 silver royals in one trip, and it was also a good deed. This year's Months of the Demons was coming to an end, so this carriage should be the last one. "My lord, why don't you go to the carriage and stay there? It's snowing outside for a while. Unlike us, you don't have to eat the wind and drink the snow every day, so don't get cold." "This is nothing." The emissary took out a bottle of wine and took a sip. "The new holy city is much colder than here. On the plateau, leather clothes and armor can't keep out the cold. They are like pervasive devils, drilling into every part of your body. Without the cold-expelling pill, that place is really not a place for ordinary people." "You're right," White nodded. He had never been to the new holy city, and he didn't want to go. There was only ice and demonic beasts, why would he want to go there? But as an experienced coachman, he could always find a new topic, and this emissary was much easier to talk to than the previous one. "Your gloves are made from the special wolf skin from the western region of Grey Castle, right?" "Oh? You know this?" "Hey, my lord, I've been doing this for almost 30 years, White said proudly. "First I drove for the Baron, then for the Countess, and even for the Wolfshart Princess. If I hadn't had an accident and broken my leg, maybe I would still be in the Count's mansion. They don't have anything else, but they have a lot of golden dragon, fur and silver from Grey Castle, jewelry from the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, handicrafts from the fjords, and so on." "So that's how it is," the ambassador nodded. "Is this the origin of your nickname? What kind of accident happened?" "Well, it was a refugee riot. Those scoundrels will do anything for some food." White spat. "At that time, they surrounded the carriage. In order to protect the Countess, I had to urge the horse to run wildly. As a result, the horse was startled, and I fell off. The carriage also turned over." "So you broke your leg?" asked the ambassador curiously. "And the Countess? She's better than me. There were cushions and thick quilts in the carriage." "I was just badly bruised," White said indignantly. "She climbed out and ran away, leaving me on the road. I dragged my broken leg home and spent all my savings to buy myself a prosthetic leg." He knocked on the copper rod that was sticking out of his trousers. "But the Earl's mansion chased me out on the pretext that I could no longer drive. Those damned nobles. It is a pity." The ambassador paused, "but God has not abandoned you, you are now driving for the church. Heaven is merciful." "Yes, my lord. Heaven is merciful." No, if heaven had been kind, he would not have let this happen to me, White thought. He did not save me when I needed him most. At this moment, the sound of a girl crying came from the carriage. Stop. White pulled the reins, gradually bringing the two horses to a stop. The ambassador jumped off and went around to the back of the carriage. Soon, there was the sound of a whip cracking inside the carriage. Poor children, he sighed. Bear with it, this is your savior. Without the Lord Emissary, you would not have survived this winter. You would have become a corpse on the street. After a while, the ambassador came back and climbed onto the shaft of the carriage. Let's go. Sit tight. Go. White shook the reins, and the carriage started to move again. Do they all come from all over the kingdom of Wolfheart? Almost. The churches in every town in the kingdom will take in some orphans. Especially in the winter, when there is a shortage of food and clothing, we will take in several times more people. It is impossible to rely on the monks of the church alone, so we will hire some reputable drivers to help us transport them. You have performed very well, White. My predecessor praised you very much. It is my honor to participate in such a good deed, White grinned. My lord, will they all be sent to a monastery? Forgive me for talking too much, but although they are all orphans, their character is different. Some of them may be young, but they have done everything. Will such people pollute the Holy Land? God will judge. Even if they are guilty, they will have a chance to be redeemed. Is that so? That is really a good thing. White raised his head and looked at the sky. It's getting late, my lord. Should we spend the night in the next town? If the weather is good tomorrow, we should be able to reach the old holy city by noon. The ambassador sighed. Let's find an inn with a courtyard. As long as the carriage can be parked, it will be fine. You go and prepare food for them. Yes. White replied. This town was the only way to the old holy city from the kingdom of Wolfheart. It was not his first time here, so he was familiar with the road and soon found the inn he usually stayed in. After driving the carriage into the courtyard, he took the money from the emissary and went to buy food for the orphans. As usual, sweet potato porridge was the most suitable choice. It was cheap and tasted good. After watching them distribute the porridge, White limped back to the inn, asked for bread and butter, and sat in front of the bar to eat. As for the emissary, he must have a better place to go. If it was 10 years ago, before he broke his leg, he would definitely go to the tavern and order a glass of wine, then find someone to throw a few dice. His luck was always good at that time. But now, White touched the money bag in his arms. It was better to go back to his room and rest early. In the evening, he heard some noise in the courtyard. White got up and lifted the curtain. He saw the drunken emissary unlock the carriage door and get in. After a while, he dragged out 2 orphans. There were 2 people standing behind him, and they were dressed like nobles. White put down the curtain and returned to the warm bed. This was not the first time he saw this kind of thing. The previous ambassador often did this. Being alive is the greatest luck, he thought. Compared to temporary pain, it is better to endure. When you arrive at the holy city, you will be able to usher in a new life. At least in the monastery, you don't have to worry about starvation and cold. White yawned and fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, he took the emissary and continued to move forward. The journey was very smooth. They arrived at the old holy city an hour earlier than expected. There was already a carriage of the church waiting for them. It seemed that this group of poor people still had a long way to go, but it had nothing to do with him. This is your reward. The emissary threw over a cloth bag. White took it and counted it twice in his palm. It was indeed 20 silver royals. He nodded and bowed. I hope to see you again next year. The emissary did not answer, but waved his hand to signal him to leave. White noticed that in addition to him, there were several other carriages doing the same work. Perhaps they were sent from another kingdom? He thought, but there was one thing that was very strange. All the carriages seemed to be little girls. When the church adopted orphans, did they only adopt girls? Bishop Maine walked down the circular staircase, one step at a time, heading deeper into the ground. This was a naturally formed sinkhole, the depth of which was at least 4 towers of heaven, with a diameter of more than 20 feet, which was more than enough to fit a lord's castle. The inside of the well was not dark at first. There were skylights on the high dome, and the light penetrated through the windows into the ground, leaving zigzagging spots of light on the ice-cast stone wall. As he continued to descend, the spots of light gradually darkened, and soon blended with the stone wall. But the center of the pit reflected a faint blue light, and the deeper he went, the more obvious it became. Even without a torch, he would not fall into a situation where he could not see his own fingers. The staircase under his feet was like a small snake circling the pit, tightly attached to the rock wall. The staircase was cut out of granite, rectangular, 3 fingers thick, enough for 2 people to walk side by side. One end was embedded in the rock wall, and the other end was suspended in the air. In order to prevent accidental falls, there were wooden railings at the suspended end, and the railings were connected by ropes. He did not count how many stairs there were, but he knew that the laying of each slate was extremely difficult. The church's masons hung down by ropes, and in the hard rock, they cut a groove deep enough, and then put the slate into it. Every movement had to be careful, because the rope slipped or snapped, and more than 300 people fell into the pit. If the Hermes Cathedral built above was the symbol of the unyielding spirit of the church, then the Hermes mechanism hidden deep in the bottom of the well was the real core of the church. The stone wall beside the staircase was inlaid with God's stones of retaliation, and every 100 steps there was a judgment army standing guard. There was also a team of God's punishment army on standby to meet the intruders. And between the dome and the mezzanine of the floor of the cathedral, there were many sandbags and gravel buried. If the holy city's defense line failed, and everyone had to evacuate, the Pope would activate the trap, and let the gravel completely bury the place. Although it was not the first time that Maine went to the Hermes mechanism, the feeling of walking in the air still made him dizzy. Especially when he looked down, he always had the illusion that he was falling. When his feet landed on solid ground, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the bottom of the sinkhole was a huge disc-shaped white grindstone. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror. Standing on it, one could even see their own reflection. Through the ingenious design of the craftsman, the light coming in from the domed skylight would be refracted many times in the pit wall and converge on the grindstone at the bottom of the pit. Even though there were no torches, the bottom of the sinkhole was not completely dark. Only when one was at the bottom of the pit would one realize that the sunlight was not colorless. When the grindstone was illuminated, it reflected a faint blue light. Looking up, the entire sinkhole was illuminated by this blue light, showing a cold luster. If one looked carefully, they would notice that there were countless dust particles flying in the brighter areas, just like the tiny creatures recorded in ancient books. Using the naturally formed holes in the mountain walls at the bottom of the cave, the church connected them and further expanded them to build the Hermes mechanism. It was also thanks to these holes that allowed the air to circulate freely in this place. It was completely different from the rotten and oppressive feeling of being deep underground. As soon as Maine entered the door of the mechanism, the defense suddenly became a lot tighter. The army of judges here were divided into groups of 5, guarding each checkpoint. They were the most loyal warriors of the church. Once they accepted this responsibility, all of them would spend the rest of their lives in the mechanism, never to return to the surface. In fact, only he and the Pope could enter and exit the mechanism. Even the 2 archbishops Heather and Tayfun couldn't set foot in this place. But Maine also didn't know how many forks there were in the end. In addition to the main road in the south, there were many branching passages on both sides. Following them all the way, one would often find more branches. Some of them were used by the church, while others were simply sealed. He had heard that, when they were building the mechanism, several craftsmen mistakenly entered those unmarked forks. As a result, they lost their way inside, never to find their way back. The straight main road went all the way to the depths of the mountain. Every 30 feet, about 100 meters, or so, there was a checkpoint. Maine knew that the tasks of the traps in each checkpoint were different. The outermost section was the living area, where the warriors who guarded the bottom of the cave lived. The second section was the archives, used to store documents, fragmented books, and ancient books. The third section was the prison area, where some prisoners who couldn't see the light of day were kept, and the innocent. After crossing 3 checkpoints, Maine stopped in his tracks. If he continued to walk forward, he would reach the secret area of the mechanism, where all the research and inventions of the church came from. Without the permission of the Pope, he wouldn't be able to go there. In the 3 years since he became the archbishop, he had only gone there once. Maine turned to the left and turned into a fork. The fork was very short, so it didn't take him long to reach the end. Seeing the bishop appear, the army of judges guarding the door immediately clenched their fists and punched their chests. "Your Excellency." Maine nodded. "Open the door." Inside the door was a corridor. The walls were hung with burning turpentine torches, like countless flickering lights in the darkness, continuously extending along the end of the corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were a number plate hanging in the middle of each door. The army of judges raised their torches and led the way. Maine paid attention to the changes of the numbers on the number plate as he walked. When he saw the mottled number plate with the number 35, he stopped, took out a key, inserted it into the keyhole, and gently twisted it. The sound of the lock being unlocked was particularly harsh in this quiet cave, and there was a faint echo from the end of the corridor. As if it was a signal, there were many cries coming from behind the door, some from men, some from women. Listening carefully, most of them were pleading, "Let me out, save me, please, kill me," and so on. Maine was unmoved. After ordering the warriors to guard the door, he walked into the room and closed the wooden door, isolating the chaotic and noisy voices outside. Through the iron railing, the bishop saw an old man sitting on the bed. Perhaps he wasn't old, but his hair was white and his forehead was full of wrinkles. He hadn't shaved for a long time, and his beard almost hung down to his neck. Because he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, his skin was frighteningly pale, and his hands and feet were as thin as bamboo. The old man took a moment to respond. He slowly lifted the quilt, moved to the bedside, and looked directly at the archbishop. "If you were locked up in this damn place, would you still be able to eat?" he said. His voice was muffled, as if his throat was blocked by something. "Half a year, I've been trapped here for half a year without any news. What happened to my son? What about my daughter?" Maine noticed that the walls were full of scratches, which seemed to have been made by nails. Did the other party use this method to count the days? He moved a stool and sat down facing the king. "Do you have to ask these unpleasant things?" The other party was silent for a long time. "I'm no longer useful. Are you here to send me on my way?" "Yes. I'm just a dying man. Why would I care about unpleasant things? Before I die, I just want to know their situation." By the time he finished his last sentence, Wimbledon's voice was already close to a low roar. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore. Maine thought, no matter what, as a king, his spirit and demeanor were enough. After being replaced by the devout, on the way to Hermes, he tried many times to escape. Imprisoned at this time, he did not fall into madness, but instead tried to negotiate in exchange for freedom. There was no abuse, no hysterical roar, which was rare in the mechanical prison. If it wasn't for the fact that the plan could not be changed, he really didn't want to waste such a person on internal conspiracies. "Perhaps I came in person with the idea of informing him of the current situation," the archbishop thought. "Otherwise, with just a command, the army of judges would end his life for me." "Your eldest son, Gerald Wimbledon, is dead," Maine slowly said. "He was sentenced to be beheaded by your second son, Timothy Wimbledon, on the charge of rebellion against the king. Your third daughter, Garcia Wimbledon, became independent in the Southern Territory, and called herself the Queen of Clearwater, so a war with Timothy was inevitable. As for your fourth son and fifth daughter, we didn't get much news. Probably, they are still alive." "What are you talking about? Rebellion? Independence? What did you do?" "Order to fight for the throne," he said, enunciating each word. "Assign your children to different places, and declare that whoever governs his territory the best will be the next king." Wimbledon closed his eyes in pain. After a long time, he whispered, "Why? You took advantage of the day of prayer to take me into a cubicle and strip me of my clothes, and the god stone of retaliation. You used a witch to replace me with someone else. You could have slowly taken over this country and built churches in every town. Why did they issue such a thing as the royal decree for the selection of crown prince? I couldn't possibly." Cough, cough. Speaking of the agitated part, Wimbledon bent his body and coughed violently. "There's no way I'm going to issue an order that's going to cause kids to kill each other, right?" Maine finished for the king in his heart. "Perhaps you won't, but your children may not necessarily do as you wish. When they grow up, they will have their own ideas. For example, your third daughter, Garcia, as early as 5 years ago, she obtained the port of Clearwater. Even if there is no order to fight for the throne, or if you wait until you die of natural causes, will she just watch Gerald ascend the throne and remain indifferent? The most important thing is, we don't have time to plan slowly. You should have noticed that a witch's ability is not permanent. Damn it, what good will it do the church if they fight each other? The church will fall into a sea of fire, the believers will also lose their lives in the war, the kingdom will be in chaos. At this point, Wimbledon suddenly froze and looked up in disbelief. Do you want to? A more violent cough interrupted the king's words. After recovering with great difficulty, his voice became as thin as a gossamer, as if the coughing had consumed all of his energy. You want to destroy the royal family. Exactly, but it would be more accurate to say that it is the royal power. Maine couldn't help but praise in his heart, what a sharp judgment. After staying in this dark dungeon for almost half a year, the fact that he didn't lose his mind could already be counted as having a firm will. Over the years, the number of people who can still think can be counted on one hand. The royal power will hinder the development of the church, no matter how weak it is, it will always grow slowly like a seedling. Only by uprooting it can the church truly obtain this kingdom. Wimbledon's expression suddenly became a lot older. Perhaps it was only his appearance before, but now even his spirit had declined, and the light in his eyes had become dim. Grey Castle is the largest kingdom in the mainland, with a large number of soldiers, and a direct war against the church is disadvantageous. We have been planning for this for a long time. Your kingdom is bound to lose a lot of soldiers and mercenaries in the civil war. As long as it continues for 2 or 3 years, our army of judges will be able to easily take over the whole territory of Grey Castle. You don't have to be too sad, you are not the only king of a kingdom, the other 3 kingdoms are also the same. In the future, the mainland will no longer be divided into 4 kingdoms, the Kingdom of Dawn, the Kingdom of Wolfheart, the Kingdom of Everwinter, and Grey Castle will all disappear. In this vast land, there will only be one regime, and that is the church. Wimbledon was silent. This man who had seized the throne from his brother by force now seemed to have lost his vitality. Even Maine felt a trace of pity, but he didn't have the slightest regret in his heart. The church also paid a lot for this, a large number of outstanding believers were willing to be pawns, and threw themselves into this layout without a care for their own safety. The man who played the role of Wimbledon III was a devout chief judge in the army of judges. He had a firm belief and absolute loyalty to the church, and was originally going to accept the transformation ceremony of the God's Punishment Army. However, in order to fulfill his mission, he was replaced by a witch with the appearance of the king, and died without any honor in the king's bedroom in Grey Castle. He could have carved his name on the monument in the Church of Hermes, but now, the church could only bury his name forever. Maine thought that Wimbledon would not speak again, so he took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and was about to let him drink it, but he asked, "Curse, I curse you. I will wait for you in the depths of hell." His voice was getting weaker and weaker, and Maine had to concentrate to hear him clearly. Unfortunately, there is no hell in this world. Even if there is, it doesn't belong to us. And everything we do, is to continue. Only by unifying the 4 kingdoms can the church gather the greatest power to defeat the real enemy, otherwise. The bishop stopped here. He saw that Wimbledon's hand had already fallen, his head tilted to one side, and his chest had completely stopped moving. This is the ending of a king, but it is a new beginning for us, he thought. Leaf didn't know how she had survived these days. It took her nearly half a month to return to the camp in the impassable mountain range from the barbarian land. In order to avoid the demonic beasts, she carefully hid in the thick trunk, and after confirming that there were no demonic beasts nearby, she went to the next place where she could hide. Although she was burning with anxiety, she had no other choice. Once she was discovered by the hybrid demonic beasts, she wouldn't be able to escape with her own strength. More than 10 sisters fell under the demon's slaughter, and the other sisters weren't good at fighting. When the Iron Hand demon jumped into the crowd and wantonly slaughtered, they scattered in all directions. But in the end, how many of them could return to the camp alive? Leaf had no idea. She didn't even dare to think about this terrible problem. Walking and hiding along the way consumed a lot of magic power. She could only walk a little more than 10 miles a day, and she also had to prepare the magic needed for the night. After eating up her dry food, she turned some wild fruits into food to quench her hunger and thirst. The Witch Cooperation Association's emblem had long lost its ability to keep warm, so she could only wrap herself in tree bark. Thinking of Sino, who died here before she was even a child, Leaf's tears couldn't stop falling. What's worse, on the fourth night, she faced the demon's bite in the trunk. A series of blows made her almost forget about it. A tearing pain suddenly bloomed from her chest and quickly spread to her whole body. For a moment, she almost lost consciousness. Biting her tongue until her mouth was full of blood, she gathered her spirit to resist the pain. Under the torture of the demon's bite, Leaf also thought of giving up, but thinking of the more than 20 sisters who might have survived, or were waiting for her return at the camp, or were seriously injured and needed her treatment and help, she clenched her teeth and persevered. Fortunately, the demon's bite didn't last long. When she broke free from the pain, her whole body was covered with cracks, and the inside of the trunk was wet with blood. In order to avoid attracting the demonic beasts with the smell of blood, she had to endure the pain, take off her clothes, and go to another big tree. At the same time, she let the bare branches grow green leaves, and the green leaves were made into clothes that could protect her from the cold. Under the guidance of magic, the branches became her needles, and the veins of the leaves were her threads. Along the way, she did not eat any cooked food or drink any hot water. After entering the impassable mountain range, even though she added 2 more layers of green leaves to her clothes and wrapped her hands and feet tightly, the rapidly falling temperature and the snow that covered her ankles still caused her toes to freeze. Just like that, she walked and stopped, dragging her numb feet, and finally returned to the camp. Seeing the familiar figures of her sisters, Leaf fell to the ground. When she woke up, it was already 2 days later. The long period of hypothermia had caused serious damage to her feet. Even herbal medicine could not stop the expanding gangrene. As a last resort, the sisters amputated 2 damaged toes of her left and right feet. Leaf didn't care too much. It was good enough that she survived. Compared to her sisters who would never come back, she was lucky enough. However, when he saw the white bandages wrapped around the arms of the people who were still alive, a great sorrow surged from the bottom of his heart. Of the 42 sisters who had set out, only 6 remained. After everyone comforted Leaf, Scroll, who was the oldest among them, told her about their experiences. While they were fighting with the devil, the non-combat witches took the opportunity to escape in the direction of the camp. That night, they encountered demonic beasts, a group of wild boars. Unable to resist, they had to flee in all directions. The group that had been hunted by the demonic beasts was obviously doomed, but they didn't have time to worry about it. The next morning, they were once again targeted by a wolf hybrid. This time, only 8 people escaped. Fortunately, after entering the impassable mountain range, the demonic beasts did not follow them. A few days after returning to the camp, the 2 sisters showed symptoms of magic bite. Perhaps it was because the Witch Cooperation Association had suffered too much this time, and the future was bleak. The 2 of them were unable to survive the demonic bite. But the combat witches did not return. Just when everyone thought that they had died in the hands of the devil, Leaf unexpectedly came back. So, what about the others? Red Pepper, Windchaser, and Mentor, how are they? Leaf shook her head. I'm the only one who survived. Is that so? Scroll replied softly. It was obvious that she had expected this answer. Then you should rest well. And? She hesitated. Leaf. What? When you were in a coma, we discussed it. If Kara does not come back, we hope that you can take over the position of mentor. Yi froze for a moment, then closed his eyes. Yes, the Witch Cooperation Association had suffered such a painful blow. If they did not elect a new leader, I'm afraid that they would immediately collapse. But the purpose of the Witch Cooperation Association was to find the Holy Mountain, to obtain freedom and a place of rest. Now the search for the Holy Mountain had disappeared. No, the Holy Mountain itself was a fraud. It did not exist in the impassable mountain range, nor did it exist in the barbarian land. So, was there any need for the Witch Cooperation Association to exist? Her heart was in a mess. Even if she did not look at them, she could feel the expectant eyes of her sisters. They needed someone to stand up and lead the confused people forward. We should go find Nightingale. After a long silence, Leaf said. What, find her? Do you mean go to border town? What if she lied to us? Vendi is also there. Maybe she is already dead. The sisters began to talk at once. Scroll clapped her hands to calm everyone down, and then asked Leaf, what if what Nightingale said is also a fraud? You can wait in a safe place outside the town. She opened her eyes. First let me find out the situation. If what she said is a lie, I will take over the position of mentor. If I die in the town, Scroll, you will lead the sisters to continue. But Leaf reluctantly smiled, I know that your ability is not suitable for fighting, and is not very helpful for the daily operation of the camp. But now I understand that the strength of a person's ability has nothing to do with the suitability of being a mentor. A mentor is a guide, not the strongest person. Unfortunately, I realized this too late. If the mentor of the Witch Cooperation Association was the patient and meticulous Vendi, would the outcome be completely different? You and Vendi are the first to join the Witch Cooperation Association, and you are also the elder of the sisters. From the east of the kingdom, you accompanied us to the impassable mountain range. You are experienced and cautious, everyone can see it. No one is more suitable than you to be the mentor of the sisters. Scroll was silent for a moment. What if what Nightingale said is true? Ready dash. Stab. Danner forcefully thrust the spear in his hand, and then his hand shook violently. The spear shaft made a cracking sound. A wolf was standing on the spearhead. Its fur was fluffy, and its blood-red eyes were as big as copper bells. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, the largest of which was as big as his thumb. It was the first time for him to be so close to a demonic beast. The wolf waved its claws in the air, and the snowflakes even splashed on his face. Danner's mind went blank. He subconsciously clenched the spear shaft and continued to push forward according to the instinct accumulated in his training. One breath seemed to be extremely long. He saw that the spear shaft was bent to the limit, and the spearhead was deeply inserted into the belly of the demonic beast. He even thought that the next moment, the sharp claws would tear his cheeks. With a crack, the spear shaft could not bear the impact of the wolf and finally broke into 2. It was also this crisp sound that made the flow of time return to normal. The beast fell down just as it came, its claws fell on the wall, scraping a series of debris, and along with the half of the spear shaft, it fell heavily to the ground along the wall. Flintlock team, loading complete. Free shooting. Danner immediately stretched out 2 barrels. He quickly took half a step back and raised his head to avoid the gunpowder fragments and gas rushing into his eyes. As for his ears, he had no time to care about them. The flintlock quickly finished firing. Danner approached the wall again and found that a group of various demonic beasts had fallen under the wall. Someone beside him poked him. He turned his head and saw his roommate grinning proudly at him. He had only been using a gun for a little more than a week. What was there to be proud of? Danner stared back at him and turned his eyes back to the battlefield. When His Highness artillery team comes in handy, you will realize that the iron pipe in your hand is just a crutch. Gunner, your gun, take it. Cat's Claw handed over a new wooden gun. Are these demonic beasts crazy? It's been 4 or 5 hours, right? They are crazy. Danner set up the gun and waited for the enemy's next wave of attack. What time is it now? It's almost noon. Cat's Claw sighed and quickly looked around while the hunters were not paying attention. Where's Jop? Where's Rodney, brother? Don't look away. Do you want to be cut open by the wolf? Danner said grumpily. They were assigned to other sections of the city wall, maybe in Group 3 or Group 4. By the way, why are you in Group 1? I'm a substitute. He chuckled. I'll go wherever there's a need. An uncle was injured just now, and it's my turn to replace. Ready? The hunter observer's voice rang out, interrupting Cat's Claw. Danner saw more than 10 demonic beasts rapidly approaching. Now he could quickly distinguish the different types of demonic beasts. There were only 2 wolves in this wave, and the rest were wild boars, foxes, and a bear. They were not a threat to the city wall. Stab. Even so, he still obeyed the command and stabbed with his spear together with his teammates. Sure enough, the spearhead was empty this time. He retracted his spear and saw that the wolf had been shot down by the other members of Team 1. When the rest of the slower demonic beasts had gathered at the foot of the city wall, the flintlock team squeezed to his side and fired freely. This fixed action had been repeated from dawn until now. When the horn was first blown, most of the people were still asleep. Banner yawned. This time, the demonic beast's attack was fiercer than before. Usually, there would only be 1 or 2 waves of attacks, but now it was still continuing. The corpses of the demonic beasts under the city wall were almost piled up. Halfway through, he had been replaced by the second militia team. After eating something and resting for a while, he went back to the city wall again. But unexpectedly, Banner found that he was calmer than he had imagined. When he heard the command to stab, he put away his spear and left the rest to the flintlock team. At first, it seemed that there were some inexplicable regulations and movement requirements, but now they all came in handy and incredibly effective. The others were similar to him. Although they held the spear with both hands and looked quite serious, and some substitutes seemed very nervous, everyone stood straight and no one took a step back. But Banner knew that their greatest confidence did not come from the daily practice, but from His Highness. Only after the flintlock team started shooting, Banner secretly glanced at the watchtower in the middle of the city wall. That was where His Highness stood. From the moment the horn sounded, His Highness had arrived at the city wall and stood on the same line of defense as everyone else. Until now, he had not rested. Even when Banner was rotated to eat, His Highness still stayed at the top of the watchtower, and his breakfast was personally sent by the chief knight. Thinking back, every year during the months of demons, the last lord would lead by ship. Next would be the nobles, and finally the civilians. If they had money, they could pay a few silver royals and lead by ship. If they had no money, they could only walk to Longsong stronghold on their own feet. Thinking of this, Banner felt full of strength. Yes, they were the troops of Prince Greycastle, and were completely different from the patrols in Border Town. Relying on their armors and weapons, they often ran amok in the old and new areas, and even extorted foreign merchants. In Banner's view, except for the 2 captains of the patrols, the others were no different from hooligans. The militia was a strong team, and under the leadership of His Royal Highness, they were even able to block the demonic beasts outside of Border Town, never allowing them to take a single step forward. In the past, only Longsong stronghold could do this. Look at Fishball, the famous coward in the old area, who was often ridiculed. After joining the second militia team, he was now able to hold a spear well. And then there was Fermi, who was huge, but always slow, and people in the old area liked to tease him. Now, his spear movements were fast and ruthless, and he was much more adept than most people. Banner knew that after others finished their training, he would practice 100 more shots, because His Highness had told him, the more inflexible a bird is, the sooner it can fly, so that it can catch up with others and eventually surpass them. Obviously, at the beginning, it was only for the 2 eggs, but now he felt lucky that he had joined the militia. Every day there was a slight change, and every day he was better than yesterday. Banner believed that it was not only him, everyone felt this. He did not know how to describe his mood. Perhaps, it could be summarized as what His Highness often said during training: they were a team that was different from the times. Woo-woo-2 short horn sounds made Banner excited. This was an early warning of the appearance of a hybrid demonic beast. He looked into the distance and saw a hybrid with a lion's head and wings. Very similar to the one that broke into the city last time. This is the second one we met today, he thought, but this time it was different. In addition to the flintlock team, they had other helpers. Don't be so anxious, it hasn't come yet. Roland looked at the eager lightning and sighed. Only God knew that she was so interested in challenging the demonic beasts. She was obviously not the type that was suitable for fighting, but she didn't have any fear of the demonic beasts. Follow the way you dealt with the first one. Don't try to be brave. You just need to lure the demonic beast and focus its attention on you. Pay attention to maintain a high altitude. Although it can't fly, it's still quite threatening when it jumps. I know, Lightning said confidently. When the first one came, I already knew its strength. Don't worry, it can't even touch the corner of my clothes. During the conversation, the hybrid demonic beast had already approached the city wall, crossed an obstacle area, and jumped towards the unguarded area, flipping over the wall. But this time, no militia members paid attention to it. They still stayed in their defensive area, waiting for the next assassination order from the hunter observer. So, the special operation against the hybrid demonic beast now begins, Roland said in a deep voice. Lightning, who had already flown out, stopped and looked back at Roland. What's wrong? What you said? Lightning thought for a moment, then shook her head. It's a bit strange. Forget it, I'm leaving. Looking at the little girl's quickly disappearing figure, Roland smiled awkwardly and asked Anna and Nightingale behind him, do you also think it's strange? Yes. Both of them nodded. Well, it seems that even in a different world, the lines of a Chunibu are still Chunibu. Then you also go, pay attention to your safety. Your Highness, you too. Nightingale bowed, then took Anna's hand and entered the fog. Roland put his hands behind his back and stood against the wind, trying to act like a big boss. He knew that many people would secretly look back at him during the battle, so even though his feet were numb, he still stood at the highest point of the city wall, so that everyone could see that the prince was with them at any time. Since he couldn't personally participate in the battle, he could at least use this way to motivate people. This time, the demonic beast's attack had exceeded the intensity of any previous attack. According to Iron Axe, in the previous years during the months of the demons, only 1 or 2 demonic hybrids would appear, but this year, Border Town had already encountered 4 demonic hybrids. The demonic beasts continued to emerge from the concealing forest in batches of dozens of beasts, constantly rushing towards the city wall. Fortunately, in the past month, the production of flintlocks had increased greatly. Right now, a team of 100 flintlocks had been fully equipped. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to maintain such an efficient killing speed. If it was a crossbow, it would be difficult to load it. In a protracted battle, the advantage of a firearm in consuming little stamina would become increasingly obvious. Of course, the rapid increase in the consumption of gunpowder was enough to give Roland a headache. He was already considering dismantling the 20 or so bags of explosives in the warehouse, retrieving the gunpowder for the firearm squad. On the other side, lightning had already flown over the head of the hybrid demonic beast. She took a stone from her pocket and threw it at the demonic beast. The stone accurately fell on its head. This sudden attack made it fiercely retreat, only to discover that the attack had come from the air. Lightning provocatively lowered her altitude and passed in front of it, flying close to the ground towards the center of the town. Although the hybrid demonic beast had a certain ability to think, the little girl in front of it was obviously not a threat. It immediately swooped down, spread its wings, and with a few leaps, glided nearly 100 meters. Lightning immediately pulled herself up, turned around in the air, bypassed several bungalows, and turned into another street. In this way, after several turns, she lured the demonic beast to the central square of the town, which was also the place where she and Nightingale had agreed to attack. Because the hybrid demonic beast had a very sensitive sense of smell, it could even detect Nightingale in the fog. Therefore, before Nightingale and Anna launched their attack, Roland had to try to distract the demonic beast as much as possible. But Lightning had done it perfectly. The hybrid was now obviously in a rage, and its increasingly manic bestial nature had covered up what little reason it had. It opened its mouth wide and jumped several times into the air, but Lightning, who did not have any weight on her body, was far more flexible than the demonic beast. She teased the hybrid up and down, making every time it jumped up, it would fail. Nightingale had also arrived at the square from another direction. Unlike Lightning, after entering the fog, she completely ignored the houses and fences on the road and moved forward in a straight line. The distance of Anna's flame was only 10 steps, 5 meters, so she had to approach the demonic beast from behind to reduce the possibility of being discovered by the demonic beast. There were a lot of mistakes when dealing with the first hybrid, but now Nightingale was completely familiar with Anna's attack style. When she was only 30 steps away from the demonic beast, she raised her speed to the limit. The ground seemed to be shortened in an instant, and she almost crossed the remaining distance in 1 step. When Anna came back to her senses, the monster's tail was almost touching her face. "Now!" Nightingale shouted. The black and white world around Anna receded like the tide, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to the familiar town square. The green flame quietly appeared on her fingertips, and then expanded into a huge flame cage, covering the demonic beast. Nightingale quickly retreated. The rolling heat wave hitting her face had already made her feel a burning pain. In the heat that could melt steel, the demonic beast didn't even have the time to struggle, and turned into a fireball, crashing to the ground. "It seems that they have solved it," said Vendi, who replaced Nightingale as the temporary guard, when she saw the rising green flame in the distance, curled her lips and said, "It seems that I didn't play any role." "If possible, I hope that you don't have to go to the battlefield," said Roland, still standing with his hands behind his back, pretending to be relaxed. Even so, he knew that today, if there were no witches to join the defense line to assist in the battle, in the face of the hybrid demonic beast that could fly over the city wall, the militia would inevitably be in chaos. Even Nana had come to the city wall, and under the protection of Baron Sur, she quickly treated the wounded soldiers. This was the first time that Roland had revealed the power of the witches in front of all the militia members, and the result made him very happy. In the militia, Nana, who was known as the Angel of Healing, had obviously raised the reputation of the witches to a new height. After Anna and Nightingale joined hands to kill the first hybrid on the city wall, the crowd burst into cheers. Of course, he knew that it was impossible for everyone to not care about this, and such a situation was very rare. After the militia had a preliminary consensus, his next plan would be much easier to implement. Suddenly, the gunshots on the city wall became sparse, and Roland noticed that the demonic beasts began to withdraw from the city wall. They actually retreated? He couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, a ray of light pierced through the thick clouds in the sky and sprinkled onto the ground, followed by a second ray, a third ray. Very soon, the dusky sky was riddled with holes by the millions of rays of light. All the rays of light fused into one, becoming dazzling and indescribable. The earth suddenly brightened. When the sun rises again, it will be the end of the months of demons. There was a brief silence on the city wall, and then a wave of cheers swept through the border defense line. Gradually, the townspeople also came out of their houses and shouted. They cheered for the long-lost sunshine, for their safe winter, and for their prince. All the voices finally converged into a torrent, resounding throughout Border Town. This year's Border Town was very different from the previous years. In previous years, after the end of the months of the demons, they had to stay in the slums of Longsong Stronghold for another month, waiting for the snow to completely melt before they could embark on their journey home. But when they returned to the town, they saw that it was mostly a mess. The houses that had not been taken care of for several months were dilapidated, some of the less sturdy wooden houses had long been crushed by the heavy snow, and some of the townspeople were even hiding from the demonic beasts. Cabinets and tables were bitten to pieces, and they even dragged rags of grass to fill the corners, apparently using this place as a shelter from the wind and snow as their own nest. They often spent a week repairing the houses and replacing the soaked and moldy furniture. As for the lingering smell of decay, the residents here were already used to it. But this year, Border Town could be said to be brand new. The snow was quickly swept away, and the prince's colorful paper flags were hung in front of the houses. Looking from afar, the monotonous and dilapidated town had become a riot of colors, all kinds of flags mixed together, like a sea of flowers. Everyone rushed to spread the news that on the first day after the end of the months of the demons, His Highness would hold a grand celebration ball in the square. Anyone could go. Not only did they not need to pay money, but they also heard that there would be free food. What was a ball? It was a social occasion that only the upper nobles could attend. Everyone had only heard about it from the well-informed merchants in the big cities, but even they could not participate in it. According to the merchants, it was not an event that could be invited just because you had money. His Highness actually allowed everyone to attend? Your Highness, isn't it not good for you to do this? Chief Knight dissuaded, there is neither a band nor a lead dancer here, who will control the rhythm of the ball? Besides, in such a remote place, even the nobles might not necessarily know how to dance. Your subjects will only ruin everything. Carter had only been to one ball in King's City, which was held by a marquis to celebrate his daughter's birthday. Elegant string music and impassioned drumbeats intertwined. The ladies danced to the melodious music, while the men showed their fast and powerful dance steps after the drumbeats sounded. They either spun or kicked, combining their movements with the drumbeats. During the break, the attendants shuttled through the crowd with drinks and snacks. The men were all looking for the women they liked, and when the last piece of music was played, they summoned their courage and went up to invite her. After the ball was over, the winner would have a romantic night. Carter sighed. Although he didn't manage to date the girl he liked when he was young, the elegant and romantic atmosphere still made him reminisce. Replacing the distinguished nobles with this bunch of villagers who deal with rocks and beasts every day? God, he could not imagine such a scene. Lead dancer? Yes. Roland ordered the militia to remove all the stone sculptures and gallows in the square. Iron Axe and the militia are the ones. That Sand Nation? Carter was stunned. As the captain of the Flintlock team, Iron Axe's performance during the months of the demons had finally won the recognition of the chief knight, and he no longer mentioned the title of alien. But in the end, he was still a Majin. How could he know the etiquette of the mainland kingdom? Roland smiled mysteriously. Because I'm not going to hold a normal ball, you'll know when the time comes. There wasn't much preparation work to be done. The main thing was to remove the obstacles in the square and build a pile of firewood in the center. Next to the pile of firewood was a brick table for barbecuing. That's right, this was the celebratory ball that Roland had thought of, a combination of a bonfire party and a barbecue in the wild. How to increase the people's sense of identity with their place of residence had always been a problem that the prince had seriously considered. Nationalism and nationalism were too profound for these uneducated villagers who had worked for the Lord all their lives. Only their wealth and loved ones were worth caring about. The more backward a civilization was, the more short-sighted it would be. This was the law of civilization development. Civilization will eventually become as big as its thoughts. Roland deeply believed in this. But this didn't mean that spiritual construction could be ignored. The victory celebration was one of the methods he had figured out. In fact, it was difficult to understand why the world didn't have any celebration after the months of the demons. The once-a-year invasion of the demonic beasts was like a natural disaster. Defeating such evil spirits was naturally worthy of being written in a book. So he decided to name the first day after the end of the months of the demons as Victory Day. All the territories that belonged to him would not only have a public holiday, but also hold a variety of celebration activities. As long as it lasted for 3 or 4 years, it would become a tradition that would be passed down in the territory. And the people would gradually feel that they were different from the people under the rule of other lords. Before noon, the square was crowded with people. The militia members formed a circle, blocking everyone outside the pile of firewood. It seemed that the free food was quite attractive. At least half of the townspeople had come, Roland thought. The only drawback was that the square was a little small, except for the open space around the pile of firewood. More than 1,000 people were almost shoulder to shoulder. It was difficult to have a space to move. He also saw that some children had climbed onto the nearest roof and were looking at the middle of the square. It was the first celebration. It was inevitable that there would be some shortcomings. Roland estimated that it was almost time, so he went on stage to give a speech. This was the second time he gave a public speech in the square, so he was much calmer than the last time. My people, good noon. I am the 4th Prince of Greycastle Kingdom, Roland Wimbledon. He still chose the same opening as last time, but this time the effect was completely different. The voice had not yet fallen, the crowd had already burst into enthusiastic cheers. Long live His Royal Highness. Long live His Royal Highness. Roland suddenly felt his chest heat up. This time he did not arrange anyone to support him. Seeing the spontaneous cheers of the militia and the crowd, a sense of achievement and satisfaction filled his heart. When the cheers subsided, he pressed down his hand. The months of the demons is over. Under the heroic efforts of the militia, the demonic beasts have never been able to cross the wall. Border Town defeated the terrible enemy with a very small price, which proves that as long as everyone is united, even if we do not rely on the charity of Longsong Stronghold, we can still stand firm here. They wanted to threaten the town with food, they wanted to force us to surrender with hunger and cold, but today's victory told them that all of this is futile. That's right, I never want to go back to that place. Following His Royal Highness, there will not be a day of hunger in winter. Finally, we don't have to be blackmailed by them. His Royal Highness is merciful. Taking advantage of the rising mood of the crowd, Roland continued to say loudly, "Let us celebrate this glorious victory. This is a day worth remembering. I declare, from now on, the first day after the end of the months of the demons will be called Victory Day. The celebration party is precisely for this. My people, enjoy this day to the fullest. Now, the party begins." 6 marinated whole cows were carted to the bonfire. if not for the militia escorting them. Roland suspected that when the cart passed through the crowd, the whole cows would have been divided up by the enthusiastic crowd. This was all the stock in the castle basement. Thinking that he would not have any steak to eat until the next merchant ship arrived, Roland felt like crying. In order to hold this celebration, he had taken out everything he had. The royal chef from King's City was only responsible for smearing the sauce and supervising the fire. The barbecue task was handed over to the 6 strong militia members. An iron pole was inserted into the cow's body through its mouth and placed on a brick platform next to the fire. The fire was burning so fiercely that people could feel the heat wave from 2 or 3 meters away. Soon, the whole cow's skin made a sizzling sound, and the fat came out of its pores, exuding a tempting fragrance. Of course, they couldn't let everyone wait while they were barbecuing, so under Roland's signal, Iron Axe led a group of militia members onto the stage. Those gorgeous and complex court dances were not suitable for such an occasion. Without a long period of training, they might not even be able to remember the essentials of the movements, let alone show a beautiful dance. To ensure that the dance was easy to understand and at the same time, the Sand Nation's dance was obviously more in line with the taste of the common people. Iron Axe and the militia members put their hands on their hips, one of their hands passing through the arm of their companion on the right, forming 2 rings around the fire. With the accompaniment, that is, several high and low horns sounded, they began to move in a clockwise direction. With each step they took, the other foot would kick forward, while shouting "Ha hey." "Is this what you call a lead dance?" Carter's eyes widened. "Is this also considered a dance?" "Of course it is, and it's simple and easy to remember. Last night, the militia only practiced for a quarter of an hour before they mastered the steps." Roland laughed. "Do you want to try it?" Carter shook his head and refused. He felt as if something in his heart had broken. Farewell, that beautiful girl, farewell, those slightly sad memories of youth. The other militia members clapped their hands and followed the steps of the dancers. Every time they took a turn, there would be a round of applause. The strong sense of rhythm inspired the crowd, and they all reached out their hands to do the same. As the applause became faster and faster, Iron Axe and his teammates spun faster and faster, and the human ring began to show signs of disconnection. Not long after, a member of the team accidentally fell down, and then a group of people fell down with him, and the rotation came to an abrupt end. The crowd was stunned, but the applause of the militia did not stop at all. Instead, it became like a storm. Iron Axe helped the fallen man up and shouted to the crowd, "Do you understand? Who wants to give it a try?" If they fell, it would be the end of this round. Everyone who joins the dance will get a piece of delicious honey-roasted meat. The longer you stay, the more meat you'll get. If it was an invitation from a noble or a big family, the townspeople might not necessarily participate. Subconsciously, they were always high and mighty and regarded the civilians as worthless. It was common for them to go back on their word. However, when they saw the militia members, who were their familiar neighbors, waving at them, they couldn't hold back anymore. With the first one, there was soon a second, then a third. A new round of dancing began again, but this time, most of the dancers were replaced by the crowd. Although the movements were simple, everyone enjoyed it. With the honey-roasted meat as a reward, the participants gave their best performance. This was exactly what Roland wanted to see. In addition to the roasted meat, there was also bread, fish cakes, and ale, which would be distributed after the beef was distributed. The celebration would last until the evening, but Roland would not stay here all the time. He arranged for Carter to be responsible for the security of the scene. The assistant minister came to give a closing speech, and then left. He still had a private celebration party to attend, which was held in the castle's back garden. When the evening fell, the backyard was still brightly lit. Like in the center of the square, there was also a bonfire. The only difference was that the chicken used for barbecue was all cut into pieces. The seasoning and oil were also made by themselves, completely imitating the way of barbecue in the wild. This novel way of self-help made the witches fall in love with it. Of course, in Roland's eyes, it was also a rare spectacle. For example, Anna put the seasoning on the chicken and then directly wrapped it in green fire, instantly cooking a piece of delicious chicken. Nightingale showed her incredible knife skills. The knife in her hand appeared and disappeared, flying up and down around the chicken, peeling it, and then the bones fell off. Of course, there was also wine. these bottled wine from Willow Town was obviously more suitable for women's tastes than ale. Lightning alone drank half a bottle. Although Roland wanted to say that minors were not allowed to drink, she was holding the bottle and floating in the air, so it was difficult to dissuade her, so he gave up. Halfway through the barbecue, Roland felt slightly drunk. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the group of laughing girls in front of him, and suddenly felt very gratified. This was the life a prince should have, he thought, and also for the witches. With their extraordinary ability and appearance, they should not be the target of hunting. If it was in the era before his transmigration, he was afraid that wherever they went, they would be the focus of attention. And now, all he could do was to let them live a normal life in this small place. At this moment, Lightning floated down and sat directly on Roland's lap. Before he could react, she suddenly kissed him on the cheek. Although this action was done very quickly, it was still caught by the witches. She flew away with a smile, and saw Anna, Nightingale, and Vendi looking at her with a surprised face. She waved her hand and explained, according to the rules of the fjords, during the celebration of victory, a woman can take the initiative to kiss the leader. Every time, my father will let me kiss him. Is there no such custom in Grey Castle? Of course not. Roland instantly sobered up from his drunkenness. Cough cough, Lightning, you're drunk, hurry up and go back to sleep. How is that possible? Lightning protested. When I was sailing, I often drank with everyone, and I never lost. Roland had no choice but to ask the witches for help. He looked at Vendi, who nodded and rolled up a downward airflow, blowing Lightning down. When she was about to land, Vendi took 2 steps forward and hugged the girl, ignoring her incessant shouting in her arms, and went straight to the castle. Don't pay attention to that girl, she just drank too much. You continue to eat, there will be dessert later. Roland suddenly felt the atmosphere a little awkward, especially the way Anna looked at him. It made him feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Only Nana was completely unaffected, she was still concentrating on roasting the chicken wings in her hands, as if nothing had happened. When the bonfire gradually extinguished, Roland let Nightingale escort Nana home, while he went to the well and washed his face with cold water, preparing to return to his room to sleep. Roland didn't care about this little episode. In his opinion, Lightning was still a minor child. But when he walked to the bedroom door on the 3rd floor, the prince's heart fiercely jumped. Moonlight shone through the window in the corridor, illuminating half of the woman's face. Her eyes reflected a faint blue light, like stars in the dark. Anna's body leaned against the door. Most of her body was in the shadow, but her outline was still faintly visible. Good nutrition made her not as thin as she was at first. As a woman who had just reached adulthood, her figure was just right, containing the unique youthful charm of her age. Roland pretended to be calm and slowly walked forward. Anna also saw him, stood up straight, and looked him in the eyes. It was just an accident, I didn't know she would, he said. I understand. She was still young, I didn't care at all, I also understand. Contrary to what Roland had expected, Anna did not seem to be throwing a tantrum. There was not a trace of displeasure on her face. Instead, she looked very serious. Her lake blue eyes did not have the slightest ripple. Roland realized that she was still a straightforward woman. She did not like to pretend, and she did not need to pretend. Sure enough, she took the initiative to say, I can't be like Lightning, who dared to do such bold behavior in front of everyone, so I can only wait for you here. After saying this, her cheeks were obviously a little red, but even so, she did not flinch. Her eyes were still looking straight at Roland, and her expression could be said to be extremely serious. Roland's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, all words seemed redundant. She might mind Lightning's actions, but being wronged or complaining was not her way of doing things. She would only express her own demands straightforwardly. An honest and hard-working child should not be rejected, he thought. Bending down, Roland put his cheek close to Anna. Her breath blew slightly, like a spring breeze that plucked at his heartstrings. The slightly nervous breathing was clearly heard in the silent corridor, and then, a soft lips gently pressed on Roland's cheek. Good night, Your Highness, Anna whispered. Vendi leaned against the headboard and flipped through the book in her hand. For her, this was a rare leisure time, a life she had never dared to dream of when she was in the Witch Cooperation Association. It hadn't been long since she came to Border Town, but she had already developed the habit of washing her body before going to bed, putting on a silk nightgown, not fastening it at the waist nor buttoning it. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, with a soft pillow behind her back, she would read the book she had borrowed from His Royal Highness. Today, it took a lot of time to settle down Lightning, so she didn't plan to go back to the back garden. Instead, she went straight to bed after washing up. This was a history book about the origins of the church. Although she grew up in a convent, she did not know much about it. The nun repeatedly told them to listen to God, but she never mentioned God's name. This puzzled her when she was young. Everyone had a name, but why didn't the noblest god have one? What was recorded in the book was basically the same as the rumors she had heard later. In the beginning, there were 3 major churches on the continent, each of them considered the other as heretics, believing in the evil god. This war of faith lasted for nearly 100 years, and finally the current church won, claiming that the evil god had been destroyed. From now on, God only had one name, which was the word God itself. The rest of the book described the glory and immortality of the church, including the establishment of the old holy city and the new holy city, as well as the victory against the evil witches. This made Vendi feel very strange. She had borrowed the history of Grey Castle and a brief history of the continent from His Royal Highness Roland. The first book recorded the establishment, development, and major events of the kingdom in almost every detail. For example, the names of the kings, their marriages, and the whereabouts of their children. The family branches recorded in the book were like a detailed genealogy. A brief history of the continent focused on the evolution of the 4 kingdoms, the alternation of power and political struggles, but the lives of the rulers of each kingdom were still important. But in the history of the church, there was no mention of the name of any pope, or in other words, just like God, the word pope directly replaced the names of the previous leaders. Reading the whole book, it seemed as if he alone had gone through hundreds of years of history. This was simply not in line with common sense. Rather than a record, it was better to say that it was deliberately diluted. At this moment, Nightingale suddenly appeared in the room. Vendi put down the book and looked at the other with great interest. It's so late, but you actually have time to come here? The latter rubbed her neck, walked to the bed and sat down. I just sent Nana home. Where's Lightning? She fell asleep as soon as she laid on the bed, and her mouth kept muttering Daddy, Daddy. Vendi shrugged. She usually looks bold, but she's still a child. In your eyes, everyone is a child. Nightingale snatched the book from her hands. His Royal Highness said that you should try not to read at night, especially sitting on the bed. If the light is not enough, it will harm your eyesight. Yes, yes, His Royal Highness said. The two chatted for a while, from Silver City to the impassable mountain range, from hearing that a witch had been killed in Border Town to joining hands with the prince to fight against the months of demons. Nightingale spoke a word or two, and from time to time Vendi also spoke a few words. This was the tacit understanding that the two had formed after being inseparable for the past 5 years. Time passed slowly, until the candle was about to go out. Vendi covered her mouth and laughed. What, after seeing Lightning's actions, you can't sleep? What are you talking about? What else could it be? Vendi smiled and shook her head. Veronica, we are witches, you should know that. Nightingale was silent, and after a long time, she softly responded, yes. This was fate, the fate that all witches could not escape. Vendi stopped smiling and sighed. Roland Wimbledon is the kingdom's 4th prince, and what we have to do is to help him ascend the throne, to become the king of Grey Castle. He will govern the country well, and give us a place to live. But, he is still a king. When the time is right, he will marry the daughter of a duke, or the princess of another kingdom, and then give birth to children. Either one, or many, or a boy, or a girl. The boys will inherit the country, and the girls will marry other prominent nobles. At this point, Vendi paused for a moment, and then said the words that Nightingale, or rather, all witches did not want to hear. Veronica, we are witches, and witches are unable to bear children. Even if you think optimistically, after His Royal Highness has been in power for 100 years, the sisters will finally be no different from ordinary people, and can walk freely in every land of the kingdom. Occasionally, there will be outstanding witches who enter the upper class, and are conferred as nobles, but the fact that witches are unable to bear children is still unchangeable. They will not have descendants to continue the glory of their family, and similarly, those aristocratic families will not consider marrying a witch. God gives us something, but at the same time, takes away something from us. This is fate. She whispered, may you be merciful. I understand, she whispered. After sending Nightingale away, Bendy's heart was also not very good, but she believed that the other would be able to come out. After all, they had overcome so many difficulties, and would not easily fall on this hurdle. In this way, our task is over, right? In the square, Cat's Claw cleaned up the remains of the bonfire and said regretfully, I really don't want to go back to work in the mine. To be honest, I miss the months of the demons. Yes, I also don't want to deal with those stones, Jop answered. The most important thing is that the pay difference is too big. Where else would there be a job like the artillery team, where there is meat to eat every day and a monthly salary of 15 silver royals? What nonsense are you talking about? Banner, who was holding a torch to illuminate the surroundings, snapped. This time His Royal Highness gave out a lot of food, so no one starved to death during the months of the demons. Think about the last 2 years, half of the people in the old district didn't survive the winter. Do you still miss it? Besides, the team will not be disbanded. His Royal Highness recruited us into the artillery team and burned so much gunpowder, just to listen to the sound? But the demonic beasts are gone, why does His Royal Highness still need the artillery team? Rodney asked, leaning on his broom. The artillery team was not prepared for demonic beasts. Banner thought for a moment, but in the end, he didn't say it. Anyway, we'll know the answer tomorrow. He yawned and waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and clean up this place. I want to go back and sleep early. The next morning, the assembly call resounded throughout the camp, confirming Banner's statement. After everyone had gathered, Iron Axe stood in front of the team and said loudly, you have completed the first stage of the task, to protect Border Town from the demonic beasts. After 3 months and 6 days of fighting, you have won the approval of His Royal Highness. Next, the militia will be reorganized into His Royal Highness regular army. If you don't want to continue fighting, you can stand up now. His Royal Highness said that if you leave the militia, you will be given full pay, and an additional 25 silver royals as. He thought about His Royal Highness' words, well, retirement pay. Among the 300 people, no one moved, only Cat's Claw raised his hand and said, report. This was also one of the strange rules set by His Royal Highness during the training. The team members were not allowed to whisper in private, and when there was something to ask, they had to first shout report. Iron Axe nodded, speak. What does the regular army mean? Does it mean that we are conferred the title of knight? Banner could not help but laugh, but he quickly returned to a serious face. Knight? They were considered nobles. Not only did they have properties and squires, but they were also given land. Asking such a question was a disgrace to the artillery team. No, Iron Axe explained patiently. Apparently, he had also asked His Highness about this. The regular army is an army that specializes in fighting. They fight only to protect His Highness and protect His Highness' territory. In other words, when a worker is digging in a mine, you are training. When a farmer is harvesting wheat, you are training. When a merchant is selling his goods, you are still training. All the training is for the sake of victory in future battles, just as you did during the months of the demons. Then how is it different from the militia? Cat's Claw asked again. More frequent training, stricter regulations, and more generous rewards. Report. This time it was Rodney. After Iron Axe nodded, he eagerly asked, what's the better reward? Banner sighed. Why were all the guys in his group so impetuous? Although he also wanted to know the answer to this question. The regular army will implement the officer system. Those who complete combat tasks according to the designated plan or have outstanding performance can be promoted to an officer. Iron Axe said loudly, for example, standing in my position. Is this what His Highness said? Banner thought, if it was really implemented, wouldn't it encourage everyone to go against their superiors? He quietly looked around, but the crowd seemed not to realize this problem and still listened with relish. Officers can get a higher salary, and their own land. The last sentence made the team burst into cheers. Banner was no exception. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. If they could get their own land, what was the difference between them and the knight? But remember, once you choose to become a regular army, you will have to abide by a completely different system from the militia. For example, failure to complete a task, desertion, rebellion, and other violations of discipline will be severely punished. This is not a matter of eating an egg. The punishment includes labor, imprisonment, and even hanging. And the position and rewards obtained will also be taken back. Iron Axe paused. It's not too late to quit now. The crowd was silent. Iron Axe was silent for dozens of breaths, but still no one moved. He could not help but grin and said, "Very good, then from today on, you are a regular army under the direct command of His Highness Roland Wimbledon." Danner himself felt that it was incredible. If he had heard those terrible punishments 3 months ago, he would have already run away. What was the use of promotion? What was the use of land? It was better to save his own life. But now, he almost did not hesitate to choose to stay here. Compared with returning to the North Slope mine and strolling around in the old district, Danner felt that he was more suitable here. Good observation. What's your name? Mr. Vanner, work hard. Thinking of His Highness' encouragement, he once again confirmed his idea that he belonged to the militia. In the future, he would also be a member of the regular army and continue to fight for His Highness. Iron Axe soon announced the first training of the day, field training. At first, Danner did not think it was a big deal. Running training was rarely interrupted, even during the months of demons. After breakfast, depending on the weather, they had to run 2 laps around the town, unless it snowed heavily. According to His Highness, this was good for exercise, so that when defending the city wall, their hands and feet would not be stiff, and they would not be able to thrust their spears. But when the team ran out of Border Town, he immediately felt the difference between the two. At this time, the snow in the wild was far from melting. It had been snowing on and off for 3 months, and now it was knee-deep. Rather than running, it was better to say that they were crawling in the snow. The team suddenly became sparse, and it took a lot of effort to pull out one foot. There was no doubt that this special training must have been thought up by His Highness. Danner had already seen through His Highness' idea. At this time, protests were basically useless, and the only thing they could do was to persist to the end. They spent the whole morning going back and forth. When the team returned to Border Town, Danner only felt that his 2 legs were not his own. The snow that had been poured into their boots had turned into water, and even standing under the sun, most of the people were still shivering from the cold. The huge consumption of physical strength aggravated the cold, and even Iron Axe felt somewhat unbearable. He announced that the team was disbanded, and the lunch time was delayed by half an hour, so that everyone could first change their soaked shoes and pants. To everyone's relief, the afternoon training was also cancelled. Of course, they did not know that Lightning had been following their training. This was also the little girl's daily training, precise control of magic and uniform flight. When she reported the information she had observed to Roland, the latter almost did not know whether to laugh or cry. A few days after the victory celebration, Roland once again immersed himself in farming. Sitting in the office, he could hear the incessant dripping sound outside the window, as if it was raining. It was the sound of melting snow. When he was in the countryside during the New Year, he liked to lie by the window and watch the long ice prism under the eaves turn into transparent water droplets, dripping little by little. Although he didn't have such leisure time at the moment, he could still write a plan while listening to the sound of the Earth's recovery. According to previous year's experience, it would take about a week for the snow to melt, but it would take at least a month for the road between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold. Roland could imagine what would happen to the muddy road after the ice and snow melted without any hardened pavement or drainage measures. If he could successfully capture Longsong Stronghold, the first thing he had to do was to build a hardened road between the 2 places for carriages to pass. However, the first thing he needed to solve was the problem of army construction. Without a reliable and powerful army, it would be impossible to defeat the Stronghold army when they were outnumbered. Transforming the militia into a regular army was only the first step. The specific establishment, regulations, and discipline, as well as rewards and punishments, were a headache for him. Although he had played military chess when he was a child, he had completely forgotten about it. After much thought, Roland simply decided to make up his own plans. Anyway, he was the creator of the new army, no one would find out if the settings were unreasonable. So the first army of Border Town was quickly organized: army, division, battalion, team, and group as the overall framework, 5 people for a group, taking into account that a cannon needed at least 5 people to operate, 10 groups for a team, and 10 teams for a battalion. As for the number of divisions and armies, he decided to think about it later. In view of the overall combat level of this era, as long as there were 2 or 3 battalions, it would be enough to defeat the vast majority of opponents in the field. After the most basic framework was set, Roland breathed a long sigh of relief. The following regulations and discipline were much simpler. In addition to obeying military orders at all times, obeying officers, not deserting, not betraying, and so on, these old rules and so on, the first discipline that Roland set was to prohibit looting and harassment. The disadvantages of indulging in looting were numerous, and the bad impact on the local people would take several years to make up for. This was also the reason why he insisted on using civilians to form the army. When the nobles responded to the liege's summons, it was impossible for them not to participate in the plundering after defeating the enemy. In other words, the main reason why they were willing to follow the liege into battle was that they could plunder the enemy's wealth and territory. Of course, that included the innocent civilians in the territory. As for the mercenaries and bandits, it was needless to say. They looked fierce, but in reality, they could only fight with the wind. At the same time, robbing was a big source of income for them, so military discipline was meaningless to them. Only an army made up of commoners would not treat other commoners as lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Of course, it was not enough to rely on discipline and torture alone. As time passed, the greed in the bottom of his heart would continue to grow with each victory. Therefore, rewards must be given at the same time in order to put an end to plundering and other violations. In order to make the rewards sufficiently motivating, Roland decided to give out his ultimate weapon, granting fields for military contributions. As long as they made great contributions in battle, they would be granted a piece of land. Roland had already thought about the source of the land. It was the land between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold. In an era where 90% of the land belonged to the aristocracy, this was definitely a generous prize. Once they obtained permanent property, these people would closely adhere to him, and anyone who wanted to overthrow him would encounter the fiercest resistance from those who benefited from it. The people didn't need to be driven by words or whips, but by real benefits. In other words, as long as he could always represent the fundamental interests of the people under his rule, no one could shake his ruling position. Different from the traditional fiefdom, Roland controlled the area of the granted land to be between a few acres and a dozen acres. It could be used to build their own houses, buy serfs, or hire farmers to take care of the fields, but it was impossible to establish an industry. In contrast, a knight's territory was close to 2,000 acres, an area equivalent to a small village. The income from the businesses above could provide for the knight and his attendants' combat needs, such as the purchase of weapons, armor, and horses. Such a small area of land as a reward would not arouse strong opposition from the aristocratic interest groups, but would also weaken the independence of the recipient. In Roland's view, it was like a retirement pension, which could ensure that soldiers would have a stable income after retirement. At the same time, in order to strengthen the centralization of power and avoid the situation of the servant's servant is never my servant, the person who granted the land only had the ownership, but no autonomy. In other words, the land still followed the laws, regulations, and systems of the lord's jurisdiction. In a sense, they were more like the farmers of the later generations. Roland stretched himself as he wrote down the rules of the preliminary system one by one. Next, he could finally devote himself to the field he was good at, the development of weapons. As the speed of the production of guns increased, continuing to assign pikemen to protect the musketeers would be a waste of manpower, and the latter must have the ability to fight independently in close combat. The solution was very simple, and that was to add a bayonet to the gun. Roland didn't expect his troops to take the initiative to launch a melee attack on the enemy. He only needed to have the strength to fight when the enemy was desperate and the cannons couldn't completely destroy the enemy's courage. Bayonets weren't difficult to make. If you wanted to pursue simplicity, it was a sharp cone, and if you wanted to further increase its lethality, you could cut a blood groove on it. The key was the connection between the bayonet and the gun. The original bayonet had a thin wooden shaft wrapped around the hilt, and the wooden shaft could be inserted directly into the gun barrel. The advantage was that it was easy to make, but the disadvantage was also very obvious. In close combat, you couldn't shoot, and after stabbing someone, it was easy to fall into a predicament where you couldn't pull it out. Roland planned to produce the improved second generation of bayonets, the casing bayonet. The end of the handle had a corner, and it was connected to an iron casing. The inner diameter of the casing was slightly larger than the barrel, and it had a groove. The barrel only needed to be welded with a piece of iron bar for the groove to be inserted, and the blade could be fixed. The blade was a triangular iron, and all three sides were sharp. After stabbing into the body, it wouldn't affect pulling it out, but at the same time, it would leave a wound that was difficult to heal. The casing bayonet, after being installed, would be slightly higher than the barrel, which would affect the loading of ammunition. But compared to the folding bayonet, it was simple enough and convenient to mass produce. As long as they made a sample, they could hand it over to the blacksmith shop to make it. To make the bayonet useful in actual combat, the key was to train the soldiers how to use it. The production of the artillery was also steadily advancing. The second cannon embryo had already entered the enlarging stage, while the third cannon was still in the process of accumulating materials. If he was lucky, after a month, he would have a magnificent lineup of 4 12-pound cannons. There was no doubt about the superiority of firepower, but how to turn this advantage into victory, this was a problem that Roland had been thinking about. Before he had crossed over, he was just a mechanical dog. Like most people, his understanding of war came from history, movies, and games. If it was a completely cold weapon war, he would let Carter and Iron Axe command. But this battle was not the same. No one could understand the combat style of hot weapons better than himself. That being the case, he could only combine all the knowledge he knew, and use a vision that was higher than this era to formulate every step of the plan. In order to ensure victory, Roland let Lightning go back and forth between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town every day, first to observe the road conditions, and second to accurately calculate the distance. Roland believed that victory in war was based on a lot of investigation and calculation. Whether it was the development of tactics or the deduction of the battle situation, it was inseparable from these 2 points. Using the measurements set by the last time he cast the cannon, he made several 1-meter-long iron rods and 100-meter-long hemp ropes. Then in the artillery test field west of Border Town, according to the hemp ropes and the wooden rods, he drew out a flight runway about 1 kilometer long. Lightning practiced controlling the magic consumption, repeatedly crossing the distance of 1 kilometer at a fixed speed. When she was proficient in the magic output, Roland began to measure the distance between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town. Using the sundial to get the time to go back and forth, he calculated that the distance between the 2 places was about 54 kilometers. Of course, this was only a straight-line distance. In fact, if they traveled by land, they would have to make 2 big turns to avoid the foot of the impassable mountain range. In any case, if the Duke chose to march by land, it would take at least 3 days to reach Border Town. With Lightning as the scout, Roland would be able to clearly understand the enemy's position, as well as the actions to take. Within a range of 2 kilometers west of Border Town, he had inserted a lot of signal markers to mark the distance. As long as the enemy entered this range, the artillery team could quickly adjust the corresponding muzzle angle without the need for a firing meter. Now he began to worry, what if the enemy didn't come over? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Nightingale, who had been lying on the sofa and chewing on dried fish, suddenly disappeared. Roland coughed twice and said, "Come in." The assistant minister Berev opened the door. "Your Highness, there is a noble from Longsong Stronghold who wants to see you." "Who?" Roland did not understand for a moment. They sent another ambassador? Berev Roland thought for a moment. Stronghold, 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 stronghold. Berev Roland did not understand. Roland thought for a moment before remembering that Border Town had indeed been inhabited by nobles in the stronghold. Stronghold said. Moreover, he came here at the beginning of spring. Had he not seen the iron fists of the royal family? What? What of Stronghold roar? Was Roland roared. Roland. Stronghold cannon. Roland wanted to agree, but then he changed his mind. Let Baron wait for me in the living room. Maybe I can use him to put a little pressure on Longsong Stronghold, the prince thought. After a quarter of an hour, Roland leisurely arrived at the living room. On one side of the long table, a man with a round belly was already waiting impatiently. He walked back and forth, his face trembling with each step. Seeing that His Royal Highness had appeared, the Baron stopped and reluctantly bowed. "Sit down." Roland returned to the main seat and sat down. According to his usual habits, even if it wasn't dinner time, he would let the kitchen prepare a dessert, but today he didn't even let them prepare a cup of tea. "Your Highness," Baron Cornelius hadn't even sat down when he hurriedly said, "How could you let those stupid masons tear down my house?" It was a good house, the walls were made of stone bricks, and the beams and roof were made of the best quality logs. "When I built it, it cost me 150 golden dragon." He stretched out his fingers and gestured. 150, Roland sneered twice in his heart. If he had just arrived in border town, with the prince's memory, he might have believed it. But now? "Do you mean the house in the westernmost part of the town?" Cornelius nodded again and again. Yes, that's it. It's the second largest house in the town after Baron Simon's house." "That's a pity, it's too close to the wall, blocking the passage of my men." Roland paused for a moment, but the city hall has already made compensation. How much?" Roland stretched out 2 fingers, 20 golden dragon." "That's too little." "Your Highness." Cornelius opened his mouth, as if he wanted to argue, but in the end, he held back. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Well, 20 golden dragon, where should I go to get this money?" "Get?" Roland pretended to be puzzled. "This money has already been paid to the owner of the house." "What?" Wait. I am the owner of the house." "Not you, it's Blair, the captain of my second militia." "Who is that?" The Baron shouted loudly. "Your Highness, you are mistaken. I am the owner of that house." "Is that so?" "But I didn't see you during the winter." Roland raised his eyebrows. "How can you say that house is yours?" "Of course I went back to Longsong Stronghold. Who would want to stay in this damned place? If I'm not careful, I will be fed to the demonic beasts." "Idiot," Roland evaluated him in his heart, but he still maintained a flat tone. "So you want to say that because you were afraid of the demonic beasts, you abandoned your lord and ran away, is that it?" I... The Baron suddenly froze. "Guards," Roland clapped his hands. 2 guards immediately came in from the outside of the living room, sandwiching Cornelius in the middle. Your Highness, what do you mean by this?" "It's very simple, now you have 2 choices." Roland stood up from his seat and contemptuously looked at the other side. "First, you admit that you were wrong, that house doesn't belong to you, I can treat it as a farce, and now let you go. Second, during the months of the demons, you betrayed your lord, left your territory without permission, and shamefully fled to Longsong Stronghold. I will put you in prison, and then hang you for defection. Which do you choose?" Cornelius's forehead was sweating profusely. He swallowed his saliva, hesitated for a while, and then said with a trembling voice, "Your Highness, I made a mistake, that house isn't my house." "So this is a misunderstanding." Roland shrugged and said to the guards, "Send Mr. Baron out of here." When Cornelius came to the door, the prince stopped him. "That's right, when you return to Longsong Stronghold by boat, help me send a message, tell those, well, the nobles who will have the same misunderstanding as you. If you don't intend to choose the second option, then you don't have to waste your time coming to border town." "As you wish, Your Highness," Cornelius said with a forced smile, but the moment he turned around, Roland saw the other side gnashing his teeth. Damn it. What kind of bullshit prince is he? Isn't he just a poor guy who was thrown into the wilderness?" Cornelius thought fiercely, but looking at the 2 guards holding the hilt of their swords behind him, he had to temporarily swallow his anger into his stomach. Walking out of the castle gate, he saw the guards turn around and leave, so the Baron was relieved. He pulled out a wet handkerchief and wiped his forehead, fiercely spitting out a mouthful of spittle, while imagining the scene of the spittle hitting the prince's face. This wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he stamped his foot on the spittle twice, feeling a little better. "So what if you blocked the demonic beasts? Do you think you can stand firm in the western region? Continue to be proud, let's see how long you can be proud." Cornelius thought, if he hadn't received reliable information, he wouldn't have come to border town so early. Generally speaking, the nobles would return to border town later than the civilians. After all, mining and hunting were not their turn. They only needed to go to the mine every once in a while to supervise the production and wait for the day of the ore delivery. In their spare time, they could also go to the hunters' homes to see if there were any suitable high-quality furs to buy. But this year, the situation had changed. Cornelius heard from the chief financial officer, Sir Reynolds, that the Duke Ryan was ready to drive the fourth prince out of the western region. This wasn't a betrayal of the Grey Castle Kingdom, but an order from the new king, Timothy Wimbledon. Roland Wimbledon is no longer the lord of Border Town. The new territory needs to be reconferred after he returns to King's City. Who was Sir Reynolds? He was the favorite of the Duke. In just a short 5 years, he climbed from a municipal official to the position of chief financial officer. If he hadn't used his relationship with his distant relatives to send him 2 good furs every year, how could he have known the thoughts of the western region's ruler? Reconferring the new territory after he returns to King's City was just a nice way of saying it. Even Cornelius knew that the eldest prince had been sent to the guillotine without saying a word. When the fourth prince returned, wouldn't he be at the mercy of the new king? There was no doubt that the western region belonged to the Duke. If it was only a unilateral order from His Majesty Timothy, then it was still open to discussion. But when the Duke was ready to go, Roland Wimbledon was no different from a stray dog. This was also the reason why Cornelius had rushed to Border Town. Firstly, he wanted to collect some furs as soon as possible, and secondly, he wanted to sell the house. First of all, his calculations were very shrewd. In previous years, the civilians had fled to Longsong Stronghold to take refuge, so naturally, they didn't have much stock. But this year, they had been staying here all the time, so how could they not receive a few good goods? Not only could he earn a small sum of money, but he could also give a gift to Lord Reynolds. The second point was that Cornelius had asked Lord Reynolds to arrange a seat for him in the city hall. Although it was an idle job, it was better than this damned poor place. Since he couldn't use the house anymore, he had to get rid of it as soon as possible. Who knows when the Duke will make his move? In case this group of untouchable people accidentally burned down their houses, it would be a big loss. However, he had never expected that the house would not be burned down by the untouchables. Instead, it would be torn down by the fourth prince. Thinking of this, Baron was so angry that his teeth itched. A good house. Although 150 golden dragons was somewhat exaggerated, but 30 golden dragons was still worth it. In order to get the money as soon as possible, he had retreated again, and even 20 golden dragons was barely acceptable, but His Highness actually treated him like this. He didn't even take out a single coin, and even threatened me with the crime of defection. Didn't he know that every year during the months of the demons, all the nobles would evacuate from this place? Wait. Cornelius slowed down his pace, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although he had heard before that the fourth prince had a bad character and acted without thinking, and that when he had just arrived in Border Town, he had maliciously molested Baron Simon's wife, and had been privately discussed as a joke for a long time. But today, the feeling he got was completely different. The prince didn't become angry out of humiliation or act shamelessly. The way he behaved was completely different from his bad character and his acting without thinking. The other side had been talking to him in a normal tone, so why was he so scared that he obediently gave up the ownership of the house? Could it be that if he insisted that the house was His Highness would really kill him? That's right. Cornelius couldn't help but shiver, and the sweat on his forehead shrank back. Now that he thought about it, when he was facing the prince, he had the illusion that he was talking to His Excellency the Duke. Baron shook his head vigorously, trying to put this unpleasant memory to the back of his mind. Anyway, the fourth prince wouldn't be so proud for a few days. When Duke Ryan brought Border Town back under his control, and when he escorted Roland Wimbledon to King's City, he would have to laugh at him. Maybe with these 20 golden dragon coins, I can ask His Excellency the Duke to help me seek justice. Thinking of this, he relaxed. Since he had received a few good furs, he didn't need to sell the house, he might as well just go back to Longsong Stronghold. Saying "I will inform the nobles who will have the same misunderstanding" was simply too pretentious. When he returned to Longsong Stronghold, he had to imitate it for everyone to hear, so that everyone could see what it meant to be a bluff. Leaving the castle area, Cornelius walked down the long slope, and passed by a woman wearing a hood. Originally this wasn't strange, among the townspeople coming and going, the women were all dressed like this. If you wanted to see a beautiful young lady or a noble lady, you had to go to King's City. But when a gust of wind blew the corner of the woman's hood, Cornelius felt his heart jump, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. My God, what kind of woman is she? She has a rare long green hair, and just by revealing her face for a moment, she can already be called a stunning beauty. Even if she was placed in Grey Castle King's City, those so-called princesses would be overshadowed. How could such a person appear in Border Town? He turned his head, wanting to catch up with her to see what was going on, but found that she was walking towards the castle area. Is this His Highness the Prince's woman? Baron hesitated, and finally chose to give up. He really didn't want to deal with the fourth prince anymore. This kind of villain should be handed over to His Excellency the Duke to deal with. It would be better for him to return to Longsong Stronghold as soon as possible. From the pier, he boarded his own single-masted clipper. The boatman pulled up the sails, and the boat quickly left the pier, heading in the direction of Longsong Stronghold. On the way back, Cornelius, who was sitting on the bow and basking in the sun, saw a spectacle. About 5 miles away from Border Town, in the snow, a large group of people appeared in his field of vision. They were all wearing the same dark brown leather armor, with long wooden spears on their backs. They were lined up in a long line, slowly walking through the snow. Although they were separated by a layer of forest, and he couldn't see the whole line, but he could tell that there were at least 100 people. This is the farmers that the fourth prince used to fight against the demonic beasts. At the beginning of the month, when the snow hadn't melted, it could be said that there were very few people on the road. How difficult it was to walk in the snow. Cornelius didn't have to try it, but he could imagine it. But this group of people all lowered their heads and hurried on their way, as if they didn't care about the foot-deep snow under their feet. Seeing the busy people around her, Leaf never thought that she would be so close to a town in the secular world one day. After entering the boundary of Border Town, the low brick bungalows, like a dusty memory, appeared in front of her one after another. Obviously, she had escaped to the impassable mountain range for less than half a year, but she felt that the scene in front of her was so strange that it was like another world. The months of demons had just passed, and the townspeople had gone through a winter of lack of food and clothing, so their complexion and health should be very bad. Leaf remembered that the Witch Cooperation Association had passed through the slums of Silver City in the winter. There were starving and frozen bodies everywhere, and the people who were still alive were like walking corpses, numb and sluggish. But here, most of the people she saw were full of energy. Some were drying dried fish in front of the house, some climbed on the roof to repair broken tiles, and most of them were strong men carrying hoes and hammers, talking and laughing with each other as they walked north of the town. In such a situation, Leaf would pull down the brim of her hat and try to avoid them as much as possible. The location of the castle was very eye-catching. It was on a high hillside in the southwest corner of the town. There were no usable plants around, so it would be very difficult to sneak in quietly. Hiding in the trunk of a tree to avoid the enemy was possible, but to let the tree climb up and send her in would make too much noise. She was not a witch who was good at hiding, so after thinking it over, Leaf felt that instead of hiding, it would be better to walk into the castle openly. If Nightingale did not lie to her, even if she walked through the front door, there would not be any problem. If Nightingale lied to her, and lied to the sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association, she was sure that she could escape from the 2 guards in front of the door. Of course, the worst-case scenario was that Nightingale completely betrayed everyone and relied on hunting witches to work for the prince. In that case, she would most likely die here. As a top combat witch, few people could escape from Nightingale's pursuit. Even someone as strong as Kara did not have the confidence to win. Leaf had already prepared for the worst. If she could not return alive, Scroll would take over the position of a mentor and lead the sisters to continue on their journey. As for where their destination was, no one knew the answer. She slowly walked up the hill and approached the castle gate. The guard quickly noticed her. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted, "This is the prince's temporary imperial residence. You shouldn't be here. Back off." He paused, then added, "If you have something urgent to report, go straight down this road to the left, and go to the town hall. There will be someone there to receive you." Leaf took a deep breath and took off her hood. Unsurprisingly, she saw the 2 of them show a surprised expression at the same time. Without waiting for them to recover, she bluntly said, "I'm a witch." The moment she said this, she was prepared for the guards to draw their swords. But the two guards just glanced at each other. They didn't show any of the disgust that ordinary people would show when they heard about a witch. One of them even asked with interest, "Witch, what can I do for you?" This reaction made Leaf's heart beat faster. She suppressed the excitement that was about to burst out and said as calmly as possible, "I want to see Nightingale. Or Anna and Nana can do it." In Nightingale's story, witches were frequent visitors to the castle. His Royal Highness didn't restrict their freedom, and the guards who guarded the castle turned a blind eye to them coming in and out of the castle under the instruction of Prince Roland. If what Nightingale said was true, it was impossible for the guards not to have heard of their names. The guard who asked the question patted his partner on the shoulder and said, "You stay here and look after her. I'll go inform His Royal Highness." Leaf watched him walk through the gate and quickly disappear into the garden. What would be waiting for her? Would it be a welcome from the sisters, or would it be a siege by the guards, or would it be a sharp blade from the shadows? She found herself caught in a strange contradiction. She obviously wanted to believe in Nightingale, but the closer she got to the answer, the more afraid she was of being disappointed. Could it be that Nightingale had changed her name here and was not called this at all? Could it be that Anna and Nana were made up by her? Or, time had never moved so slowly before. Every heartbeat seemed to cross 100 years. In the long time, she quietly waited for her fate. She didn't know how long it had been, or maybe it was just a short moment, but she heard Nightingale's voice. In a trance, she thought she had heard wrong. A familiar figure appeared from behind the door and rushed toward her, arriving almost at the same time as the voice. Then, she was embraced by a warm body. "Leaf, welcome home. These are my spare clothes. You can wear them first." Nightingale rummaged through the wardrobe. "And a coat, shoes. Well, a nightgown and a bath towel. Why are you in such a hurry?" Vendi shook her head with a smile. "When His Royal Highness gets up, he'll take care of her." Looking at Nightingale, who was busy, Leaf's eyes became warm again. She sniffed, bit her lips, and wiped away her tears. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would be unable to hold back her tears. It turned out that Nightingale hadn't lied to her. A prince who was willing to be kind to witches really existed. "Do you want to take a hot bath first? You must be tired from rushing over from the camp." Nightingale put the bath towel and clothes beside Leaf. "His Royal Highness is taking a nap. When he wakes up, he'll be very happy to see you. By the way, have you found the Holy Mountain? How are the other sisters?" As soon as this question came out, Leaf's vision suddenly became blurred. She couldn't bear it any longer. She hugged Nightingale and released all the pain she had been suppressing in her heart these days. She cried until Nightingale's chest was completely soaked. Only then did Leaf gradually calm down. Then she told the story of what had happened to her sisters after the three of them left the Witch Cooperation Association. When she talked about how many of her sisters had died in the barbarian land, she felt Nightingale involuntarily clench her hand. When Leaf finished her story, Vendi's expression became extremely heavy. "I didn't expect that Kara would lead the Witch Cooperation Association to a dead end. Only 7 of our 42 sisters were left. I also have an unshirkable responsibility. If I had stood firmly on Nightingale's side." "It's not your fault," Nightingale said sadly. "No one can predict the future. The key is what to do next." She looked at Leaf. "You said that there are 6 sisters who survived. Where are they?" "They are waiting for my news at the entrance of the canyon. We agreed that if I couldn't return, Scroll would take them away from here, or to the southernmost corner, or across the strait. Then we have to hurry and bring them back," Nightingale immediately said. "I'll set off now. Vendi, I'll leave Leaf in your care." "Wait, what if they don't believe you?" "Leaf also has to go and call Lightning. She should be practicing flying in the west of the town at the moment. You can take a few more horses with you so that the sisters can walk less," Vendi carefully said. "But His Royal Highness, isn't he still sleeping?" Leaf was stunned. "Don't you need to ask him?" When Roland entered the office, he was surprised to find that the one in the room was not Nightingale, but Vendi. What happened? He poured himself a cup of warm water. "Where is Nightingale?" "She went to meet her sisters." "Really?" Roland picked up the cup and was about to take a sip, when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, what sisters? The Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association, they came to Border Town, Vendi replied. Didn't they go to find the Holy Mountain? He suddenly stood up. How many people came? The one who wanted to hurt Nightingale. I think she was called Kara the Snake Witch. Did she also come? No, Your Highness, they couldn't find the Holy Mountain. In the wasteland they encountered a terrible monster, and in the end only 7 of them survived. Vendi repeated Leaf's narration, then bowed and apologized. At that time you were still taking a nap. Please forgive me for making the decision to let Nightingale and Lightning pick them up. It doesn't matter, Roland waved his hand, you know I won't blame you for this kind of thing. What kind of abilities do they have? I don't know, but I heard from Leaf that they aren't fighting witches, maybe. Vendi hesitated, they won't be of much use to you. Non-fighting witches? Roland's heart was suddenly full of expectations. Under the constraints of the God's Stone of Retaliation and the effective range of the witches, their fighting ability was actually very limited. Production was their best field. If there was a witch who specialized in plastic, he could solve the problem of rough processing technology, directly entering the era of large-scale mechanical production. If there was a witch who could generate electricity, Border Town's night would be as bright as day. Next, he would become the king. He would marry a witch, reach the peak of his life, and lead everyone to achieve the 4 modernizations. Just thinking about it made him excited. Your Highness. Don't you need them? Perhaps the long silence made Vendi worried. She asked in a low voice. No, how could that be? Roland came back to his senses and said word by word, I'll take in as many witches as you want. Just as the sun was setting, Nightingale took the rest of the Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association back to the castle, while Roland prepared a sumptuous dinner in the castle hall as a welcome feast. The witches were obviously very hungry, but since it was the first time they were eating in such an environment, everyone was very reserved. This was the first time most of them had seen the Lord, not to mention that the Lord was a prince. Fortunately, in addition to Roland himself, there were also 2 local witches, Anna and Nana, to demonstrate. With the addition of Lightning, who didn't know what awkwardness was, to liven up the atmosphere, everyone finally relaxed a little, and there were sounds of conversation at the banquet. Roland chewed on a piece of fried bread as he sized up the group of women in front of him who had completely different styles but could all be considered beautiful. This was the greatness of magic. Even if in the future there was no need for witches to participate in the development of technology, their appearance would always be a scenery that would never fade away. Carr's model district had not yet been completed, so the witches could only live in the castle for the time being. There were still 4 empty rooms on the 2nd floor. Roland thought about it and decided to change the single room into a shared room for 2 people. After all, the big beds were prepared for visiting nobles and could accommodate 2 people. After the dinner, the prince finally ushered in the long-awaited part, the ability questioning. The witches, accompanied by Nightingale, took turns to enter the office. Roland acted like an interviewer, recording each of their characteristics, and for the first time, he used the God's Stone of Retaliation to test the effect of their abilities. The whole process was like a job fair. When the last witch was done with her questioning, Roland's eyes widened. He let out a long breath and stretched himself. If he wasn't afraid that Nightingale might be squatting on the side and eavesdropping, he really wanted to hum a superstar. Although he didn't find a witch who specialized in shaping and generating electricity, the progress of the modernization would be delayed, but this batch of witches still brought Roland a great surprise. The most important one was the witch named Leaf. He spread the records on the table one by one and pulled out the records about her. Before adulthood, Leaf's ability was still limited to increasing the fruit of plants. After adulthood, this ability was greatly improved and derived a branch ability, plant manipulation. The first ability could be used to improve fruits and seeds, increase production, and enhance the effect of herbs. The branch ability gave her the possibility to change the characteristics of plants. According to her, by injecting magic into plants, she could make dead branches grow green leaves, she could command weeds to entangle the enemy, and she could even integrate herself with the tree. However, the larger the size of the plant, the more magic it would take to control it. Therefore, when fighting, she preferred to choose weeds, which had a faster effect and a lower cost. The way to use this ability was through contact, and it could be transmitted through a physical medium, such as the ground, with an effective range of about 5 meters. There was no doubt that this witch with long green hair was definitely a good helper in the development of agriculture. Her importance was self-evident. Industrialization required a large population, and a large population depended on enough food to support it. These food could either be produced by themselves or imported through trade. If the former didn't have efficient production capacity, most of the human resources would be tied to the land. The latter was even more difficult to achieve in an era when transportation was extremely underdeveloped. Now that he had harvested a druid, Roland hoped to use a small number of farmers to feed a large number of industrial people, speeding up the industrialization process of his territory. Therefore, in the future direction of practice, he decided to let Leaf improve the road of seeds, whether it was wheat or barley, as long as she could increase the yield of any one of them, he could greatly increase the upper limit of his territory's population. In addition, he heard that the fjords produced some unique food, which, according to Lightning's description, was very similar to potatoes and corn. If the rumors were true, then the plan to introduce these two crops had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After all, wheat itself wasn't a high-yielding crop. After writing down the practice plan, Roland put her information aside and pulled out a second piece of paper from the table. The second witch to be questioned was called Scroll, and she was also the oldest of the 7 people. This year she was already close to 40 years old. This was a rare age among the witches. The older they got, the harder it was to resist the bite of magic. However, after seeing the description of her ability, Roland could also understand why Scroll could live until now. Her main ability was a memory that was far beyond that of ordinary people. After reaching adulthood, her ability had stabilized, and she could almost be said to have a photographic memory. At the same time, she had also obtained a very interesting branch ability. Scroll could turn the book she had read into reality for a short period of time, which Roland named Book of Illusion. Her main ability was almost always in effect, so every day of awakening Scroll could safely pass through it. This was also the reason why she was self-taught even though she was born in a poor family. This ability greatly improved her learning, especially when it came to learning words that needed to be memorized repeatedly. Every time she used her branch ability, it would consume all of her body's magic power. The time that the Book of Illusion could exist was determined by the remaining magic power, usually between a quarter of an hour to an hour. The third witch was called Hummingbird. She was a short witch, just like her nickname. When asked about her ability, she was much more reserved than the other witches. She had just reached adulthood this winter, with symmetrical dimples, delicate facial features, and a soft voice. She looked exceptionally cute. Her ability was to lighten objects. After attaching her magic to an object, she could greatly reduce its weight. According to her, it was close to 0. After Roland let Hummingbird use her own teacup to demonstrate, he found that the cup could almost float in the air. That is to say, its weight was equal to that of air. Of course, in the eyes of the people of this era, air had no weight. It seemed that this was also the reason why the Witch Cooperation Association could cross the western border of Grey Castle without any supplies. With the little girl's help, bags of wheat and dried fish could be easily carried on the road. Only a few people could carry a large amount of supplies, which could greatly reduce the logistical pressure. Although Hummingbird was an adult, she didn't have a derivative ability. Her main ability had to be in contact with the target to be cast, and was ineffective against living beings. The larger the object, the longer the conversion time and the more magic it consumed. Once the conversion was completed, it could last for several hours. This ability seemed to be very suitable for the transportation industry, and had great potential in the upcoming war. However, there were too many unknown factors, so further tests were needed to be done. Roland wrote at the bottom of the parchment, practice with stones of different weights, control the magic output, and accurately control the effective and ineffective time. After dealing with the training plans of the 3 witches, he asked the attendant to add a new candlestick, making the room brighter. But even so, under the wavering orange candlelight, reading and writing were both laborious for the eyes. Roland yawned. He spread out the parchment with the information of the 4th witch. The 4th witch had a rare surname. Her full name was Soroya Zwan, and she came from a merchant family in Grey Castle. She had short brown curly hair and a pair of slender eyes. The little freckles on the bridge of her nose didn't ruin her overall beauty, but instead made her exude a unique youthful vitality. Soraya had just turned 19, and her ability was very special. After she became an adult, she could draw the people and scenery that she saw or imagined. Coupled with her magic pen branch ability, she could draw photographic-like images without the aid of paint or relying on paper. This ability, which was comparable to a camera, had countless uses. As for training, she could draw a few pictures every day. He pulled out the next piece of paper. The fifth, which was called Echo. She was a woman from the southernmost region. She was tall and had brown skin. Her eyes and nose were typical of the Sand Nation. It was full of exotic charm. According to her, after awakening, she could initially imitate the chirping of animals. When they reached adulthood, they would be able to imitate any voice perfectly, without any branch abilities. Roland named her ability Voice Illusion. He had no idea what it could be used for now, but the requirement for practice was to shout a few times. The sixth which to be questioned was Lily. She was only 16 years old, with 2 ponytails and a face as delicate as a doll. When she saw Roland, her expression was a bit stiff. Her ability was to prevent food from spoiling. She had only been awakened as a witch for a short year, but she was already the most popular character in the Witch Cooperation Association. Without her ability to preserve food, a lot of food would deteriorate and become moldy during the exile. Lily and Hummingbird supported the logistics of the Witch Cooperation Association. As for whether her ability to preserve food was achieved by killing bacteria with magic power, it was still unknown. Roland decided to let her use a variety of meat and fruit to practice, and also to test the longest preservation time under the condition that her magic power was exhausted. He rubbed his sore neck and stacked the information of the 6 witches into a pile. There was only one parchment left on the table. This was another surprise that Roland had discovered after learning about Leaf. The 7th witch, Mystery Moon. When she walked into the office, she looked very nervous. Nightingale comforted her for a long time and explained the reason in his ear. Originally, Mystery Moon's ability was the worst in the camp. It could be said that she was almost useless. She was only responsible for some chores that relied purely on human labor. In addition, she was often blamed by Kara, which made her timid. She was afraid that Roland would think that she was useless and drive her out of Border Town. Her main ability was to magnetize objects. Before she was an adult, she was only limited to metal objects, but after she became an adult, she could magnetize any object in her hands. She didn't have a branch of her ability, so she needed to touch the target to use it. The process was extremely slow. According to her, it would take half a day to magnetize a 1-foot square stone. For the Witch Cooperation Association, this was really useless. Magnets weren't something new. Ships sailing between the fjords and the mainland were equipped with navigation needles. There were many references on land, so they didn't need this kind of thing to quickly find the right direction. On the contrary, magnetized objects would cause trouble for everyone. For example, after Hummingbird lightened the iron pot, it would fly towards Mystery Moon. So Kara forbade her to use her power in the camp. But to Roland, this taciturn girl was a priceless treasure that had been delivered to his doorstep. This was also the reason why he wanted to hum Superstar. Was there any more appropriate lyrics than "You are the electricity, you are the light, magnetism generates electricity, electricity generates magnetism"? This was a knowledge that any science student would know by heart. In his heart, he thanked Faraday, Gauss, Ampere, and Maxwell. With electricity, there would be light. Maybe it wouldn't be long before he would be able to show another miracle in his territory. A witch who was forbidden to use her ability was still able to survive the demonic bite. Although she was introverted and self-abased, her will wasn't weak. At least, her desire to live was stronger than most people. Roland secretly rejoiced that she had joined the Witch Cooperation Association less than a year ago. Otherwise, over the years, she was likely to be buried alive by Kara. With a stroke of his pen, he set Mystery Moon's training for the next few days to magnetize various objects. He also determined the relationship between magic power consumption and magnetism. With the addition of these 7 witches, Roland's witch lineup suddenly increased to 12 people. After reading so many books, he had a general understanding of the manifestations of magic power. The traditional classification of combat type and non-combat type was not reasonable. He was more inclined to divide them according to the characteristics of their abilities. Generally speaking, the main abilities of witches could be divided into 3 categories. The first category was the self-strengthening type. This type of ability was very rare. So far, only Scroll belonged to this category. This was equivalent to a passive ability that was not affected by the God Stone of Retaliation. Even if she wore a God Stone of Retaliation, she could still have a photographic memory. The second category was the summoning type. Anna, Nightingale, Nana, Lightning, Vendi, Leaf, Soroya, Echo and Lily all belonged to this category. The characteristic was that the magic power could leave the body and take effect, although this distance was limited to within 5 meters. The summoning type of witches had the most varied abilities, and were also the most affected by the God Stone of Retaliation. Once they entered the anti-magic area, any magic power effect would disappear. However, before the ability was stopped, the result was permanent and irreversible. The third category was the enchantment type. For example, Hummingbird and Mystery Moon. The magic power was cast through contact with the target. The transformation process was slow and consumed a lot of magic power. At the same time, it could be interrupted by the God Stone of Retaliation. However, once the transformation was completed, it would become an inherent property of the object, and would still be effective in the anti-magic area. The enchantment had a time limit, and the duration was related to the volume of the object and the user's magic power. This was probably the reason why the God Stone of Retaliation could not eliminate the magic bite. Roland thought. The God Stone of Retaliation did not affect the gathering and flow of magic power. It affected the process of magic power transformation. Generally speaking, it was aimed at the customer's front end, not the back-end data. The witches were still awake. After experiencing a series of hardships, they still couldn't believe that they had been taken in by the prince. No shackles, no guards, how could they live in such a spacious and comfortable room in the castle? Vendi probably guessed the uneasiness of her sisters. She and Nightingale called everyone to her room, sat around the bed in a circle, and chatted to calm everyone's mood. This is the demeanor of a leader, Leaf thought. If it was Kara, she would never be so careful, or even if she noticed it, she wouldn't have the leisure to comfort her sisters. Sister Vendi, His Royal Highness, what would he want us to do? Hummingbird asked timidly. Compared to you and Sister Nightingale, our abilities are far inferior. Her words resonated with the other sisters, and they all nodded. Vendi burst into laughter. Let me think, the first thing you have to do is to practice your ability. Practice ability? Soroya hesitated. Will His Royal Highness make me keep drawing? It's very possible. Vendi patted Mystery Moon, who had her head down. You too, although Kara forbade you to use your ability in the camp, His Royal Highness won't. On the contrary, he will only encourage everyone to practice and master their abilities as much as possible. My ability will bring trouble to the sisters, Mystery Moon whispered. You still have to practice, Vendi said resolutely. It's related to our life and death. Life and death? Leaf couldn't help but ask. Yes, His Royal Highness Roland found a way for us witches to safely pass the Day of Awakening. Nightingale took over from Vendi. From now on, we can say goodbye to the pain of magic bite, and all sisters can live smoothly until adulthood. All the witches widened their eyes and looked at Nightingale. For a moment, they couldn't believe their ears. Scroll asked in surprise, is it the Miss Anna you mentioned last time? But you said at the time that you didn't know the specific reason. Yes, at that time it was only His Highness' guess, but later on Nana's Day of Awakening confirmed this. She was also not harmed in any way. Then this method is? Scroll couldn't help but hold her breath. As long as I consume magic power every day, Nightingale said word by word, I can see the changes in magic power in the fog. Regular use of it would increase the total capacity of the body, and at the same time, the pain of body devouring would be reduced. When it's close to the Day of Awakening, as long as all the magic power is consumed, it will hardly cause any harm to the body. I think everyone can faintly feel it too, Vendi added. During the days when we were being hunted by the church, we felt that we were being hunted down. We carefully hid in the corners of the town, not daring to use our abilities. As a result, many sisters left us every winter. But this year, in the camp of the impassable mountain range, except for Anan and Ike, everyone survived the months of demons. So that's how it is. Leaf took a deep breath. This was the demonic bite that she had encountered in the barbarian land. The reason why the duration was so short. In other words, the Holy Mountain is not in that uninhabited place. Yes, the Holy Mountain is not a specific place, Vendi nodded. As long as it accepts us, doesn't regard witches as demons, and doesn't restrict us from using our abilities, it is the Holy Mountain. Vendi also made a request to His Highness Roland. She wanted to go back to the camp after the months of demons and tell everyone this news. Nightingale looked at Vendi and said softly, even if you don't find the Holy Mountain, you can still live well in the mountains. Since everyone is back, there is no need to mention this, Vendi smiled and shook her head. So, whether His Highness needs your ability or not, for your own safety, you have to practice it every day. If this is the key to resolving the magic bite, will there be other witches who have already noticed it? Scroll thought for a moment and said, we are not the first witch organization to gather together. In the Kingdom of Dawn and the Kingdom of Wolfheart, there are other witch associations. I have sent letters to them, wanting to invite them to search for the Holy Mountain together, but I have never received a reply. Leaf sighed softly, she knew that Scroll still had something to say. Since Kara found the ancient book in an underground ruin in the eastern forest, she had firmly led everyone on the road to find the Holy Mountain. At this point, the Witch Cooperation Association began a long journey of exile, almost through the entire Grey Castle. Along the way, everyone met many new sisters, but also lost a lot of sisters. If they had chosen to hide in the ruins from the beginning, would they have found this key in advance? We can try to contact the witches hidden in other cities, Nightingale said. His Highness Roland also has this plan. He wants to release rumors to make the witches pay attention to this remote town. If we can act as a middleman, there is no doubt that it will greatly reduce their vigilance. But I still don't understand, in the end, why did His Highness take us in? Echo was at a loss. This foreign woman from the southernmost region had a much worse experience than most witches. She was first sold by the Sand Nation to a merchant in the port of Clearwater, and then later resold all the way to King City. She was forced to learn dancing and court etiquette, and even skills to please men. If she hadn't happened to be rescued by the Witch Cooperation Association, she would have been sold at a high price to a duke or a minister. Until now, when she spoke, she still had a distinct foreign accent. Maybe he's just like those people who want to buy you. Lily curled her lips. Men. Don't talk nonsense, Lily, Nightingale said in a displeased tone. His Highness Roland is different from those people. As long as we live here for a while, we will naturally understand. That's right, I have a deep understanding of this. Vendi still had a gentle smile on her face. It's already late, everyone should go back to their rooms and sleep. Even if your ability doesn't work, you don't need to worry. His Highness said that he wants the witches in his territory to be able to live a normal life. If you want to know what His Highness will have you do tomorrow, she deliberately paused, I think, he will probably start by filling out a contract. Leaf and Scroll returned to their room, the latter closed the door. We should also sleep. Yes. When she had asked about her ability, His Highness had arranged for her and Scroll to stay in the same room, but also said that this was only a temporary arrangement. Later on Border Town would provide a new single room. But in her opinion, sleeping 3 people in such a spacious bed would not be a problem. She took off her coat and crawled into the quilt. An indescribable softness and comfort suddenly wrapped her whole body. Leaf couldn't help but let out a soft moan, burying her head in the pillow. After a long time, she softly asked, do you blame Kara? Scroll sighed. No one can predict the future, no matter what she did later. At least at the beginning she sincerely wanted to find a home where witches could live in peace. Now it's meaningless to mention this. Sleep, child. Just as Vendi had said, the next morning, the witches were called to the first floor by the maids. After breakfast, the prince handed each of them a piece of fine parchment. Considering that some of the witches couldn't read the words, Scroll repeated the contents to everyone. Then they signed and pressed their fingerprints. Roland knew that it was difficult for them to really understand the meaning of each line of the contract, but it didn't matter, they would eventually understand. He also knew that even if it was a contract of slavery, they would still sign their names at this moment. Roland didn't feel that providing a relatively generous contract was an act that would make him suffer a loss. Since he had chosen to walk this path, he had to look further. What he was doing now was to form a good cycle in the future, a win-win framework that could be implemented in the long run. After putting away the contract, Roland arranged everyone's training tasks according to the plan he had drawn up last night, and then called Leaf, Scroll and Soroya to follow him back to the office. After closing the door, Nightingale appeared and winked at her sisters. "I've been thinking about what Vendi told me yesterday." Roland opened the curtains, letting the bright sunshine into the room. "She said that you encountered a terrible monster, and in the end, only 7 of you survived. Even the mentor of the Witch Cooperation Association, Kara, died in the barbarian land. I want to know, in the end, what did you encounter, a hybrid demonic beast?" Leaf was the first to speak. "It wasn't a demonic beast, they were demons from the gates of hell. They had a tall body, could control demonic beasts, and also had magic, just like..." She hesitated, "Just like us." "Demons?" Roland frowned and looked at Soroya. "Were you there at the time?" The latter nodded. "You can draw the scene at that time, right?" Roland handed over a piece of paper. Soroya closed her eyes, looking a little pained, but she still took the paper. She walked to the table. As she used her ability, a faintly discernible quill appeared in her hand. The tip of the quill glowed with a colorful light. Then, it flew out of her hand and started writing on the paper. A vivid picture gradually appeared on the paper, but Soroya never opened her eyes. Roland moved closer to the table. The picture on the paper was extremely realistic. No, he told himself, it was not a picture, but a real-time recording of the scene at that time. Her ability was like a video camera, replaying the massacre in the wildlands from a first-person perspective. When she finished painting, Soroya's forehead was covered with sweat. Obviously, this memory was like a nightmare to her. Nightingale poked her head over and asked, "Is this a demon?" "That's them." Leaf pointed to the one closest to her. "This demon is wearing metal gloves. He can summon lightning to attack. He's also very strong. More than a dozen sisters died in his hands. The devil in the distance could throw a spear several times faster than a crossbow bolt. However, their special attacks could not be used continuously. I took this opportunity to kill them." "You alone?" Roland asked. "The leather tube under the demonic beast's helmet is the devil's weakness." Leaf pointed to the iron devil's neck. "Kara's magic snake bit off his tube and eventually died together with him. I used the same method to kill the other one with a crossbow. The tube seemed to store some red gas. When the gas leaked out, they died. Well, this thing looked like an oxygen tank no matter how he looked at it. How could there be such a creature in the wasteland?" Roland was puzzled. But to say that they were aliens was obviously not at that level. Looking at the leather tube full of patches and the clothes made of animal skin, it could only be said that the level of civilization was comparable to that of his own. Whether it was through technology or magic, the fact that they could take the initiative to go to other planets showed their strength. The Earthlings even had to stagger to land on the moon. Of course, he couldn't rule out some strange civilizations with crooked talents. Roland thought, in short, the devils were not invincible enemies, they could also be killed. "In addition to the devils, we also saw a floating city," said Leaf. "No matter how far we went, it was still in front of us. Lightning once mentioned in her adventure story that it seemed to be a mirage." "Can you draw it?" Roland asked Soroya. She nodded, summoned the magic pen again, and drew the floating city that Leaf had mentioned on the paper. Roland carefully looked at the picture, but there was not much information in the blurred picture. If the city was really a mirage, then at least it meant that the real body was somewhere in the wasteland. And the blood mist over the city was the gas that the devils breathed. This explanation was much more reliable than what the aliens had said. After all, the vast continent west of the impassable mountain range was a mysterious area that no one had ever set foot in, so it was not surprising that other races existed. Now there was only one question left. "I heard Nightingale and Vendi mention that Kara decided to look for the Holy Mountain because of an ancient book." Roland asked, "Scroll, have you read that book?" Scroll hesitated for a moment. Kara didn't allow anyone to read that book, but I've peeked at it. The words recorded in it are messy and incredible. Can you make a copy of it? Let me see. That's not true, Your Highness, the non-existence of the holy mountain has proved this. She sighed and raised her right hand. I hope you won't be fooled by the contents of the book. A gold-rimmed book appeared in the air, the cover opened to both sides, the pages flipped quickly, and then with a bang, it closed and fell into her hand. Your Highness, I hope that you are the only one who reads it. I don't want to see other sisters become like Kara. Roland took the book, I know. After the witches left the office, Nightingale quietly appeared beside the sofa. As usual, she lifted her robe, put her feet on the low table, and chewed dried fish slices. Don't you want to come and see? Roland asked with a smile. Nightingale snorted disdainfully, I'm not interested in the things that lunatics like to read. He shook his head, sat back at the table, and carefully turned the pages, as if the book really had magic. As Scroll had said, most of the content was difficult to understand, and it seemed that the language and grammar were not the current way of writing. The text mentioned the bloody moon and the huge stone gate, but he didn't see the two words, Holy Mountain. In fact, except for a few words that he could occasionally understand, the rest of the content was basically unreadable. To sum it up, I know every word, but I can't understand them at all. He didn't know if it was because Scroll was panicking and piqued, which caused the content to be missing, or if the book itself was like this. Roland skipped those lengthy paragraphs and directly flipped to the back. It was a rather thick book, and only the first few pages had content, the rest were all blank. From the last page onwards, the handwriting suddenly changed, the previous neat handwriting became sloppy, as if it had been hastily jotted down, but the content was clear and easy to understand. What does it mean? Roland stroked the line of words. Did the owner of the ancient book fight with the monsters in the barbarian land? He moved his gaze downwards. There are more and more demons, and fewer of us. Even the God's Stone of Retaliation cannot stop their attack. Just by relying on their unparalleled strength, even without relying on magic power, they would still be ferocious and terrifying enemies. The holy city of Tequila has fallen, and we have fled in all directions. Over the mountains, across the rivers, run as far as you can from the gates of hell. But next time, where can we escape to? But this is not something I need to think about. I am dying, Natalia. The power of the demons is corroding me, and no medicine will work. I'm writing all this because I have a favor to ask of you. Alice's experiment with the God's Punishment Army is coming to an end. The experiment was very successful, and the extraordinary warriors are not inferior to the demons. But she forgot that even if the God's Punishment Army wins, the victory will not belong to us. Yes, the God's Punishment Army will only bring destruction to us. Go and stop her. Only you can do it. This passage was not long. After reading it from beginning to end, Roland closed his eyes and tried to put himself in Kara's point of view. If she did not know the existence of the demons and replaced the demons with witches, she could easily imagine the church's army retreating under the attack of the witches. Then combined with the widespread rumors that witches were the minions of the demons, and that their magic came from the gates of hell, Kara was very likely to think that the church actually wanted to hide the truth. The so-called gates of hell were the entrance to the holy mountain. For hundreds of years, witches had gone to the holy mountain and obtained eternal life there. So there were more and more witches. And the church's soldiers were getting fewer and fewer. Of course, there were many loopholes in this speculation. For example, the notes mentioned that the demons had extraordinary strength, which was obviously not a characteristic of witches. Another example was that witches could defeat the church's army under the influence of the God's Stone of Retaliation, which seemed too bizarre. So what made Kara decide to go to the barbarian land, he still did not know. Was it her excessive eagerness that affected her judgment? Or was there a part of the content that he did not peek at, and that was the real reason? Roland was leaning towards the latter. At least now he knew that the demons described on the last page of the scribbled notes were not witches, but real otherworldlings. However, this did not reduce his doubts at all. Instead, it increased the number of unknown problems. When had the church ever fought with the demons? Roland flipped through the fourth prince's pitiful knowledge of mysticism. He couldn't find any related content. Ever since the end of the War of Faith, the church had established its base camp in the north to resist the demonic beasts that invaded the mainland from the Big Breach. Later, they simply built a magnificent fortress city on the Hermes Plateau and called it the New Holy City. These two connected cities, one high and one low, were used to fight against demonic beasts. Not the devil. Besides, he had never heard of the name tequila. If these things were true, the church had no reason to hide it. In the books that recorded the history of the church, every successful defense against demonic beasts and major victory against witches would be described in detail, as if they were afraid that others would not know of their achievements. But fighting against the demons was more worthy of being written about than fighting against demonic beasts and witches. The last question was about the God's punishment army. Obviously, this member of the church did not want to see the God's punishment army appear and entrusted others to stop the person in charge of the experiment. It seemed that it was successful. Roland only knew that the church had the army of judges. But he had never heard of the God's punishment army. Of course, he could not rule out the fact that the fourth prince was ignorant. However, if they could really cultivate powerful warriors that could fight against the demons, it would only increase the strength of the church. Why did the author of the notebook think that the God's punishment army would bring destruction? What Scroll thought was inconceivable should be the latter 2 points. Do you know where you got the ancient book that led Kara astray? Roland looked up at Nightingale. When I joined the Witch Cooperation Association, my sisters had already set foot on the road to find the mountain. Nightingale chewed on dried fish and said in a vague voice, but Vendi once mentioned that the Witch Cooperation Association was not originally called the Witch Cooperation Association. It was just a group of witches from Xianxia, including Kara, Vendi and Scroll. Later, they found a hidden place in the forest not far from Xianxia and used it as a secret meeting place. I didn't expect that it was actually the entrance to an underground ruin. She swallowed the snack in her mouth and licked her lips, but except for Kara, no one went down to explore. Was the ancient book found in the ruins? Anyway, that's what Kara claimed. Nightingale curled her lips. Later, there were more and more witches gathered. Maybe someone accidentally leaked their whereabouts during a meeting, so the church sent a large group of judges to surround the forest. More than 20 witches escaped, less than half of them. From then on, Kara decided to go to the impassable mountain range to find the Holy Mountain. So they called themselves the Witch Cooperation Association and set finding the Holy Mountain as the highest goal of their members. After listening to this, Roland fell into deep thought. Adding 2 little mystic points was so troublesome. Anything related to history and legends, his mind was basically a blank. The ancient book didn't mention the specific year, so he didn't know if other history books had any records of this war. The first person involved was already dead. If only I could go to the ruins to explore it, he thought. But Roland also knew that this was basically impossible to achieve. The eastern forest was too far away from him. Compared to a trip across the entire Grey Castle, developing his territory was his top priority. Walking to the window, Roland looked through the floor-to-ceiling window at the garden under his feet. The witches were training their abilities according to his orders. Now that he had 12 witches under his command, it was time to establish an organization. In his mind, this organization didn't need any program or guidelines. It was set up to facilitate the management of witches and the reasonable use of their abilities. Its function was similar to the industry guilds in the future. The rules of the organization were as simple as possible, with only 2 rules: don't use your abilities to violate the territory laws. Don't use your abilities to evade the law. Roland initially wanted to imitate the 3 laws of robotics and restrict the witches from using their abilities to harm or attack ordinary people, but later he felt that it was unnecessary. For them, abilities were just like guns in the hands of ordinary people. When they encountered danger, there was no essential difference between using a gun and using their abilities to fight back. Moreover, deliberately emphasizing the difference between witches and ordinary people would only make the gap between the 2 groups bigger and bigger. Therefore, not breaking the law and not evading responsibility was the most concise expression that a technical dog could think of. As for the name of the organization, Roland had already thought about it. At night, the mansion of the Elk family was brightly lit. When Perrault, who held the invitation, was ushered into the hall by the attendants, the birthday banquet for Aurelia, the 3rd daughter of the Elk family, had just begun. Those who were able to participate in the banquet were all nobles of Longsong Stronghold with a considerable family background and prestige. The Earl also attached great importance to this birthday banquet, which could be seen from the wool carpet that was spread all over the hall and the uniform of the attendants who were wearing black with gold edging. After all, Aurelia had just turned 16 years old and was at the age to talk about marriage. String music sounded, and attendants walked through the crowd with wine and wine glasses. Several round tables in the hall were filled with steaming hot cooked food. The protagonist, Aurelia, was dressed like a canary and was surrounded by a group of sisters in a corner of the hall. They seemed to be chatting happily. This was the most popular banquet style in King City. The previous banquets in the western region were not like this, thought Perrault. Usually, people sat around a long wooden table and waited for the chef to serve the dishes. The dishes served were large bowls of pork and whole chicken, buttered bread, double-fried eggs, and large plates of lettuce. But for Perrault, who had also stayed in King City for several years, this birthday banquet was just an imitation. For example, the wine glasses in the hands of the attendants were all colored glasses, not transparent and clean glasses. After pouring wine into the glasses, they could not bring out the wine's own mellow color. The round table should be covered with white cloth instead of exposing the greasy surface. As for the cooked food, it still maintained the traditional style of the western region, big and thick. Perrault shook his head. At least let the chef cut it into small pieces before serving it. According to the usual practice, he had already filled his stomach at home before coming to the banquet, so he would not cut these large pieces of cooked meat at this time. The invitees to the banquet all represented the faces of their families, and it would really damage their image if they ate here with their mouths glistening with grease. Perrault did not want to be treated as a joke in the mouths of the young ladies. "Long time no see, buddy." Suddenly, someone hooked his neck from behind. "I heard that you were appointed as an envoy by the Lord again? How was the ore harvest in Border Town? You must have taken a lot from there." This familiar voice belonged to Ren Med, the second son of the Elk family, a fool who only wanted to become a famous knight and didn't even care about his territory. Of course, he was also his friend. Not bad. Perrault didn't want to talk about his experience in Border Town. "Did you have any use in Coldwind Ridge this time? Or did you just stay in Hermes Tavern and shiver?" "Damn it." Ren pushed Perrault. "I've never heard you say anything nice. This time I didn't even go to the new holy city. The day before the border guard set off, I caught a cold and was bedridden for a whole week." "Not bad. You've improved a little compared to last time. At least you've saved the guards a lot of trouble." "You're wrong this time." Ren suddenly smiled mysteriously. "If I hadn't been bedridden for a week in Coldwind Ridge, I'm afraid I would have been lying on the cold walls of the holy city forever." "What do you mean?" Perrault raised his eyebrows. "I also heard it from others." The second son of the Elk family whispered in Roland's ear. "The new holy city almost fell and the demonic beasts rushed into the inner city. If the church hadn't sent their strongest warriors, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to protect the holy city cathedral. However, the armies of the Four Kingdoms suffered heavy losses. Only a few people from Coldwind Ridge came back. In just 1 month, the whole city was full of widows. Those who don't usually have savings." He blinked and stretched out 2 fingers. 2 silver royals is enough." "Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything." "Are you sure this news is true? What about the border guards?" "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. The Lord fell ill the same day he received the news." Ren shrugged. "As for the guards, what else can we do? We can only slowly recruit them. Right now, the northern region is in urgent need of experienced warriors. If my family didn't call me back, I could at least lead a cavalry team." This is not the point, Perrault thought. The main defense of the border guards in Coldwind Ridge was the church's army of judges. Now the generals and warriors of the Four Kingdoms were buried in Hermes. No matter how you look at it, it smells like a conspiracy. If they were plotting something, the north of Grey Castle was now like a naked woman. What about the army of judges? What are their losses? Not much better than the armies of the Four Kingdoms. If you think about it, they are always the fanatics who rush to the front. Then again, if the army of judges doesn't go to the front, the troops of the other countries will certainly not move." He said disdainfully. "Those knights are all like this. They talk about honor, but when it comes to fighting against the demonic beasts, they like to hide in the back. For example, the one in front of me. Perrault smiled. Maybe I'm thinking too much. But even if the church wants to attack the north, it has nothing to do with Longsong stronghold. Let the new king worry about this. Unfortunately, no one has accepted my allegiance, or rather, I haven't found anyone who is qualified. Ran paused and looked towards the door. The people of the wolf family are coming. I'll go greet them first. I'll come back later to find you. Go, don't come back. By the way, Roland had only walked 2 steps when he turned back. Did you notice the handkerchief in the invitation? Did you put it there? Oh, I'll only give you a pair of socks that have been worn for 2 days. He shook his finger. My sister cut them herself. Although the age gap between you is a bit big, but as long as you have the intention, I will certainly support you both. Don't delay it anymore, my friend. You are already 22 years old. Perrault gave him a supercilious look. The latter whistled and walked away with a smile. Taking a glass of wine from the waiter's plate, Perrault walked alone to the corner, quietly looking at the lively hall. He noticed that while Aurelia was chatting happily with her sisters, she would steal glances at him from time to time. Just a moment ago, when their eyes met, he could see the other's quickly moving line of sight and her cheeks showing a touch of embarrassment. Perrault returned a polite smile. But in his eyes, the other was just a little girl. Suddenly, a fierce discussion broke out on the side of the hall, attracting everyone's attention. What? He really dared to say that? Yes, that coward Cornelius, he didn't even dare to fart and came back with his tail between his legs. The man with the loudest voice said, he's simply a disgrace to Longsong stronghold. Perrault knew him. He seemed to be called Simon Airy, a branch of the wolf family. He had married a rather beautiful woman. He had also seen that woman, and she was indeed charming. You speak as if you have a way to solve it. Someone sneered. I may not be able to do it alone, but if His Excellency the Duke pays attention to this absurd matter, I don't believe that Roland Wimbledon would dare to act so recklessly. Perrault leaned towards the crowd. What happened? He asked. Sir Hull, someone saw the honeysuckle emblem on his chest. We are talking about the Lord of Border Town. He confiscated the property of the nobles in Longsong stronghold. Call me Perrault. What is the specific situation? I will explain it to Mr. Perrault. Simon squeezed his way forward, showing a flattering smile. It is like this, under the orders of the Duke, we usually live in Border Town and manage the North Slope mine for the Lord. Every winter we will bring the townspeople back to Longsong stronghold to protect them from the demonic beasts. At the end of this year's Months of the Demons, one of my colleagues, Cornelius of the Fletcher family, was unexpectedly told by the Lord of Border Town that his house had been demolished by the townspeople without any compensation. Either you admit that the house doesn't belong to you, or you will be sent to prison and hanged for desertion. He imitated the words of the 4th Prince Roland. Sir, what is called desertion? This is what every mine manager has done for hundreds of years. Perrault's mind could not help but recall the appearance of the young gray-haired man, although the outside world said that the prince was extremely unbearable, but from his 2 personal experiences with him, he knew that Roland Wimbledon was by no means an ordinary person. And in this way of dealing with the crime of desertion, it was just an excuse that the other side casually found. The prince had never thought of using reason to convince these people. He has completely broken off relations with Longsong stronghold, Perrault thought, or to think deeper, does the prince not know that every year the townspeople and nobles go to Longsong stronghold to take refuge? Obviously not. He clearly knows, but he still imposed a crime, forced the other side to make a choice, and even let the other side send such a barbaric result back to Longsong stronghold. In the end, what does the prince want to do? But he is the Lord of Border Town, said the man who had previously laughed at Simon. The Lord has the right to rule the laws of his territory. Border Town is also under the jurisdiction of the Western Territory. Simon said coldly, displeased. Do you question Lord Ryan's authority? Being stationed in the small town to supervise the work in the mine was the Lord's idea. Now that Roland has occupied all the houses of the nobles, he is openly opposing the 6 great families. Lord Lionheart will not sit idly by. Are you talking about the executioner who hanged Hillsmed and didn't even give him a letter? Ren came over at some point in time. My father was furious with Thunder because of this. Lord Med, said Simeon, saluting, it is this man. Now that he's acting even more wildly, I'm afraid only His Excellency the Duke can stop him. I hope you can convey this message to us. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Lord Ryan is prepared to deal with him. Ren said indifferently, I came back for this. My brother is negotiating a trade deal in King City. I'm the only one who can lead the Elk family. Really? That's wonderful, said Simon joyfully. Perrault frowned. Although he knew that since the winter letter was sent, His Royal Highness the Prince had chosen to stay in Border Town, sooner or later there would be such a day. But he had never thought that his friend would also have to put on his armor and go into battle. Ignoring the strange eyes of the crowd, he directly pulled Ren to the side and dissuaded him, Don't go, that's the prince. I know he's the prince of the mountains, Ren Med patted Perrault's shoulder. Don't worry, Lord Ryan won't hurt a prince. Maybe as soon as we get there, he'll directly surrender. Even if he wants to resist, as long as we get on our horses, wouldn't all the farmers and miners run away? The fourth prince doesn't know how to wield a sword or a gun, I don't think he'll be able to hurt even a hair. No, I'm worried that you'll be hurt by him. Perrault opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He knew that the other side wouldn't believe him, because even he himself found it hard to believe that the prince could rely on those miners to defeat the Duke's coalition. But he didn't know why, but he always felt a little uneasy. Young Master Perrault, your father wants you to go back, he has something important to talk to you about. A white-haired steward suddenly rushed to Perrault's side and whispered in his ear. I know, Perrault nodded, and after saying goodbye to Ren in advance, he sat in the carriage with the steward and returned to Count Honeysuckle's mansion. Father. He walked into the study, where Shalafi Hull was writing something on the table. Hearing Perrault's voice, the Count didn't stop writing, You go and summarize the output of the territory, the number of people, and the income separately, and give them to me. I'll arrange the spring expedition. The Duke Ryan's conscription order has already been issued. After the snow melts, our 5 families will provide knight and mercenaries for him to go to Border Town. How much? The Count's hand slightly paused, and he raised his head, What's wrong, you've never cared about this kind of problem before. He opened the letter on the table, the knight will have at least 25 people, as well as the corresponding squires and horses. The mercenaries will have 40 people, and they must be fully armed. If there are more than 100 freedmen or serfs, they should be equipped with simple weapons. Perrault calculated in his heart, so the 5 families added up to about 1,000 people, plus the Duke's own troops, it could already be regarded as a force that could sweep through the western region. Even if Longsong's stronghold didn't turn out in full force, this team was still not something that Border Town could resist. There were only a total of more than 2,000 people there. Father, can you not go to the battlefield? He hesitated, but still opened his mouth. What's wrong, son? The Count asked strangely. I'm worried about your safety. Shalafi couldn't help but laugh, Do you know what you're saying? An elephant trampling an ant to death, what kind of danger can there be? His Royal Highness only has a few knights and less than 50 personal guards, but we have 10 times as many people as he does. In theory, this was indeed the case, before he had seen His Royal Highness, Perrault would also think so. But, Father, everyone says that the walls made of mud will collapse when it rains, but His Royal Highness presided over the construction of the walls. They also say that it is impossible to stop the demonic beasts by relying only on the miners of Border Town, but His Royal Highness not only achieved this, even after the end of the months of the demons, no one escaped back to Longsong's stronghold. The more he said, the more uneasy he became. Now, everyone thinks that the Duke's victory over Roland Wimbledon was nothing more than an elephant running over an ant. Father, will the result really be like this? Enough. Shalafi slammed the table. He shook his head, stood up, and went to the wall where the portraits of the ancestors were hung. Compared to fighting on horseback, you prefer to do business and talk about business, which is normal. But being a businessman doesn't mean being timid. Those merchants who sail across the ocean face the threat of death every day. He knocked on the wall and said loudly, Look at this. Your grandfather, your grandfather's grandfather, they all relied on swords and longbows to gain a foothold in this place full of beasts, refugees, and bandits. You are so afraid of fighting, it really disappoints me. On a sunny afternoon, Roland fulfilled his promise. He conferred the title of Viscount to Sir Pine. His territory was divided to the south of the Redwater River, across the river from Border Town. Today, it was still a dense forest, belonging to the undeveloped area. In order to make him give up the autonomy of his territory, Roland promised to give priority to the development of Sir Pine's territory. He also promised to give some shares to the Viscount and his descendants. Of course, Roland used his verbal skills to describe it as a good thing that he didn't need to manage his own property, and could just lie down and share the money. Sir Pine readily agreed. He didn't like these things. In his opinion, there was nothing more interesting than fighting on horseback. But now that he had a daughter, he put all his energy into hunting. In addition, Sir Pine's original territory had long been in decline, so he simply asked the prince to send someone to help him sell the land east of Longsong Stronghold and move his whole family to Border Town. Roland naturally agreed. The other person was Brian. Roland granted him the status of a knight, and asked him whether he wanted to choose the land or to serve in the army. If he chose the land, he couldn't join the first army in Border Town. If he joined the army, he would have to rely on his military achievements to be promoted and get rewarded land. Brian didn't hesitate to choose the latter. In this way, Roland had a general layout of the land use plan. The land between the Redwater River and the impassable mountain range was the residential area. The narrowest part was about 3 kilometers, and the widest part was about 7 or 8 kilometers. In the future, it could be used to build a community, or it could be used as a reward for promoted officers. On the other side of the Redwater River was the future industrial and agricultural area. The land could be extended to the south, but at present it was still a forest, and in the distance there were undulating hills. When the population met the demand, Roland would inevitably start to reclaim the forest. The concealing forest to the west of Border Town was also an important development point. There were all kinds of treasures in the forest, such as wood, edible fungi, wild animals, and medicinal herbs. In addition to being used for construction and industry, wood could also be used as fuel. The area of this forest was astonishingly large. Roland had asked Lightning to explore it, and even after flying for 30 kilometers, they still couldn't see the end of it. Even if they used all of it as firewood, it would still burn for a long time. Finally, there was the open space between the concealing forest and the impassable mountain range. It was also a forbidden area that no one had ever set foot in, the Savage Land. Based on the direction of the mountain range and the forest, the land in between was extremely vast, almost larger than the kingdom of Grey Castle. Faced with such an unclaimed land, Roland's heart itched. But he also knew that he couldn't care about this place for the time being. At present, what Border Town needed the most was population. Returning to his office in the castle, he summoned the artist Soroya. "How's the work with City Hall going? I've never painted so many pictures in one day." She looked much more energetic than when they first met. "I basically finished painting by today. But when I paint, I only leave a window the size of a head, which feels a little strange." In order to avoid scaring the townspeople with your magic pen, the prince smiled. "Although they know that witches exist, such close contact is still easy to cause accidents, so we simply take some hidden means, so that they don't know that you're a witch. In the future, it will slowly get better." Soroya's photographic ability brought a new upgrade to Roland's citizen registration plan. For this plan, City Hall vacated a room as an archive, which was used to store the information of the townspeople. Similar to the household register, each piece of paper had their name, age, residence, blood relationship, and other information. Berev had made a simple count of this information during the winter, and this time, the records had been expanded by a lot. The biggest change was that all the people's household registers were attached with color photos. According to Roland's request, City Hall had set up a small room in the hall for a single person to enter and exit. The room was wrapped in linen, leaving only a square window in front of it, so that Soroya could see the other person's appearance. This way, when the witch painted the portrait inside the room, the other person wouldn't see the magical pen. As for how to make the residents of the territory actively come to report their information, Roland's method was very simple. Every person who came would receive a subsidy of 10 copper royals. This money would be allocated by City Hall. "Today, I called you here because I want you to draw something else. Roland spread out the cut paper in front of Soroya. The latter noticed that the size of the paper was exactly the same, only half the size of a palm, in a rectangular shape. "What do you want me to draw?" "Some props for entertainment," Roland said. This idea had already existed in his mind for a long time. Besides practicing every day, the witches basically had nothing to do, so this kind of life seemed a bit boring. It was the same for the prince, especially when he was waiting for the snow to melt. His range of activities was basically limited to the castle. Therefore, it was imperative to find some entertainment activities and find a few witches to accompany him to relax his mood. The easiest one was naturally playing cards. However, the soft ordinary paper was not suitable to be used in the hands, and shuffling the cards was also troublesome. Now that he had Soroya, he could naturally consider making some more advanced things. Entertainment? She tilted her head and thought. It seemed that she didn't understand what kind of entertainment drawing on a square piece of paper was. "Well, you have the final say. First, you draw a soldier holding a heavy crossbow on this piece of paper. Imagine? Yes, his armor, body, age, as well as the environment, all of it is up to you to imagine. As long as he is holding a heavy crossbow." "I'll try." Soroya closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then a colorful magic pen appeared in her hand. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked like a crossbowman jumped on the paper. "Very good," Roland praised. "Let me think about what to draw next. In the upper left corner and the middle of the paper, draw a small circle." He recalled the appearance of the cards in his mind. The first circle should be white with gold edges, and the second circle should be orange with gold edges. After these drawings were finished, Roland asked her to add a number to the first circle, and add a bow and arrow symbol to the second circle. The magical thing about Soroya's ability was that she could draw regardless of the material, so there was no difference between a blank piece of paper and a piece of paper with a pattern. The pattern drawn on the latter could perfectly cover the former, just like a layer of cover. Thus, a delicate crossbowman card appeared in front of Roland. "Is this good?" she asked. "This is just a unit card. There are still many similar cards to draw, and in the end, we can make a deck of cards, then I'll teach you how to play." Looking at the way Soroya drew with her eyes closed, Roland had a premonition that perhaps this kind of dialogue would soon fill his castle. Echo was sitting at the top of the castle, on the roof of the watchtower, from where she could see the whole town. She had asked Lightning to take her up, and when the sun went down, the little girl would come back to send her down. Now, Lightning should be on the way to Longsong Stronghold. Today's weather was very good, the sun shone brightly on the earth, and the distant river was like a shining silk, slowly flowing west, dividing the green leaves and snow into two parts. Lying in the sun, she felt that her whole body was surrounded by a soft warmth, unlike the scorching sun in the southernmost region, where the hot light easily hurt her skin. The wind was also very different, she thought. There were many kinds of wind in the mainland kingdom. There was the slightly salty sea breeze in the port of Clearwater, there was the hot and humid monsoon wind in King's City, there was the bone-chilling north wind in the impassable mountain range, and now there was the breeze with the fragrance of the earth in Border Town. In any case, the wind here was pure and single. But in Iron Sand City, it was either hot and windless, or overwhelming storms. The wind was visible. The whistling airflow was mixed with pebbles and gravel, like a giant black beast sweeping over. At this time, it was necessary to hide in a house, or any place that could avoid the wind. Standing against the wind would only lead to death. Echo gently exhaled. Now that she thought about it, it had been nearly 4 years since she left Iron Sand City. Osha clan was unfortunately defeated in the struggle for power, and after her father surrendered, he was still killed by the enemy. She had witnessed all this and wanted to rush up and die together with the enemy, but she was hit from behind. She didn't know how many people in the clan were still alive after 4 years. Before she was sold as a slave to the port of Clearwater, she had heard that the Osha clan had violated the agreement of the Holy Duel, and that the clansmen who were spurned by the 3 gods would be banished to the Endless Cape, never to return to the Iron Sand City. But Echo knew that all of this was a conspiracy of the Iron Whip clan. They smeared the whip with black oil that flowed from the ground, and once it was ignited, even water couldn't extinguish it. It was this trick that caused her brother, the strongest warrior in the clan, to be burned alive during the duel, leading to chaos in the team formation. Other than the boiling yellow sand and the endless cape, there was only the eternal pillar of fire and the ocean that was even more violent than Mother Earth. The people of the Sand Nation who went there would soon turn into bones, and their fates would be even more miserable than those who had become slaves. After Echo awakened as an oracle, she was also known as a witch in the mainland kingdom. She had also thought of revenge, but her ability was useless in simulating voices. No matter how much she begged the gods did not give her a decree. After living in the port of Clearwater for half a year, she came to understand that the god's envoy was favored by the three gods, but it was just a lie that the Majins used to deceive themselves. Within the jurisdiction of the four kingdoms, the oracles were all targets of the church. From that day onwards, Huiying had completely given up all hope of revenge. At this moment, thick smoke suddenly rose in the distance. She looked towards the east bank of the Redwater River, only to see a flickering green flame passing through the woods. The black smoke from the burning trees and the white mist from the evaporation of the snow mixed together, forming a grey column of smoke on the horizon. It was Anna's green flames. When they first arrived here, Vendi briefly introduced Anna and Nana to her sisters. At that time, Echo was very envious of Anna's ability. Freely manipulating flames, a high temperature that could melt swords. If she had such a strong power when she was in the Iron Sand City, no one in the Iron Whip clan would have survived. Echo shook her head. Now it was meaningless to think about these things. Compared to her clansmen who were likely to be buried in the yellow sand, she was still alive and lucky. Since His Royal Highness was willing to accept her, then all she could do was to work hard to complete His Royal Highness's orders. She cleared her throat and began to hum a song according to His Royal Highness's request. It was a cheerful song. His Royal Highness had only hummed it once, but she had completely remembered the whole tune. Music was no stranger to Echo. When she was taught as a superior slave, she had to master the skills of seductive dancing and provocative singing. But His Royal Highness's song was completely different. It was very rhythmic, full of a burst of vitality, especially when he asked her to imitate the sound of a flute to play this piece of music. Every note seemed to be beating, making people unable to help but want to dance with it. The difficulty was to add drums and strings while the song was progressing. It was the first time for Echo to simulate three kinds of sounds at the same time, and to overlap them. She had never thought that music could be played like this. At first, it was difficult for her to ensure that the drums would not disrupt the rhythm of the flute, so she tried to follow His Royal Highness's suggestion, using her hands or feet to beat the beat, gradually fusing the two kinds of sounds together. After a few days of practice, Echo gradually mastered this method of imitation. After trying it out a few times, she stood up and decided to add the last string music. As the music played, Echo found that the minor had changed again. If the cheerful flute formed its body, and the impassioned drums gave it its bones, then the string music at the end, which seemed to be embellished, gave the song a soul. She stepped on the beat, again and again, so that the three instruments completely merged into one. The sound became higher and higher, and finally she could not help but sing, ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** won. Roland put the last card on the table. And Soroya, who was sitting opposite him, covered her face and suddenly made a low cry. One more game, she thought for a moment, and gathered the cards again. This time let me choose your 10 cards. Ahem, the prince coughed, it's getting late, I still have something to do, you go find someone else to play with. After making a roughly enough set of cards, the next step was copying. With the template in front of her, Soroya's drawing speed was comparable to a printer. Soon, Roland got a few copies of the same Gwent cards. So, Soroya became his first opponent. After the rules of the game were clearly explained, a card battle began. During the battle, he found that the witch's ability to accept was indeed higher than that of ordinary people. Soroya quickly figured out how to play cards. In the next few rounds, although Roland could still win, he had to use a special set of cards. Now, seeing the other party ask to draw cards for him, he shamefully refused. Okay, Soroya put the cards in her pocket and ran out of the door. At this moment, a cheerful and melodious music came from outside the window. She stopped in her tracks and ran back. She leaned against the window and peeked out. Is that Huiying? Well, it seems that she has completely mastered it. Roland sat back in his chair, enjoying the familiar music. The first army of Border Town would soon enter the comprehensive maneuver stage. Unlike standing on the wall and shooting, the comprehensive maneuver would be carried out in the wild, requiring the troops to keep orderly while marching. This was also the basic part of the lineup to be shot. In order to make the soldiers' footsteps consistent, they needed to rely on drums or slogans to direct everyone's pace. Now that he had a witch who could simulate mixed sounds, he simply learned from the British and directly used the infantry marching song. Compared to a simple drum, the marching song not only controlled the marching speed of the troops, but also effectively boosted the morale of the troops. Of course, the most famous marching song during the lineup to be shot was the March of the Grenadiers, but Roland only knew its name, he didn't remember the complete tune. But this wasn't a problem for him. There was a song that was based on the March of the Grenadiers, and it was widely spread throughout the country during the War of Resistance. And its melody was familiar to almost everyone. It was the famous guerrilla song. When Soroya turned her head, she heard the prince following the song, softly humming. It was a language she had never heard before. It was clean and neat, perfectly matching the rhythm of the song. We are all sharpshooters, every bullet destroys an enemy, we are all flying soldiers, even if the mountains are high and the rivers are deep. In the dense woods, everywhere we arrange our comrades' camps, on the high hills, with our countless brothers. Scroll knocked on the door, and soon a response came from inside, "Please come in." She pushed the door open and entered. Anna was sitting at the table by the window, reading a thick book. The sunlight spilled in through the window, elongating the woman's shadow. Her soft cheeks and neck were dazzlingly white under the light, and the flaxen hair covering her shoulders was almost dyed pale gold. After getting along with her for almost a week, Scroll had basically figured out her temperament. For example, she was straightforward, never beat around the bush, calm and quiet, and especially eager to learn. In short, it was difficult to find a child born in a civilian family like Anna, who had a pure and peaceful heart. "Aren't you going to play that card game?" Scroll pulled a stool and sat next to Anna. In the past 2 days, the sisters would rush back to the castle after finishing their practice, and then crowded in Soroya's room to play the so-called Gwent card game, competing with each other for the other's cards, seemingly never getting tired of it. Even Nana Pine, who came to play with Anna every day, after learning how to play, rarely appeared less often. Unlike a few days ago, she could always see the little girl with the magical healing ability in the room. "I want to read more books." Anna turned to the next page. "I don't have your ability, so I can only spend more time on this." She read almost everything, from historical biographies to long poems, including all kinds of folk stories she had heard from the streets. As long as they were collected into a book, she would read them with relish. Scroll lovingly stroked her head. "Don't worry, I'll tell you everything I remember." This is the child who changed the fate of the survivors of the Witch Cooperation Association, Scroll thought. If not for her, Nightingale would not have gone to Border Town halfway, would not have met the 4th Prince of Grey Castle, and would not have had all the subsequent events. In a sense, she was the savior of all witches. This was also the reason why Scroll had a good impression of Anna from the beginning, and the latter had quickly accepted her after seeing the Book of Magic, and expressed great envy, which made Scroll feel somewhat ridiculous. In the Witch Cooperation Association, no sister had ever envied her ability. On the other hand, Anna's magic capacity was the largest among all the witches Nightingale had ever seen, and her green flame was also very powerful. "Your hair is a little long," Scroll said, lifting up Anna's bangs that were about to cover her eyes. "Has no one ever cut your hair?" She shook her head. "I broke them myself." Scroll's interest was immediately piqued. "Twisted hair doesn't look good, let me help you trim it." "You know how to make this?" "In the Witch Cooperation Association, I cut most of the sisters' hair," Scroll chuckled. "Wait a moment, I'll go get the tools." She quickly returned with a cloth bag in her hand. Spreading out the layers of white cloth, there was a pair of bronze scissors. The scissors were V-shaped, and the handles on both ends were covered with tiny scratches. They emitted a glossy sheen, and it was obvious that they were often used. Before Scroll joined the Witch Cooperation Association, she relied on this pair of scissors to make a living in a tavern in Seawanshire. The copper royals she had saved up, in addition to buying bread, were given to an old captain with a broken leg. The captain taught her how to read and write until he died of old age. Scroll skillfully unfolded the white cloth, tied it around Anna's neck, and began to trim her long hair. "I have some questions I want to ask you." "What?" Scroll's fingers danced, and the scissors in her palm constantly opened and closed, issuing a crisp clicking sound. Her flaxen hair slipped through her fingertips and fell to the ground. "The book you showed me yesterday recorded many stories, and almost all of them have the same ending. Will the prince marry the princess?" Her hand paused for a moment. That storybook wasn't really a book, but a collection of folk stories she had heard the sailors sing during her 10 years in Xianxia. It was just that Scroll had deliberately filtered the contents. She didn't want stories that didn't have a happy ending, or stories where the prince and the princess weren't together. Finally, they were put together into a book, and she made it out for Anna to read. She knew that the other side would definitely ask such a question after reading it, but when she really wanted to answer, she couldn't bear to do so. "Most of them are like this. Of course, some princes will marry the daughter of a Grand Duke or Duke. For example, King Wimbledon III of Grey Castle, his wife is the daughter of the Silver Duke." After saying that, Scroll sighed in her heart. Vendi had mentioned to her about Nightingale's worries. Compared to the mature and calm Shadow Killer, she was more worried about Anna, who was getting closer to His Royal Highness. Anyone could see how important this woman was to His Royal Highness. When Anna was present, Roland's eyes always fell on her. She was several times busier than the other sisters. After Nightingale and Vendi's rooms were changed to be shared by two people, His Royal Highness only didn't adjust Anna's room. He also explained that when Anna spent the night in the castle, she could sleep in the same bed. He didn't realize that as the owner of this place, he didn't need to explain. Anna was the same. When she was with the other witches, she didn't talk much. Most of the time, she was just a quiet listener. Only when she was with Roland would she take the initiative. If there was anything that could make her eyes leave the book, Scroll bet that it would be His Royal Highness. Unfortunately, Roland was the fourth prince of Grey Castle Kingdom, the future king supported by the witches, while Anna was a witch. Scroll couldn't possibly remind His Royal Highness, so she had to come up with this method to beat around the bush with Anna. She didn't want the two to become estranged, and she didn't want to see a tragedy with no result. "Why?" Anna shook her head, seemingly trying to get rid of the hair on her neck. "What if the prince doesn't like the princess or the noble lady?" Scroll didn't expect her to ask this. "Then he has to marry. Because the prince is likely to become the king, and the king's marriage isn't just his business." She tried to recall the relevant knowledge recorded in the book, in order to stabilize the great nobles at the border of the kingdom, to appease the restless neighboring countries, and even to reach a good deal. But the most important thing is that the king must have an heir. Anna didn't ask any more questions, which made Scroll feel a little relieved. This kind of thing could only be persuaded slowly. She believed that one day the other party would understand. After trimming her hair, Scroll smiled and scratched Anna's hair. "Not bad, you look a lot more spirited." "Thank you," Anna bowed her head. "So, today's book." Scroll thought for a moment and decided to summon the history of the Wolfshark Kingdom's royal family to strengthen the impression instilled in her today. "I'll choose a family biography." When she was ready to leave, Anna suddenly said while holding the Book of Illusions, "I don't think Roland is the prince in the story." Her voice was very sure. It didn't seem like she was trying to convince herself. He will only do what he wants to do, and nothing else matters. Scroll was startled. Why? After dinner, Roland returned to his office and continued to copy the basic mathematical knowledge in his mind onto paper. He didn't have a photographic memory. Not only that, but his memory would also decline over time. Due to his profession, mathematics and physics were still frequently used subjects, but other knowledge such as history, geography, biology, chemistry, and so on, had probably regressed to an introductory level. Therefore, regardless of whether he used it or not, the earlier he wrote down the content he hadn't forgotten, the more knowledge he could retain. Every time he filled a piece of paper, he would let Scroll glance at it. As long as she looked at the content, it was equivalent to permanently preserving it. Unfortunately, Scroll's ability was only related to memory. It couldn't make her self-taught those high school mathematics knowledge. Therefore, when he had free time, Roland would explain it to her again. Of course, for a teacher like him, imparting knowledge was a very interesting thing. Especially when he saw Scroll's startled expression. or when she suddenly realized something after thinking hard, he felt a special sense of accomplishment in his heart. However, Roland knew that this also had something to do with the target of the teaching. Although Scroll was nearly 40 years old, her magic had greatly slowed down the aging of her face. The skin of her cheeks was still tight and rosy, and her long black hair was simply tied behind her head, making her look mature and capable. The fine wrinkles at the corner of her eyes didn't destroy the overall beauty, but instead served to accentuate her steady temperament. In a movie, she would definitely play the role of an elegant and versatile teacher. But now, he was able to make his teacher dumbfounded. This contrast was quite pleasing to the eye. While Roland was writing from memory, he was also thinking, what was the magic of this world? It was everywhere, whether it was the depths of the North Slope mine or the impassable mountain range, west to the barbarian land, east to Xianxia, witches could use it to release all kinds of incredible power. If magic was regarded as electricity, then witches were electrical appliances with different functions. But obviously, it was much more incredible than electricity, more like a kind of energy close to the origin. For example, the Witch Cooperation Association's Kara, Vendi said that she could summon 4 kinds of magic snakes, called death sentence, pain, petrification, and nothingness, each with different venom effects. Another example was Nightingale. Her mist almost distorted the space around her. The manifestations of these abilities were ever-changing. Apart from the word origin, Roland really couldn't think of any more appropriate words. If he had to give a definition to the origin, it would probably be a rule that was universal and universal. In the latter half of Einstein's life, he was determined to integrate the 4 fundamental forces of the universe into a theoretical framework, which was the so-called grand unification theory. In a sense, what he was doing was searching for the origin. Could there be a universal rule that could be used in any universe? At this point, Roland could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could it be that such a power also existed in his previous world, but there were no witches to release it, so it had been ignored by people? No matter what, Roland could only think about it. After all, with the current level of technology, he could not analyze this power at all. Therefore, promoting industrial development and promoting the progress of civilization was his main task. Perhaps one day, people would be able to directly use this power without the help of witches, a universal super energy that could be transformed into multiple effects at the same time. Just thinking about it made people excited. Your Royal Highness? Seeing the prince's intoxicated appearance, Scroll couldn't help but ask. Ahem, Roland recovered from his delusion, coughed twice, looked at the candle that was about to burn to the end, and said, "Let's stop here for today." Yes, she bowed her head and was about to leave when she unconsciously slowed down her pace. Roland didn't hear the sound of the door closing for a long time. Somewhat baffled, he raised his head and found that the other side was still at the door. "What's the matter?" "Your Royal Highness." Scroll hesitated for a moment. "I want to ask you a question." "Go ahead." Roland nodded, put down the quill in his hand, and raised the cup to drink some water. Everything about these witches was good, except for one thing: they were too lacking in self-confidence. They were like rabbits that poked their heads out of the hole, and when there was even the slightest movement, they would be scared and shrink back into the hole, never daring to come out again. He guessed that her question would be something along the lines of, "Why are you willing to take us in? Are you not afraid of the threat of the church?" and so on. Nightingale and Vendi had already asked him many times. But since the other side had put on such an attitude, he naturally had to answer them seriously, so that they could deeply feel that he should treat his comrades with the warmth of the spring breeze. Is it possible for you to marry a witch?" Pfft, Roland almost spat out the water in his mouth. Why do you ask this question?" "I..." Scroll opened her mouth, but couldn't answer. Marry a witch? The first thing that appeared in Roland's mind was Anna's figure. From the time he met her in the cage, her pair of lake blue eyes had left a deep impression in his heart. Witches were women who had awakened from ordinary human beings. Their abilities were outstanding, and from their appearance to their bodies, they were all superior to ordinary people. If they were in modern society, they would certainly be the focus of attention. So, what was there to hesitate about? Since that was the case, he looked at Scroll and replied with a smile, "Why not?" Vendi rubbed her sore shoulders and returned to her room. Her overly heavy chest always brought her a lot of trouble, especially when she was standing on the top of Little Town's wooden shed. She had to raise her hands slightly backward to maintain her body's balance. According to the results of the first trial, Little Town had made a number of improvements. For example, the place where she was standing had a simple shed, not only to shelter her from the wind and rain, but also to protect her from the sun. A ring of bark was hung around the hull to reduce the impact when docking. 2 short cement piles were installed on both sides of the ship to make it easier to fix the ship with hemp ropes. After nearly a month of training, her ability to control the wind had also greatly improved. Now the ship was more stable, and the speed could be fast or slow under the influence of the wind. She also learned to use the existing wind to adjust the magic consumption, so that she could persist for a longer time. Nightingale had finished her bath before Vendi, and was already sitting on the bed in her pajamas waiting for her. But to her surprise, the other side had an irrepressible smile on her face. Did something good happen? Vendi couldn't help but ask. The latter shook her head and didn't say anything, but the smile on her face deepened. Vendi's mouth twitched. After the last night's talk with her, her mood had been low, and it was only after the recent popularity of Gwent in the castle that her mood improved. Why was she suddenly smiling like a flower today? Where had that expressionless and taciturn shadow assassin whom he had first met in Silver City gone? Forget it. Vendi took off her clothes and stepped into the wooden bucket filled with hot water. She probably won a good card. To be continued. P.S. 2 weeks had passed since the months of the demons, and the snow had turned into a stream that flowed into the Redwater River. After the white gauze had faded, the woods on both sides of the river had once again sprouted, and now it was full of green. The land on the east side of the town had been baked by Anna, and was temporarily used by His Highness as a training ground for the First Army of Border Town. In the field, Carter Lannis held the bayonet sleeve and twisted it twice to check whether the bayonet was securely installed. This was a new invention invented by His Highness, but compared to the automatic operation of the black lump machine and the improved snow powder that could explode when ignited, this thing was too simple and crude. As soon as he held it in his hand, Carter knew that it was not a qualified weapon. In essence, it was nothing more than a sharp triangular piece of iron, with the centerline as the datum, slightly folded. Although it had a blade, it was impossible to use it to cut the target. After being bent, the 2 sides of the blade were extremely short, the front was almost non-existent, and the back was only as wide as a thumbnail. Even if it was an enemy without armor, it might not even be able to cut through their clothes. This weapon only had one use, and that was to stab, and it had to be connected to a gun before it could be used. Alone in the hand, it was even worse than a dagger. Wasting a lot of pig iron to create a weapon with only one attack method, in the eyes of the chief knight, it was naturally a substandard work. If there was a blacksmith in his territory who dared to do this, he would tie him up and beat him severely. But even with such a poor quality weapon, he could still see His Highness's originality in the details, such as the slot design of the sleeve, a groove with 2 right angles, as long as the small iron bar on the barrel was inserted, and then turned half a circle, the bayonet could be fixed on the barrel. This special shape of the groove made the sleeve and the barrel did not need to be very close to each other, and if the sleeve was too loose, some pieces of paper could be inserted and then rotated. If not, leaves could also be used. Put on the bayonet. Hearing the command, the members of the flintlock team who had been assigned a bayonet pulled out the blade from the bayonet bag strapped to their waist, and put on the barrel. The new weapon and the matching bayonet bag had been produced so far, and those who hadn't received it had to temporarily use a short wooden shaft as long as the gun. This set of movements had been practiced for almost the whole morning, and now most people only needed 2 to 3 breaths to fix the bayonet. According to His Highness, this was the last struggle, and he did not want to see his subordinates enter a hand-to-hand combat. Carter disagreed with this statement. If they didn't personally stab the enemy, they were still inexperienced. If they didn't personally stab the enemy, they wouldn't be able to. When Carter asked him to teach the soldiers how to practice assassination, he felt a little guilty. He had never heard of a bayonet before. What would he do if he didn't know how to use? When His Royal Highness had asked Carter to teach the soldiers how to assassinate, he had felt a little guilty. He had never heard of such a thing as a bayonet. What if he didn't know how to use it? However, after seeing the prototype, he immediately became full of confidence. This was equivalent to a shorter spear, and due to the special nature of the blade, it was much easier to use than a spear. The only advantage of the bayonet was that it was easy to train. There was no chopping, lifting, blocking, or sweeping. There was only one movement, stabbing. The chief knight made all the members line up in several rows, and taught them the most suitable stabbing movement, standing with both legs forward and backward, bending their knees, and pushing their arms forward with all their strength. This kind of repetitive training was extremely boring, but what made Carter amazed was that everyone was meticulously completing the stabbing movement. Before winter, they were still a group of weak and lazy civilians, but now they were performing very well. As soon as he shouted the command, they would immediately execute it. Training them was even more worry-free than training his subordinates. Of course, even if he gave them a sword, which was what His Highness called a cold weapon, these people would still not be able to last more than 3 moves. But in terms of willpower, their progress was worthy of him taking a look at them. After practicing for half an hour, Carter let the flintlock team sit down and take a short break. At this time, His Royal Highness also appeared in the practice field, and he was accompanied by a hooded woman. The knight was not surprised. His Royal Highness had already told him in advance that today's practice would be carried out with the help of a witch. However, the witch was really tall. At first glance she was almost as tall as His Royal Highness. Girls should be small, Carter thought. Then he let everyone stand up and salute His Royal Highness the 4th Prince. Your Royal Highness. The soldiers raised their hands to their foreheads and shouted. You've worked hard. Roland nodded and walked over to the knight's side. Just as he was about to speak, a big man suddenly rushed out of the team. Carter Lannis frowned and took a step in front of the prince, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. Nightingale was the first to appear, grabbing Roland's arm. As long as the situation was slightly wrong, she could pull the prince into the fog. The big man who rushed out was Iron Axe. He didn't run to the prince, but instead knelt down in front of the woman. He didn't kneel on one knee like the mainland kingdom, but rather his whole body on the ground, his head deeply buried between his arms. Chief. The flintlock team's training was forced to stop. Tell me, what's going on here? In the castle hall, Carter, Echo and Iron Axe stood in a row, while Roland sat in the main seat and asked with slight dissatisfaction. Discipline, discipline. How many times have I emphasized that the army should have iron discipline? Not to mention the chief, even if they saw the king, they shouldn't be moved. If they really have a request, they can report it. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought of Iron Axe's future. In the end, his cultural quality is not up to speed, and he can't thoroughly understand the meaning of discipline. Your Royal Highness, Iron Axe couldn't help but want to kneel, but before he could, he was stopped by Roland. Stand and speak. Yes, Echo swallowed and said, Lady Silvermoon is the clan chief I served in Iron Sand City. No, Cabago, I'm not the chief. Echo hurriedly said. No, you are, Iron Axe retorted, after the death of your father and brother, according to Majin custom, from that moment on, you are the chief of the Osha clan. I heard that you were sold to the port of Clearwater, but I didn't find you there, I thought you were dead. But Roland interrupted Echo, one by one. Iron Axe, you go first. Yes, your Royal Highness. This story was not complicated. Roland soon understood the general course of events. Echo was originally a member of the Osha clan in Iron Sand City. Her real name was Drow Silvermoon, and her father was the chief of the Osha clan. However, the Osha clan was defeated in a duel by the Iron Whip clan, who used insidious means behind their back. Not only that, but the clan leader was also killed, and the clan was exiled to the Endless Cape. As the daughter of the clan leader, Drow Silvermoon, also known as Echo, because of her outstanding appearance, was sold as a superior slave to the slave merchants of the port of Clearwater. Iron Axe, because of his mixed blood status, although he was adopted by the Osha clan, he was not regarded as a real Majin by the Sand people, so he was not sentenced to exile. Instead, because of his excellent martial skills, he was fancied by other clans, who wanted to recruit him. Iron Axe was grateful to the clan leader for taking care of him for many years, plus he wanted to save Echo, so he did not hesitate to refuse the other clans. After a long and arduous journey, he finally arrived at the port of Clearwater, but he did not know that at this time Echo had already been sold to Grey Castle. Later, one was rescued by a witch and became a member of the Witch Cooperation Association, while the other was disheartened and went to the western region of Grey Castle. Until today, the two of them unexpectedly met again in border town. What are you going to do? Roland pondered for a moment. Will you return to the southernmost region with Echo and revive the Osha clan? No, your highness. Iron Axe knelt on one knee. I have sworn to the three gods that I will serve you for the rest of my life. When I saw Lady Silvermoon, I was too excited and couldn't control my emotions. Please punish me. What about you? The prince looked at Echo. Do you want to avenge your clansman? Echo also knelt down and said, I once thought of revenge when I awakened as a witch, but now I no longer have such thoughts. She bit her lip and said, Please let me stay here. I have nowhere else to go. I understand, stand up, Roland said calmly, you don't have to be like this, I haven't said anything yet. He paused for a moment, then changed the topic. In fact, it's not impossible to help you get revenge. What? Iron Axe's eyes widened, he couldn't believe his ears. Echo didn't have much of a reaction. It was obvious that she didn't have any hope of returning to Iron Sand City. Of course not now. Roland waved his hand. This was not a whim, but something very interesting from Iron Axe's description of the southernmost region. The land there was extremely hot and dry, and the environment was very strange. In particular, the orange flames that erupted from underground could burn for decades without being extinguished. Near the orange fire, one could often see a huge gap in the ground. At the bottom of the fault, the black nether river flowed ceaselessly. Be it orange fire or Styx River, Roland felt that they were just petroleum. And it was oil flowing in the open. There was no need to mention how important this black liquid was to the industry. Half of modern wars were caused by it. The rise and fall of oil prices could affect the rise and fall of a number of countries, and could even change the structure of the world. If he could intervene in the southernmost region with the help of the Osha clan, maybe he could get a stable source of oil. However, Roland did not have the time to care about the dispute in the remote area. He could only leave a prelude and put on a show of since ancient times later. After I ascend the throne, I will consider seeking justice for you. Roland stopped Iron Axe, who wanted to kneel down again. But today, your behavior violated the discipline of the First Army. You will be confined for 2 days. Reflect on yourself. Yes, your highness, Iron Axe replied excitedly. Then continue the training, Roland said to Chief Knight Carter. You will also be responsible for the following marching. Carter nodded in agreement. Brian thought that today's training would end, but everyone was still sitting in the training field, and no one left alone. Because before Carter left with the prince, he had ordered them to rest on the spot instead of dispersing. If it was the patrol team he had been in before, such a scene was simply unimaginable. Sir Knight, do you think Sir Iron Axe will come again? Nail, who was in the same group as Brian, came up and asked. His behavior just now really scared me. How many times have I told you, don't call me sir, Brian corrected. In the First Army, you should call me captain. His Highness said that we should address each other by military rank. After being conferred the title of knight by Prince Roland, his status in the team suddenly rose, and no one dared to talk to him. Only Nail, who had been transferred from the mine to the army, often came up to chat with him. According to Nail, not to mention the knight, he had even had a close conversation with His Highness Roland himself. This kind of thing. His Highness won't blame him too much, will he? Although he said so, Brian was still not sure. He had seen the tragedy of a civilian accidentally colliding with the former lord's carriage and being stabbed to death by the guards on the spot. Iron Axe was a foreigner, and in front of the prince, he knelt down to a woman and called her chief, which could be regarded as a breach of etiquette. I guess so, Nail nodded repeatedly. I also personally talked to His Highness. He and those nobles, He scratched his head, as if thinking about how to express himself. They look similar, but they feel completely different. Brian also didn't want anything to happen to Iron Axe. After more than a month of group training, he already greatly admired this foreigner. Especially when he taught everyone how to set up tents during field training, his superb skills and tireless teaching had benefited everyone a lot. In the eyes of the knight, Iron Axe was even more suitable to be the commander of the First Army than Carter Lannis. They're coming. Nail pushed Brian's arm. Hey, I don't seem to see Sir Iron Axe. Before he could let his imagination run wild, Carter had already ordered everyone to line up according to the previously assigned groups. Then His Highness Roland stepped forward and said, "This woman beside me is a witch called Echo, and she is also Iron Axe's long-lost relative. Iron Axe has been sentenced to 2 days of confinement according to the regulations for disrupting the formation and violating the military discipline. I repeat, you are a regular army, and the most important thing for a soldier is to obey orders and observe discipline. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Highness," Brian shouted together with the others. Hearing the result of Iron Axe's handling, he let out a sigh of relief. Nail, who was standing beside him, secretly made a face at him. "In the following training, Echo will assist you. Her ability is to simulate all kinds of sounds, including musical instruments, horns, and drums. The marching song she's going to play will be the order for you to move. Everyone will move according to the drumbeat and try to keep the team in the same line." At this point, His Highness paused. "On the battlefield, Echo will stand behind you. She is the flag of the First Army and the soul of the Flintlock team. You must do everything possible to protect her. So, everyone should first familiarize yourself with the tune." "What is a marching song?" Brian listened with a confused face. "Is it the kind of music that people occasionally sing in pubs? Is that kind of soft music suitable to command everyone to move forward?" But when the melody that he had never heard before came from Echo's mouth, he almost instantly understood what His Highness meant. The rhythmic drumbeat made him want to move forward, and the light melody aroused his desire to fight. The so-called marching song was the war song that inspired people on the battlefield and encouraged everyone to keep moving forward. Through the misty morning mist, Timothy Wimbledon could vaguely see the flags fluttering on top of the city wall. He raised his telescope and tried to identify the family emblem on the flag. The sailboat and crown pattern on the green background undoubtedly belonged to his sister, Garcia Wimbledon. This was also the most flags on top of the city wall. The second most was the white flag, with a white base with a tower and a snake wrapped around the tower. That was the emblem of the Belia family. "Oh," he sneered in his heart, "you've taken refuge with the Queen of Clearwater, but you still hang a flag with a tower pattern. You're simply shameless. Wait until I catch you, traitor. I'll feed you the flag, Earl Belia," he thought in his heart. Finally, there was the Red Tower, Lion, an equally shameless Sita family. Timothy was expressionless, but in his heart, he had already sentenced Aaron Sita to death, just like Toman Belia. Of course, he also had to eat the flag. "Sir Naaman, raise the flag of the Grey Castle Kingdom," Timothy ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Cold Wind Knight responded, and then urged his horse to run to the army behind him. "The king has ordered, raise the flag." The new king looked back and saw the flagpoles being raised, the grey flag unfurled in the wind, the black pattern appeared solemn and solemn, the huge tower and the 2 sides of the inverted, crossed spears. This was the emblem of the King of Grey Castle. Any traitor would be beheaded under this flag. After receiving the news of Garcia's independence, he immediately took measures, mobilizing the troops of the Eastern region and King City to attack Eagle City. Although at that time, his heart was like a huge wave, he still maintained a calm appearance, which boosted the confidence of his ministers. It took nearly a month to gather the vassals and troops, a week to go to the Eastern region, and another half a month to get here. Timothy finally arrived at Eagle City yesterday at sunset. Fortunately, King City was not affected by the months of demons, so the road to the southern region was not impassable because of the snow, but the ground was very solid because of the low temperature, so the carriage team transporting grain was faster than the freedman. His team was very large, mainly consisting of his personal guards, the Royal City Knight Regiment, and the troops of the Duke of the Eastern Region, Franche Wright. There were more than 6,000 people in the 3 groups. Among them, there were more than 1,000 well-trained and well-equipped knight. According to reliable intelligence, Garcia's troops numbered less than 3,000 people, and most of them were free citizens of the port of Clearwater. Usually, they could plunder unarmed farmers and merchants, but in a head-on battle, it was impossible for them to be a match for the knight. The Minister of Finance, Sir God, had raised an objection. He believed that after the end of the months of the demons, all the places would need to be farmed, and the conscription of the army at this time would have a detrimental impact on the harvest. Therefore, Timothy did not ask his vassals to dispatch serfs to fight in the war. Instead, he gathered the freedmen in his territory and had them take charge of logistics and transportation. In this way, even if they fought in the south, they would not miss the spring plowing. No matter what, Timothy Wimbledon would never allow Garcia to stay in the southern territory any longer. Eagle City was not a strong city. It used to be a market, located in the middle of the surrounding towns. Later, with the development of commerce, it gradually evolved into a city, which lasted for less than 100 years. In addition, in order to promote its pro-business image, the previous lords did not build an insurmountable wall. The 3,000 civilian troops and the 2 earls' men added up together were not enough to form a large army, so the earlier they could take countermeasures, the greater their chances of winning. If they gave her a chance to breathe, and let her completely integrate the entire southern territory, it would be very difficult for them to defeat her. After a night of rest, his men had eaten and drunk to their heart's content and were ready to move out. The sun gradually turned from orange-red to a dazzling gold. The fog began to dissipate, and the brown city wall was revealed. In the eyes of the new king, it was not a real city wall at all. At best, it was just a dirt slope. From the bottom of the slope to the top of the slope, there was no need to use any siege ladders, they could directly climb up with their hands and feet. At the top of the slope, there was a circular wooden fence that was as high as a person's height. It could block refugees and robbers, but it could not block heavily armed soldiers. The people standing at the top of the city wall were sparse, it was obvious that they were not ready to defend the city. Your Majesty, the cavalry responsible for watching the south gate reported that they have observed the movement of a large group of people. The Coldwind Knight ran back to the side of the new king, reined in his horse and reported. Timothy handed the telescope to Duke Fran, and said in a relaxed tone, "It looks like she wants to escape." The latter carefully watched for a moment, nodded, "She can make up her mind so quickly, it can be regarded as a decisive choice. Eagle City is not suitable to defend, if she leaves her troops in the city, we will only be able to catch them in one fell swoop." The Duke said this with a smile, "As you expected in the war meeting last night, she did not expect us to come so soon." "We arrived at the right time," Timothy said, "even if she wanted to escape, she would not be able to move at night." "You are right, marching at night is a big taboo. If she really did that, we would not need to take the initiative to attack, her troops would collapse without a fight. And once the troops are separated at night, there is almost no possibility of them ever gathering again. In this way, even if she managed to escape back to the port of Clearwater, there would only be a dead end. Therefore, my dear sister must wait until daybreak to command the army to retreat." Timothy looked at Eagle City with satisfaction, thinking that everything she had done was not beyond her expectations. Garcia was too greedy for the symbolic status of Eagle City, so she stationed her troops here. Occupying the mansion of the Southern Guardian was indeed easier to conquer the hearts of the Southern nobles, but the benefits were also accompanied by danger. He deliberately sent a fake army to slowly travel, while he himself led the cavalry to the eastern region, without infantry, and used carriages to transport all the rations. After arriving in the eastern region, the Duke would supplement the rest of the troops, and from the other side of the kingdom, they would take a detour to Eagle City. The cavalry would first block the road, reducing the possibility of spies passing on information. It was impossible for the army to leave at once. Garcia should have received the ambiguous news 2 or 3 days ago, and today at dawn they began to retreat, which could be regarded as a hasty move. Retreating from Eagle City to Clear Spring Town would take a day on foot, and no matter what, 2 legs would not be able to outrun 4 legs. As long as he gathered 1,000 knights to catch up with her troops, chasing them down and killing them, her laughable coalition army would naturally collapse. Unfortunately, Garcia still had the possibility of escaping from his hands. If she left her 3,000 troops, and left by herself, it would not be difficult for her to return to the port of Clearwater alive. "After all, I have to go to her lair, in order to finally end this farce," he thought. "Your Majesty, according to the previous plan, let's act separately," said Duke Fran. "Do you want me to attack the city, and then go through the city through the south gate, or do you want to take a detour?" "If we take a detour, we will have to walk a long way. It would be better for me to go around from the southwest," Timothy thought. "The knights' movements are inconvenient in the narrow streets, and Garcia may also block the streets with debris, hindering the passage of the troops. Even if we take a detour, it will not hinder the follow-up pursuit. Then I'll set off, Your Majesty. Be careful, Timothy warned. Garcia will not leave any troops in the city, so I'm sure there will be a lot of traps. In addition, beware of narrow streets and places with a lot of houses. As long as she ambushes a group of soldiers, they will be able to threaten your safety. Ha ha ha, Duke Fran laughed heartily. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, when I followed your father into battle, I have personally beheaded hundreds of people, but I have never been injured. He waved his hand to the guards around him. Sound the horn, attack. The army behind him surged, and several streams of people came out of the formation. Under the leadership of several knights, they marched towards Eagle City. They were the vanguard troops of the freedmen, and behind them were the armored mercenaries, who were also the main force of the siege. The knight brought by the Duke had all been gathered under his command. The first batch of cannon fodder did not encounter any resistance and successfully climbed up the slope. The slope formed an angle, slanting to the sky, blocking their footsteps. The fence was not tightly blocked, but left a gap for a spear to pass through. When the attackers destroyed the logs, the defenders only needed to stand behind the fence and use their spears to kill their opponents. However, to Duke Fran's surprise, the people who were originally standing on the wall had disappeared. The entire periphery was currently in a state of undefended. The vanguard troops quickly cut open several gaps with their axes, and after putting down a few logs, they rushed to the top of the wall. After a while, the wooden gate was also put down. Let's go, the Duke shook the reins and led the rest of the troops towards the gate. From the beginning of the siege until the gate was put down, less than half an hour had passed. What the hell is Garcia Wimbledon doing? Fran frowned. Anyone with a little combat experience knew that when abandoning the city, it was necessary to leave behind a group of personal guards, or hire a lot of people who were not afraid of death to go to the top of the wall to block the enemy's offensive, as much as possible to buy time for the retreating troops. Princess Garcia was not a stupid person, otherwise it would be impossible for the entire southern territory to change sides with her so quickly. Why didn't she arrange a group of people to defend the wall? No matter how strong the defense, no matter how nimble the trap, without someone to operate it, it would only become a dead thing. Duke Fran thought for a moment and decided to let his personal guards enter the city first to explore the situation. The report from the guard captain was still the same. There was no resistance inside the city, but some streets were indeed blocked by wood and bricks. His subordinates had already gathered the local people to clear the obstacles. Fran no longer hesitated. He led the rest of the troops into Eagle City. He was also a veteran who had followed Wimbledon 3 for many years, so he could not be fooled by a little girl. But Timothy's move was a bit wrong. If he could wait until he attacked the gate, then directly pass through the city, he could save a lot of time. When passing through the gate, the Duke smelled a pungent smell. It was not the usual smell of rotting corpses on the battlefield, but a mixture of pine nut oil, orange peel, and incense. If he took a deep breath, he could even feel some fragrance. What is this smell? He looked around but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. On the other hand, the ditch used to drain the earth wall was blocked. The dirty water flowed out of the ditch and slowly flowed along the ground. It was unknown how long it had been since anyone had taken care of those filthy things. They were black, and under the sunlight, they reflected colorful patterns of light. It was probably the smell of the dirty water. Fran shook his head and led the team to the castle area. Since he had conquered Eagle City, he naturally had to go to the Lord's Castle and City Hall to see if there was anything he could take away. Of course, this city was likely to have been plundered by Garcia. The Golden Dragon might not have been left behind, but some of the larger handicrafts and decorations were very suitable as spoils of war. It would be best to clean up the carriages that he had brought with him and use them to carry the spoils. As for the mercenaries, they were probably heading towards the shops and farms. Duke Joey was dead anyway, and it was still a question of who would be the next successor. At this time, robbing the entire city was the most important thing. After touring the Lord's castle, Fran Charrot noticed something was wrong. The castle was empty, he thought. Not only the coins, but also the whole basement, not even a bit of cloth or food was left. Several places where murals were hung were left with blank walls, no books in the bookcases, and even the big bed in the Lord's bedroom was gone. The whole castle seemed to have been stripped bare. Was this something that could be done in a hasty retreat? Fran faintly felt that something was wrong. If they hadn't moved these things slowly from the beginning, the castle wouldn't have been so thoroughly looted. Just as he was about to go to the city hall to have a look, a thick cloud of black smoke suddenly rose from the north gate. What's going on? Is there a fire? I don't know, my lord. I've already sent Muriel to check, the guard captain said. Maybe the enemy deliberately set the fire. That's right, the Duke's first thought was that it was a trap, but he soon realized that this method of sealing the door with fire was meaningless. First of all, they could bypass the gate and climb out directly from the slope. Even if they just lit a fire, if no one took advantage of the chaos to attack, an organized team could quickly extinguish the source of the fire. The correct way to use it should be to set up troops inside the city, and when the fire broke out, they could take advantage of the enemy's panic to launch a surprise attack. This could effectively disrupt the enemy's formation, or even force them to retreat. As he said, a trap without anyone operating it was nothing more than a dead object. At this moment, the other 3 gates also emitted black smoke, but the north gate was already on fire, and the fire was rapidly expanding, as if it was piled with straw. The screams of civilians came from the city. It seemed that someone's house had been set on fire. This is not right, the Duke thought. I came from the north gate, where there was no fire starter, only an open space. But if there was no fire starter, how could the fire spread so fast? Wait, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that Garcia Wimbledon secretly recruited witches? Fran touched the god stone of retaliation hanging around his neck, and his heart calmed down a little. If it was the witch's fire, he only needed to directly pass through it, and the devil's fire wouldn't be able to hurt him. Moreover, every member of the guard team was wearing this thing, so they wouldn't pose much of a threat. As for the freedmen who didn't have money to donate to the church, the Duke didn't have time to care about them. This city was a bit strange, so he decided to go out first. The army could camp at the south gate, where they could monitor Eagle City, and also receive the new king's cavalry. Thinking of this, he ordered the guard captain, "We'll go out of the city from the south, you blow the horn on the way, gather the troops." Yes. Everyone immediately set out, but when they arrived near the south gate, they found that the fire had already reached the city, and the houses had been set on fire. The heat wave forced them to retreat. The people who had been hiding in their houses, at this moment, also ran out. The streets were full of people, and even the guard swords couldn't stop them from fleeing in panic to the open space that hadn't been burned yet. For a moment, everyone seemed to have fallen into a sea of fire, surrounded by smoke and flames. Calm down. You go find a well, and use it to put out the fire. Duke Fren quickly issued a series of orders. Don't bother with the houses, just put out the burning obstacles on the street, and clear the way. Don't stop the horn, let the others know our position. Your Excellency the Duke. A knight came running from the direction of the city center, and before he could stop his horse, he jumped down from the back of the horse. It was Muriel, who had been sent by the guard captain to the north gate. Your Excellency, the fire at the north gate can't be extinguished. What did you say? Fran asked in surprise. Can't be extinguished? The fire is burning on the black water, she said quickly. Not only will it not be extinguished by the water, but it will also flow along with the water. Your Excellency, now the entire North City is burning. Unextinguishable fire. He murmured, yes, it seems to be the devil's fire. Then the Duke shouted, everyone, don't panic, this is Garcia using the evil witch to release the demonic fire. As long as you are wearing the god stone of retaliation, even though this fire looks terrible, it will not be able to burn you. So that's how it is, may you be merciful. Muriel subconsciously touched her chest. Your Excellency, what should we do? We have the god stone of retaliation, what are we afraid of? Everyone, get on your horses, we will rush over. The Duke waved his hand. As long as the devil's fire meets the god stone, it will naturally disappear without a trace. He paused. Muriel, you take a group of people out first, I will stay here to gather the people who are following us. Yes. The female knight nodded. Your Excellency, take care. The others, pay attention to keep up. The King's City Knight Regiment was like a sharp silver blade, cutting into the rear of Garcia's team. The crowd suddenly became a mess, many people fell to the ground in panic, and then were trampled to death by the horses. Occasionally, some people pulled out their weapons to resist, but they were pierced by the skillful knight with their spears. Leading this unstoppable torrent, rushing at the forefront of the sharp blade was the chilly wind knight Naaman Moore. The blue-striped cloak fluttering behind him was particularly eye-catching. Wherever he went, the enemies would avoid him. After a round of killing, the tip of his spear and his sword were stained with blood. Timothy Wimbledon stood on a hillside in the distance, observing the situation of the battlefield. At this time, the tail of the team of 3,000 people was no longer as neat as before, the crowd was getting more and more scattered, and the team's speed almost stopped. They can't hold on for long, Timothy thought, 2 more rounds and his sister's team will collapse. These people have no way to resist the attack of the elite knight of Grey Castle. Most of them don't even have armor. As long as they are hit by a sword, they will completely lose the ability to fight. Almost as he expected, it took an hour to detour around Eagle City, climb over a hill, and then pass through a sparse forest. The knight regiment once again returned to the main road. Then he ordered the whole regiment to speed up, and finally caught up with Garcia's team at noon. Timothy divided the knight regiment into 3 groups according to what the Duke had taught him. Each group had about 300 people, and they would take turns to attack the enemy's flank and rear. In this way, they could conserve their horses, and in case of an emergency, they could also mobilize reinforcements. In order to avoid being surrounded, the knight regiment didn't need to rush into the crowd, they only needed to approach the enemy from the side, accelerate and rush, and then cut off a small part of the enemy's tail, causing dozens of enemy casualties every time. This tactic was obviously effective. After a few rounds, the enemy was killed or injured more than 100 people, but they had no power to fight back. They also wanted to organize a cavalry to fight back, but the equipment and training gap was too big. Compared to the King City Knight Regiment, the temporarily put together cavalry was just a group of infantry riding on horses. In a moment, those cavalry who braced themselves to fight were killed and fled. This kind of one-sided massacre was a huge blow to morale. Timothy noticed that some of Garcia's troops had begun to break away from the formation and flee in other directions. It was time to launch an all-out attack, he thought. When the Coldwind Knight returned with his team, he did not order the next round of attack. Instead, he returned to the knight regiment from the hillside. "Your Majesty, they are about to be separated." Naaman wiped the sweat from his forehead. The blood in his palms had left a few marks on his face. It was the blood of the enemies. He had been fighting for so long and was still unscathed. Timothy took out his own handkerchief and handed it to him. "Well done. After a short rest, we will give the enemy the final blow." Seeing that the next round of broken-tail charge had yet to arrive, Garcia's men realized that the decisive battle was about to begin. The huge team completely stopped moving forward and slowly gathered until they were all huddled together. The people at the outermost layer raised their wooden spears. Timothy snorted disdainfully. This was nothing more than a deathbed struggle. Without a barricade or armor, trying to stop the charge of the kingdom's knight company with just their bodies of flesh and blood would only result in a crushing defeat. Regardless of whether his third sister was still in the team or not, it would not change the outcome. Perhaps she had already changed her clothes and left, leaving this group of people to stall for time. But he soon found that he was wrong. The Queen of Clearwater's flag was once again raised in the crowd. The green flag fluttered in the wind. The sailboat and the crown pattern made Timothy frown. He raised his telescope and looked at the enemy's formation. He saw a vague figure of a woman standing on the platform set up by several warriors. She raised her hand and seemed to be shouting something. He could not see her face clearly, but the fluttering gray hair revealed her identity. Garcia Wimbledon. Unexpectedly, she did not run. Timothy took a deep breath. Very good, in this way, the farce will end here early. He would not have to go to the port of Clearwater again. When the horses were fully rested, the new king issued the order for the whole army to attack. The knight and his retinue, composed of more than 800 cavalry, under the leadership of the King's Knight Regiment, launched a charge against the enemy. The tip of the sword of the Knight Regiment was still the Coldwind Knight, Naaman Moore. Just as the Knight Regiment was about to enter the enemy's formation, a large number of people suddenly appeared on the horizon on both the east and west sides. They issued a burst of strange cries and rushed all the way to the center of the battlefield. Timothy could not believe it and stared with wide eyes. Who were these people? There was no flag, no family emblem. The sudden appearance of this army was different from any of the forces in the kingdom. Through the telescope, most of them did not even have armor, and their weapons were also varied. However, in Timothy's knowledge, there was only one kind of people who had a tall and strong figure and a strange face. The Sand Nation of the southernmost region. He no longer needed to guess whether the other side was an enemy or a friend. There was no doubt that Xianxia and the Sand Nation had reached some kind of deal, allowing this group of damned foreigners to intervene in the Grey Castle royal power. Thinking of this, Timothy was burning with anger. He turned around and shouted, "Sound the horn, call back the Knight Regiment." But it was already too late. The high-speed charging army simply could not easily turn around. The Knight Regiment plunged into Xianxia's formation, and like a hot knife cutting through butter, they directly pierced the position of the Queen of Clearwater. Timothy eagerly looked at the flag that was fluttering in the wind, hoping that it would break. The Sand Nation attacking from both sides were about 1,000 people, so Xianxia's army would swell to 5,000 people, which was a number that he couldn't handle. Moreover, the Sand Nation's people were very strong. Falling into close combat would be a great threat to the Knight Regiment. If at this time he could kill the enemy's leader, cut off the flagpole, and destroy Xianxia's militia regiment, he still had a chance to win. However, the flagpole swayed a bit but still stood tall in the middle of the formation. The Sand Nation completed the encirclement, and followed the Knight Regiment to join the battle. If not for this batch of reinforcements, Xianxia's 3,000 outlaws should have already been defeated, but at this moment, they were still persisting, like a swamp, slowly dragging the Knight Regiment into it. The horn of retreat resounded through the battlefield. One after another, the Knight Regiment rushed out and approached Timothy, but there were still many people trapped in the enemy's formation, including the Cold Wind Knight. He was entangled by a 9-feet-tall foreign warrior, and was already gasping for breath. The other side waved a giant wooden stick, creating a small empty space around the two of them. Naaman's mount had already been smashed to death. He relied on his extraordinary reaction and agility to dodge left and right, but the thick armor quickly consumed his remaining strength. Finally, when he dodged sideways, he lost his footing, and was hit in the chest by a sweeping wooden stick. The strength was so great that the armor sank into his body, and the wooden stick broke into two. The blue cloak slowly fell, and disappeared into the crowd. Since the end of the months of the demons, it had only rained twice in the western region. The rest of the time, it had been sunny, as if it was making up for the winter. The previous musty smell in the office had been swept away, and the air became fresh and natural. When he opened the window, he could smell a light fragrance from the garden from time to time. By now, the land route between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold had basically been restored, and Roland had become particularly concerned about the movements of Longsong Stronghold. According to the situation of the previous year, after the land route was restored, there would soon be merchants going to Border Town to sell their daily goods, but so far he had not seen a single merchant from Longsong Stronghold. In the past week, the First Army had entered the comprehensive training stage, including the defense line and field pursuit. The former mainly relied on lightning to report the distance of the enemy in the air, and the artillery and flintlock teams fired according to the instructions. This part was relatively easy, both the instructions and the corresponding actions were clear. The former mainly relied on lightning to report the distance of the enemy in the air, and the artillery and flintlock teams fired according to the instructions. This part was relatively easy, both the instructions and the corresponding actions were clear. The former mainly relied on lightning to report the enemy's distance in the air, and the artillery and flintlock teams fired according to the instructions. This part was relatively easy, both the instructions and the corresponding actions were clear. For example, solid shells at 800 meters and 500 meters, grapeshot shells at 300 meters, flintlock shots at 50 meters, and so on. The key was the field pursuit stage. According to Roland's plan, after the enemy was defeated, it would take the same 3 days to retreat back to Longsong Stronghold. Even if they abandoned the militia and mercenaries and rode back alone, it would take no less than 2 days, so the enemy must camp in the wild. This gave the First Army the opportunity to pursue. With lightning monitoring the whole process, the First Army would follow in a safe area without being discovered by the scouts, and the artillery and ammunition would be transported by Little Town. When the enemy set up camp for the night, the troops would complete the encirclement, and in the early morning, they would launch a pincer attack and annihilate the enemy. The plan did not seem complicated, but in the absence of radio communication, it was almost impossible to separate the troops and launch a joint attack. Roland could only use the witches at this stage to make up for the lack of communication. As for the final result, he was not sure. Another point was that there was not much gunpowder left, so the comprehensive training stage did not carry out live firing, and the main training was the cooperation between the firearms and artillery teams, as well as the cooperation between the First Army and the witches. He had already sent people to the faraway Fallen Dragon Ridge and Redwater City, hoping to find more sources of saltpeter there. If they could not replenish their gunpowder in time, the First Army's muskets could only be used as spears after 2 battles. Roland wrote down some new procurement plans on paper, including saltpeter, grains, seeds, and other materials. He intended to let Berev send another apprentice to Grey Castle to try his luck. There was an abundance of commodities there, especially saltpeter. As summer approached, King City's saltpeter factory would certainly be operating at full capacity. As a city with a large number of nobles and wealthy merchants, once the weather became hot, the consumption of saltpeter would be astonishingly large. He hoped to find a stable supplier that would provide Border Town with a steady supply of gunpowder. Prior to this, he had already sent 2 of his guards to carry out the plan of summoning witches and finding the fruit. The former usually disguised themselves as travelers or merchants, spreading rumors about witches in the streets, pubs, black markets, and other places in Border Town. Of course, the host was not the 4th Prince Roland, but rather the Witch Cooperation Association, which had finally found the Holy Mountain and hoped that the witches would settle there. The latter would directly go to the port of Clearwater and buy the seeds of strange crops from the other side of the fjords. Of course, if there were any rare crops in the cities they passed through, they would also bring back their seeds. After finishing the purchase list, he handed it to Scroll and told her to go to the city hall and hand it over to Berev. After Scroll left, Roland stretched his body and wanted to drink some water, but found that the cup was already empty. When he was about to get up and take the kettle, Nightingale had already brought the kettle to his table. Not only that, she also smiled and filled the cup, and then took the kettle back. Roland slowly took a sip, his heart was puzzled. Recently, Nightingale's attitude was really not right. She always had a smile on her face, and even took the initiative to help him pour tea. Did she want to raise her salary? In the past, she would directly sit on the sofa, holding a plate of dried fish and nibbling it for the whole afternoon. Although Roland had asked for the reason, the other side just smiled and didn't answer, so he simply let it be. Could it be that Gwent could really make people feel happy? In the future, if he made poker and mahjong, and opened an entertainment city, it would simply be waiting to collect money. Stop, Roland shook his head, and put the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to be greedy for pleasure, he had to think about what to do after taking over the stronghold. Moving the office center to Longsong Stronghold? Roland thought about this for a long time. Moving the capital to a more prosperous place seemed very tempting, but in fact, it was not a good choice. Longsong Stronghold and Border Town were different. It had been built for more than 100 years, and the forces were intertwined. The territory was managed according to the system of enfeoffment, and even the Lord of Longsong Stronghold would find it difficult to stick his hand into other territories. If he wanted to completely transform it into his own territory, it would be almost impossible to achieve without setting off a revolution. Not to mention in that kind of place where crooks mixed with honest folk, his own safety factor could not be guaranteed. He didn't want to be shot by a radical aristocrat while walking on the street. But Border Town was different, the territory was completely under his control. The surrounding land was vast, and there was no urgent need to expand the territory. Most of the people were composed of miners and hunters. After successfully resisting the months of demons, his reputation in this area had also risen. More importantly, after the propaganda of the First Army, which was composed entirely of the people, most of the people accepted the existence of witches. Compared to the church's far-reaching influence in Longsong Stronghold or other urban areas, Border Town could easily develop into a place where witches could live. Therefore, Roland still decided to make Border Town his own core area. As for Longsong Stronghold, he could support other people to manage it, as long as they could provide him with a steady flow of labor and tax revenue. What he lacked the most right now were people and money. Roland's initial idea was to use Longsong Stronghold's money to hire people from Longsong Stronghold to add bricks and tiles to Border Town. The golden dragon that was plundered from the defeated nobles would be returned to the hands of the people, and then collected in Longsong Stronghold through taxes. After Longsong Stronghold handed it over to him, he would then spend it. In addition, he could also use some preferential policies to keep some people with special skills for a long time. However, these were still only a general framework. For example, who to support as an agent, specific tax policies, all these had to wait until the end of the war to consider. At this moment, a yellow figure flew in through the window, and then steadily stopped in front of the prince's table. It was lightning. The vast Stronghold Coalition army slowly walked on the road to Border Town. At the forefront of the army was the Knight Regiment composed of the 6 families of Stronghold. From the armor and dress of each knight, it was easy to see the difference in strength between the families. There was no doubt that the most eye-catching was the knight under the command of Duke Ryan. Their mounts were all short-tailed horses from King's City, good at long-distance running, and bigger than the other horses. Sitting on horseback, the knight looked even more powerful. Their armor was made by the Stronghold's Hammer and Dragon's Teeth blacksmith shop. The thick, shiny silver breastplate was engraved with a huge lion head, and the shoulder armor was engraved with 2 wolf heads, as if they were opening their mouths to roar. The cloak behind them was embroidered with delicate patterns, and the waist was tied with a red silk belt. These knights were not just for show. Every year after the end of the months of the demons, they were responsible for clearing the remaining demonic beasts out of the city to ensure that the land route was smooth. Each of them had accumulated a considerable amount of combat experience. When it came to fighting alone, they were not much worse than the King's Knight Regiment, but they were slightly lacking in numbers. Of course, with the power of the Duke, it was already a very amazing cost to create an elite knight regiment of 150 people. Duke Ryan looked at this sharp division with satisfaction. There was no doubt that with their strength, no one in the western region could stop him. Walking in the middle of the team was the mercenary troops. Their equipment was much inferior in comparison. Most of them wore some old chain mail or plate armor, and they either lacked a gauntlet or a helmet. There were also some people who were only equipped with cheap leather armor and a variety of weapons. They were scattered along the road in 2s and 3s, talking and laughing loudly as they walked. It seemed that this trip was not for fighting, but just for sightseeing. At the end of the team were the freedmen who had been forcibly recruited by the lords. They dragged a wheelbarrow carrying food and tents, and slowly followed behind the mercenaries. Due to the difference in speed, the troop of about 1,500 people was stretched very long. The night troops at the front had to stop from time to time to wait for the troops behind them to catch up. My lord, the Elk Earl Hilt Medra pulled the reins so that he and the Duke were side by side. We still have half a day's journey to Border Town. If all goes well, we should be able to arrive at the dog hour, 4 p.m. At that time, should the troops rest for the night and wait for the next morning before moving, or should they immediately attack the Lord's castle? Don't tell me you want to sleep in the wilderness? At night, I think we should be lying in the castle's big bed, not in the wet mud. Of course, he still had to consider the royal family's reputation. After arriving at Border Town, I will first send an envoy to persuade him to surrender. The Earl of Honeysuckle, who was walking slightly ahead, turned around and said, "The knight's men and horses are tired after a day of walking. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to attack directly?" After all, Roland Wimbledon relied on his miners to safely survive the entire months of the demons. I think it's better for us to be cautious. Haha, it's fine if others don't know, but even you don't know the details of the demonic beasts. My old friend. They are indeed terrible in the wild, fast and amazingly strong, but if there is a wall, most of the demonic beasts are just targets. After all, they are just a group of beasts. The Elk Earl shrugged and said, "I was surprised that he could build a wall so quickly, but with this alone, it is impossible to resist my knight, right? They are not brainless fools." Exactly. And I also received a message from the north, the Duke of Ryan said casually. This year's Hermes was attacked by a large number of hybrid demonic beasts, and the new holy city almost fell. At present, it is not clear why, but it seems that this year's demonic beasts are heading for the new holy city, and the western region is just a few fish that escaped the net. As the lord of the western region, his eyes were not only focused on this remote area, but also on the major cities and towns for many years, who continuously sent him the latest information. The tragic battle in the north was not the main point. A few days ago, he received a secret report from Cliff City, saying that the new King Timothy and Queen of Clearwater Garcia had a fierce battle in the Eagle City of the southern region, and according to the previous news, Timothy's team should arrive in Eagle City in a month. The letter did not mention the battle, only described that when Timothy returned from Cliff City, there were only a few of the thousands of troops left, and he was even unable to block the road as he did when he came. Some people also saw that Eagle City was set ablaze, and the rising black smoke column was almost at the same level as the clouds, and the residents of the surrounding towns witnessed this spectacle. There was no doubt that, regardless of whether the Queen of Clearwater was killed by Timothy or not, such a tragic loss was a serious blow to the new king. This secret letter made the Duke of Ryan restless, and overnight he sent many of his trusted aides to King City and the eastern region, hoping to find out Timothy's current situation. If this battle between the two kings had the opportunity to destroy the new king's unstable regime, he absolutely did not mind adding another torch to the fire. If he wanted to be an independent king, now was almost the best opportunity. The soldiers in the north were buried at the foot of the holy city, and the south had just experienced a war, and obviously needed to lie down and lick their wounds. Not to mention the eastern region and King City, it was likely that they would not be able to recover for a few years. As long as he pulled a group of people to eat the north, he could tear Grey Castle in half. At that time, his territory and population would be comparable to the continent's northernmost kingdom of Eternal Winter, and his strength would be able to compete with Grey Castle in the southeast. And he, Osmond Ryan, would be the first king of this land. Thinking of this, the Duke showed a proud smile. He hoped that after this farce ended today, tomorrow he would immediately set foot on the road home with the prince. If he was lucky, 3 days later he would be able to receive good news from his trusted aides in the castle. When the sun gradually set in the west, approaching the peak of the mountains, Ryan saw the looming outline of Border Town Castle, and, outside the town, a group of densely packed figures. Father, Your Excellency, Ren Med, who was responsible for leading the way in front of the team, rushed back to report, those people in front should be the fourth prince's guards, they are all armed, and it seems that they do not welcome us. That's good, at least we don't have to bother going to the castle to invite him, the Earl of the Elk family said with a smile. Go inform the knight to slow down, we are still far away from the charging distance. Yes, father, Ren accepted the order and left. Duke of Ryan raised the telescope, looking at the enemy's formation. The team in the mirror looked very strange, they were holding strange weapons, standing next to each other in two dense rows. If the weapon was a spear, then it was impossible to see the spear tip, and the grip was too short. Moreover, the enemy's formation was too unreasonable, such a thin line of defense, wouldn't it be easy to break through? This made the Duke a little confused. Even if the prince didn't have any military knowledge, he still had the knight and his guards, it was impossible for them to accompany him, right? After thinking for a moment, the Duke decided to let the mercenaries take the lead, and the knight's troops temporarily stopped in the charging acceleration area to wait for orders, to see what the prince was planning. Of course, the messenger to persuade the prince to surrender was still needed. Duke of Ryan called for a guard. You go and tell the prince, I have no intention of hurting him, but the decree of King Timothy Wimbledon has arrived, I have no choice but to obey. If he puts down his weapons and surrenders now, he will not suffer any harm, and I will escort him back to King City in accordance with the treatment of a prince. When the enemy appeared in his field of vision, Danner saw those fully armed knight, riding tall horses and wearing shining armor, slowly approaching the town. Usually, a lord knight in the town was a high and mighty existence. Now, nearly 100 of them had come out at once. This scene made him suck in a cold breath. Danner felt his palms sweating again, just like when he stood on the wall and faced the demonic beasts for the first time, but this time, he was facing the same kind of noble coalition of Longsong Stronghold. That's not right. He spat and threw his thoughts aside. Same kind? When did those nobles treat you as one of their kind? He laughed at himself. This trip was to seize Border Town and bring the North Slope mine back under the control of Longsong Stronghold. More importantly, they even intended to drive His Royal Highness out of the western region, which was unacceptable to all the members of the First Army. Yesterday, His Royal Highness had made it very clear in his speech before the war, that Timothy Wimbledon, His Royal Highness' brother, used tricks to seize the throne and killed the old King Wimbledon III. Originally, Vanner didn't have any opinion on these things between the royal family and the nobles, it didn't matter who became the king. But the Duke Ryan wanted to take this opportunity to take away His Royal Highness' territory, which was too much. Think about it, before His Royal Highness came here, what was Border Town like? The former lord seemed to be an earl, who was rarely seen. When he bought furs, he brought his guards with him, and often bought the good goods from the hunters at low prices. When the months of demons came, he was the first to escape, and when the townspeople suffered in the Longsong stronghold slums, he never cared about them. Now, under the rule of His Royal Highness, Border Town was getting better and better, these changes were visible to everyone. Vanner thought, the more the miners produced, the more they got paid. After His Royal Highness put the black machine into the North Slope mine, the extra output was still counted as the miners' pay. Whether it was the construction of the wall or the gravel of the mine, the villagers were paid on time. This winter, no one even starved or froze to death. Of course, the biggest change was the militia, now the First Army. With them guarding the town, no one had to curl up in the cold wooden shed of Longsong stronghold in winter, begging those big shots to give them a mouthful of food. If His Royal Highness was gone, would the Duke allow the First Army to exist? Vanner took 2 deep breaths and wiped his sweat on his clothes. Of course, they would not allow it. The nobles of Longsong stronghold did not care about the lives of the townspeople. This was exactly what His Royal Highness had said, only an army composed of the people would be willing to fight for the people. He raised his head and looked at the left side of the sky. There was a black dot circling in the distance. If he didn't look carefully, he would have thought that it was a huge bird. It was Lightning, the firing commander of the artillery team. She used the trees on both sides of the road as cover and observed the enemy's movements from above. When she flew back, Vanner also noticed that as long as she did not take the initiative to fly to the open area, the people below would only see the branches on both sides when they looked up, and it would be very difficult for them to find the witch who was scouting in the sky. Within a quarter of an hour, Lightning had flown close to the front of the formation and flashed a green ribbon. This meant that the enemy had entered the firing range of a kilometer. Vanner still did not know how far the 1 kilometer mentioned by His Royal Highness was, but when he saw the green signal, he subconsciously followed the rules of the comprehensive maneuver and shouted the command to load and adjust the firing angle. The 4 artillery teams quickly completed this set of actions, the muzzle was adjusted to the 3rd gear, and the gunpowder and solid shells were loaded into the barrels. Vanner had thought that after standing on the wall and fighting against the demonic beasts, he could already be regarded as experienced, but today he found that compared to Iron Axe and Brian, he was still far behind. In the afternoon, when they were assembling, his heartbeat had been difficult to stabilize. But when the 2 men led their respective teams into the firing position, they not only looked normal, but he could even hear a trace of eagerness in Brian's voice. But until now, he still had not recovered his calm, and even the Rodney brothers seemed to be performing better than him. This made Vanner somewhat depressed. He licked his dry lips and looked for Lightning's position again. At this time, the enemy suddenly slowed down a lot. "What are they doing?" Rodney asked. "I don't know." Cat's Claw opened his eyes wide and looked around. "It seems that they are adjusting the formation. Their people look a bit messy." "They are waiting for the troops behind them," Jop said with a trembling voice. "It is impossible for Lord Knight to fight alone, there must be a large number of people behind them." "You even know this?" Narsen curled his lips. "I have seen it. A Lord Knight will bring at least 2 squires, as well as a dozen serfs to carry their provisions." He counted with his fingers. "You see, a Duke of Longsong stronghold has at least 100 knights under his command, right? There are at least 300 people who can fight on horseback. Adding the earls and viscounts in the territory, there are even more. There are also mercenaries, they live on the edge of a knife, they kill without blinking an eye. We only have a total of 300 people." "Less than 300 people," Vanner corrected in his heart. "Only 270 people are equipped with weapons, according to His Highness. This is called insufficient production. Now those who don't have guns have been sent to the artillery team to carry ammunition for the 4 cannons." But seeing that there were still people who performed worse than him, he felt a little better. That's the mercenaries, they are coming. Jop whispered. Vanna raised his head and looked, only to see a group of people dressed in a variety of clothes gradually occupying the front of the battlefield. They didn't ride on horseback, nor did they line up, but instead gathered in twos and threes in the middle of the battlefield. The knights spread out on both sides, seemingly to make way for the mercenaries. Compared to half a quarter of an hour ago, the Duke's coalition army was much closer. At this time, a knight flew out from the coalition army and quickly rushed towards Border Town. Vanner's heart tightened, he almost shouted the command to fire. What is she doing? He looked up, but still didn't see lightning, but the other side was getting closer and closer, while waving a white flag. He is the messenger sent by the Duke, Jop muttered, he should be here to persuade us to surrender. That's none of our business. Rodney squatted down behind the cannon, his line of sight aligned with the centerline of the cannon barrel. Leader, the cannon needs to be adjusted, most of the knights have already left the battlefield. In the previous live-fire practice, they had been repeatedly taught that the attack range of the cannon was in a straight line in front of the muzzle, so if they wanted to hit the target, they had to overlap the target with the centerline of the cannon barrel. The five of them turned the cannon slightly, until the knight troops at the forefront of the coalition army entered the direction of the muzzle. The messenger who came alone was immediately escorted to the rear of the defensive line by Sir Carter, but Vanner knew that the Duke's move was only a waste of time. His Highness the Prince would never agree to surrender. Suddenly, lightning sped up and flew towards the town's defensive line, her arms waving, the yellow ribbon in her hands fluttering in the wind. The yellow signal meant that the other side had entered the range of 800 meters. Within this distance, the cannon's solid bullets had a chance to hit the target. As long as the captain of the artillery team didn't indicate that they were forbidden to fire, the artillery teams could freely shoot. The knight could not charge at the highest speed at the beginning. Horses had limited physical strength and could only maintain high speed for a short period of time. Generally speaking, they would let the horse trot at a distance of 1,000 to 800 meters, gradually accelerate at 500 meters, and finally sprint at 200 meters. When the 12-pound Napoleon cannon fired solid projectiles, the theoretical effective range could reach 1,300 meters. Perhaps because of the short range, the cannon made by Roland was too far away to be seen from a kilometer away. Therefore, he had to open fire at 800 meters. At this time, the accuracy of the cannon was guaranteed, and the shell would still bounce forward after landing, causing line damage. The probability of hitting multiple targets was still relatively high. In order to let the mercenaries go first, Duke of Ryan ordered the knight to wait in the acceleration zone. In the past, this was an absolutely safe zone. Bows and crossbows could not threaten the knight, and the latter had enough distance to increase the speed of the horse. The low efficiency of the mercenaries caused the knights who were already in position to pull their mounts to a halt and wait quietly. For the artillery team, they were almost fixed targets. The Duke did not know that when his troops stepped on this land, they had already fallen into the battlefield that Roland had prepared. The middle road was flat and spacious, and both sides were filled with plants catalyzed by leaf. It looked like an ordinary grassland, but under the knee-high weeds were thick vines, like tripping ropes. If the cavalry wanted to outflank the defensive line, they could only advance at a very low speed. Within a kilometer, the distance was marked by Soroya. It might not be clear on the ground, but in the eyes of Lightning, who was overlooking the whole situation from the air, the battlefield was accurately divided into several sections. Different colored marks represented different distances. The enemy was advancing on a ruler. The artillery team did not need to calculate the angle of the muzzle, they only needed to follow the predetermined steps in the maneuver. The 12-pound cannon of Vanner Group was the first to roar. A large amount of gas produced by the detonation of the gunpowder pushed the projectile outward. When it flew out of the muzzle, it had accelerated to more than 400 meters per second. Almost in the span of 2 breaths, the shell hit the ground with a whistling sound, passed between 2 knights, and fell into the grass beside the road. The splashing soil and gravel startled the horses. One of them did not have time to react and accidentally fell off the horse. The other 2 cannonballs also missed, causing a trail of dust to rise. In the first round of firing, only the last group of cannons was lucky. There was no one in front of the iron ball. A knight happened to pass in front of it when he was controlling his frightened horse. His armor was useless in front of the huge kinetic energy. After the iron ball pierced through the thin iron skin and flesh, it bounced a little on the ground and broke another knight's calf. The knight's horse was also cut open, and its internal organs flowed out on the ground. If the knights were in the normal acceleration phase, they would have adjusted the angle of fire for the next round of bombardment. But this sudden attack had clearly shocked the Duke's coalition army. They did not even know where the attack came from or how it was launched. The speed of the cannonball was beyond the ability of the naked eye. The knight did not receive the order, but he could not see the speed of the shell. The Vanner team completed the reloading process as fast as possible, and the second round of bombardment began. Under the hot weapons, the flesh and blood were exposed to the fragility and softness of the body. Once the iron ball passed by, it would be an irreversible injury. The knights who were hit directly not only had their limbs broken into several pieces, but also blood splattered everywhere. Only when the shell fell to the ground and formed a second ejection, people could faintly see a vague black ghost, wantonly taking the lives of its companions in the crowd. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the Duke finally connected the fire, roars, and inexplicable attacks in the enemy camp. The enemy seemed to have an incredible weapon, whose range was far beyond the crossbow, almost comparable to the fortress's trebuchets. Thinking of this, the Duke ordered his men to blow the horn to attack. As long as the distance was closed, this long-range weapon would basically lose its effect. However, the knight showed a completely different reaction. After hearing the horn, some people began to speed up in the direction of the town, some people were still competing with their horses, and a small number of people had retreated to the rear. Coupled with the swarming mercenaries, the whole scene was chaotic. The attacking knight returned to the main road, and the gunner team immediately became busy. In addition to cleaning the barrel and reloading the ammunition, they also needed to move the gun carriage. At this time, Lightning once again returned to the line of defense, and the ribbon in her hand was replaced by a red one. The red signal meant that the enemy had approached within 500 meters, and at this distance, the cannons could hit more than 80% of the targets. Vanner shouted, "Level the firing angle. Quick, ignite, ignite." After the deafening roar, he did not even have time to observe the results of the battle, and directly turned to the ammunition delivery staff and shouted, "Shotgun, send the shotgun up." In the artillery training, His Royal Highness had repeatedly stressed that if a red signal was seen and the barrel was loaded with solid shells, they should immediately fire and load the shotgun. If it had not been loaded, they should change to the shotgun, and wait for the enemy to enter the range of 300 meters before shooting. The canister shell looked like a barrel-shaped tin can filled with finger-sized iron pellets and sawdust. The diameter of the can was smaller than the barrel, so after filling the canister shell, an extra thin piece of wood had to be stuffed in before the canister shell was filled. When they waited for Lightning to send the purple signal, the 4 cannons almost simultaneously opened fire. This was also the first time that Vanner used the shotgun for live firing. According to His Royal Highness, the shotgun was not easy to recover after being shot, so he only practiced the procedure without igniting it. Today was the first time that he witnessed the amazing damage caused by this special shell. After the tin barrel flew out of the muzzle, because of the huge pressure difference, the iron balls inside rained down on the enemy, and the night within 300 meters was suddenly covered by a metal storm. Blood spurted out of the bodies of the men and horses, and they instantly fell down like wheat being cut down. Some iron balls still had a lot of kinetic energy after penetrating the human body, so the overlapping targets could not escape this disaster. The knight, who were lucky enough not to be covered by the barrage, finally approached the sprinting distance. There was only one thought in their minds, that was to break through this thin line of defense, and slaughter those cowards who only knew how to hide behind the line of defense and use evil weapons. It only took a short 20 breaths to cross the last 150 meters. The remaining knight lowered their bodies and accelerated their horses to the highest speed. However, this 150 meters seemed to be close in front of them, but it was actually an unreachable distance. The last round of shotgun fire completely destroyed the fighting will of the knight. Within a range of 100 meters, the iron balls, which were not easily deformed, could already penetrate 2 or 3 people. The conical area in front of the muzzle became the domain of the Grim Reaper, and almost none of the more than 20 knight who rushed at the front was spared. The only difference was that they were hit by a few bullets. The team collapsed. There was no way to recover the team that had collapsed because of fear. The knight in the back turned their horses around and wanted to escape from the battlefield. Seeing the knight regiment scattering in all directions, the mercenaries were naturally not willing to take a step forward. They had always worked for money, and they would never risk their lives to do this kind of unprofitable business. Now that it was time to retreat, the mercenaries ran away much faster than when they came. The tide of defeat engulfed the Duke of Ryan's coalition forces, and the situation quickly became out of control. The people squeezed back and fled, and those who were pushed down were trampled to death. No one had time to care about others, and they only hated themselves for not having two more legs. This was the first time Carter Lannis had seen such a battle. More than 300 knight had formed a huge lineup, but they had not even touched the edge of the defensive line before they were completely defeated. Until the end, they were not able to enter the 50-meter range. That was the firing line drawn by His Highness. Only after crossing the 50-meter range were they allowed to open fire. 4 cannons forcibly contained the opponents within the 100-meter range. Within the 150 to 100-meter range, there were 20 corpses lying in disorder, and these people, like himself, were all skilled knight. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to control the horses to move forward at high speed under the roar of the cannons. Carter was glad that he was not one of them. He had a faint premonition that the future war would become very different, and with such a powerful force, Roland Wimbledon would ascend to the throne sooner or later. After seeing the tragic battlefield, a few people in the First Army began to feel dizzy, vomiting and other adverse reactions, but because it was not close combat, the shock of killing the enemy with cannons was less than that of killing the enemy with a blade, so the reaction was not serious. Carter selected a group of hunters who were accustomed to seeing severed limbs and blood to collect the bodies of the dead, and at the same time to search for those who were still alive. The sun gradually set behind the mountains. Carter looked at the blood-red sky, and the crows in the distant woods. He suddenly felt a trace of desolation. The era of the night was over. Duke of Ryan had not been able to come back to his senses. He did not understand how they were defeated. The line of defense was obviously as thin as a cicada's wing, as long as a light poke could penetrate it, but the knights scattered in all directions as if they had seen the devil. In fact, he couldn't even blame others, because the ones who charged at the forefront were the elite knights under his command. His personal guards cut down several people, making the swarming mercenaries avoid the Duke's position, but that was all. No matter how much he roared, he was unable to control his defeated subordinates. In desperation, Duke of Ryan had to follow the flow of people to retreat. This retreat was nearly 10 miles. When night fell, the Duke chose a place near the river bank to set up camp. The missing knight and mercenaries followed the torches and approached, but most of them were still missing. To make matters worse, the freedmen had not hesitated to leave their carts and provisions behind in their retreat, and tonight they had to kill a few horses for their provisions. In the largest tent in the camp, the nobles of the 5 families gathered together and looked at Duke Ryan with pale faces. The latter did not look any better. "Can anyone tell us what kind of new weapon they are using? It's farther away than a crossbow, and it's not like a catapult where you can see the thrown stones." He glanced at Ren Med. "You were also at the front, did you see anything?" "My lord, I don't know." Ren held his head. "I only heard the roar, and then they fell in batches, especially the last sound." The knight who rushed to the front seemed to suddenly hit an invisible wall. I saw his body shake, and then his head and arms were torn apart, just like... He thought for a moment. An egg thrown from the top of a castle. "Is it a witch?" the Earl of the Elk family whispered. "Impossible," the Duke said, frowning. "My knight is wearing a godstone of retaliation. A witch can't hurt them." "It's not like you haven't played with a witch. In front of a godstone, what's the difference between them and an ordinary woman? By the way, my lord," Ren suddenly seemed to remember something. "Before I heard the loud noise, I saw a few cart-like things in their formation. On the cart there were huge iron pipes, which emitted red light and smoke." "Iron pipes? Red light and smoke? Isn't that just a ceremonial bucket?" the Earl of the Elk family wondered. The Duke, of course, knew what a ceremonial bucket was. In the past, only the nobles in King City used it during major celebrations, but now almost every lord had one or two. In his castle, there was a pair of bronze ceremonial buckets, which would explode when put in snow powder. But compared to the soul-stirring thunder today, that sound was far inferior. The ceremonial bucket will not let the night fall apart, the Earl of Honeysuckle said. No matter what weapon the prince used, we have already lost. What should we do next? The Duke of Ryan glanced at him with displeasure. The word lost was particularly harsh to him. We haven't lost yet, he emphasized. A disadvantageous battle can't change the final result. As long as we return to Longsong Stronghold, I can recruit another team, and at the same time cut off the trade on the Redwater River. Without food, Border Town won't last for more than a month. As long as he dares to bring those villagers out, my knight can defeat him from the side and behind. Victory will eventually belong to me, he thought, but the losses I've suffered are not something a small town can make up for. If I want to take the northern region again, it's almost impossible. Damn it. If I can catch Roland Wimbledon, I must tear him to pieces. But my lord, the fleet on the Redwater River is not only from Longsong Stronghold, but also from Willow Town, Fallen Dragon Ridge, and Redwater City. If we intercept all of them, won't it be? The Earl of Honeysuckle hesitated. I'll buy them all, as long as I pay them. It doesn't matter who they sell them to, the Duke said coldly. Everyone go back to their tents and sleep, we'll set out tomorrow morning. The knight with a horse will go with us, and the one without a horse will stay behind and be responsible for leading the mercenaries. It was impossible to march at night. Even if the fourth prince planned to pursue them, he would have to set out at dawn, and the first thing he would encounter would be the mercenaries left behind. He thought, even if this group of waste collapsed at the first touch, they would still be able to buy him a lot of time. The next day, the Duke didn't receive any news that the prince had caught up. In order to confirm this news, he sent his trusted aides to expand the scope of the investigation, and the results were the same. This made him feel a little relieved, probably because the new weapons were as difficult to move as the trebuchets, and could only be used in a defensive battle. Relying only on a group of miners with wooden sticks, the prince didn't dare to act rashly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Duke ordered the knight to stop and wait for the people behind to catch up. When it was nearly dusk, the mercenaries and freedmen caught up with the cavalry one after another. Everyone was busy. Again, circling a piece of land and hastily setting up tents. As long as he could get through this night, he would be able to rush to Longsong Stronghold tomorrow. The 3-feet-high bluestone wall was like a natural moat for hundreds of troops. Even if the other side had a very long range of new weapons, he could still use the trebuchets behind the wall to counterattack. This account, he would definitely settle with the prince. But what made the Duke of Ryan a little uncomfortable was that, all the way today, he always felt like he was being stared at. It's probably an illusion, he thought, I'm too nervous. The next morning, the Duke was awakened by the sound of cannons. When he rushed out of the tent, he found that everyone was covering their heads and scurrying away. From time to time there would be mud and blood splashing everywhere. Looking to the west, he saw the militia wearing standard leather armor lined up in a straight line, quietly standing outside the camp. In the midst of the deafening roar, there was only one thought left in the Duke's mind: how did they catch up? Yesterday, the knight who was responsible for the investigation didn't see the pursuers. Your Excellency the Duke, let's go. The guard shouted loudly as he brought a horse. Osmond Ryan woke up from his daze. He turned over and mounted the horse, following the guard to the east. However, not long after they left the camp, they saw another unit that looked exactly the same. They were wearing the same standard leather armor, holding strange short sticks in their hands, arranged in a neat row. Even their expressions looked the same. Although Roland had the First Army trained twice a week, he had never tried to march at night. It was dangerous to dispatch troops at night. They couldn't see the road clearly, they could easily be attacked by wild beasts and poisonous snakes, and it was easy to get lost. Holding a torch was simply a natural target. Therefore, he had to wait until dawn the next day to set off with the Duke's coalition army. In order to ensure the smooth operation, the prince decided to follow the First Army. Of course, compared to the bumpy and rubbing butt riding, he chose to accompany them on Little Town. After half a month of training, Hummingbird was able to control the duration of the 12-pound cannon Lightning within a fixed range. Taking into account the long enchantment process, Roland arranged for her to transform the cannon at dawn, so that the first cannon could last the longest, and the remaining cannons successively decreased in order to ensure that the 4 Lightning cannons lost their effectiveness as much as possible. Thanks to Hummingbird's ability, Little Town could now carry 4 cannons and their crew members at a time. The huge cement ship was full of people. In addition to the artillery team and Roland, Anna, Nightingale, Nana, Leaf, Echo, Hummingbird and Sir Pine were also aboard Little Town. Bendy was responsible for providing the power, and Brian was the helmsman. It could be said that, except for Scroll, Soroya, Lily, and Mystery Moon who weren't good at fighting, almost all the witches in Border Town came out in full force. Originally, Anna didn't need to go to the battlefield, but her firm eyes made Roland unable to be ruthless in the end. The land troops were the First Army's firearm team, led by Chief Knight Carter and Iron Axe, while Lightning was responsible for the whole tracking mission. A group of people quietly followed behind the enemy. The distance between them was just outside the patrol range of the cavalry scouts. Once Lightning discovered the activity of the cavalry scouts, the army would stop moving forward. Along the way, they also captured a lot of scattered mercenaries and freedmen, but at the moment there was no way to deal with these surrendered enemies, so after disarming them, they were taken care of by the team members who didn't have firearms. This was also the first time that Roland led an army on an expedition against the enemy. He stood on the bow of Little Town, feeling the head-on morning breeze, feeling quite proud of himself. "What are you laughing at?" Anna suddenly appeared beside him and asked. Roland's smile disappeared instantly. "Nothing." "Really?" She handed him a handkerchief. "Wipe your saliva." Roland suddenly felt an urge to jump into the water. "Thank you." When Lightning reported that the other party had set up camp, it was already sunset. Compared to the previous continuous reconnaissance, it was obvious that the morale of the Allied forces had dropped to a freezing point after experiencing a huge defeat. Just as dusk fell, the knight who was in charge of the reconnaissance rushed back to the camp in a hurry, afraid that he would miss the horse meat at night. Roland's troops were stationed on the shore 2 kilometers away from the Duke's army. Since they hadn't been discovered along the way, the annihilation plan was already half a success. Next, they just had to wait for the sky to brighten and complete the encirclement before the enemy set out. This was also Roland's first time spending the night in the wild. Compared to the camp full of reptiles, he was more inclined to sleep on the boat. The wooden shed where the artillery was parked was emptied, and the members of the artillery team unloaded the 12-pound cannon and lived in the camp. Little Town became the prince's temporary palace. In addition to Roland, the other witches also stayed on the boat for the night. Everyone covered the shed with mattresses and lay down side by side with their clothes. Roland wanted to be reserved, but he found that the witches didn't care about it at all. In addition to Anna, they had all suffered a lot. During the days when they were homeless, sleeping in the wild was a common thing. After a while, everyone fell asleep. Only Roland and Anna found it difficult to fall asleep. The former was used to a soft bed, so it was difficult for her to adapt to the hard deck bed. Anna, on the other hand, seemed to be thinking about something. She kept tilting her head and looking at Roland. When the prince turned his head, Anna would quickly close her eyes and pretend to be asleep. But under the moonlight, her eyelashes could still be seen trembling slightly. If it wasn't for fear of waking up the others, Roland really wanted to pinch the tip of her nose, force her to open her eyes, and then hold her in his arms. In this way, the two of them almost didn't sleep for the whole night. Before the sun rose, Roland launched his plan to divide the troops and surround them. The 270 infantry with guns would be divided into 2 groups. One of the groups would be equipped with 2 cannons, and would be sent by Little Town to the rear of the Duke's army. They would complete the defense 1 kilometer away. Lightning was responsible for monitoring the Duke's movements. When the cannons were set up, the little girl would give the signal. At this moment, Carter would lead the remaining troops to attack from the front. The transportation of cement boats would avoid the possibility of being separated during the march. After entering the fog, Nightingale's black and white vision could be used as a night vision device. With her as the navigator, Little Town would have the ability to navigate during the day. This set of procedures had been repeatedly practiced, so everyone knew what to do even with their eyes closed. Bendy increased the output of the wind, and Little Town, as if riding the wind and breaking the waves, transported the troops in batches to the rear. About an hour later, Iron Axe led the intercepting troops in position. Lightning flew over Carter's camp and flashed the orange flag. At this time, the sky was just beginning to break. The encirclement and annihilation plan officially began. Because Echo was assigned to the rear, the musketeers responsible for the frontal attack didn't need to move to fight. They only needed to line up in a battle line and protect the two cannons. The 12-pound cannons were quickly pushed into position and fired at the enemy camp. At this time, most of the Duke's army was still asleep. Along with the rumbling sound of the cannons, solid shells whistled towards the camp. The knight and the mercenaries, who had just woken up from a dream, rushed out of the tent, only to find that the First Army had already lined up and were quietly waiting in place. With the experience of the previous day's fiasco, no one dared to challenge this seemingly thin line of defense. They could only flock to the east and flee. Iron Axe had been waiting for a long time behind them. When the enemy appeared in their field of vision, the encirclement and annihilation plan finally reached the moment to close the noose. With Echo playing marching music, the 150 people of the First Army stepped on the drums, lined up in 2 neat rows, and marched towards the enemy. In order to create pressure on the Duke's army, Iron Axe, who was responsible for intercepting, had to take the initiative to attack. If they stuck to their original position, the enemy was likely to abandon their mounts and take a detour to escape through the woods. The Duke of Ryan had already fallen into despair. He simply could not understand how the enemy had appeared behind them. Admit defeat and surrender? He did not know how Roland Wimbledon would deal with a duke who dared to show his sword to the royal family. Perhaps he would be imprisoned, perhaps exiled, or even directly sent to the guillotine. No matter what, Longsong Stronghold would have nothing to do with him in the future. Seeing the troops approaching step by step, as well as the terrifying weapons behind them, he knew that if he did not rush forward now, he would never have the chance to do so again. There were only 30 people left. This was his last chance. They can't stop us, the Duke roared. As long as we cross this horizontal line, they will not be able to catch up with us on foot. We are only half a day away from Longsong Stronghold. Knight, charge with me. Then the Duke began to urge his mount to speed up, but unfortunately, not everyone had the spirit to fight to the death. Only 10 people, including his personal guards, followed him in the charge. However, he could not afford to care so much now. The music came to an abrupt end. The other side stopped in unison, standing in front of him like a wall. Then he saw those people raise the short sticks in their hands. When the Duke of Ryan was only 100 steps away from the human wall, a series of banging sounds rang out. He felt a fierce shock in his chest and abdomen, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. Then came a feeling of paralysis and powerlessness. His body leaned back and fell from the horse's back to the ground. Perrault Hall sat at his desk, subconsciously fiddling with a beautiful piece of parchment in his hand. It was the program list sent by the Longsong Theatre every weekend afternoon. Usually, he would choose a favorite play, let the housekeeper pay a deposit, and then send the invitation to Shirley. But now, he did not read a word. Today was the 7th day of the expedition. If everything went well, his father should have returned with the Duke yesterday. Maybe he was delayed on the road, or maybe he was tired and rested in border town for an extra day. He comforted himself, but the uneasiness in his heart was slowly growing. Roland Wimbledon, the 4th prince, had left a deep impression on him. Perrault even felt it was inconceivable that such an outstanding prince had such a terrible reputation in King City. Bad character, dandy, incompetent, ignorant and incompetent. Any evaluation was different from the prince he knew. That was why his uneasiness was so strong. He was afraid that the Duke would lose to him. Young Master Perrault, the housekeeper shouted outside the door, "There is a letter from Stronghold." From Stronghold? Perrault was stunned. Bring it in. Peeling off the cover, the first sentence on the letter left Petrov dumbfounded. This was a letter from Prince Roland. Duke Osmond Ryan attacked this king's territory with force and attempted to rebel, but failed. The Duke himself was executed on the battlefield, and now Longsong Stronghold is in my hands. The Duke was defeated? His heart sank, and he continued to read. Except for a few diehards, most of Duke Ryan's accomplices had surrendered and pleaded guilty. Those who rebelled against the royal family should have been executed, but I am merciful and only executed the ringleaders and unforgivable people. The rest of the participants can redeem the captives with money according to the past war custom. The place of exchange is the Lord's Castle of Longsong Stronghold. The following is the list. The wording of this official document was extremely awkward, and it was not the common diplomatic language, but the meaning was clear. The Duke failed in his rebellion and wanted captives. Redeem them with money. Perrault looked down slightly, and his father's name appeared in the first row. Hades! He shouted the housekeeper's name. Prepare the carriage, I'm going to Stronghold Castle. Count Honeysuckle's territory was to the east of Stronghold. When Perrault arrived at the castle district, it was already half an hour later. In front of the lord's castle stood the militia that he had never seen before. They did not have shiny armor, nor did they have capes or ribbons. In their hands, they held a strangely shaped short stick with a sharp spear at the top. Just by standing neatly in 2 rows with their heads held high and chests puffed out, he felt an oppressive aura. After reporting his identity, Perrault was led into the courtyard and led to the castle hall by a guard. He had been to this place many times, but today, it was as if he had stepped into a completely unfamiliar territory. The guards standing guard in the hallway were all faces he had never seen before. No one nodded or smiled at him, and they were all expressionlessly sizing him up. At the entrance of the hall, a knight came to greet him. Your name? Perrault replied a little unhappily. He did not like such an interrogative conversation, so he emphasized again, Sir Hull. Oh. The other looked disapproving and flipped through the name list in his hand. Count Chalafel Hull is your father. Excuse me, the knight said, but there was not a trace of apology on his face. I am Carter Lannis, the chief knight of Prince Roland. Please come to the side room first, we need to check if you are carrying any weapons. After a search, Perrault's godstone of retaliation was also taken down by the guards. That's not a weapon, Perrault reminded. Of course not. The knight nodded. We will return it to you after the meeting. Don't worry. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he held it back. Return? That godstone of retaliation could be regarded as a high-grade item. It was worth at least 50 golden dragons. It was simply impossible for it to not be exchanged for a defective item. Forget it, he thought, I'll just take it as part of the ransom. Entering the hall, Roland saw Prince Roland sitting in the main seat, writing something. When he looked up and saw Perrault, he was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, We meet again, Mr. Ambassador. It was still a familiar face and tone. Perrault also relaxed a little. He bowed and said, Greetings, Your Highness. Sit down. Roland raised his hand and motioned him to take a seat. You must already know what happened. Your father was not harmed in any way. He was one of the first to surrender. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, Perrault said quickly. I don't know how much ransom Your Highness wants. As long as Honeysuckle can pay, I will immediately send the money. I don't need money, Roland shook his finger. I want livestock and people. It was normal to want livestock. Even 50 years ago, when conflicts broke out between the lords, the loser would compensate the cattle and sheep. Perrault had read about this more than once in the book. But, what does he mean by asking for people? Your Highness, cattle, sheep, horses, there are a lot of them in Honeysuckle's territory. As for the people you mentioned, it's very simple. I want masons, stonemasons, carpenters, farmers, and serfs. The prince handed over a roll of paper. You can convert them according to the value above. As long as the total is 3,000. He smiled. By the way, because His Excellency the Count is regarded as the one who captured the most titles, his value is also the highest. Perrault spread the roll of paper in front of the table. He saw that it was full of professions and livestock types, followed by a number, such as, cattle 3, sheep 2, stonemasons 10, and so on. He immediately understood what the other side meant. The value of 3,000 meant that 1,000 cattle, or 300 stonemasons, were needed to redeem his father. Of course, his territory didn't have so many cattle and stonemasons. Moreover, just by arranging the items on the paper, there would be many choices. As a noble who dealt with trade every day, Perrault instantly realized that there was a lot to be done. As long as he was given a few days' time, he would be able to calculate the optimal solution and meet the requirement of 3,000 points at the lowest cost. Your Highness, I can only give you 1 day, Roland stretched out a finger. This refers to the time you have to make a choice. After all, if you want to gather so many materials and people, it will take at least 3 or 4 days. Moreover, I won't stay here forever. After a week, I will leave this place. But one day is really... Perrault suddenly froze and stared at the prince. Wait, you just said, you want to leave? What does that mean? If the letter isn't wrong, the Duke has already died on the battlefield. Longsong's stronghold belongs to His Highness, but he actually said he wants to leave. Is this place not comparable to that small and shabby border town? No, this isn't the point. The point is, if His Highness leaves, who will manage this magnificent city? A storm was set off in Roland's heart. Will it be inherited by the Duke's children? Thinking about it, this is absolutely impossible. Will I wait for them to reassemble the army to avenge my father? In addition to the Ryan family, the 5 families, or the other noble families? Yes, Roland nodded. I will take the ransom and return to Border Town. Roland's heart suddenly surged with an idea. Once this idea appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Roland looked at Perrault with great interest and suddenly laughed. You are the first person to ask me this question. He took a sip of water from his cup and said in a relaxed tone, Longsong's stronghold is undoubtedly mine, even if I'm not here. However, I do need a person or a family to manage the stronghold for me. So, what you should ask is not the ransom, but the agency fee. Agent. Perrault was no stranger to this word. Some sharp-eyed merchants always stared at the nobles who had a large output in their territory, but had no time or disdain to do business. In order to obtain this right, they had to pay a sum of money in advance as a deposit. How many pieces of golden dragon do you want? He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. This is a long-term process, so there is no need to pay it all at once. Roland paused. 30% of the stronghold's tax revenue every month, as well as 1,000 pieces of supplies, the rest is yours. It's not outrageous, Perrault thought, as long as I can completely occupy Longsong's stronghold, such a price can even be said to be fair. The other side is not joking, he confirmed this point, His Royal Highness really intends to do this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Perrault told himself in his heart. He and the prince were not enemies, the Duke had been completely defeated, and his children would be deprived of their inheritance. If the coalition of the 6 families could not defeat the prince, who else could stop him from actually owning the Western Territory? Relying on a powerful force was the basic rule for the continuation of the aristocracy. If they could get His Royal Highness approval before the other 4 families, the Honeysuckle family would become the largest aristocratic family in the Western Territory. Your Royal Highness, why don't you stay here? This castle is much larger than the one in Border Town. You actually want to ask why I don't manage the stronghold myself, don't you? Roland looked at the slightly embarrassed Perrault and said with a smile, there are many reasons. For example, the forces here are too complicated, and it would take me a long time to straighten out the relationship between them, not to mention to profit from it. If I support a local aristocrat, presumably he knows better than me how to govern this place, this is a win-win deal. In addition, there are many reasons, you can go back and think about it slowly. The prince toyed with the silver cup. By the way, if I choose you as my agent, you won't take revenge on me for the Duke, right? Of course not, Your Highness. Although the last question was a little abrupt, Perrault still replied immediately. Now that the Duke was gone, the first thing the 5 families thought of was how to divide his territory. Who cared about revenge? However, Perrault also knew that the reasons given by Her Highness were not the real reasons. The forces were too complicated and difficult to straighten out. In the face of overwhelming power, he could completely eliminate the opposition forces. In 1 to 2 years, all the nobles would forget the loser Ryan, just like what Ryan had done in the past. But 2 years was absolutely not enough to build Border Town into a big city like Longsong Stronghold. His Highness Roland must have a deeper plan. That's good. Then, this city, I'm willing to represent you, Your Highness. Perrault blurted out, but soon his expression became hesitant. But, the king, no, I mean your brother, may not necessarily agree with this result. If he assigns a new duke to the Western Territory, I will be powerless to fight against King City. You don't need to fight, Roland threw 2 letters in front of him. Look at this, and also the documents I found in the Duke of Ryan's study. Perrault quickly scanned the contents of the letters and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The first letter looked like a secret letter. The new King Timothy fought with the Queen of Clearwater in Eagle City and suffered a major defeat. The content of the second letter was even more frightening. Only half of the letter was written, but the Duke of Ryan's intention to annex the Northern Territory and become an independent king had already been expressed on the paper. Because there was no end, it was not clear who this letter was to be sent to. He immediately understood His Royal Highness's meaning. There was no need to resist, because the new king was already too busy to take care of himself. Otherwise, the Duke would never want to raise the flag and become independent. His elite knight regiment was enough to conquer the Western Territory, but compared to King City's knight regiment, it was still far from enough. The secret letter may have been forged, but this document was indeed Osmond Ryan's handwriting, unless the prince found a which who could imitate other people's handwriting. He thought for a moment, then immediately denied this speculation. There was no need for the other party to go through so much trouble to deceive him. Acting as the agent of Longsong's stronghold wasn't a one-sided deal. If he couldn't gain a foothold in Longsong's stronghold, His Royal Highness wouldn't be able to benefit either. Moreover, the Duke appointed by Timothy would inevitably be the enemy of the fourth prince. If the Honeysuckle family wanted to be above the four big families, they would have to rely on the prince's support. On the other hand, in order to ensure that the treaty wouldn't be abolished, the prince would also have to make the whole family sit in this position more stable. Thinking of this, Perrault slowly stood up and bowed to Roland. "The whole family is willing to serve you." "Very good," the latter nodded, "but now I can't decide who will be your agent. First, I'll ask you a few questions." "Your Highness, please ask." "How do you plan to deal with the forces that oppose you? What is your estimate of the monthly tax revenue? How can you guarantee 1,000 points of goods? If I ask you to vigorously develop trade, what measures will you take?" Perrault originally thought that His Highness just wanted to take this opportunity to understand the information of the various nobles in the Western Territory. He didn't expect that the other would actually ask such strange questions. It was as if he was testing his administrative means and business knowledge. After a series of questions, Perrault racked his brain to answer them one by one, and His Highness's expression became more and more satisfied. Finally, he clapped his hands and said, "Good, that's all for today. When you confirm the ransom of 3,000 points, you can come and redeem the Earl. Rest assured, I will entertain him well in the next few days. Your Highness, the agency, it will also be revealed on that day." Roland gestured to the knight to see him off. Perrault walked out of the hall with a complicated mood, and then saw Carter put the god stone of retaliation back into his hand. It was still the same bright blue one, the one that was worth 50 golden dragon stones. "How was it?" Roland looked at Nightingale, who had just appeared beside him. "Well, what I said was basically the truth," she shrugged. "I was much more sincere than the previous few. By the way, is it really okay for you to repeat the same words to everyone? And those letters, the contents are all confidential." "Not everyone." The prince looked at the list in his hand. "They are all from the 5 big families, and only these great nobles are suitable to manage the stronghold on my behalf. If they are not strong enough, even if they sit in this position, they will not be able to operate the stronghold, and will only cause the various forces to fall into endless internal strife. As for the news of Timothy Wimbledon's defeat in Eagle City, it is not a secret. Sooner or later this news will spread throughout the whole Grey Castle. What I have to do is to make it spread a little faster." And these 2 pieces of news really came at the right time, he thought. If the second prince had not suffered such a crushing defeat, I am afraid I would have to spend a lot of effort to recruit an agent, and if I had used coercive means, the result might not have been so good. "So, you have chosen him? If nothing unexpected happens." Roland said with a smile, "He is the first person to take the initiative to ask me about this matter. Subjective initiative has always been the most important quality of an employee. And I did not expect that the 5 big families would have someone so proficient in administration and trade. I thought they only knew how to ride horses and kill." When all 5 families had been questioned, Roland gently breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair, and Nightingale took the initiative to walk behind him, stretching out her hands to massage his shoulders. From defeating the Duke to entering the city and occupying the Lord's castle, it only took 1 day. Things went smoother than he had imagined. After the Duke's death, most of the people chose to surrender. The mercenaries even changed sides and knelt on the ground, expressing their willingness to work for His Royal Highness. So the mercenaries guarded the surrendered knight and nobles, and the first army guarded the mercenaries. A group of people marched towards the east and arrived at Longsong's stronghold at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When the guards at the gate saw the head of the Duke of Ryan and a large group of captured nobles, they immediately opened the gate and welcomed the fourth prince into the city. Roland didn't summon all the nobles in the city with great fanfare to announce the ownership of the city. Instead, he immediately went to the lord's castle. The castle was located in the center of the stronghold at the highest point, just like a city within a city. When they entered the castle area, a small-scale battle broke out. After Nightingale blew up the garden gate with a bag of explosives, more than 20 guards who didn't follow the Duke tried to stop Roland from entering, but were killed by the First Army. When the other side stubbornly resisted, they used crossbows, causing 5 soldiers to be injured, 2 of which were seriously injured. Fortunately, Nana, who accompanied the army, immediately healed them. There were also 10 guards who wanted to secretly escape with the Duke's family through the back door of the castle, but they were discovered by Lightning, who was monitoring from the air, and were immediately surrounded and arrested. The Duke's wife and 2 sons were captured. Until now, they were still in the dark, ignorant of the news of the Duke's defeat. After taking control of the Lord's castle, the First Army of Border Town immediately took over the defense of the castle area. It had to be said that the Duke of Ryan's castle was 3 or 4 times larger than the one in Border Town, and its shape was also much more magnificent. 6 watchtowers formed a hexagonal outline, and the main tower in the middle was almost 5 stories high. In this era, it was a rare high-rise building. The garden was equipped with residential warehouses and stables, and there was even a private prison in the castle basement. He packed the valuable prisoners and the Duke's family into the cells, dismissed the civilians, confiscated the weapons of the mercenaries, and placed them in the spare rooms in the garden. At the same time, he picked out a few leaders, gave them high salaries, and let them look after themselves. In Roland's eyes, the North Slope mine was the best home for these opportunists, but he had more important things to do now. That was the most important loot after a battle, commonly known as looting. Roland took a group of witches and searched the castle from top to bottom. He didn't even let go of the god stone of retaliation that was placed in the vault and the secret room. After a thorough search, the results were simply touching. Just the 2 big boxes of golden dragon found in the basement storage were conservatively estimated to contain as many as 10,000 golden dragon pills. Nightingale found dozens of eyeball-sized gems in the secret compartment of the bedroom, while Echo found a dark room behind the fireplace. After entering the secret chamber, not only were there all kinds of gold handicrafts, such as scepters and crowns, but there were also many dazzling pieces of jewelry that were neatly hung on the wooden shelves on the wall. This was the financial resources of a duke. Roland looked at this huge wealth, and then thought of Border Town's autumn and winter revenue of less than 500 golden dragon ores. His heart was filled with emotion. This was the allure of plundering. If he didn't come from a highly developed industrial society, he was afraid that he would also be addicted to it. But even though he was emotional, he still had to accept these things. In the foreseeable future, Border Town's labor population would increase significantly, and before the development of agriculture in his territory, he needed a large amount of money to import food from other places. Therefore, Hummingbird lightened the boxes of treasures, and Iron Axe and the prince's personal guards were responsible for escorting them. Through Border Town, they would bring the spoils of war back to their castle and store them there. Taking into account the time needed to enchant the large items, it would take about 3 days to transport them all. This was also the reason why the next day, Roland decided not to ask for the golden dragon as a ransom. He had already benefited a lot from eating a duke, but now he needed living people and livestock. "Your Highness, are you really only going to stay here for a week?" Nightingale asked. "What's wrong?" Roland closed his eyes, enjoying the bursts of soreness coming from his shoulders. "Is this the largest city in the western region?" She whispered, "Compared to Border Town, don't you want to stay in this more prosperous place? Longsong Stronghold's forces are complex, and it's not suitable for what I want to do. It's better to maintain the status quo, but if I want to make changes, I will only encounter more and more resistance, and now I can't brutally eradicate them all." Roland smiled. Of course, the most important thing is that the people here are deeply influenced by the church, and it will be difficult for them to accept you in a short time. I have said that I hope witches can walk freely on the streets, and Border Town has now achieved this. Well, Nightingale softly said, you have fulfilled your promise. On the morning of the third day, Perrault hurriedly brought his list, and Roland received him in the hall as usual. Your Highness, I have chosen. Let me have a look. Roland took the list. Similar to what he had expected, the list was filled with serfs with a value of 2 points, about 800 people, 100 cows, and 300 sheep accounted for a total of 900 points, and the rest were all kinds of craftsmen. Your Highness, is this okay? Of course, as long as you have enough points, it's okay. Roland returned the list to Perrault. When can you gather these people and supplies? Today is possible. This is the arrangement I made according to the property and people of the Honeysuckle family territory. But Your Highness, if you want to bring them back to Border Town, it may take about half a month. This will have to be done by yourself. Roland knocked on the table. You should have the experience of organizing caravans, right? Yes, Your Highness. Perrault hesitated. Then my father, you can bring him back today, the prince said with a smile, at the same time handing him a parchment roll. If you feel that there is no problem, sign and leave your fingerprint on it. This is an agency contract? Perrault glanced at the beginning, his voice became excited. Did you agree to grant the agency to the Honeysuckle family? Please wait a moment. He spread out the paper roll and began to carefully read the contract. The other side's cautiousness made Roland nod with satisfaction. As a collaborator, paying attention to the contract was the most basic requirement. After a moment, Perrault raised his head. The content is basically the same as what you told me yesterday, but there is one point. He pointed to the end of the contract. Your Highness, shouldn't my father's name be written here? He is the Count of the Honeysuckle family, and also the representative of the family. Roland smiled. Of course not. It was you who discussed the matter of the agency with me, not your father. So, the end of this contract is naturally written with your name. Perrault was startled for a moment. He asked with some disbelief, Your Highness, do you mean that I should? The dungeon of the castle was not as damp and dark as the prison of Border Town. Probably the Duke did not want his basement to become a haunted house, or to smell a disgusting stench when he walked down the stairs. In general, the dungeon was relatively clean. Different cells were decorated differently, some were empty, some not only had beds, but also had wardrobes, desks, and chandeliers. Probably the Duke originally used this place as a place to detain some nobles, so basic etiquette must be maintained. Roland also found a special cell in the corner. A large bed occupied half of the room, chains hanging from the ceiling, but the chain head was tied to the iron handcuffs wrapped in a layer of sheepskin, and a variety of whips hung on the wall. It seems that the Duke Ryan has done some research in some aspects, he thought. Unfortunately, I will leave here in a few days, so I can't have a good time to figure it out. As the most valuable captive, Shalafil Hull was naturally locked up in the best cell. If you did not look at the iron railings outside, you would think it was a luxurious bedroom. Living with him were the Viscounts of the Maple Leaf and Wolf families, the eldest son of the Wild Rose family and the second son of the Elk family. These families, together with Lion Ryan, formed the 6 families of Longsong Stronghold. Of course, Ryan's faction had been disbanded by Roland, so his wife and son were locked up next door. Seeing His Royal Highness appear in the dungeon, the nobles stood up one after another. Without waiting for them to ask, Roland said, Count Hull, you can come out. As for the others, when the ransom arrives, I will naturally let you out. Father, Perrault saw the Count's ruddy face and felt relieved. He glanced at his friend and then looked at Roland. Your Royal Highness, I did not see the name of the Elk family on the list. If he died on the battlefield, their eldest son should still be in King City, and there is no one who can take charge of the family. Can we first release Ren Med and let him go back to raise the ransom? I am willing to vouch for him. The eldest son of the Elk family, do you mean Jacques Med? Roland shook his head. He came back. Not only did he come back, but he also came to the castle yesterday. But I don't think he intends to pay the ransom. Hearing this, Ren moved closer to the cage in disbelief. Why? He said you didn't protect father on the battlefield. You were the executioner who killed Count Med. Why would he say something like that? The one who killed father was. Ren suddenly stopped talking. Roland said casually, "You're trying to say that I was the one who killed the count, right?" He went to the front of the cage. "Before the months of the demons, your father sent people to sneak into my castle, wanting to burn my provisions. Now, he's following the Duke and leading a large group of knights to attack my territory. I'm just retaliating and repelling the invaders. So am I the murderer? Compared to the initiator, Duke Ryan, and the accomplice, Earl Med, who should be blamed more? Also, if it wasn't for Hill's confession that you knew nothing about the food burning incident, you would be a dead man by now." Ren was speechless. "Your Royal Highness," Perrault asked worriedly, "if no one is willing to pay the ransom, will you execute him?" "That won't happen, I've always been kind," Roland grinned. "I'll probably bring him back to Border Town and let him work in the North Slope mine for 20 years to atone for his crimes." "How much is the ransom?" "As the second son, he has no chance to inherit the title, so the price is naturally not as high as the Earl of Honeysuckle. Only 1,000 values of materials will do." Roland looked at him with interest. "Why, do you want to pay the ransom for him?" "What value, 1,000 golden dragons?" The Earl, who had been released by the guard, interrupted. "Your son will tell you." The prince made a gesture of invitation. "Let's go, there's nothing to stay here. As for the matter of the second son of the Med family, you don't have to worry about it, you can slowly go back and think about it." The group left the dungeon, and when they arrived at the castle gate, the Earl suddenly stopped. "Your Royal Highness, I know that Duke Ryan's behavior is unforgivable, but his wife and son are innocent." "Perhaps," Roland couldn't deny, "I don't intend to sentence them to exile, hang them or anything like that. I will only bring them back to Border Town and imprison them. Until the day I ascend the throne," he thought. "Now is not the time to be soft-hearted. If they are acquitted, it will only muddy the waters of Longsong's stronghold. The eldest son has the legal right to inherit." "What did you say?" Shalafi Hull's eyes widened, incredulously looking at Perrault. "His Royal Highness doesn't intend to live in Longsong's stronghold, and even wants to hand over the city to you?" Back at the Earl's house, Perrault immediately told his father in detail what had happened in the past 3 days. When he heard about the agency contract, the Earl could no longer bear it. After getting a positive answer from his son, he stood up and paced around the study, obviously in a complicated mood. "Father, are you all right?" Perrault asked worriedly. "It seems that our main opponents are the Elk family. Except for them, the other 3 families, whether in terms of background or strength, are inferior to us." "What?" He didn't come back to his senses for a moment. "Opponents, opponents!" The Count shouted, "You disappoint me. His Highness has given you such a good opportunity. Haven't you figured out who your opponents are yet? Well, don't you find it strange?" "Strange? Why does His Royal Highness insist on returning to Border Town?" "Of course it's strange," the Earl touched his beard, "but it has nothing to do with us, as long as this contract is real." That's true, Perrault thought. His Royal Highness is going through so much trouble, it's impossible that he just wants to tease me. As for the reason why he loves Border Town, I can think about it later. But he didn't expect his father's ability to accept things was so strong. "I heard that the boy from the Med family is your friend." Shalafi suddenly stood still and said, "Tomorrow you go and get him out." "You agree to let me spend 1,000 points to redeem him?" Perrault was startled. "Think about it, the Earl of the Elk family is dead, the eldest son is unwilling to redeem the second son. In this battle, except for a few knights, there is almost no loss. Once Jacques Med inherits the title, in the future it will inevitably hinder your control, no, the management of Longsong Stronghold." The Earl explained, "Why is Jacques unwilling to redeem Ren?" "Because he is afraid that the other party will threaten him." Well, it turned out to be for this reason. Perrault smiled bitterly in his heart. But he knew that what his father said was right. Ren loved swords and spears since he was a child, and he was very close to the knight in the territory, unlike the eldest son Jacques, who thought that hand-to-hand combat was unbecoming of a noble, and preferred the romance of King's City. Although Ren repeatedly showed that he wanted to be a knight, but that was in the case that he didn't have the right to inherit the title. Now that the Earl was no longer restraining him, who knew if he would summon his knights and kill the firstborn in one blow? Paying to redeem a person who made him restless, Jacques' decision was very simple and ruthless. "My friend will not do that," he said firmly. Maybe, but after you redeem him, whether he intends to do so or not, Jacques will have a headache. Shalafi then said, as for the materials worth 1,000 points, we can choose a craftsman with a higher value. When preparing the ransom for you, I have already transferred some craftsmen. If we fill in more, the craftsmen in the territory will not be enough. Don't worry, do you know that the northern region is in a mess now? The Earl said confidently, the coalition of the 4 kingdoms was completely destroyed in Hermes, the lords have forced their people to join the army, there has been a large number of refugees. We can take this opportunity to eat a little more, and later even save the monthly materials. On the 4th day, Roland summoned all the nobles near Stronghold and Stronghold to the castle hall. Although most people already knew the news, he felt it was necessary to emphasize that the western region had a new master. When he stated that he would return to Border Town and hand over Stronghold to the eldest son of the Honeysuckle family, everyone immediately began to talk. Of course, no one was willing to take the lead to express their dissent at this time. The Duke's head was still hanging high at the city gate, and the news of Timothy's defeat made it impossible for speculators to use external forces. Except for the knight of the Honeysuckle family, the other captured knight would not accept the ransom and would be escorted back to Border Town together with the mercenaries. In Roland's plan, all the mercenaries would be sent to mine and reform through labor, and the knight would be employed after examining their repentance. After all, most of the knight were literate and could be used as teachers for universal education. Of course, they would not be allowed to use weapons for the rest of their lives. In this way, the Honeysuckle family would be able to suppress the 4 families, and the force in their hands would be enough to defend Longsong's stronghold and the Earl's territory, Roland thought. As for the undercurrent surging under the water, it was Perrault's job to worry about. In the past few days, he also took the time to send his guards to arrest a group of officials who caused the residents of Border Town to starve and freeze to death 2 years ago, including Minister of Finance Reynold. They would be tried by the people in Border Town. The only regret was that the culprit who tried to burn the provisions and killed Greyhound, Earl Hiltmed, died directly on the battlefield without a trial. Now, the traffic between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town had been completely restored. In the coming week, there would be more than 10 sailboats every day, carrying a steady stream of supplies to Border Town. Roland guessed that Berev would be very busy. He had to receive the coins plundered from the Duke and settle a large number of immigrants. He did not know whether the temporary wooden shed he had entrusted Carr to build had been completed. Thinking of this, he could not help but want to return to Border Town as soon as possible to preside over the upcoming farming project. After entertaining the nobles for lunch, Roland was about to take a nap when the castle welcomed a special guest. High Priest Tyro of Longsong Stronghold Church. Roland's sleepiness instantly disappeared. Unlike Border Town, the church had taken root here for a long time. Not only had they built a church, but they had also sent a high priest to be stationed here. This was also the main reason why the prince had decided to return to Border Town. Under the influence and indoctrination of the church for a long time, any civilian could become their informant. His plan to have the public participate would be restricted in every way, and the risk of the witches being discovered would also increase exponentially. Unless the church was uprooted, his reforms would be impassable. It was normal for the church to pay close attention to the change of the fortress lord. Roland found it strange that they had waited until today to send a representative to deal with him. However, the identity of the newcomer was not simple either. The followers of the high priest were high-ranking members of the church. They were in charge of supervising a region, and the territory they governed was similar to that of a duke in the secular world. Roland received the high priest in the hall as usual. High Priest Tyler was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a white robe with blue edges. His clothes and appearance were neat and tidy, and he behaved like a well-mannered nobleman. If Roland had not been on the side of the witches and the royal family, he would have been happy to talk to such a person. The high priest must have a high-quality godstone of retaliation with him. To avoid any accidents, Roland specifically told Nightingale to stay away from the high priest before the meeting. After Tyro saluted, Roland invited him to take a seat and ordered the servants to serve tea. No matter what he thought, he still had to put on a good show. "Your Highness, on behalf of the Holy City, I send my blessings," Tyro said with a smile. "You've become the true lord of the Western region. May God bless you." Thank you, Roland replied in a relaxed tone. It seems that you don't care about me killing the Duke of Ryan and seizing Longsong's stronghold at all. We rarely interfere in worldly disputes. As long as we can make the people live a better life, we're a wise king. As for which family he was born in or whether he came from the royal family, it's not the focus of the church's attention. In fact, the church doesn't care about one's status. I used to be the son of a farmer, but now I'm the high priest of the church. He smiled. With all due respect, Your Highness, I'm afraid no farmer's son can become a duke. If he started an uprising to overthrow the royal family, he could become the king himself. Roland thought to himself, but he did not refute. Instead, he changed the topic. So you're here today just to send blessings? Blessings are only part of it. I'm also here to cooperate. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? In terms of expanding your territory and influence, we can help you to the best of our abilities. Wait. Roland frowned. You just said that the church rarely interferes in worldly disputes. Rarely interferes doesn't mean it doesn't interfere, the high priest said calmly. Nowadays, the fight between your brother Timothy and Princess Garcia has made the people of the Southern Territory miserable. As I said, as long as the people live a stable and peaceful life, the church will recognize him as a worthy king. And you are such a person. Roland was stunned. Does this mean that the other side wants to help me fight for the throne? He asked subconsciously, why? You led the people of Border Town to fight against the demonic beasts and safely survived the months of the demons, which proved your courage and ability. From the large amount of food that Willowtown bought, it can be seen that you don't want the people to starve, which is a sign of kindness. You have 3 noble qualities, and at the same time, you have the royal blood, which is the reason why we chose you. Roland simply didn't believe the reason the other side had said, but at least these words proved that even when Border Town was like an isolated island sealed off by the heavy snow, the church was still watching this remote place. How can I help? Send the Judgment Army to fight for me? We also want to quell the war as soon as possible, but doing so will arouse the resentment of most of the nobles, so we can only help you with materials. The high priest took out 2 pills from his bosom, one red and one black. This is the Holy City's prayer room, which is equivalent to the medicine made by your alchemy workshop. The red pill can temporarily give your subordinates great power, while the black pill can increase their tolerance to pain, cold, and heat by several times. With this medicine, your army will be unstoppable. And the church only charges the most basic production fee. He paused. 1 pill of 5 golden dragon. As for these 2 pills, I can give them to you as experimental products to prove that what I said is true. What do you want in return? Expand the scope of the church, and build a church in every territory? Of course, this is good, but quelling the war is our original intention. As long as the people settle down, they will naturally fall into the arms of God. Roland accepted the pills. It sounds amazing, but for the time being, I have no intention of fighting for the crown of Grey Castle. Whether it is Timothy or Garcia, they are my blood relatives, I don't want to hurt them. This is probably the day I've seen you lie the most, Nightingale said as she emerged from the mist after Tyler left. He's the high priest of the church. Roland spread out his hands. How about it? Can you tell if he's lying? No. Everything around him is swallowed up by the god stone of retaliation. I can only see darkness. It's a pity that I can't treat the high priest like a noble, Roland thought regretfully. He put the 2 pills on the table and asked, do you think this thing is as magical as they say? Morphine could relieve pain. As for giving soldiers great strength, it sounded like the effect of adrenaline. The problem was how to extract these 2 substances and make them into pills. The church should have conquered the world a long time ago. Wait. Roland suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be related to magic power? Can you see the flow of magic power? He looked at Nightingale and asked, is there magic power in these 2 pills? Nightingale observed carefully and said, I can't see magic power, but it's a bit like the god stone of retaliation. God stone of retaliation? Roland was stunned. Yes. She nodded. You've seen the world under the mist. There are only 2 colors, black and white. But that kind of black is different from the darkness formed by the god's stone of retaliation. The latter is more like a hole that swallows the surrounding world. I don't know how to describe that feeling. Nightingale hesitated and said, "It's better to say that there's nothing in the hole than darkness." Nothingness? That's right, it's nothingness. She nodded and said, "These two balls also have traces of nothingness on them, but they're very subtle, and they're not circular holes, but more like flowing black threads. Can this nothingness affect your ability?" Nightingale grabbed the pills and released the mist. She quickly retreated and said, "It doesn't seem to affect me. It seems that it's necessary to find a death row prisoner to try these two pills." Roland carefully wrapped the pills with paper and put them in his arms. "I didn't expect the church to think so highly of you," Nightingale said gloomily as she returned to the prince's side. "If the high priest wasn't wearing a god's stone of retaliation, I bet 9 out of 10 of his words were lies." Roland pursed his lips. "Most importantly, what they're doing and what they're asking for don't match." "Why?" "Look at what they want: more churches, more believers, a prince or a king that they can support, and from then on, they will spread the word that the monarchy is divine. A stable country was better for them to recruit believers and develop their influence. Otherwise, the churches and monasteries would become targets of looting by refugees and nobles." "But aren't they interested in the stability you can bring to the people?" "That's not the case." Roland shook his head. "Stability comes from unity or balance. Even if the king eats, drinks, and plays every day, the people of a unified country will live better than the refugees in the flames of war. So it's not strange for them to support the second prince or the third princess, but it's strange for them to support me, especially when Garcia has won a great victory. At this time, if the church fully supported Garcia, King City, and the Eastern Front would be swallowed by her in less than half a year. By then, 70% of the land of the Kingdom of Grey Castle would be in the hands of the Queen of Clearwater." Roland thought that the pressure he would face would increase greatly. Instead of helping the strong, they chose him, who seemed to be the weakest. It seemed that the church's decision was beneficial to him. But if he accepted their support, the situation between the two kings of Grey Castle would become even more chaotic. The direct result of the Three Kingdoms War would be a sharp decline in population, a rapid loss of wealth, and the spread of war to the whole country. The date of unification would be delayed again and again. How would this benefit the church? Not to mention increasing the number of believers, he was afraid that all the churches built in various places would be demolished. "I don't understand you nobles thinking, always beating around the bush." Nightingale sighed. "Well," Roland replied with a smile, "except for me." The witch narrowed her eyes, tilted her head and stared at the prince for a long time. Strange, why is this sentence also true? 3 days later, Roland finally emptied the castle and the Longsong stronghold library. Satisfied, he boarded Little Town and embarked on his journey back home. Along the Redwater River, he approached Border Town. The scene on both sides of the river had changed. On the opposite side of the town, on the open space burned by Anna, many people were busy, looking at their clothes. They should be the serfs who had been transported to Border Town. On the side near the impassable mountain range, many simple wooden sheds had been set up. Some people were faintly moving in the wooden sheds. Roland guessed that these people were the serfs' families. These people had been tied to the land for generations, and their children were also serfs. Because they could not see any hope, most of them lived a numb life. They worked not because of the desire in their hearts, but because of the whips and ropes in the hands of the slave owners. The low production efficiency was simply a great waste of human resources. There was no doubt that slavery was the enemy of industrial production. It was a system that must be abolished. But Roland did not intend to wave his hand and make them all free people. Instead, he wanted to provide a channel for them to see the hope of being promoted to free people, because there were precedents of masters being kind enough to free their slaves from slavery. Even if this compromise was spread out, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. At most, it would make other nobles think that he was just a good person. When the time was ripe in the future, he would fully implement the abolition of slavery, and the resistance would be much smaller. The pier was crowded with sailboats. It was clear that this small pier could no longer bear such heavy transport pressure. Fortunately, Little Town's draft was shallow, so they could directly dock without the pier. It seems that the expansion of the pier also needs to be listed on the agenda, Roland thought. After the group returned to the castle, he didn't have time to rest. When he returned to the office, he immediately called Berev and asked him to report the situation of receiving supplies. The assistant minister was already prepared. He pulled out a roll of parchment from his pocket and spread it out on the big wooden table. Your Royal Highness, the things you brought back to the castle these days really scared me. Although he said so, the overflowing wrinkles on his face betrayed his mood. The 12 apprentices tossed and turned all night, only to count all kinds of coins, a total of more than 14,000 golden dragon coins. Your Royal Highness, this is equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary town. The Duke probably spent more than 20 years to accumulate these golden dragon coins, Roland thought. They came from the plundering, and exploitation of the people of the Western Territory. He wanted to turn them into food, steel, and machines as soon as possible. What about those gems, jewelry, and handicrafts? What about the people who were sent here? Is there a categorization of them? Roland asked. Yes, please look below. The assistant minister pointed to the bottom of the scroll. At present, a total of 1,100 people have been sent to Border Town. Most of them are serfs and have been placed outside the town according to your request. 35 craftsmen have been assigned to Kar. Their residences are concentrated in the New Civilization District. Berev said the awkward term. But Your Highness, is this okay? I remember you originally prepared it for the witches. The guards I sent to spread the news haven't returned yet. The progress is slower than I thought. The houses will be used by the craftsmen and their families first. We can build them later. In Roland's plan, Border Town would be completely renovated. The wooden houses and mud bungalows would be rebuilt into brick houses. At the same time, spacious streets would be left, unlike now, where most of the alleys were only wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side. Yes, Berev nodded. Your Highness, I heard that cattle and sheep will also be sent over? Yes, but not now. I deliberately asked them to send them a few days later, together with the herders. West of the city wall, between the impassable forest and the impassable mountain range, there is a grassland. It should be good to change it into a pasture. First, there will be 2 holes in the city wall for people to pass through. After all, it will only be useful during the months of the demons. Now that he had people and money, the bottleneck of the development of Border Town had temporarily disappeared. Roland could finally put his plan into action. He called the guard outside the door and ordered, "Go find Kar of the administrative office." I guess if he is not in the mine, he must be in the wooden shed area outside the town. Half an hour later, Kar walked into the office and bowed, "Your Highness." It had been nearly half a year since the first time Roland met this member of the Mason Association. After being recruited into Border Town City Hall, he could be regarded as the busiest official in the past 6 months. He presided over the construction of the city wall, the residential area of the model houses and the wooden shed area. At the age of 35, there were a few strands of silver hair on his temples, and his skin had become a little darker. However, his appearance was much better than when they first met, and his voice was full of energy. It was indeed true that the environment could quickly change a person. Half a year ago, he was still a refugee from the Mason Guild who carefully hid himself and changed his appearance. Now, after being a project director and taking charge of the project himself, he already had the demeanor of a leader in his actions. However, what Roland admired the most was his willingness to sacrifice for others. Roland smiled and nodded. "Come sit at the table." He handed over the few sketches he had just drawn. "Take a look. I need you to build something new. This is a warehouse. The bottom is elevated to prevent moisture." Kar quickly scanned through the first sketch. When he flipped to the second sketch, he looked at it for a while. "This is a furnace?" "That's right. You'll need to build more than 5 furnaces on the North Slope Mountain. They'll be used for calcining cement and firing clay bricks. Choose a spacious area and consider the location of the material transportation channel and the storage area. In the future, when the scale of the project increases, you'll need to expand more furnaces." "Yes." He flipped to the last sketch and frowned. "This seems to be a ditch?" No, there is a roof and a retaining wall above it. Behind it is like a pool. Your Highness, I don't quite understand. Roland laughed. This is a toilet, and it is also your top priority. A toilet? Carr thought for a while. Your Highness, where are you going to build it? There are toilets in your castle, and the attendants will be responsible for cleaning them regularly. Most of the villagers don't need this kind of thing, and they can solve it directly outside their houses. The same goes for the serfs. They can just discharge into the Redwater River, and the river will take away the filth. That was why he smelled a strong stench when he reached the shore today. Roland shook his head and dispelled the unpleasant memory. That's why we need to change this bad habit. Bad habit? Carr didn't seem to understand. For the civilians who were used to defecating and urinating anywhere, they naturally wouldn't understand how beautiful a world where they could stroll around without stepping on landmines would be. Roland criticized in his heart. Anyway, you can build it according to the sketch. I've roughly marked the dimensions, and the length I've determined is the same as before. The location will be near the wooden shed area. Build at least 4 of them, 2 by 2 next to each other. Except for the ditch in the middle, which will be built with bricks, the sheds, roofs, and partitions outside will be built with planks, which will save a lot of cement. Your Highness, you want to gather them together. Well, Carr paused. Obviously, he felt that talking about such filthy things in front of His Highness was an insult to the dignity of the royal family. But what if they don't go in? I will issue an order for them to follow. You can go and organize people to carry it out. In that case, I will obey your order. He nodded. Your Highness Roland, I have one more thing to report to you. Go ahead. After the Mason Guild was forced to disband, many people, like me, chose to leave King's City. I want to write a few letters and recruit the members of the Mason Guild, whose whereabouts I know, to come to Border Town. They have their own strengths, such as the furnace you mentioned, which Lozia is very good at. Your Highness, I don't know. No problem at all, Roland immediately decided. Recruit all of them and reorganize the Mason Guild. The pay will be calculated according to the Mason Guild's salary. If they are experienced, it won't hurt to bring them into City Hall. Thank you for your generosity, Carr bowed to show his respect. After the Mason left, he began to write the serf management and disenfranchisement system. Border Town's population was about to reach a peak. If it continued to rely on food imports, once there was a natural disaster or the trade route was cut off, the town would be in a precarious situation. Therefore, in addition to industry, agriculture must also be developed quickly to achieve self-sufficiency in food production as soon as possible. The prince believed that as long as he set up a promotion path, these serfs would soon become active farmers. Coupled with Leaf's improved seeds, the farmland next to the Redwater River would become a sea of golden wheat ears in summer. The requirement to prioritize the construction of toilets was also prepared for the development of agriculture. After having people, land, and seeds, the last thing that needed to be supplemented was fertilizer. Of course, Roland knew that it was very troublesome to use human and animal manure. It needed to be regularly cleaned and manual composted, which was far less convenient than chemical fertilizers. But the chemical industry did not even have a clue, so he had to use this pure natural organic fertilizer. At least human and animal manure had stood the test of time. Until the 20th century, some villages could still see this traditional fertilization method. The rotation system was not a problem for villages or small towns with low population density, but the land around the big cities was scarce, and this method was tantamount to a waste of land. Places like Silver City, Fallen Dragon Ridge, and King City had to import a large amount of food from other towns every month. The first step of using human and animal manure was to collect them first. This was the reason why Roland decided to build public toilets as soon as possible. At the same time, it could reduce the spread of diseases and beautify the living environment. It was simply a multi-purpose plan. When the rest of the workers arrived, the construction of the toilets was almost completed. As for how to compost and how to sow, he decided to select a group of experienced farmers to teach them in a few days. After all, the land was still in the stage of leveling and cleaning, and it would take at least a week to start plowing. After finishing the work at hand, he decided to go to the back garden to see Leaf's experimental field. Since Leaf had studied various kinds of seeds and improved them, all the places in the garden that could be used to grow flowers were planted with crops. She also followed Roland's suggestion and divided the flower pond into many areas and numbered them, so that they could compare the development results of the two groups of experimental crops. As soon as Roland stepped into the yard, he was dazzled by the golden wheat. "Your Highness," seeing the prince, Leaf, who was squatting by the flower pond, got up, gathered her hair behind her ears, and bowed. "Are these the results of your improvement?" He waved his hand, indicating that she did not need to be so polite, walked over and excitedly picked up a heavy wheat ear, feeling its plump caryopsis with his fingers. He had no idea what the wheat could grow into, but compared to the memory of the wheat fields in King's City when he was a child, the wheat ear was not only smaller than the one in his hand, but the grains were also a lot shriveled. Leaf nodded and said, "I first let the wheat ear become bigger, ripened, harvested the seeds, and then planted the new seeds in the flower pond to get this kind of wheat ear. But after repeating this process 2 or 3 times, it is difficult to grow a big and long wheat ear. I don't know why. Unfortunately, I can't help in this regard," Roland thought. According to his poor junior high school biology knowledge, it was probably because of the defect of self-fertilization. Rice was grown in the south, which was a far cry from wheat. In order to increase the yield, the seeds had to be bought. However, being able to last for 2 generations is already of practical value. One wheat plant can produce more than 130 seeds. The first batch of seeds will be transformed by Leaf, and the next batch will be used by the farmers as their own seeds. They can be used for at least 2 years. What about this area? Why is it empty? Roland noticed a flower bed with only a few withered wheat stalks. I planted them there in the beginning. Maybe it's because I planted them too many times, Leaf said uncertainly. If I cast my magic, the wheat can grow quickly, but if I withdraw my magic, it will wither quickly. It seemed that the magically modified plants still needed nutrients from the soil to continue growing, and some trace elements were still indispensable. Roland walked to the last flower bed. The shape of the wheat here was very strange. There were several clusters of green wheat ears hanging on a stalk as thick as an arm. There were also a few branches growing out of the center of the stalk, and the branches were covered with green leaves. Therefore, the size of each stalk was relatively large, and there were only 2 stalks in the flower bed. This was the magically modified version that Roland asked Leaf to try, the wheat tree. The direction he envisioned was to turn the wheat into a banana tree, which bears fruit from its branches and is harvested regularly every year, thus eliminating the trouble of plowing and sowing. At the same time, it will grow larger and more green leaves, improve photosynthesis, and reduce the demand on the land. At present, the thick stalks and branches took up a little space, and only the branches grew wheat ears, which was not in line with the original idea. Should I ask Leaf to try to improve it in the direction of grapevines? Roland thought, after all, she has never seen a real banana tree, and grapes are not rare in Grey Castle. It should be easier to imitate if there is a comparison. The seeds of these 3 stalks can't be used for sowing, Leaf said. I've tried, and the wheat can't germinate after being planted. But it can bear fruit repeatedly. The wheat ears you see are the second batch. The inability to germinate meant that each wheat tree was a unique existence, and Leaf had to personally transform it. At present, its planting value was not great. You've done a good job. The barley varieties will be called golden ones. I'll leave an experimental field on the south bank of the Redwater River for you, surrounded by fences and partitions. You should accelerate the ripening of a batch of golden ones as soon as possible for this year's spring plowing and sowing. Roland ordered. As for the garden, continue to use it to improve new varieties. I've just come up with a lot of ideas. Not only wheat crops, but grapes are also worth a try. Unfortunately, Leaf could only understand the characteristics of a crop from a macro level, such as having many fruits, sweet taste, dense branches, and so on. If she could understand it from a micro level, would she be able to directly manipulate the genes and make subtle and precise adjustments? For example, plants could absorb light other than visible light, such as ultraviolet light, X-ray light, or even ionizing radiation to carry out photosynthesis, directly producing starch, glucose, sucrose, and other energy storage substances. In this way, people could directly plant crops in the culture tank. In the evening, Prince Roland lit a bonfire on the bank of the Redwater River, and ordered Carter and his guards to gather all the serfs. Large pots were carried here by the subjects, set up on the newly built simple clay stoves, and started a fire to cook porridge. The serfs looked at their new master, who had his back to the bonfire, and whose shadow was cast by the fire, and bowed their heads in fear. There were also some bold ones who secretly looked at the prince from time to time. Roland stood in front of the bonfire, and announced the rules he had set to the more than 1,000 people. "I'm Roland Wimbledon, the 4th Prince of Grey Castle, the Lord of Border Town, and the Lord of the Western Territory. I've gathered you here to tell you that you're lucky to be able to come to this territory. As long as you work hard, you can get rid of your current identity and status. That's right, I'll give you a chance to get rid of slavery and become free people." The serfs suddenly burst into an uproar. These serfs were very clear about what it meant to be a free person. They would no longer have to suffer the cruel abuse of their masters, no longer have to be forced to carry out endless farming, no longer have to hand over all the crops produced in the fields to their masters, and their sons and daughters could also get rid of the status of serfs. After waiting for a moment, Roland continued to say, "Starting tomorrow, each of you will be given a fixed piece of land, and at the same time someone will teach you how to farm in order to harvest more wheat. In the first year, you can keep 30% of the harvest in the fields, and 70% will be handed over to Border Town. The batch with the best harvest will be promoted to free people. After becoming free people, your family can be exempted from slavery. As for whether you continue to farm or find another way to make a living in the town, it's all up to you. If you choose to farm, 20% of the harvested grain will be handed over as rent, and the remaining 80% will be at your disposal. If you find another way to make a living, the fields will belong to the Lord, and of course, you don't have to hand over any grain." As soon as these words came out, only the sound of breathing could be heard. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, is what you said true?" Of course, Roland said word by word, "As a lord, I never deceive my people." "Your Highness is benevolent," someone couldn't help but whisper, and then the voice quickly became high-pitched, "Long live His Highness." A serf in the front row followed the shout and knelt down, followed by a second person, a third, until there was a dense mass of people kneeling down. The voices rose and fell one after another, more and more, louder and louder. The people's voices finally converged into the same rhythm, "Your Highness is benevolent. Long live His Highness." Since I got echo, I no longer need to rely on others, the prince thought. After Roland fell asleep, Nightingale emerged from the fog and gently helped him adjust the quilt, covering his exposed arms. She stood by the bed and silently watched him for a moment, then quietly passed through the floor and returned to her room. "You haven't slept yet?" Seeing Vendi still sitting on the bed reading a book, Nightingale was slightly surprised. "I'm afraid you'll do something wrong." Vendi glared at her. "His Royal Highness is not a child, is it necessary to watch over him until he falls asleep? His Royal Highness has already sent people to other towns to spread the news that there is a witch organization here. In case a witch hears the news and comes to harm His Royal Highness, what should we do?" "I'm just taking precautions." Nightingale picked up a wet towel and casually wiped her face. Then she untied her red belt, wrist armor, buckles, and finally took off her white clothes. This outfit was His Royal Highness' new work. The pure white hood and coat looked very eye-catching, but he thought it was very suitable for an assassin. Nightingale carefully hung up the clothes, smoothing out every crease. Her curvaceous body was wrapped in a light muslin, her tight abdomen and thighs did not have a trace of excess fat. How could there be an accident? Vendi put down the book in her hand. "There are sisters living in the castle, and there are guards patrolling outside. Besides, didn't you already put the stone under his pillow? You never touched that kind of thing before." "Well, I also want to ensure his safety." She sat on the edge of the bed, took off her boots, raised her slender legs together, and rolled her body to the side of Vendi. "In the end, did you not listen to what I said last time?" Vendi sighed. "Veronica, we are witches." "I know, Vendi," Nightingale nodded, "we are witches. And His Royal Highness will marry a witch, this is what he said himself, and he didn't lie." Of course, Nightingale would not publicize this piece of information unless it was absolutely necessary. She apologized to Vendi in her heart and changed the topic. "Do you have any impression of the church? Why are you suddenly asking this?" Vendi was startled. When His Highness Roland was in the fortress, the high priest of the church came to visit him and expressed his willingness to support him in seizing the throne. What did he say? Her voice was strained. Or did he ask you to leave before the conversation began? Nightingale shook her head with a smile and softly said, he just told me to pay attention to avoid the range of the demonic stone. Furthermore, His Highness himself did not wear it. Vendi, His Highness did not accept the church's invitation. He rejected them. The latter heaved a sigh of relief, but then seemed a little melancholic. Unfortunately, our help to His Highness is limited, unlike the church, whose influence covers the entire continent. If His Highness Roland agreed with them, I'm afraid he would soon ascend to the throne. Who knows? His Highness said that the high priest was full of nonsense and could not be trusted. Nightingale paused. But there is one thing that I am very concerned about. She told them about the red and black pills. In the fog, the pills and the god stone of retaliation had the same color, which is simply incredible. My sisters have all seen the result of swallowing a god stone of retaliation. It is no different from suicide. The high priest said that it was a drug developed by the Holy Prayer Room in the Holy City. Have you ever heard of this organization when you were in the monastery? When the Witch Cooperation Association left Silver City, Kara had led Nightingale, Windchaser, and Stone to set a trap to catch the villains who had followed them for the bounty. One of the methods they used was to force them to swallow the god stone of retaliation they wore. The villains who swallowed the god stone of retaliation would quickly die. Their whole body would curl up like a dried fish that had been exposed to the sun. I don't know. Vendi closed her eyes and slowly said, as long as I can remember, I lived in the monastery of the old holy city. There were high walls on all sides, and I couldn't see anything except the sky. All day long, I could only move around in the courtyard, and it was the nun who taught me how to read and understand pictures. I still remember her name, Farian. One of the books she read to us was dedicated to the old holy city. There were churches, monasteries, libraries, memorial halls, and heroes' walls, but I have never heard of the Holy Prayer Room. I lived in the monastery for more than 10 years, until that accident happened. Nightingale had heard Vendi mention that the monastery had been attacked by witches, and many people had died in that accident. She had also taken advantage of the chaos to escape from the monastery, although I don't know which witch had such courage, daring to challenge the church alone, but at least she saved you. No, Veronica, the witches came from the church. Vendi shook her head. She, like me, is also a member of the monastery. What do you mean? The girls living in the monastery can basically be divided into 3 categories. One is like me, who stayed here since childhood, and don't know where they came from. The other is street children or orphans, who were adopted by churches and sent here, and the last is sold to the church by their parents. The manager separated them according to their age, and placed them in different dormitories, and the content of learning was also different. The youngest learned how to read, the 10 to 14 learned how to sing, and the 14 and above learned etiquette. That's why the nun called us the literacy class, and the older ones were called the choir and the teacher class. Once the girls in the teacher class came of age, they would be sent away from the monastery. This was the first time she heard Vendi talk about these things. She had never heard of her experience in the monastery before. In the first few years, I often heard girls screaming at night. It was all from the choir and the teacher class. I didn't understand what was going on. Until I was promoted to the choir, I found out that there would be adults from the church visiting the dormitory at night, and they would drag a few girls from their beds, and only send them back in the morning. Sometimes. Not all of them would be sent back. Nightingale bit her lip. Of course she knew what Vendi meant. This would happen once or twice a month, and when it was frequent, it would happen almost every other day. Then I was chosen, and Farian dragged me out of the room, whispering in my ear that I had to endure it. I was dragged to a half-buried room in the corner of the garden. The room was brightly lit, and there was a woman from the teacher class chained to the wall. There were 4 or 5 people. Her voice trembled slightly. When they approached me, the woman suddenly broke free from the shackles, grabbed the neck of the person closest to her, and killed him like a chicken. She awakened? I don't know. Vendi shook her head. Although those people took off their clothes, they were still wearing god stones of retaliation. She killed them one by one, and one of them had all his limbs pulled off, and before he died, he seemed to say, "Extraordinary." The adult scream startled the guards outside the room and Farian. After they opened the iron door and rushed in, they were shocked by the scene in front of them, and the woman directly threw herself at them. "Extraordinary. Do you mean witches?" Nightingale asked. Even the guards were no match for her? Then she picked up the Judgment Army sword and stabbed Farian to death. Then she split the other Judgment Army in half, and the blade broke into several pieces. But the whistle alarmed the whole monastery, and many people came here with oil lamps. She took off Farian's clothes and put them on herself. Then she picked up the other man's weapon and walked alone towards the swarm of guards. I sat in the blood-soaked room in a daze for a long time before I came back to my senses. One of the dead people was in charge of the keys to all the entrances and exits of the monastery. I found the keys from the scattered clothes, and at the same time, I also peeled off the god stone of retaliation from them. At that time I didn't know the function of the stone, but I thought it might be worth a bit of money because of its crystal-clear appearance. The priests, guards, and Judgment Army were all attracted by her. Almost unhindered, I walked to an unknown small door in the backyard, tried all the keys, and finally opened the small door and left the monastery. Later, I only bought one stone, and the rest were taken away. With the 10 silver royals, I wandered all the way to Xianxia. 2 years later, in the winter, I also awakened as a witch. Vendi paused. This is my whole story. Nightingale held Roland's hand and was silent for a long time before she said, "What about the woman in the teacher's class? Maybe she died, or maybe she escaped." I later inquired about it, and the church said that there was a fire in the monastery, and then they closed it. No one knew, and no one cared where the girls went. They are all abandoned people. Nightingale sighed and held Vendi in her arms. "Now you have us. Go to sleep, Vendi." After a long time, she softly answered, "Okay." The next day, when Roland yawned and stepped into the office, he saw Nightingale sitting at the table, waiting for him with a serious face. "Well, what happened? Have you heard of extraordinaires?" she asked in a low voice. Seeing the prince shake his head, Nightingale repeated the story that Vendi had told her last night. "If it wasn't for her awakening, it's hard for me to imagine that a minor girl could easily kill a fully armed Judgment Army. A witch who is not restricted by the god stone of retaliation." Roland pondered for a moment after listening to her story, and then remembered the classification of witches' abilities. "Is she a self-strengthening witch?" "Self, what type?" Roland took out a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to her. "I've made a basic classification based on the way you use your magic power." Self-strengthening witches were constantly consuming magic power to transform themselves, and this transformation was not affected by the god stone of retaliation. Although the physical qualities of the average witch would also be improved due to the capacity of magic, the enhancement witches were more prominent. If I'm not mistaken, Scroll is also an extraordinary in the eyes of the church. "Scroll?" Nightingale was startled. But she's not good at fighting, right?" Roland said with a smile. "This classification is not based on the strength of a witch, and it's not necessarily completely correct. It's just my personal opinion and speculation. A strengthening witch can indeed cause a lot of trouble for the church. Without the restriction of the god stone of retaliation, she can selectively intercept and kill a Judgment Army squad, or single-handedly pick up a church in a small town. However, a person's strength is limited, and the number of awakened self-strengthening witches is certainly less than the other two types. Otherwise, the witches would be the ones chasing after the church." Although he said it lightly, but thinking of the red and black pills, there was a faint sense of unease in his heart. No matter how few extraordinaires there should be at least a dozen in the last 100 years, right? As long as there were 2 or 3 strengthening witches, it would be enough to make the church restless. For example, taking advantage of the months of the demons every year, when the church would focus all its energy on the defense line of Hermes, they would wantonly clear the church's facilities in other cities, killing the churches, priests. If this continued for several years, the church's believers would probably be greatly reduced. However, except for the extraordinary that Vendi had coincidentally met, Roland had never heard of another incident where a witch counterattacked the church. Moreover, even the monastery where Vendi had lived as a child had been covered by a fire, and the whereabouts of the women in the teaching class were also unknown. The church would absolutely not be willing to sit still and wait for death. He thought, perhaps they already had the means to fight against extraordinaires, and these 2 pills were one of them. No matter what, he had to first test the effects of the pills. Thinking of this, Roland called the guard outside the door, telling him to go to the prison to pick up a prisoner, and also to summon Carter. The test site was arranged outside the city walls. In order to be safe, Roland called 4 groups of soldiers from the First Army, surrounding the test site in a circle, armed and vigilant. In addition to him and Nightingale, there was also Anna and Nana standing on the city wall. As long as there was no godstone of retaliation, Anna's green wall of fire was enough to protect his safety. Nana, on the other hand, could provide the fastest treatment. Will there be any problems? Roland leaned down and asked Carter Lannis, who was stretching his muscles and bones, "Do not underestimate your opponent." "Rest assured, Your Highness," Carter put on his helmet, "your chief knight is not an undeserved reputation. Moreover, the opponent is using a wooden sword, there is no possibility for him to hurt me." The test subject was a murder and robbery convict. Roland did not like to play the game of atoning for his crimes. He bluntly told the convict, if he sacrificed himself for the test, his family could receive 5 golden dragon as a reward. After a moment of hesitation, the other party agreed to this condition. Carter originally hoped that the other party would put on armor, pick up an iron sword and have a fair fight with him, but Roland did not hesitate to refuse. If the death convict used a sharp weapon, the danger would increase exponentially. In case the knight's head was cut off, Nana would have no way to save him. As for not wearing armor, it was in itself to test the pain tolerance of the black pills. After the convict took the 2 pills, the expression on his face quickly changed, the blue veins on his forehead and arms bulged, his skin turned deep red, and his breathing became rapid. He grabbed the wooden sword and rushed towards the waiting knight, his speed comparable to a running wolf. The mud under his feet was filled with small holes. Carter looked a little surprised, but he still calmly took a step to the side, raised his sword and slashed horizontally. This move could force the other party to change his direction, otherwise the sword would cut into his ribs. The opponent was just a murderer. In addition to his ruthlessness, he had not gone through any fighting training. Unsurprisingly, he missed his target. A deep cut appeared on the side of his chest, and blood flowed out of it. This kind of injury was enough to affect the movement of half of his body, but he did not seem to care, turned around and rushed towards the knight. Carter used the same trick, but this time there was a slight change. The moment the 2 passed each other, the convict twisted his body and swung the wooden sword towards the knight's position. This kind of awkward posture should not be threatening, but the moment the wooden sword swept out, the knight only saw a phantom. He subconsciously raised his sword to block. The strong impact made him take 2 steps back. The wooden sword also broke. "You have a little strength," Carter swung his hand, "give him a sword, again." The convict did not take the wooden sword thrown by the soldier, but suddenly turned around and rushed towards the direction of the concealing forest. In the blink of an eye, his speed reached a level that ordinary people could not reach. Like a galloping wild horse, his hands crossed in front of his body, and directly hit a soldier who was about to raise his gun to open fire. The latter let out a miserable scream, the body was hit and flew into the air. At this time, the other soldiers had already pulled the trigger. A few spots of blood appeared on the convict's back, but his speed did not decrease. He quickly rushed out of the encirclement. In a few breaths he had already run more than 10 meters. "Don't let him run," Carter shouted, "get my horse." Before the knight could turn over and mount the horse, the convict suddenly shook, looked at his abdomen in disbelief. A diagonal across the abdominal cavity opened up, and hot intestines rolled out. The wounded soldier was quickly healed by Nana. She was very good at healing broken bones. After Roland ordered the First Army to return to the camp, there were only the chief knight, the witches, and a few guards left. With a gloomy face, he walked to the corpse and directed Carter to cut open the wound on his back. The bloody hole was about a finger and a half deep. After cutting open the lead pellet, it was found that the wound was basically no different from that of an ordinary person. "What do you think?" he asked Carter. Carter also looked a little annoyed, probably because he did not expect to be fooled by a person who had never received sword training. "He only has strength and speed." If I didn't want to see how far he could go, I would have cut off his head with the first blow. What if the opponent was a knight? This. Carter thought for a moment. If it was the Duke's Knight, I probably could barely cope with it, but if it was the King City Knight Regiment's Cold Wind Knight or the Steelheart Knight, I would be unable to resist. Roland did not comment. Carter might be right if everyone fought with skills and swordsmanship, but if equipment was added, the situation would take a turn for the worse. If the prisoner was wearing heavy armor, an iron helmet, and a two-handed sword, he would definitely not be able to win easily. Great power brought about many improvements, the ability to carry heavier armor and weapons, the ability to burst out faster, and the ability to fight longer. Roland felt that he had to correct his previous thoughts in Longsong Stronghold. Adrenaline? No, this thing was much more terrible than adrenaline. Hormones could at most stimulate the human body's potential, but the red pill had obviously made the prisoner break through his own limits. In particular, the speed and momentum he showed when he ran was almost comparable to a heavy cavalry. The effect of the black pill was also amazing. The horizontal slashes and close-range gunshots that almost broke his ribs could not stop him. If it was an ordinary person, he would have long lost the ability to fight because of the pain. A civilian with abnormal strength who was not afraid of pain was already so strong. What about a group of well-trained soldiers? Thinking of what the high priest said, Roland could not help but frown. Your Highness, Nightingale said, look at his skin. The skin of the prisoner's hand had become gray after the initial red color faded, and a lot of wrinkles appeared, like a snake shedding its skin. Roland poked it with the hilt of his sword and found that it was no longer solid muscle, but empty. After cutting it open, he found that all the subcutaneous fat had turned into mucus and the muscles had shrunk. This phenomenon is the same as after swallowing the God Stone of Retaliation. She looked at the prince. The pill indeed contains stone components. But swallowing the stone alone won't have the effect of increasing strength, Roland thought. How on earth did they make such an unscientific thing? The pill seemed to have strong side effects, and it was unclear whether the side effects were permanent or reversible. Roland was more inclined to the former. If it was the latter, this drug, which was similar to the combination of morphine and epinephrine, could be called a miracle drug of war. As long as it was taken in batches according to the recovery time, it would not be surprising if the church used it to conquer the world. Even if it only lasted for a short time and had side effects, it was enough to make him vigilant, Roland thought. If the church turns to support Timothy or Garcia, I may have to face an army of drug addicts. What made him more uneasy was that the church was willing to sell this thing. Didn't they consider that after the unification of Grey Castle, the new king would use the pill to bite them? Grey Castle can recruit more cannon fodder than the new and old holy cities. If they fight, the army of judges will be consumed little by little. Unless they have a stronger card in their hand and don't care about such a thing. Roland sighed. He had planned to attack Longsong Stronghold to solve the problem of insufficient population and funds, and then focus on education, production and agriculture. He wanted to expand Border Town into a city in a short time. As for the research of weapons, he had to put it aside for the time being. But now it seemed that the construction of the army could not be put aside. The First Army had to expand, the production of flintlocks had to continue, and the research of new weapons had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible, such as the breech-loading gun and the fixed bullet. The mechanical principle of the breech-loading gun was not difficult. The fixed bullet could be made of paper, or it could be made of copper. The only thing Roland had no clue about was the primer for the fixed bullet. He only knew that it was called mercury fulminate. According to the literal meaning, the raw materials must be nitric acid and mercury. As for whether it needed to be mixed with other things, he could not remember at the moment. And in his impression, the production of this thing had high humidity and temperature requirements, so it was relatively dangerous. If he was not careful, his own fingers would explode into the sky. After thinking about it, he decided to spend a lot of money to recruit a group of alchemists. He would build a laboratory in the corner of the town and let them figure it out themselves. After dinner, Roland called Anna and Scroll into his office. Now that Border Town's financial purse was full, he would soon invest half of his assets into compulsory education, which was a big waste of money and a slow return. The industrial society needed quality workers with basic cultural qualities, not illiterates with brute force. If universal education was not in place, the demographic dividend would only become a burden to the population. In view of this, he planned to take some time out every night to come out and give lessons. By the time Scroll mastered the basic knowledge of natural science, the town would almost be able to complete the first batch of literacy tasks. Scroll would be the future education pioneer and all-around teacher, so Roland naturally had to teach her everything he had learned in his life. And asking Anna to come together was out of his preference. Anna did not have the ability to remember everything she saw, but her desire for knowledge and her willingness to learn were the strongest among all the witches. He could often see her rummaging through his bookcase. After half a year, she had probably gone through all the few books he had. In addition, her speed of accepting new things and her logical thinking were also rare in this era. After taking the elementary mathematics and physics textbooks that Scroll had transformed into, he began to talk about today's teaching content. From the beginning of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division to slightly more complex equation calculations, Anna's ability to understand was obviously better than Scroll's. When it came to physics, Scroll would almost always memorize everything Roland said, and then slowly understand it. And Anna could also ask a few questions from time to time. For example, what did the elementary particles look like, why did the elementary particles make up different shapes, and so on. Some of the questions Roland could answer, but some he could not answer himself. For example, what was magic power? He had to talk about the conjecture he had thought about before, saying that magic power might be a kind of energy, similar to electricity and heat, and that currently only witches could use it. He did not rule out the possibility that ordinary people would be able to store and use magic power in some way in the future. Anna showed a thoughtful expression. Time always flies when it comes to teaching women, especially those with outstanding bearing. Unknowingly, the candles had been changed twice, and the new one was about to end. Suddenly, Roland heard a subtle sound. Nightingale was lying on the sofa and had unknowingly fallen asleep. Perhaps such a lesson was like a lullaby to her. The fog was lifted, and her completely ungraceful sleeping posture was exposed in front of the three. After Anna returned to her room, she threw a cluster of green flames into a large barrel filled with water, and soon the water was steaming. She stripped off her clothes and stepped into the barrel. When the witches wanted to wash their bodies, they would come to Anna to help them boil water. After all, it was very troublesome to bring hot water from the kitchen. When His Highness knew about this, he was quite surprised and seemed to find it difficult to accept the practice of repeatedly using the bathwater. Thinking of this, Anna felt a little funny. It was difficult for the commoners to wash their bodies even once a month, so it was common for them to use the water several times. He didn't even realize how much the life of the witches he accepted had improved. Anna shook her head. His Highness Roland Wimbledon seemed to be knowledgeable, but in some areas he could be called clumsy. From the stories she had read in the books, shouldn't the prince participate in all kinds of banquets and social gatherings from an early age, wandering among the flowers? He could be ignorant, timid, but at least he was good at communication. However, this feeling unexpectedly made her feel at ease. His Highness's head was filled with a lot of amazing knowledge, such as the use of steam-operated iron machines, such as calculating how to make a stone float on the water. And today's lesson, the world was actually made up of countless tiny balls. They were so small that they needed to be magnified thousands of times before they could be seen with the naked eye. Because of this, they were everywhere, whether solid, gas or liquid, whether it was people, flowers or stones. When decomposed, they basically all looked the same. Incredible, Anna thought. How did His Highness know all this? After wiping her body, she dried the water droplets with a fire. She put on her clothes and sat back at the desk. In the center of the table was the textbook written by Roland. Taking advantage of the time when the Book of Illusion was still active, Anna borrowed this textbook from Scroll, wanting to read it for a while before going to bed. The book started with common phenomena in life, like peeling an onion step by step, and some parts were also accompanied with vivid and interesting pictures. The novel knowledge that she had never heard before made her addicted. Anna found it difficult to stop after turning the first page. However, the content at the beginning was still relatively easy to understand, and the latter parts were getting more and more difficult to understand. For example, in the section on temperature, it was written that cold and heat were both manifestations of the ball's activity. The higher the energy obtained, the more active the ball would be, and the hotter it would appear on a macroscopic level. If what His Royal Highness said was right, then when his green flame was enlarged, it would also become a jumping ball? As time passed, the candle gradually burned to the bottom. The flame flickered twice and went out. At this moment, the Book of Illusions had reached its time limit. The pages and the words gradually became transparent, and then disappeared without a trace. Darkness immediately engulfed the room until a green flame bloomed from Anna's fingertip, dispelling the darkness that had entered the room. Looking at the empty table, she felt a little lost. Raising his right hand, the jade-green magical fire stood motionlessly at his fingertips like a cluster of fluorescent light. She suddenly wanted to give it a try. If everything was made of small balls, could it also become as small as a small ball? Anna closed her eyes and imagined its appearance from the accumulation of countless particles. The flames began to change. From the shape of a water droplet, it changed into a thin line, becoming thinner and longer, until it was finally like a hair. Anna felt that this change was far from enough. She thought, for a small ball, a hair is still too big. It can also become thinner. Although she thought so, it seemed that it was difficult for the green flame to change again. The light of the flame became dim, and the slender green light trembled. Maybe it can't be piled up, but connected. His Royal Highness said that there was a fixed chain between the balls, maybe I should reshape its shape. The flame particles in Anna's mind shook twice, and then dispersed with a bang. They were no longer closely connected, but scattered like stars in the sky. The slender green flame also disappeared, but in her consciousness, the flame still existed, but it no longer had its original appearance. In the deep and boundless darkness, after most of the stars fell, the remaining small part was slowly reassembling. They lined up one by one, and eventually formed a thin line composed of stars. Temperature is the degree of activity, she thought. As soon as she thought of this, the line swayed, as if someone had pinched its corner and gently shook it. After this shake, the swaying of the thin line could no longer stop, and a ripple spread out along with it. Her world seemed to be filled with ripples, there was no longer a clear outline between things, and they were jumping with joy along with this ripple. The same was true for magic, she even felt that when she stretched out her finger, the first ripple was the magic itself. She opened her eyes, and everything was calm again. The green flame had disappeared, and when her eyes adapted to the darkness of the room, the desk, the wardrobe, the candlestick, all the furnishings in the room appeared from the shadows. The light blue moonlight shone through the window on the floor, reflecting a small piece of gray. Everything looked the same as usual, there was no change. But in her eyes, the world had become completely different. A black filament appeared in the air. Anna knew that it was not really seen, but from her own perception. She took out an iron ingot from under the table and placed it in front of her. The black filament wrapped around the iron ingot according to her will, and then quickly closed. Like a hot knife cutting butter, the filament was easily inserted into the iron ingot. Under Anna's will, the high temperature produced by this filament was several times higher than the green flame, but it was limited to a very narrow range. The iron ingot quickly broke into two pieces. She picked up one half and saw that the cut was smooth, and when she touched it, she could still feel a slight residual heat. Then she stood up the iron ingot, let the black filament stand at the top, and then split it into a flat filament, perpendicular to each other. This was the mathematical knowledge taught by His Highness in the class. With a point as the center, with a taut line around the center, an accurate circle could be drawn. The area of the circle was equal to the length of the line multiplied by itself, and then multiplied by a fixed constant. Anna controlled the horizontal end of the filament to bend downward at a right angle, and then it went through the iron ingot to the table. Then she let it gently rotate around the center of the black line. Compared to before, where she could only adjust the shape or temperature of the green flame, the black flame composed of particles could not only change into any shape, but the temperature of each part could also be controlled separately. After a rotation, a standard cylinder was cut into shape. At dawn, Roland was pulled out of bed by Nightingale. He remembered that the last time something like this had happened was when Nana's identity as a witch had been discovered by Sir Pine. "What's going on? Has a new witch been discovered in the town?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "No, Your Highness. Nightingale shouted with an excited face, Anna. Anna's ability has changed again. Again? Roland had not completely woken up from his drowsiness. Isn't she already an adult? It's another change after becoming an adult. I have never seen such an amazing form of magic. It's almost like an entity. Nightingale brought a washbasin. Scroll and Vendi have also never heard of such a thing. You quickly go and have a look. Everyone is waiting for you in the office. Roland casually washed his face, put on his clothes, and followed Nightingale to the second floor. When he entered the office, the 11 witches immediately focused their eyes on him. Among them, Anna's eyes were a little swollen, as if she had not slept all night. Who can tell me what happened? The first to speak was Nightingale. This morning when I walked through Anna's room, I saw her sleeping in front of the table. There was a pile of iron lumps on the table. I was going to wake her up, but when I got closer, I found that the magic in her body had become. She paused for a moment, as if she was thinking of how to describe it. It had become a fixed shape, like a constantly rotating square. A square. Roland walked in front of Anna and carefully looked at her. Apart from her slightly tired spirit, he could not see any other differences. Then he noticed a cylinder on the table. It seemed to be made of pig iron, with a gray smooth surface and a neat cut at the top, making him think that he was seeing things. This is, Anna did it, Nightingale said. With her new ability. After a witch awakens, her body will gather magic power. At first, it will be as thin as mist, but after a few years, it will slowly turn into a group of different colors. For example, Vendi's magic power is white, Leaf's is green. Anna's magic power used to be very large, but after she became an adult, her magic power condensed a lot, turning it dark green. But now, the magic power in her body is only the size of a fist, like a solid, completely opaque. She picked up the quill on the desk and sketched. That's about it. Although Nightingale's drawing skills were terrible, Roland could still tell that it was a cube. He looked at Anna. What happened last night? Anna recounted her experience. When she finished speaking, the other witches still had a blank look on their faces. They didn't understand what the small round ball, vibration, connection, and ability change had to do with it. Only Roland's heart was slightly moved. In his mind, magic power was a kind of energy, and the witches were the terminals that released it. The effects of magic power were endless, but the final result depended on the witch who controlled it, or further, it depended on the witch's thoughts. If his guess was correct, thoughts could have a profound impact on a witch's ability. To put it simply, a person who had never seen an airplane would have a hard time imagining that a huge iron bird could fly in the sky. A person who had never seen the universe would naturally not know how vast the world was. The height of thought and the breadth of knowledge would limit the use of magic power. Every further understanding of the nature of the world would bring great progress in science and technology. So, would the witch's ability be the same? With a deeper understanding of the world, the effect of magic power would also be closer to the origin? Let me see your new ability. Roland asked curiously. Anna stretched out her finger, and a black flame appeared out of thin air at her fingertips. It looked no different from an ordinary flame, except that it didn't emit light. Can your black flame change its shape at will? Anna nodded and controlled it to float on the table. Soon, the black flame that was in the shape of a natural flame suddenly turned into a cube. Before anyone could react, the cube spread out into a black cloth, almost covering the entire table. Then it gathered towards the center, gradually turning into a straight line. Roland couldn't help but reach out and touch it. He found that this hair-thin black line didn't move at all. This was simply incredible. Even if it was as hard as steel, after stretching it into a thin wire, it could still be easily bent by fingers. This was determined by the flexibility of the object, and an absolutely rigid body didn't exist. Can it be a little thinner? Yes, but then you can't touch it anymore. Anna said, otherwise it will cut you. What about the temperature? Can you also control it at will? Yes, and compared to the green flame, I can make it produce different temperatures in different parts. Roland somewhat understood what Nightingale meant when she said it was as if it was real. Compared to the green flame that was as warm as water, her current ability had condensed and taken shape, and it wasn't appropriate to describe it as a flame. When Anna accepted the view that everything in the world was made up of microscopic particles, her understanding of the temperature produced by flames also broke through to a new stage of particle motion producing temperature. What was certain was that she wasn't controlling particles, just like how she didn't control flames before. Whether it was the ordinary flame at first, or the green flame and black flame after adulthood, they were all manifestations of magic power. Although both of them converted magic power into heat, the effect was completely different. A real genius, Roland couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't think of a more suitable adjective other than genius. After learning new knowledge that night, she could immediately understand and apply it to her ability. This kind of thinking and absorption ability could only be possessed by extremely talented people. Anna's change also made him more interested in exploring the true meaning of this world. It's a pity that I can't have magic power, Roland thought. This may be the biggest regret after crossing over. After all, most people have a superhero dream in their hearts, accidentally obtaining incredible power, and from then on embarking on a different path. What a carefree thing. I probably know the reason for the change in Anna's ability. He put away the regret in his heart and said to the witches. What is it? Everyone asked one after another. Learning. Learning? Scroll murmured, do you mean yesterday's teaching? Exactly, Roland stated his conjecture succinctly. Knowledge will help you improve your abilities, and even bring about leaps and bounds in your abilities. Can I also? Mystery Moon asked timidly. Of course, Roland patted her on the shoulder. If it weren't for the limited number of steam engines and the lack of rubber to make wires, the strong magnets she enchanted would have come in handy. Originally, the purpose of Roland's class was to pass on the knowledge he had learned to scroll, to prevent himself from forgetting more and more. Now that he accidentally discovered that learning knowledge could also have the effect of increasing their ability, it became a very necessary thing to give all witches a class together. Of course, he also understood that not everyone had an outstanding talent like Anna. Like Nightingale, who could fall asleep while listening to the class, he didn't have any hope for her. From remembering to understanding, and from understanding to using, there were many gaps between them. In the end, how many people would be able to use the knowledge they had learned to their ability, he didn't know. You didn't sleep well last night, Roland said to Anna, go and catch up on your sleep. I'll test your new ability in 2 days. Okay, Anna nodded seriously. It had already been 5 days since Prius was locked up here. Although it wasn't a prison cell, the renovated residence was almost the same as a prison cell. The original wooden door had been replaced with wooden railings, all the furniture in the house had been removed, leaving only a few blankets. The only good thing about it was that the room could be considered clean, with neither wind nor rain leaking in. In addition to him, there were 4 other people in the prison. 3 of them were from the Ryan family, 1 was from the Wolf family, and he himself was a knight of the Earl of Elk family. Damn it, how long does he want to keep us here? The oldest knight of the Ryan family shouted, the wheat fields in the territory haven't been sown yet. My wife doesn't know how to do these things. Your territory? The young knight of the Wolf family sneered, do you think His Royal Highness will still keep the knight territory, let you go back to collect horses, weapons, and armor, and then wait for an opportunity to take revenge? To be honest, he hasn't sent all of you to the gallows, it's already merciful. What did you say? The old knight stared at him. I'm just telling the truth, the young knight said indifferently. The Duke is the #1 criminal who planned and carried out the rebellion. If he didn't clean up his elite knight regiment, would he leave them to his son? As for us, we were naturally forced to go to the battlefield by the Duke's threat. I think you're bringing about your own destruction. He walked over and picked up the young man, his right hand clenched into a fist, and when he was about to hit him, a hand stretched out from behind and firmly grabbed him. Stop, Harlan. Do you want to attract the guards? A handsome knight pressed his fist down. He's right, we are knight under the Duke's command. When convicted, we will inevitably receive a heavy sentence. Since we've reached this step, we just need to wait for the result. Look at the people of the Elk family, and then look at you now. Where's your noble demeanor? He was the star knight of Longsong Stronghold, Phil Schilt, nicknamed the Light of Dawn, who had charmed many noble young ladies. In the end, he actually married a commoner woman as his wife. This matter could be considered to have caused quite a stir at that time. Seeing that he was mentioned, Prius could no longer remain silent and said to the three who were arguing, I don't know if we can keep the territory, but at least His Royal Highness won't take your lives. Oh? Why? Killing you in the stronghold would at least serve as a deterrent. Who are we going to kill you for after spending so much effort to bring you here? His subjects? Prius shook his head. The Knight Regiment hasn't even taken a single step into border town. The townsfolk naturally wouldn't hate them if they didn't rush in to burn, kill, and loot. Therefore, to the prince, it was better to kill the nobles in the stronghold than to let the townsfolk see. If they didn't kill in the stronghold, their lives would be saved. Philin thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. May I ask your name is? Prius Dessau. Thank you for your comfort, Sir Dessau. Philin gave him a grateful look and pulled Halon back to sit in the corner. The young man also sat down, leaning against the wall and humming a song. He really isn't afraid, Prius thought, and his own calm is just a facade. Prius knew that he really wasn't cut out to be a knight. He didn't inherit his father's bravery, nor did he inherit his mother's wisdom. Compared to wielding a sword, he preferred to take care of his own small territory. Raising chickens and ducks, fishing by the pond and so on. He had no choice but to fight for the Earl of Elk family, let alone kill people. He didn't even like to participate in hunting. So when they charged, Prius tried to rush to the back, but he didn't expect to survive. Wait. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little strange. As the Duke's Star Knight, why did Philinshield also survive? Shouldn't he be the first to rush? His Royal Highness wants to see you, the guard suddenly shouted from the door. Sirius Daly, you come out first. The young knight jumped up, waved to the crowd, and walked out of the cell. Hey, what about us? Halon chased to the door, but was forced back by the guard's short stick. After locking the cell door, the guard said in a cold voice, Don't worry, it will be your turn. Knowing that the trial was coming, Prius became more and more nervous. Damn it, when there was no result, I always looked forward to this day, but now that the result is coming, I'm afraid. He thought angrily. But his body still couldn't help but tremble. Every few breaths he wanted to look up at the door. Just like when a child was about to be born for the first time, the feelings of hope and panic coexisted. Fortunately, the waiting time was not long. About half an hour later, the guard in charge of the escort came again. Prius Dessau, it's your turn. He stood up in a panic, but his feet accidentally tripped on the rolled-up blanket on the ground. Fortunately, Philin's eyes and hands were quick. He stepped forward and supported him. Thank you. He felt his throat was dry. It's nothing. The guard's voice was gentle and powerful, making Prius's nervous mood ease a lot. He nodded to Philin, and followed the guard out of the cell. The one leading the way was a young man, about 17 years old, wearing dark brown leather armor and boots, holding a short stick in his hands. Don't you need to tie my hands? Prius asked. You've been searched before you were locked up. Without a weapon, what can you do? Where are you taking me? His Royal Highness' castle. What about the man before? The knight called Sirius, what happened to him? The other side shrugged, not answering. Well, maybe he doesn't know, maybe he doesn't want to tell me. Prius closed his mouth. This escort gave him a very strange feeling. He dressed and looked like an ordinary civilian, but when he spoke to the knight, he didn't show the slightest fear. He didn't even use the most basic honorifics. He didn't seem to know that, in normal times, these people could easily decide his life or death. Prius had seen a lot of commoners who had to struggle for survival. They were dull and indifferent, just like a soulless walking corpse. But in the eyes of this little man, he saw pride and pride. He was obviously a commoner, but he had the same demeanor as a knight who was full of honor. This extreme sense of incongruity made Prius very confused. In the end, what kind of environment can create such a person? He looked around. Although he had never been to border town before, he had heard about this barren and desolate place. But now the town was full of vitality. It was very different from the border outpost he had imagined. The streets were full of people, their pace was fast, it seemed that they had endless things to do. From time to time, someone would greet the little man who was escorting him. Everyone's face was ruddy, full of energy. It didn't look like they had just experienced the hardships of the months of the demons. As he approached the castle area, he saw an open space where more than 100 people gathered. This group seemed to be building a house, and according to the scale, there was more than one house. The materials for the house were piled up on the side, they were all fired bricks. Generally speaking, only nobles would choose such expensive materials, but if it was built for nobles, the area of the house was too small. The houses that had been built in front of the open space were almost a little bigger than his own living room. In addition, the houses were too similar, almost like they were printed from the same mold. Which nobleman would like such a house? Before entering the living room, Prius was searched again. This time, the search was much more detailed. From top to bottom, every place where a knife or dagger could be hidden was searched, even the soles of his shoes were not spared. Then he saw the people who defeated the Duke's coalition in the hall, the fourth prince of Grey Castle, the lord of Border Town, and the new ruler of the western region, Roland Wimbledon. The prince had long grey hair, a symbol of the royal bloodline, and his face looked very young, at most 20 years old. He did not tie his hair, nor did he wear any crown. The fingers holding the quill were slender, and there was no jewelry or ring on his hand, not even a bracelet. This was very rare among the nobles. Prius Dessau, the knight of the Earl of Elk? Roland leaned back in his chair, looking at the list in his hand. Yes, your highness. Prius knelt down on one knee. He still found it hard to believe that such a person, who did not even have a beard on his face, could lead a group of miners and hunters to defeat the Duke of Ryan, who had been entrenched in the western region for a long time. Can you read? How about reading and writing? Stand up and answer. I can, your highness, this is the most basic requirement for a knight. Prius stood up unsteadily, suddenly remembering that some old knight had not yet been popular in Grey Castle when they were knighted, so he added, I mean, the new batch of knight. In the past 30 years, fewer and fewer knight had been knighted because of their strength and military exploits, and the number of other considerations had increased. If one did not know how to write and read official documents, it was difficult to be chosen by the Lord. And the rise of outstanding young people like King City's Cold Wind Knight, and the light of dawn of the western region had raised the requirements for a knight to a new height. So now that he had become a trainee knight, the first thing he had to learn was to read and write, and to a higher level, he also needed to be proficient in all kinds of etiquette. But Prius did not understand why His Highness asked him this question. Very well, the prince nodded, then I will now make a judgment. This sentence instantly made him hold his breath. You have two choices. The first is to work in the North Slope mine for 20 years to atone for your sins. The second is to become a teacher and teach my people how to read and write. Miners were not slaves. They were also paid and could rest for 3 days every month. Not only were the teachers paid, but they also had free housing and 2 days off per week. However, if you chose the latter option, you would have to work until you were 50 before you could quit your job. Don't worry, even if you quit at that time, your salary will still be paid as usual. Prius breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Sure enough, as he had expected, there was no execution or exile. But these two options made him feel puzzled. Miners sounded like coolies, but His Royal Highness said that there was a salary and holidays? Shouldn't a teacher only be someone with profound knowledge be able to take up the position? He only knew how to read and write. Moreover, what did he mean by teaching the people? Could it be that His Royal Highness wanted to train these commoners as nobles? Most importantly, neither of them mentioned how to deal with their territories. Prius looked up at the prince and cautiously asked, Your Royal Highness, I don't know if I choose one of the two options, my territory will. From the moment you raised your sword against me, your territory no longer belongs to you, Roland said bluntly. On this point, I have reached an agreement with the heir of the Elk family. He will convert the property in your territory into Golden Dragon as compensation, and after you make your choice, the new count will send the compensation along with your family to Border Town, so that he can vacate a new place to recruit a knight. Prius' heart sank. His territory was nothing more than a house, a flock of chickens and ducks, and the fish in the pond. How much could these things be worth as compensation? The new count would certainly cut it again. At that time, it would be hard to say whether or not he would have 30 golden dragons. The count had just died, and his heir had abandoned him. This heartlessness made Prius disappointed. As an accomplice of a rebel, this is already a very light sentence. Roland paused for a moment and said, "Besides, what's there to regret about a barren land? Whether you choose to work in the mines or become a teacher, you will be able to save enough money to buy land in border town." Hearing this sentence, Prius regained some of his spirit. He would certainly not consider working in the mines. As for the other option, "Your Royal Highness, I don't know how much a teacher's salary is?" "For a junior teacher, 20 silver royals a month, and 5 more every year until the age of 50. After the age of 50, the salary will be calculated according to the maximum value. By the way, this right cannot be inherited, nor can it be transferred." Prius calculated a little in his mind and found that he would have an income of nearly 3 golden dragons a year. Moreover, it would increase year by year. As long as 4 or 5 years passed, it would almost catch up with the income of his territory. "Your Royal Highness, what does a junior teacher mean? Are there other types of teachers?" "Of course there are. Junior teachers only teach reading and writing. Intermediate and senior teachers teach all kinds of subject knowledge. As long as you have a unique skill that is beneficial to the development of border town, you can serve as a teacher." Roland sat up straight. "What, do you have any skills that you are good at?" "I don't need writing or swordsmanship. However, I am not good at these things," Prius thought. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Your Royal Highness, do raising chickens and ducks count? I am also very good at fishing." As soon as he said it, he regretted it. How could this be considered a skill? They could live by themselves if they were left in the wild. There were many nobles who raised cats and birds, but no one had ever raised these things. As for fishing, it was the same as hunting, it could only be regarded as a personal hobby. He didn't expect His Royal Highness to be interested in the first half of his sentence. "Oh? How do you raise them? Tell me." Prius had to bite the bullet and said, "Well, according to my experience of raising them in my territory, compared to letting them go free, they can grow faster if they are fed with some grain every day. If the grain is mixed with some sand, the effect is the same, and we can also save food. It is best to set up a shed in a ventilated place to keep out the sun, rain, and cold. Especially in the hot summer, if there is no shed, the hens are likely to stop laying eggs. In winter, we can put some straw inside to prevent the chickens from freezing to death. In addition, if we feed them some small fish every month, the chickens will rarely get sick. Of course, cleaning up the chicken manure is also very important." At the end of his sentence, he found that His Royal Highness unexpectedly laughed. "Yes, it seems that the nobles of the Western Territory are not useless." "Your Royal Highness?" Prius couldn't understand the meaning of the other side's words. Roland wrote down the method of dealing with Prius on a piece of paper, put down the quill and rubbed his sore neck. Nightingale's voice sounded in his ear, "Your Highness, do you need me to help you relax?" "There are still more than 30 people to deal with, I'll do it later." Roland smiled and shook his head, picked up the bell on the table and shook it a few times. The sooner he finished these trivial matters, the sooner he could start the work of universal education in border town. Moreover, the exploration of Anna's new ability filled him with expectations. A tall knight was brought into the living room by the guards. At first glance, Roland felt that he was extraordinarily handsome, comparable to Carter, who had the face of a Prince Charming. Of course, this kind of handsomeness was a deduction in Roland's eyes. He glanced at the name list, Xianxia. Unlike the others, there was a note behind the other's name, which he also read out, Lion Knight Regiment Commander, the Light of Dawn, First Knight of the Western Region. "You really have a lot of titles." "Yes, Your Highness." Philin knelt down on one knee. "I thought people like the commander or the first knight would take the lead on the battlefield." Roland raised his eyebrows. "How did you survive?" "I hid in the back," he said calmly. "As long as you control the horse's stride, it looks like you're sprinting with all your strength, but in fact, the horse's speed won't increase much." Such a straightforward answer surprised Roland. He thought that the other would find some excuse to cover up the fact that he was afraid of fighting and ran away. It seemed that this matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Sure enough, Philin quickly continued, "On the third morning of your pursuit, which was the day the Duke was defeated, I followed him, looking for an opportunity to kill him. Unfortunately, his personal guards were numerous, and they were very close, so I couldn't find a suitable opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, your troops killed him. Speaking of this, the knight bowed his head deeply. Your Highness, I thank you for this. If you need me, please feel free to assign me. The last sentence could be seen as an oath of allegiance. Roland was stunned for a moment and then said, stand up first. Tell me, what exactly happened? Yes, he got up and said, my wife, Irene, was originally a civilian woman who worked in the theater of Longsong Stronghold. We met by chance and fell in love with each other. I wanted to marry her, but my father and mother did not support the wedding, so I had to move out of the estate and rent a room on a farm near the fortress, where the wedding was to take place. Not long after her marriage, Irene finally got the opportunity to perform for the first time. The knight's voice was a little low. Unexpectedly, the Duke watched the play and took a fancy to her. After a long time, I learned about this matter from her mouth. I wanted to ask the Duke, but Irene knelt down and begged me not to be reckless. I also knew that if I did it in person, not to mention the possibility of success, even if I killed him, I wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of his personal guards, and Irene was likely to be the target of revenge by the heir of the Duke Ryan. So I endured until he went to border town. I also knew that if I did it in person, not to mention the possibility of success, even if I killed him, I wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of his personal guards, and Irene is likely to be the target of revenge by the heir of the Duke Ryan. So I endured until he went to border town. Although I couldn't personally take revenge, but Irene can finally sleep in peace, no longer have to worry about someone breaking into her room at night, and I am also free from this heavy burden. So please allow me to thank you again. So that's how it is. Roland knocked on the table with his quill pen. This was the signal that he and Nightingale had agreed in advance. When they needed to check whether the other party was lying, they would knock on the table. Soon he felt Nightingale's fingers pinching his left shoulder blade, which meant that what she said was true, but this pinch was a little forceful, which made Roland grin. Can you read? How about reading and writing? Philin was startled. It seemed that he couldn't keep up with the prince's train of thought. I can. Then I will now make a judgment. Roland repeated the words he had repeated many times. What is your choice? Your Highness, don't you need me to fight for you? Whether it is a duel or a group battle, I will. No, I don't need it, Roland interrupted. There are no nobles in my army, and I won't recruit nobles in the future. They are an army composed entirely of people. And you will never have the opportunity to pick up a weapon again. Is that so? Philin was silent for a long time before he nodded. I understand. In that case, I choose to become a teacher. A wise choice. Teachers can get housing and a very good salary. I will send someone to pick up your wife, so you can live a good life here. Roland made a gesture for the knight to leave. Please wait, Your Highness, forgive me for asking. He hesitated. Do you also say the same thing to the other knight? If they can't become a teacher, they have to work in the mines for 20 years? Yes. Your Highness, I have a subordinate named Heron. He is an experienced old knight, but he is illiterate. Can I use the golden dragon in exchange for him not being sent to the mines? Of course not, Roland said. If money can redeem your crimes, I will let you go in the stronghold. But he is almost 50 years old. That kind of hard work will destroy his body. He doesn't have the physical strength to mine, but he has the strength to attack border town. And my mine is not a black coal mine. Not only do I have a steam engine to help transport the ore and pump water, the employees also have a fixed holiday, okay? Roland picked up the bell, ready to call the next person in. Your Highness. Philin clenched his teeth and knelt down again. I have a treasure map passed down from my family. It has at least 400 years of history. I am willing to use it in exchange for Heron's freedom. A 400-year-old treasure map. The prince frowned. Are you sure it wasn't drawn by your ancestors with a charcoal pen to make the younger generation happy? No, it's not charcoal or ink marks. He shook his head slightly, as if recalling the drawing. I can't tell what was used to draw it. The lines are very delicate, smooth and soft to the touch, and it has been in the basement for decades, but the graphics and words haven't faded. My father said it was passed down from generation to generation. It describes the location of the treasure. It is in the northwest of the concealing forest, but it is already a barren land. Ordinary people simply can't go there. Roland tapped the table with the quill pen. Nightingale was still pinching the left side. Well, even if what you said is true, this treasure map should also be hidden in the basement of the Schilt family. You have already given up the inheritance of the territory. I'm afraid they won't be happy to see you again. Indeed, Philin nodded, but the contents of the drawing, I have completely memorized it. I can roughly describe the patterns and words on it. Then draw it and let me see. Roland pushed the quill and paper to the table. If it's true, I can make an exception and grant your request. Your Highness is merciful. He went to the table and began to draw the treasure map. In fact, the Light of Dawn Philin Schilt was not only good at fighting, but also talented in painting and calligraphy. Soon, a rough topographical map appeared in front of Roland. The map showed the back of the impassable mountain range. The rolling mountains from small to large occupied the lower right corner of the whole paper. An equilateral triangle was drawn in the middle of the map. 3 acute angles connected 3 positions, one of which fell at the foot of the northern slope mountain, and the other point in the concealing forest, marked with a 6-pointed star, was probably the so-called location of the treasure. The number of demons is increasing, and we are becoming fewer and fewer. The holy city of Tequila has fallen, and we are fleeing in all directions. Over the mountains, across the rivers, and as far as we can from the gates of hell. But next time, where can we escape to? What do you think? In the office, Roland closed the Book of Illusion and asked Scroll. If that knight didn't remember wrongly, this is an incredible coincidence. Scroll pondered for a moment. The contents of the treasure map match the essays recorded in the ancient books, which can be said to prove that the church once built a city in the depths of the barbarian land to resist the demons. And the location marked on the map may be a defense tower, outpost, warehouse, or other facilities they built. You mean it's not the real treasure map? Of course, the church is not a bandit or pirate. They don't need to hide the treasure, and also leave a map for future generations. Roland nodded. That's right. So, this is actually a map? 9 out of 10. Although I don't know why the church didn't record the history of this period, I think there must be more than one ruin buried in the forest of the eastern region. Scroll analyzed. If the facility marked on the map is just a building on the ground, after hundreds of years, it will be difficult to find anything. But if it is accompanied by a basement or a storage warehouse, it is likely to be another underground ruin. Through it, we may be able to find some clues. What clues? Why does the church want to hide the existence of the demons? Why did they resist the demons, but keep it a secret? She paused, and her voice became a little lower, and why do they want to hunt witches as demons? Roland didn't know how to comfort her, so he was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Unfortunately, I don't know whether his drawing is accurate or not. According to him, the original map is so neat that it doesn't look like it was drawn by hand. How about asking Nightingale to go to the knight's house? Not very appropriate, Roland rejected. A family that can pass a treasure map for hundreds of years may have a storage room full of God's stones of retaliation and traps. We'll talk about it later, he said, pointing out the length of the triangle. We can't reach it now, anyhow. If the North Slope mountain foot is regarded as a mining area, then the location of the hexagram is at least 50 kilometers away from us, almost the distance between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold. Except for Lightning, who can arrive in 1 day, the others will have to walk for 2 to 3 days. What if we encounter demons on the way? I don't want anything to happen to you. You can first let Lightning explore this woodland from the air, maybe she will find something, Scroll suggested. That's a feasible plan. Roland stood up. When she comes back, I'll tell her. I'm going to the North Slope mine now, so you can prepare the teaching materials for the class. If you need to make more copies, you can ask Soroya. We still have to continue teaching them tonight. Roland combined the education he had received when he was in elementary school with Prince Roland's palace education method, and instilled them into Scroll, including categorized memory, phonetic symbols, reading and writing, and reciting phrases. With these, he believed that Scroll would become a good teacher. Yes, Your Highness, Scroll saluted. The backyard of the North Slope mine was now more than twice as large as before, and there were still 2 holes in the ground that hadn't been filled, where the embryos of the 12-pound cannon were cast. When Roland arrived at the backyard, Anna was practicing her new ability, and there were 2 steel pipes on the table. He casually picked one up and looked at it. The steel pipe was perfectly round, and its surface was smooth without any air holes. The hole in the middle was the same as the outer wall, and when it was aimed at the sun, he could see a straight line of light. Roland used his fingernail to check the thickness of the wall at both ends, and found that it was basically the same. Roland was amazed. How did you make this? You see, Anna picked up a freshly cut steel rod and placed it flat in her hand. A thin black line was inserted from the end until it completely ran through the rod, and then it rotated around the center, and the hole was finished. Amazing ability, he thought. Using high-temperature magic to cut objects, while at the same time being precise, Anna alone was enough to push the town's industrial products to a new height. He suppressed his excitement and said, "Let's first do some basic tests." The basic tests included the range of the ability, the strength of the ability, and the duration. Nightingale also appeared from the fog. She was responsible for observing the changes in Anna's magic. The results showed that in addition to the strength and duration of the ability being greatly improved, the range of the black flame was still within 5 meters, and it could only be accurately controlled within 3 meters. At the same time, it was still a summoning ability, and the God Stone of Retaliation could remove the effect of the black flame, or when Anna ordered the black flame to enter the range of the God Stone of Retaliation, it would suddenly disappear. It seems that unless I evolve to the point where I can directly use magic, I can't get around this obstacle. Roland thought. However, Anna's new ability still had earth-shaking significance. Using the black flame to make industrial machines, and then producing all kinds of machine tools, the level of mechanical processing could be regarded as a shortcut to quickly rise. However, industrial mass production was always not something that could be accomplished by one person. For example, Carr had built a furnace on the side of the North Slope mountain, and one had already been completed. After putting it into use, it was found that the firing of clay bricks was okay, but the temperature of the burning of cement was always not up to standard, so the cement needed by border towns still had to be produced by Anna. Fortunately, after reaching adulthood, she could complete the calcination even without staying in the dusty room. Roland had a way to solve the problem of the furnace temperature not rising. For example, he could use the steam engine to blast to raise the furnace temperature, and then set up the exhaust gas circulation channel to improve the use of heat dissipation. But the production of the steam engine was also inseparable from Anna. From the key parts of the casting to the welding, everything had to be completed by her. It could be said that the current industrial products of Border Town were based on Anna's ability. Once she was gone, the so-called industrial development would be nothing more than an illusion. During the months of the demons, everything Roland had done was for emergencies, but now that the threat of the demonic beasts no longer existed, and Longsong's stronghold had provided a large number of people and funds, he naturally had to start to change this situation. Let's start from the most basic. He asked Anna to cut out a 2-finger-wide, 1 millimeter thick piece of steel, and then picked out the previously set standard centimeter-long iron ruler, taking a small distance as the fixed length of the black line, and repeatedly arranging it until the 10 black lines were roughly the same length as the standard centimeter. Then he let the black line climb up the steel piece, and burn out a vertical mark. Under the control of the black line, the distance between each vertical mark was almost exactly the same. For the past half a month, the port of Clearwater had been like a festival. Even if he was standing on the balcony at the top of the Lord's Tower, Ryan could still feel the high atmosphere in the city. The goods and people that had been moved from Eagle City had greatly expanded the strength of the port city. The looters had also reaped a great harvest, and the slave market had also become lively. After going through a series of battles, the Black Sail Fleet not only didn't suffer many losses, but instead had added a large number of slaves to act as sailors, and were currently undergoing intense training at the port. In a few days, they would head to the fjords and begin their first plunder of the year. Her Majesty the Queen had also timely issued a slave development decree. As long as these captured slaves from Eagle City were able to capture new people as replacements, they would be able to jump from slaves to the people of the port of Clearwater in one fell swoop. Presumably, with such an inspiring decree, the people of Eagle City who had been reduced to slaves would also do their best to fight. Now that Timothy had been defeated, there was no one in the kingdom of Grey Castle who could stop the Queen of Clearwater. As long as there was enough time, Garcia Wimbledon would inevitably become the master of Grey Castle. Ryan thought so, but why didn't the Queen's face have a happy expression? Instead, there was a trace of lingering haze between her eyebrows. Your Majesty, the patriarchs of the Sandstone clan and the Blackbone clan are requesting an audience. A guard's voice came from outside the door. Ryan looked at Her Majesty, and seeing that the latter didn't show any expression, he shouted. Bring them in. Whether it was resting, holding meetings, or receiving visitors, Her Majesty always liked to do so at the top of the tower. As long as the weather was right, the balcony was the place where Xianxia would spend the most time. Most people weren't used to standing in mid-air, facing the slightly fishy smell of the sea breeze. The Sand Nation was no exception. The patriarch of the Sandstone clan was a petite woman, and was also the goddess of the clan. When Ryan first heard this introduction, he snorted in his heart, what goddess? She was nothing more than a fallen witch. The patriarch of the Blackbone clan was tall, his face was covered with scars, and his arms were as thick as an average person's thigh. At every meeting, there would be 3 to 4 guards surrounding him to prevent him from harming Her Majesty the Queen. The moment they stepped onto the terrace, the two patriarchs simultaneously frowned, but they quickly restrained their expressions and respectfully knelt down to the Queen of Clearwater. May the road ahead of you be filled with oases, and may the stars in the sky illuminate your path. Get up. Xianxia sat down with her back against the guardrail. What do you think? Are you satisfied with your new residence? Everything's fine, Goddess Kabbalah said. There are forests and water sources in the territory. It's much more comfortable than the sand-swept Iron Sand City. That's all right. What are you here for? Your Majesty, last time you gave, the Blackbone Patriarch had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Kabbalah. It's like this, Your Majesty. After the last battle, many of the brave warriors showed signs of weakness and exhaustion. Only by regularly taking new pills would they be able to recover. However, we didn't have many pills left. I'm here to ask you to give us more pills. I also mean the same, Blackbone Patriarch said in a muffled voice as he glared at the goddess. The materials needed to make this thing are very complicated, and I don't have much left. Rest assured, when the new batch of pills is made, I will send them to you as soon as possible. But don't forget to prepare the golden dragon. If it's not enough, you can use the river Styx to pay for it. Your Majesty, forgive me for asking, Kabbalah hesitated for a moment. Do you know when the next batch will be made? I can't tell you this, Xianxia said as she smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the sea breeze. Everything about the pills is a secret, so you should go back and wait patiently. Those warriors are just dispirited, nothing more. If they rest more, it won't be a big problem. The guards received Ryan's hint and came forward to surround the Sand Nation, bringing Kabbalah and Blackbone Patriarch, who still wanted to ask a few more questions. After the door to the terrace was closed, Xianxia let out a soft sigh. Ryan rarely heard Her Majesty the Queen make such a sound, so he took the initiative to ask, Your Majesty, do you think it's inappropriate to let the Sand Nation settle on the southern border? If one day they become strong. No, Ryan, Xianxia shook her head, I have never worried about the Sand Nation, they can't pose any threat to the port of Clearwater. The lake in that piece of land happens to be in the middle of the two clans' territories, and the upstream passes through the port of Clearwater. As long as I block half of the river, the reduced lake will make them fight among themselves. The reason why I chose Sandstone and Blackbone Patriarch is because of this, their relationship has never been harmonious. Then are you worried about the pills? Xianxia didn't answer. At this moment, the guards knocked on the door and said, Your Majesty, the church priest Dekar requests an audience. Bring him in. The Queen immediately stood up, her face becoming even more gloomy. Your Majesty Xianxia Wimbledon, I greet you on behalf of the Holy City. The priest stepped onto the terrace and bowed. What about the pills? Why were the first few batches delivered normally, but this batch has been delayed? Xianxia asked in a cold voice. Your Majesty, please calm down, I came here for this matter. Dekar wiped the sweat from his forehead. The amount of 5,000 pills you requested to buy is too much, even if Hermes went all out to produce them. There is no way to meet your demand in a short period of time. This time I brought back a new batch. How many? Xianxia interrupted. 1,000, Daika said while putting his hand on his chest. The rest will be delivered one after another. And what did you promise before? Her face became slightly better. How many do you want? Where are the pills? I will send someone to get them. In the church, I don't know if the golden dragon, I will not miss a single golden dragon. Xianxia went in front of Daika and whispered in his ear, but if the rest of the pills don't arrive soon, your head will be hung on the Black Sail flagship's ram. I think the Archbishop won't shed a single tear for you." After the priest left with a pale face, she went back to the railing and looked at the distant sea line. The sea breeze lifted her long gray hair, like a flag fluttering in the wind on the mast of a fleet. "You're right, I am worried about the problem of the pills." Garcia's voice seemed to be very far away. "If Timothy had arrived 2 months later, I would have been more prepared, and at that time, without relying on the pills, I would have been able to defeat his King City Knight regiment. Unfortunately, he came too soon." "You've done a very good job." Ryan thought, who else could do a better job? Since occupying Eagle City, she had formulated a response plan. She had ordered people to take away the supplies and residents, while digging ditches in the city to pour black water. In the case of a shortage of manpower, she had exchanged the southern territory for the support of the Sand Nation, and then let the clan warriors who had taken the pills attack the Knight regiment from both sides. Her loyal supporters, in order to resist the last wave of overwhelming attacks, also did not hesitate to swallow the secret medicine. The secret medicine provided by the church is not, as I said, it is not harmful to life. If it is not supplemented for a long time, the person who takes the medicine will become manic and restless, and then in weakness, pain and limb atrophy they will die. I don't care about the life and death of the Sand Nation, but the people who work for me should get the best reward." She paused. "Ryan, you take some people to retrieve the pills, and then distribute them to the brave warriors. Let them split into 2 halves, so that they can last a little longer." "I will obey your wishes, Your Majesty." Just as Ryan was about to leave, the guard's voice sounded outside the door for the 3rd time. "Your Highness, there is a secret letter from King City." "Read it before you go," she said. Yes, Ryan took back the secret letter, skillfully cut the seal, and took out the letter paper. Most of these secret letters were information sent back by the spies lurking in various places. They were not signed, nor did they have a recipient, and the content was usually as simple and clear as possible. But when he read the first sentence, his whole body suddenly froze in place. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the secret meeting room, a light fragrance of benzoin wafted into his nose. Archbishop Maine was very fond of candles that were mixed with herbs and spices, especially in a closed room with no windows. The smell of the candle was able to make him feel at peace. The secret room was not big, and could only fit a round table and 4 chairs. The other 2 archbishops were already sitting in their seats, while the one facing the wooden door was still empty. The Pope's physical condition was deteriorating, and he hadn't appeared in front of everyone for almost half a year. Only when he encountered a difficult problem would he go to the pivotal secret area of the Hermes mechanism to personally seek an answer from the Pope. "Since everyone is here, let's start." Maine inserted the door bolt and sat between the 2 people. "Sir Tayfun, how is the order in the Kingdom of Eternal Winter being maintained? Except for the nobles in the capital, there are very few rebels in other places. The civilians even welcome us to take over the kingdom." Tayfun said while stroking his beard. "Of course, those nobles who cling to the glory of the past and refuse to repent will be eradicated one by one." "That's good," Heather licked her lips. "If I were to judge them, the people would be more deeply aware of their ugly and dirty side. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of things to do here, so I can't go to the Kingdom of Eternal Winter." Maine directly ignored her words, and said to Tayfun, "Those vacated positions, we have to fill them as soon as possible. The church has trained a large number of talents for this purpose, and now is the time to use them. The Kingdom of Eternal Winter is the kingdom with the greatest influence of the church, and the smaller the waves caused, the sooner we can deal with the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Dawn. This is natural. Those fence-sitters who rely on the church, I mean the nobles, what should we do?" Heather asked. "The reason why the church can attract so many excellent believers is that we don't care about bloodline, but only look at ability. If we rashly accept those idiots, it will shake the foundation of the church. My suggestion is..." She made a gesture of cutting her neck. "Leave them alone for now, wait for the situation in the kingdom to stabilize, then make it clear to them, so that we can reduce the resistance to change." Regarding this point, Maine specially consulted the Pope. The church can provide them with the same authority as the title, but they can't inherit it to their descendants. "Don't forget that we have to eliminate the royal power in the end. There is no need to be impatient, Miss Heather." Heather was born poor, and before she was taken in by the church, she suffered from hunger and wanderings. But with her naturally sharp mind and outstanding judgment, she had walked step by step to where she was today. Maine could understand her disgust towards the nobles, but he still had to look at the bigger picture. "How is Grey Castle?" he asked. According to the intelligence, the new King Timothy didn't return to King City after his defeat, but went directly to the eastern region, Tayfun replied. A wise choice. Heather snapped her fingers, pulling Duke Fran to challenge the Queen of Clearwater, and after the Duke dies, immediately go to the Eastern Territory to divide up his territory to stabilize the army's morale, and while at the same time win over the other nobles. TSK, the royal family is not full of fools. In this way, we can also save a lot of trouble. Let the High Priest of Grey Castle contact him, presumably in this kind of predicament, he won't refuse the church's bait. The supply of medicines in Port of Clearwater will be reduced by 30% to balance the strength of the two sides. I will leave this to you, Sir Tayfun, Maine arranged. As long as 2 years pass, the whole of Grey Castle will have no usable soldiers. Rest assured, Tayfun nodded, but there is a problem in Longsong Stronghold, west of Grey Castle. What problem? After the 4th Prince Roland defeated the Duke of Ryan, he returned to Border Town. Tyler personally sent an invitation, but he didn't get a response. Does he really have no intention of fighting for the throne? Well, what do you think? Maine looked at Heather. The latter shrugged and said, what else can I think? What were the rumors about him at the beginning? Ignorant and incompetent, bad character, incompetent, greedy. I think it's impossible for such a person to capture Longsong Stronghold, right? So the answer is very simple, he deceived everyone, whether it is the nobles or us. You mean? Maine frowned. Our fight for the throne has chosen the wrong role, Sir Maine, she sneered. He should be the one standing on the stage, not the third Princess Garcia. Defeating a duke indeed proves his outstanding ability, but even if a person's talent is high, without enough resources it is meaningless. Tayfun shook his head. Since he chose to return to that desolate place, it means that he has given up the possibility of intervening in the situation of Grey Castle, so naturally he will not pose any threat to our plan. Yes, in theory it is so. But combined with this information, it is very interesting. Heather threw a small note, my personal information. Maine spread out the note, quickly glancing over the content. A witch. A witch organization called themselves the Witch Cooperation Association, claiming to have a firm foothold in Border Town, and calling for other sisters to go there. Although it is all groundless gossip, and should not be discussed here, but we all know that the name of the Witch Cooperation Association is not fictitious. After being hunted by the army of judges in the eastern forest, they fled all the way to the west, and finally disappeared west of Longsong Stronghold. And Border Town is just outside the western border of Grey Castle, at the foot of the impassable mountain range. Two lords, isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Witch Cooperation Association. Maine had a little impression of this name. They were chased and intercepted by the army of judges, and even after losing a lot of people, they still insisted on moving in the direction of the impassable mountain range. After interrogating the captured witches, they seemed to want to find the holy mountain in the barbarian land. This was a suicidal move, so he didn't put too much energy into this matter. There were several similar witch organizations in the Wolfshark Kingdom and the Kingdom of Dawn. Lurking in the city was far more dangerous than rushing to the barbarian land to die. You mean, the prince has hooked up with the witch organization? After reading the news, Tayfun's face became gloomy. Maybe, maybe not. Heather raised the corner of her mouth. I'm just making a simple speculation. What are the witches most afraid of? Exposing themselves. Obviously, using the name of the Witch Cooperation Association is easier to attract the attention of the church, but they still used this name in the underground news. Why? Because for us, this is a familiar name, Maine said calmly. For other witches, the same is true. Full marks. Heather clapped her hands twice. This can effectively reduce the vigilance of wild witches. Maybe someone will really be attracted by this news, and set off to Border Town to find out the truth. It is hard to imagine, without the protection of the Lord, they would dare to play such a trick. We often say that the lesser of two evils is the choice. Obviously, the other side already thinks that the consequences of not being able to recruit a witch are more serious than the consequences of being exposed. At this point, her tone became gloomy. why do I feel that we are being looked down upon? This is not a matter of being looked down upon, Taifun said angrily. Once the witches have a place to settle down, they can use their abilities without any worries, and it is likely that they will find that the so-called demonic bite can be avoided. This is also the reason why we have to encircle and annihilate any settled witches. Only by forcing them to constantly hide, run, and go into exile, can this secret be maintained. Maine knew that what the other side said was right. The witches themselves were not a threat to the church, but as a group, once they got rid of their evil identity, it would have a great impact on the church's propaganda, and even shake the foundation of the church's rule. He found himself in a dilemma. In the face of this kind of thing, a large number of judges should be dispatched to encircle and annihilate the witches, but Border Town was too far from Hermes, and the church's army was about to launch an attack on the Wolfshark Kingdom, so it was difficult to spare manpower to annihilate this remote town. In addition, at this critical juncture, sending a large number of troops into Grey Castle was bound to arouse the vigilance of Grey Castle and the other two countries, which may affect the subsequent annexation plan. After thinking about it again and again, he made a decision. I will send an emissary group consisting of 10 judges and a priest to Border Town to investigate this matter with the assistance of High Priest Taylor. If the behavior of the Witch Cooperation Association has nothing to do with the Lord, this group of emissaries can eliminate the witches themselves. What if it is related? Heather asked. As the woodland on the south bank of the Redwater River was gradually cleared, the day of plowing was approaching. In order to facilitate people from both sides of the Redwater River, Roland ordered people to build a pontoon bridge nearly 100 meters across the river. The lower part of the bridge was made by carpenters, connected by thick hemp ropes. He also specifically told the carpenters that the two ends of the rafts should be placed at a sharp angle, so that the resistance of the water would be smaller. The hemp ropes were wound layer by layer around 4 round stakes on the shore, so that the position of the rafts was as stable as possible. In the middle of each raft, 4 long planks were laid as a bridge deck, which was about 2 meters long, allowing 4 people to pass side by side. The raft pontoon bridge was very simple to build, and its service life was not low. As long as the river did not rise or fall sharply, causing the hemp ropes to break, it could be guaranteed to last for 2 or 3 years. The trees in the concealing forest were of excellent quality. For example, the piers and pavements of Border Town's pier were processed from giant trees in the forest, and their service life was almost the same as that of Border Town. Although it creaked when walking on it, there was still no sign of it collapsing. Across the pontoon bridge to the west, the first piece of land to be reclaimed was Leaf's experimental field. Now it was surrounded by wooden planks, and the entrance was guarded by the soldiers of the First Army. These days, besides eating, attending classes, and sleeping, Leaf spent the rest of her time in the experimental field. From the window of the office on the 3rd floor, Roland could vaguely see the scene behind the wooden fence, where the wheat was growing crazily. In the morning, it was still green, but in the afternoon, it had already turned into a sea of gold. The golden ones, which relied on magic to grow, had a ripening speed of 1 seed a day. If it was seen by outsiders, they would probably kneel down and call it a miracle. Seeing that the land, population, and seeds were all ready, Roland decided to add the last link, the supervisor. He called Berev, the minister's assistant, who had recently been very busy. Your apprentices should be able to handle things on their own, right? Roland asked. I need to set up 2 new departments in the city hall. Your Highness, we don't have enough manpower. Berev said awkwardly. In the past, you would agree first, and then slowly discuss the details, but now you have learned to complain first. Roland criticized in his heart, but on the surface, he was indifferent. How could it not be enough? Didn't I just give you a batch of knight? Roland's first round of inspection selected more than 50 knight who met the requirements and could read and write. There wasn't a need for so many teachers, so only the best of the best were selected. In the end, 9 knight were chosen to be primary teachers, and the rest were assigned to City Hall to start as apprentices. Your Highness, those people are slow, lazy, and slow to react. They even make a few mistakes when copying the information. They are not qualified to be apprentices. How to discipline them is your business. Roland knocked on the table. If they don't obey the arrangement, they will be directly sent to the North Slope mine. But I must establish these 2 departments. All right, Your Highness, you have the final say. Berev said helplessly. Roland said, the first one is the Ministry of Agriculture, which is responsible for supervising the planting and production of crops in the territory. Berev was stunned. Apparently it was the first time that he heard that City Hall even managed the farming. Your Highness, isn't this kind of thing for the serfs to deal with? How they plant and how they harvest has nothing to do with us, as long as we receive the full amount of taxes. That's why you. No, I mean, in the past, the crop harvest was so low. Roland picked up the cup and drank a mouthful of water to cover up his slip of the tongue. A responsible city hall should take care of the people's food and drink. Food and drink? Are you kidding? Of course not. The importance of food and drink is not to mention. If the people can't eat their fill, it would be a dereliction of duty of City Hall, as well as my dereliction of duty. As for the second half, isn't the public toilet project built for this purpose? He put away his relaxed tone and seriously said to Berev, I don't know how the City Hall of King City operates, perhaps the life and death of the civilians is of no importance to them, but in Border Town, I want to establish an all-round political organization. It must know the situation of the territory and the people like the back of its hand, so that it can obtain the wholehearted support of the people, and the decrees issued can also be carried out efficiently. Now I will tell you the composition of this department and the tasks it needs to undertake. You must remember it well. Yes, Your Highness. Berev wiped the sweat from his forehead. Go to the archives, find 3 or 4 people who have done farm work, and bring them into the Ministry of Agriculture. Also transfer 2 apprentices, who will be responsible for recording and statistical work. 6 people will be more or less enough. Wait. You want the civilians to serve as City Hall officials? Berev was shocked. Not only are they obedient, but they also work hard. Why can't they serve as officials? Officials are not equal to nobles, and the Ministry of Agriculture also needs some professionals to guide the future farming. But most of them don't even know how to read. That's why I need you to first send 2 apprentices to help with the paperwork, Roland interrupted, and this situation won't last too long. I will soon implement a universal education program in the territory. The goal is to let everyone be able to read and write. When the time comes you will no longer have to worry about a lack of manpower. Obviously, this news surprised Berev even more than letting the civilians into the city hall. He slightly opened his mouth, but for a long time he couldn't say a word. Roland didn't care whether he could accept it or not, and continued, back to the matter of the Ministry of Agriculture. When the serfs cultivate their own land, there will inevitably be a phenomenon of uneven levels. For example, some people plow deeper, some people sow more densely. This is an excellent opportunity for observation. The 6 people from the Ministry of Agriculture need to number the divided fields, and record every step of the serf's farming, the depth of the plow, the sowing interval and so on. I will give them measuring tools, and teach them how to use them. You mean, comparison? Berev might be old-fashioned in some aspects, but his brain was still relatively fast. Yes, for the first time farming, there is no need to care too much about the harvest. Continue to maintain food imports and use some new varieties of wheat seeds, enough to ensure that no one will go hungry. I need to find the most suitable method among these methods, write it into a manual and record it. In the future, the planting of wheat will be carried out according to this method, and the Ministry of Agriculture will be responsible for promoting, guiding, and supervising it. Roland didn't know much about farming, but this didn't prevent him from using a scientific thinking method to summarize an optimal plan. With this set of plans, whether it was to expand the area of farming or to add new farmers, the average output of the land could be maintained at a relatively high level. Berev nodded, then hesitated and said, Your Highness, there is one thing I don't understand. After the serfs are promoted to free people, why do you only collect 20% of the crops as land tax? Even if you ask for 50%, you can leave 50% for them, which shows that you are very generous. Because there is no point in piling up the coins in the basement, Roland explained. After 20% is paid, I will use a fixed price to buy the rest of the grain in their hands. In Border Town, the grain trade is the exclusive business of the Lord. In this way, the castle will get food, and they will get paid. After a certain amount of savings, they will want to buy some things, such as cattle, iron farming tools, beef, cotton clothes, and good brick houses, which only I can provide. If the town's residents want to buy food, they can only buy it from the castle. So in the end, the money will still flow back into my pocket, but in this cycle, it will continue to improve everyone's living standards. Do you understand? Bear frowned, and didn't answer for a long time. Apparently he was in a state of puzzlement. Roland smiled and shook his head. If you don't understand, you can go back and think about it slowly, but for now, just do as I say. The assistant minister stood up in a trance, but when he reached the door, he suddenly turned around. Your Highness, you just said that you want to establish 2 departments. What is the other one? Berev returned to his city hall office and immediately closed the door. My God, he touched the godstone of retaliation on his chest. His Highness is really possessed by the devil. For this point, he had some faint speculations, but now he was almost sure that the person he just talked to was not the 4th prince. It was understandable for a personality change or a strange behavior, but to suddenly understand something that he had never been exposed to and master knowledge that he had never heard of? Only in mythological biographies would such a thing happen, but in the legends, it was the gods who possessed mortals and led humans out of trouble. Since when did the devil like to do this? If Roland Wimbledon ran his territory like the king's city, although it was very difficult, Berev would not be surprised. It was said that the 4th prince was ignorant and incompetent, but his character could be disguised. Maybe there were people who secretly taught him how to govern a city, or even a country. But the ideas and plans that the prince proposed were unheard of by the assistant minister. He had been in the city hall for 20 years, and as a subordinate of the Minister of Finance, he was very familiar with the structure and operation of the city hall. The ministers were responsible for various functions, and except for reaching agreements in private, they usually did not give each other any face. After the king issued a decree, the ministers who received the order would hand it over to their subordinates. Each minister had their own forces, and their style of doing things was also different. For example, the knight Steelheart, who was responsible for the defense of the Grey Castle King's city, controlled hundreds of patrols and mercenaries. He also had a lot of influence on the underground organizations in the city. When he was doing things, he would lead his men and horses on a rampage. Criminals who were targeted by him, even if they were nobles, would find it difficult to stay in the city. They either had to leave the king's city or wait to be put in prison. Not only the king's city, but other cities were also like this. So to become a lord or a subordinate of the king, one must first be a noble with a large business. If one did not have enough money to recruit subordinates, did they have to do everything by themselves? And the more people they had, the more they would be valued by the superiors, because more people made things easier. This truth was understood by everyone. But the prince's approach completely subverted Berev's concept. Be it the ministers or the subordinates of the ministers, all of them were recruited and paid by the city hall. In other words, even if a minister was no longer around, they could just replace him with a new one. They could even directly promote someone from below. This was a brand new system. Berev was sure that the prince wanted to create a political system that was completely different from the upper class of Grey Castle. Perhaps some people would think that this was just Roland's wishful thinking or the presumption of an outsider? But the assistant minister didn't think so. He picked up a quill and wrote down His Royal Highness's requests on a piece of paper. Looking at these plans, they were simply interlinked, and every detail had been considered. First of all, they had to manage their daily lives. Berev naturally knew that the stronger the control over the people, the faster the various orders issued by the Lord would be carried out. However, this also greatly increased the number of people in charge. Firstly, where could he find so many people who could read and write? Secondly, the extra salary was a heavy burden to the Lord's subordinates, and not many were willing to do so. Looking at His Royal Highness' other 2 rules, recruiting civilians to enter the city hall and educating all civilians. When he swept his fingers over these 2 lines of text, he couldn't help but shiver in his heart. If His Royal Highness's 2 requirements were realized, what would Border Town become? Any civilian would be able to read and write, and as long as the city hall wanted to expand, they could always find a large number of suitable personnel. And this, in turn, would promote the popularization of education. If they received an education, they would have the opportunity to enter the city hall and get a well-paid position. At the same time, it would also bring about a rise in social status. I'm afraid that in less than 1 or 2 years, everyone would take the initiative to receive an education. Even if they couldn't do it themselves, they would still want to send their children to a college. In addition, all the previously mentioned employers' salaries would be paid by the city hall, that is, the Lord Roland, so the civilians wouldn't need to spend a single copper royal to build their own team. This was tantamount to completely breaking the restriction that only nobles had the capital to serve as administrative officials. There was no doubt that only the devil could come up with such a shocking system. Bhairav took a deep breath and pinched the god stone of retaliation in his hand. Now there was only one question left: could the devil also be good? If it was said that Roland was an evil person, he would be the first to stand up and disagree. The fourth prince's actions, in his eyes, could even be called the actions of a virtuous king. Even in the records of the legendary kings in the history books, none of them were as concerned about the life and death of each and every one of their people. Together with the people, he stayed in border town and spent a lot of money to buy food, so that everyone could safely pass through the months of the demons. He also brought the devil's technology and equipment for the development of the town. Even the devil's minions, the witches, were displaying their abilities to improve the lives of the people. Bhairav suddenly felt that even if Roland became the king of Grey Castle, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Thinking of his father's teachings, don't say what you shouldn't say, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, he decided to first hide his findings in his heart. Since it was the devil, in the future, there would always be a conflict with the church. If the situation wasn't right, he could still be in ambush in the devil's camp to expose the truth and witness. He rang the bell, summoning Sirius Daily, who had just joined the city hall. Compared to the stupid and arrogant knight, this young man from the wolf family was already considered outstanding, although he still had some pride as a knight, but at least he was willing to listen to his instructions. "Teacher, what's the matter?" He entered the door and saluted. "His Royal Highness wants to form a new department, in charge of crop cultivation and supervision. He needs 2 apprentices to help him record the results." Bhairav repeated Roland's request. "In addition, you go to the City Hall archives and pick 10 people who meet the requirements, and then do a screening." Although the other party is a civilian, but His Royal Highness is determined to include them in the City Hall. If some of them perform well, they may even become the head of the Ministry of Agriculture. He sighed. "You first follow them to record the results. When the spring plowing is over, I will transfer you back." "Teacher, you only need to screen out 2 people, he said. "I am also very familiar with this field." "You?" Bhairav was stunned. "Yes. Before becoming a knight, I helped my father take care of the farm, so I have a very good understanding of wheat cultivation." Sirius paused, but when His Royal Highness asked me if I had any other specialties, I didn't say it, because at that time I was worried that he would send me to the fields to work together with the serfs. Bhairav's heart was filled with joy. He was both educated and understood farm work, so even if a civilian joined the Ministry of Agriculture, he would still be the best candidate to be in charge. At present, Sirius was standing on his side, so if he became the head of the Ministry of Agriculture, it would be equivalent to him having influence over the Ministry of Agriculture. "Very good," he said, turning this consideration into a promise of benefits. "Do a good job, maybe you can climb to a higher position than before." After Sirius left, Bhairav leaned back in his chair and gently exhaled. Shortly after the assistant minister left, the prince received a piece of good news. Xian, who had gone to the port of Clearwater to buy crop seeds, had come back. When Roland followed the messenger to the garden, he saw Xian and several other guards unloading bags from the back of their mounts. It had been almost a month since the day of his departure, and he looked a lot darker and thinner. Seeing the prince appear, Xian immediately stood up and raised his hand to salute. Roland quickly stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Good job. What kind of seeds did you bring back?" Xian squatted down and untied the bags on the ground. "Pearl rice, earth eggs, candy bars, the plants you described. I bought them all in the port of Clearwater." Indeed, most of them are produced in the fjords, but the port of Clearwater already has a lot of farmland growing these crops. "Did you ask the merchants how to grow them?" "I did, but they couldn't tell me the specific method. They also said that if these plants left the Southern Territory, it would be very difficult to grow them in other places." Xian grabbed a handful of yellow grains from the bag and spread them in front of Roland. "Your Highness, this is pearl rice. The merchants said that if I bought it together with the pearl sticks, it would be cheaper. But the pearl sticks are too heavy and inconvenient to carry, so I only bought a whole one, and the rest are peeled seeds." There was no doubt that the pearl rice was the corn he was familiar with. He excitedly picked up a corn grain and put it under the sun to look at it. The fruit was somewhat shriveled, it seemed that it had been stored for a whole winter. The yield of corn was naturally much higher than that of wheat, and it also had lower soil requirements. Coupled with leaf's transformation, it might soon replace wheat and become the main rations of Border Town. Xian untied another bag and took out a round brown crop. This is earth eggs, I ate them in the hotel in the port of Clearwater. They were cut into strips and soaked in a basin of water. They were very crispy and had a faint sweet taste. Seeing this familiar shape, Roland's heart was filled with emotion. This is clearly a potato. He used his fingers to dig away the muddy skin, revealing the dark yellow potato flesh inside. Compared with the potatoes in the future, the potatoes in this era were not big, and the color of the tubers was darker, and not every piece looked like an egg. He noticed that there were also long strips of potatoes like carrots in the bag. This thing tastes better when crushed and steamed into a paste. Your Highness, have you eaten before? Yes, I've eaten it at a banquet in the palace. Roland decided to lie, because the name earth egg was too unpleasant to hear. The royal chefs don't call it earth egg, they call it potato. The delicious steamed snack is called mashed potatoes. So that's how it is. As expected of your Highness, you are truly knowledgeable. Xian sighed. He opened the last package and pulled out a black stick. Your Highness, I think this crop is the most important. The honey of the port of Clearwater was very cheap, largely because of it. According to the news I heard in the tavern, more and more of their farmland is being converted to candy bars. The stalks of this magical plant are actually sweet. After cutting off the outer skin, the sugar can be squeezed out. The price is 1/10 of the honey, but it tastes as sweet as honey water. Roland wanted to say that he had also seen this crop, and conveniently changed the name to sugar cane, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. It wouldn't be too late to change the name when the people planted it. Sugar cane was the raw material for making cane sugar, and it could also be used to refine ethanol. It could be regarded as a crop that could greatly improve the happiness of the people. Think about it, the pancakes made from flour were insipid and tasteless, but if you sprinkled some white sugar and wrapped it, it could immediately improve the taste by several levels. Even a salty person like Roland would fall head over heels for it. Are there any other crop seeds? These are the ones from the port of Clearwater. He took out 5 or 6 small leather bags from his pocket and gave them to His Highness. You told me to bring back all the plant seeds that Grey Castle has but Border Town doesn't. These bags were picked by me when I passed through Willow Town and Fallen Dragon Ridge. There are grapes, soybeans, cotton, flax, and olive tree seeds. But the farmers said that most of the grapes are planted by inserting their branches into the ground. Although the seeds can also be planted, the germination period is very slow, and the grapes produced are not very tasty. With leaf here, none of this is a problem, thought Roland. Now that I have the grape seeds, maybe I should try the vine version of wheat. As for soybeans, cotton, flax, and olives, they were all very useful crops. First, I will let leaf improve the seeds suitable for the Western Territory's climate and soil, and then give them to the serfs to grow on a small scale. Finally, the Ministry of Agriculture will be responsible for summarizing the improvements and writing a planting manual. Your Highness, I still have some news to report to you, Xian said in a low voice. It's about the situation in the port of Clearwater. Is it related to Princess Grey Castle? Xian nodded. I stayed in the port of Clearwater for nearly 2 weeks. In addition to buying seeds, I spent the rest of my time in pubs. There are rumors that your sister Garcia Wimbledon and the Sand Nation have reached an agreement. She will provide the Sand Nation with the border of the Southern Territory, and in return, the Sand Nation will worship her as their king and obey her commands. And during my time in the port, I did see a lot of Mahjins on the streets. The Mahjins of the southernmost region. Although Border Town doesn't care about one's origin, but bringing a large number of foreigners to settle in the kingdom's territory is another matter. It seems that in order to fight for the throne, Garcia is really unscrupulous, thought Roland. The Sand Nation is also divided into many factions, and it is impossible for all of them to listen to her instructions. Do you know which clan she is trying to win over? Xian shook his head. The Sand Nation is very wary of the people of Grey Castle. Even if I use the Golden Dragon, I can't buy more detailed information. But, there is one thing that is very strange. The day before I planned to leave the port of Clearwater, Garcia returned from Eagle City. Everyone in the city was celebrating their queen's victory over the false King Timothy. But the next day, there were 4 or 5 murders in the city, and one of the victims was torn into several pieces on the street. The port of Clearwater was then put under lockdown, so I had to stay there for 3 more days. The pubs were all closed, so everyone gathered in the hotel lobby to talk about this matter. Some people said it was the false king's revenge, while others said it was the Sand Nation's doing. One of the merchants from the fjords said that he had witnessed one of the murders with his own eyes. The perpetrator wasn't tall, and obviously wasn't a Sand Nation, but his strength and speed weren't something a normal person could have. The security team that heard the news was completely annihilated by him, and even though he was stabbed several times, and blood flowed all over the ground, he was still indifferent. It wasn't until more and more security team members arrived that they were able to kill him with their shields and spears. Later, the lockdown was lifted, and I didn't dare to stay any longer, so I immediately took a merchant ship and rushed back. You did a good job, Roland thought for a moment. You don't have to return the golden dragon to the city hall after buying the seeds, just consider it your reward. Thank you for your reward, Your Highness. His strength and speed are far beyond that of an ordinary person, and he can ignore the pain caused by the knife wounds. It sounds like the church's pills. After the guard left, Nightingale's voice sounded in his ears. In the evening, Roland sat in his office and began to think about his new equipment. The pills that appeared in the port of Clearwater gave him a strong sense of crisis. Regardless of why the church wanted to support him and Garcia to compete for the throne, just thinking about the thousands of troops under Garcia's control made his scalp tingle. Thinking about the thousands of iron warriors running on foot, with an unstoppable momentum, he was afraid that the thin line of guns would be difficult to stop. As long as one of them rushed into the line, the First Army would suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, this kind of pill could not provide immunity to damage. The user was still flesh and blood. He needed a weapon with a higher rate of fire and accuracy, so that he could continuously fire from a longer distance. Without mercury fulminate as a primer, Roland had to find a way to bypass this hurdle, and first produce a batch of replacement equipment to deal with the possible outbreak of a crisis. But Anna's new ability gave him great confidence. Now as long as he could draw the design, Anna could accurately process it, and the efficiency was amazing. Compared to the previous time when she relied on a blacksmith's hammer to forge flintlock parts, she could now stack several plates together and cut them into shape at the same time. Universal education and unified weights and measures were preparation for large-scale industrial production, but it did not mean that she would not take shortcuts. Anna's new ability was simply a treasure, with endless potential to be unearthed. Roland now went to the North Slope Mountain every afternoon to study the use of the black fire with her. If he really had no time, he would let her practice her control ability, carving some gadgets, such as a witch figurine. Although at present her skill in carving figurines was still very immature, but Roland believed that one day, his bookcase would be filled with all kinds of witch figurines. Probably, he picked up a steel ruler and pressed it on the parchment, then he heard a knock on the door. If the guards did not inform him, then it was most likely a witch. But at the moment, most of the witches were in the living room on the first floor with Scroll, learning how to recognize words and arithmetic, so there was only one witch who did not need to participate in the basic teaching. Come in. Sure enough, the one who pushed the door open was Anna. She gently closed the door and walked to Roland's desk, holding a gold-rimmed book in her arms. The fact that Anna was able to borrow the Book of Illusion, which she could only conjure once a day, before the start of class proved that even though Anna didn't like to talk much, she was surprisingly popular among the witches. Thinking of Nana, who used to follow behind her like a little tail, perhaps she was born with the charm to attract witches? What's wrong? Did you encounter a difficult problem? Yes. She nodded and opened the book in front of Roland. Here. You said that everything in the world is made up of small balls, and these small balls are all different, but you also mentioned that they can turn into waves? Anna asked, what is a wave? When you throw a stone into the water, the shock it causes is a wave. The prince coughed twice. This is just a concept. You just need to look at it. There is no need to delve into it. Why? Because I don't understand it myself. Roland didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The microscopic quantum field was a mysterious thing. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have written this part of the book. Although he thought so, he couldn't say it out loud. Because the small balls have the characteristics of waves, and they also have the characteristics of matter. We, who are made up of small balls, are the same, but our mass is too large, so it is difficult to observe the waves. As for the deeper reason, it still needs to be explored by countless generations of people. He thought for a moment, then added, because this phenomenon has a considerable conflict with common sense, it is very difficult to understand. Just like in a three-dimensional world, it is difficult for us to imagine a four-dimensional space. You don't need to take it to heart. Anna curled her lips, seemingly not satisfied with Roland's explanation, but she quickly asked, "What is a four-dimensional space?" When she stopped asking, the prince's mouth was already dry. He really underestimated Anna's desire for knowledge. If this went on, he would have nothing to teach her. Especially when Roland asked her about her progress in mathematics, she replied with a relaxed face, "That's much simpler. Now I'm looking at equations and matrices, it's quite interesting." Much simpler, quite interesting. Roland suddenly felt that the gap between people was really too big. How long had it been? In a week, she had learned from simple elementary functions to matrix equations, and now it was time to learn calculus. In school, Anna would definitely be a daunting top student. Also, she was a very beautiful top student. Roland looked at the woman who was looking down at the book, and for a moment, he was lost in thought. Her thin bangs rested on her forehead, and a few strands of hair fell naturally on her cheeks. He couldn't help but stretch out his index finger, pull up the ends of her hair, and gently put it behind her ear. She turned her head and looked at Roland, with a smile in her eyes. The lake blue pupils were no longer as calm as still water, but ripples. They looked at each other at such a close distance until Anna opened her mouth and said something. There was no sound, only the movement of her lips. Roland was still able to read her lips. "Nightingale is not here now." The meaning of this sentence couldn't be more straightforward. Roland felt that it would be too stupid if he pretended not to understand. The room was so quiet that he could almost hear the others' breathing and heartbeat. As he approached, Anna closed her eyes, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Roland smelled the faint fragrance from her body, and gently kissed her lips. A soft feeling came through the touch, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. He didn't know how long it took for them to separate. Before he could say anything, Anna stood on tiptoe and let their lips touch again. "Hey, hey." Mystery Moon sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, and meditated. She raised her hands high and murmured, "What's wrong with you?" Lily asked with a frown, wrapping a towel around her wet hair. "I'm imagining myself as a particle." She opened her eyes and said, "I'm a particle." Then she pointed at Lily and said, "You're also a particle." "Crazy." The latter rolled her eyes and got into the soft quilt. "Oh, no." Mystery Moon sighed, "I clearly think of everything around me as a particle. Why can't I evolve into a new ability like Anna?" "Because you don't believe it at all." Lily said. "I believe it." "You don't believe it." She shook her head, "The only thing people can't deceive is themselves." Although I don't know the reason, Anna probably believed the prince's words unconditionally from the beginning. Of course, she's much smarter than you, which is the key reason why she can get a new ability. Anyway, don't think about it. Go to sleep. Lily spread out her hands. "Don't you want to have such an ability?" Mystery Moon pouted, "I also want to do more things for the prince." "Evolve to keep food fresh for a longer time?" She yawned, "I'm not interested. Besides, why do you want to do more things for him? Men are ruthless and fickle. Echo is an example in front of you. You say you're not interested, but you were so focused in class." Mystery Moon muttered, "Except for Leaf, you're the most serious." More than half a month had passed since the capture of Longsong Stronghold, and the population and materials sent by the 5 families of the western region had all arrived. After the establishment of the Ministry of Agriculture, the New Year's spring plowing finally began, which was also the first step for Roland to explore farming techniques. The serfs saw the dawn of being promoted to free people, so they worked in full swing. On the south bank of the Redwater River, the scene of a supervisor whipping the serfs to urge them to work had basically disappeared. Some serfs found that even if they were lazy, there was no one to control them. According to the city hall officials who used strange tools to measure the fields, the lord didn't care about the harvest of 1 or 2 fields. In the future, the serfs would be farming for themselves, and the more they farmed, the more they would get. It was not because the quality of the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture was so good that they had completely understood the principle of distribution according to work, but because Roland asked them to constantly repeat these contents to the serfs. In order to strengthen the effect of indoctrination, as well as to satisfy the prince's own feelings, the banks of the Redwater River were also filled with red flags and banners, on which were written slogans such as "Labor is the only way to get rich," "Labor is glorious," "Labor leads to freedom," "Labor changes fate," and so on. Of course, these measures were not without objections. For example, Barav was the first to stand up and oppose. "Your Highness, it is meaningless to do this. The majority of serfs are illiterate, they do not care what is written on the banners. These people are stupid and ignorant, sometimes even a whip does not work, let alone some seemingly inexplicable words." And Roland's answer was also very simple: those banners are not for them to see. Then why do you still do these things? At that time, the expression of the assistant minister seemed to be quite confused. In order to create a living example. He never thought that serfs were stupid and could not be reformed, they were not educated, but it did not mean that they did not have ideas. Even the most stupid people would be driven by desires and interests. This was human nature. The repeated indoctrination of the commissioner of the Ministry of Agriculture seemed to have little effect, but it would leave a primer in their hearts, like a trickle of water that would eventually converge into one. When the first batch of serfs were promoted to free people, when they exchanged their harvest crops for money to buy high-quality clothes, exquisite food, and even sturdy and warm brick houses, the slogan that was repeated over and over again would suddenly become a reality and be deeply imprinted in their hearts. As for the banners on the shore, they were for the townspeople who had received universal education. Relying on their own hands to get rid of poverty and become an official member of border town, they might even surpass themselves as natives. This was the power of hard work. Only by comparing could one feel the difference. Only by taking the initiative to pursue would one be able to display the highest efficiency. Tai Tu stood at the entrance of the mine, waiting for the next batch of ores to come out. Ever since the months of the demons, when the high-temperature steam had burned half of his face, he no longer dared to stand near this black machine. Fortunately, in Border Town, there was still Miss Nana, who was as kind as an angel. Tai Tu touched his cheek, which was as good as new, and sighed with emotion. To think that she even suspected that the other party was the devil's minion, it was simply blasphemy to her. After winter ended, he brought 2 salted fish and a wild boar leg to the Pine family to apologize. What surprised him even more was that although Pine was a viscount, he didn't have the habit of looking down on others like the nobles and accepted his apology generously. For the first time, Ironhead felt that the nobles were not all cold-blooded people. Old Iron, a miner covered in dust, ran out of the cave. "The rope has been tied." Well, he turned to the direction of the steam engine and shouted, "Everyone stay away. Frank, lift up the green lever, then press down on the red lever. If you make a mistake, I'll twist your head off." "Don't worry, Old Iron, leave it to me," Frank replied loudly. After sending Nail to join the border town's first army, Tai Tu changed someone to operate the steam engine. In the first few days, Frank often made mistakes in the order of the lever, which led to the explosion of the air supply pipe. Fortunately, His Royal Highness didn't care about this matter. Not only did he send someone to replace the damaged parts, he also didn't punish them. Originally, Tai Tu had already prepared for everyone to be fined a month's salary. With the opening of the inlet valve, the steam engine spewed out majestic white gas. The main wheel slowly rotated, driving the capstan to stretch the hemp rope. "All of you, keep your spirits up. Look at the hemp rope, look carefully," Tai Tu shouted. Now, in addition to the steam engine, the mine's mining method had also changed. His Royal Highness ordered the craftsmen to cut the pieces of wood into long strips, connecting them from end to end in the mine, and then put the 2 wooden strips under the wooden squares. At first glance, it looked like a lot of wooden lattices. His Royal Highness called it the Wooden Rail Transport System, which was a very tongue-twisting name. It didn't seem complicated, but with a special mining cart, hey! That was really nimble. Usually, it would take 3 or 4 days to transport the ore, but with several mining carts connected together, the steam engine could drag it all out in one breath. Tai-Tu had specifically observed this kind of four-wheeled trailer running on the wooden rails. Its whole body was made of iron, which alone was worth a lot of money. The reason it could move on the narrow wooden rails without falling was because of its wheels. The inside of each small iron wheel had a circle of enlarged wheel flange, which firmly confined the mining cart to the wooden rails. On top of the wheels was placed a square iron basin, which had a groove at the front and back, so that it could be strung together with hemp rope. He couldn't help but admire His Royal Highness's intelligence. With such a simple design, it actually made transporting ore so easy. But before that, the most time-consuming and laborious task was to drag the dead ore out of the mine. However, this system was not perfect. For example, on the 5th day of use, 2 sections of the wooden rails were crushed, and a few more were destroyed one after another. Later, His Royal Highness wrapped the top of all the wooden rails with a layer of iron. In addition, there was also a hemp rope accident in the mine. Iron Axe still had a lingering fear when he thought about it. Originally, when transporting ore out of the mine, only 4 mining carts could be dragged at a time. On the day of the accident, the miners were greedy for speed, so they connected all 6 mining carts together. As a result, halfway through, the hemp rope, which was as thick as an arm, suddenly burst. The rebounding part swept a man standing next to Tai-Tu, breaking his arm in 2 and breaking several of his ribs. The mining cart slid down the track, knocking down 2 people and crushing the legs of an unlucky man. Fortunately, Tai-Tu knew what to do when encountering such an accident. He immediately organized people to transport the injured to Viscount Tigu's house. As long as they didn't die on the spot, Miss Nana would be able to heal them. "Old Iron, the cart is coming out," the man who was staring at the entrance shouted. "Frank, after 10 breaths, turn off the steam engine, pay attention to the order," Tai-Tu loudly ordered. "Okay." The 4 mining carts slowly stopped at the end of the wooden track. He walked over and recorded the quantity and variety of the carts. The first 2 carts were filled with reddish-brown stones, which were the most commonly produced thing in the mine, iron ore. The 3rd cart was filled with gray and yellow stones, which should be copper ore. When he saw the 4th cart, he was stunned. It seemed that there were no such stones in the previous records. They were dark brown and reflected a dim metallic luster under the sunlight. The sailboat from Longsong Stronghold slowly docked at the pier of border town. After the gangplank was lowered, the people on the boat, carrying all kinds of luggage, walked down the pier. Most of them set foot on this strange land for the first time, so they looked a little confused, and the urging of the sailors behind them intensified their sense of uneasiness. Under the pushing and shoving of the crowd, a middle-aged woman accidentally slipped, lost her balance, and was about to fall off the pier. Another woman was 1 step ahead, grabbed the woman's wrist, and helped her stabilize her body. Thank you," the rescued woman covered her chest with a lingering fear and repeatedly thanked her. The woman just smiled and waved her hand, indicating that it was a small matter. Phil Schilt, who was waiting at the pier, recognized the vigorous young woman in the crowd at a glance, the future flower of the Longsong Stronghold Theater, Irene, his beloved wife. She was wearing a white dress, and her long hair was coiled on top of her head, looking so beautiful and refined. The first knight suppressed his excitement, and when she safely stepped on land from the pier, he quickly stepped forward and hugged her from the side, completely ignoring the surrounding people's eyes and comments. She was shocked, but after recognizing that it was Philin, she also gently responded to his hug. "I was really scared when I heard the news of the defeat of the Duke's army. When I was in Longsong Stronghold, I wanted to see you, but I didn't have the opportunity." She whispered in the knight's ear, "Fortunately, you are safe. I was locked in the dungeon of the Lord's castle, and the guards couldn't let you in." Philin released his wife. "How have you been for more than half a month?" She was silent for a moment. "I left the theater." Philin immediately understood the meaning of his wife's words. When he was still the first knight of the Western region, only the Duke dared to touch her, but now he was a prisoner of His Royal Highness. The group of guys who coveted Irene no longer needed to hide their malice, and were ready to take action one by one. At this time, going to the theater to work was undoubtedly sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. "It's okay. I have a job here, and the pay isn't low." He comforted her. Let's go home and talk. Home? Irene looked a little surprised. Don't we have to live separately? Generally speaking, captives who were not executed and were not ransomed were mostly used as coolies. Their living quarters were basically tents and barracks. Many of them were huddled together, lying on the ground covered with wheat stalks as beds. The treatment of the captives' families was also not much better. The women had their own special camp and also had to sleep on the ground. When the men were working, they had to clean up the men's residence, boil water, cook, and wash clothes. Thinking of this, Philin felt a little touched. At the Stronghold farm, she at least had a spacious room with a comfortable bed and a soft blanket. But for herself, she still chose to come to Border Town alone. Even if she had to squeeze into a small house or tent with other women, and accept forced labor every day, she still didn't flinch. I'm now a teacher. He took Irene's luggage, took her hand, and walked towards the new civilization district. And teachers can get a free house. To tell the truth, when he first heard His Highness announce the treatment of teachers, he didn't expect too much. As a captive, having a house was already good enough. Even if it was a leaky wooden house, he should be able to live in it after repairing it himself. But to his surprise, the housing assigned to the teachers turned out to be so formal. Walking into the community, the street suddenly became spacious. The ground was covered with gray gravel, which was pressed flat by the rolling stones. Walking on it didn't feel uncomfortable at all. At first, Philin didn't understand this practice. He thought that the stonemasons were wasting manpower and time. It wasn't until after a heavy rain, when the rainwater flowed into the ground through the cracks in the stones, and then into the deep drainage ditches on both sides, that he understood the reason. Compared to the muddy alleys of Longsong Stronghold when it rained, this street was obviously much better. Irene looked around, and asked with some doubt, the houses here seem to be newly built. Did you go the wrong way? No, dear, we're almost there. After turning 2 corners along the street, Philin Schilt and Irene stopped in front of a 2-story brick house. It's here. Where? She looked left and right, and then her eyes fell on the new building in front of the night. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Is this whole house our home? Of course not, he laughed. This is the teacher's building. Our home is in the middle of the 2nd floor. Come, let's go up. Taking out the key to open the door, Philin took his wife's hand and walked into the new house. This house consisted of a main hall, 2 bedrooms, and 2 auxiliary rooms, which were fully furnished. Although it wasn't big, it unexpectedly made people feel comfortable. Whether it was the decoration of the main hall or the layout of the bedrooms, it was refreshing. Now with Irene, this home was even more perfect. Oh my God, were you really captured as a prisoner? Irene couldn't wait to run into each room to check carefully. She was as excited as a child. Are we going to live here from now on? Yes, of course. Philin smiled and took out bread and cheese from the cupboard, placing them on the table. You haven't eaten on the ship, have you? Fill your stomach first, I have to go out to work later. By the way, you're a teacher now. Irene ran back to her husband's side. Which noble child are you going to teach? Not the nobles, but the subjects of His Royal Highness. Subjects? She was startled. Teach what? Philin picked up a book on the table and handed it to his wife. Teach them to read and write. This is the teaching material that His Royal Highness gave me. When he chose to become a teacher, he was worried that he wouldn't be qualified. After all, this position was generally held by a knowledgeable white-haired old man. But His Royal Highness didn't care and said that he could teach according to the teaching material. When he saw this so-called teaching material, he realized that teaching people to read and write could also be detailed to such a degree. From the teaching method to the course content, everything was written on it. The first page also listed more than 10 common questions and answers for novice teachers, such as how to become an excellent teacher, how to attract students' interest in learning, how to test the teaching effect. The answers were simple and easy to understand, giving people a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Before the class had even started, he was already deeply attracted by this book. Irene was obviously the same. Growing up in the theater, she had read more books and plays than Philin. The knight once sighed, with his wife's appearance and intelligence, if she was born into a noble family, she would definitely become an outstanding woman known throughout the Western Territory. After turning a few pages, Irene suddenly looked up and asked, "You said before, the teacher's salary is not bad, 20 silver royals a month, and every year it will increase by 5. There is no theater here, right?" "No, there is," Philin hesitated. He had already guessed his wife's thoughts. "North Slope Mine, the backyard of the firing room." Nightingale picked up the glass on the table and raised it over her head. The crystal-clear glass shone under the light, without any impurities. She knew that this glass was called a crystal glass. The firing process and formula had always been the top-secret information of the Royal Alchemy Workshop. The value of the goblet in her hand was about the same as a golden dragon. Crystal glassware with exquisite silver tableware had always been a favorite of the great nobles and wealthy merchants to show off their wealth. But now, these crystal containers brought from the palace would soon be turned into raw materials for smelting. "Your Highness, you're not burning a glass, you're burning a golden dragon," Nightingale exclaimed. "I don't have time to study how to burn the sand into colorless glass, so I have to make do with this method." Roland threw a beautifully shaped crystal pot into the furnace made of Anna's black fire. Nightingale still remembered that the prince had used it to fill ale, during the afternoon tea in the castle garden and during the celebration banquet of the Months of Demons. She could not help but feel a burst of pity. Under a stable high temperature, the pot quickly softened, and then turned into a sticky paste. "Using sand to burn glass?" Anna asked. "Are they the same substance?" "Well, the main components are similar, but the sand contains a lot of impurities, so the burnt glass is mostly brown and green, which does not meet the requirements." "So, the glass is pure sand?" Roland smiled. "You can think of it that way. When I write this part of the knowledge in a book, you will understand how those small balls form the substance. Anyway, I won't understand." Nightingale curled her lips. "Besides, the different color of the glass does not affect the function of the container. Anyway, you are not using it as a cup. Why do you have to use a transparent crystal cup?" She went to Anna's side and looked at the glassware that had been recast. Although they still looked colorless and transparent, their appearance was far different from the previous crystal cups. Some looked like a tube, with a round bottom, thin and long. Some were like bottles, with the bottom as big as a kettle, and the top was only as thick as a thumb. The strangest thing was a tube that was bent into the shape of a horseshoe. There was no seal on either side, so it couldn't even be used as a container. "What are you planning to do with these crystal glassware?" Nightingale couldn't help but ask. "It's not for me, it's for the future alchemists of Border Town to use." Roland used a glass rod to stir the mucus in the black fire. "They can use these vessels to extract some acids and alkali, and produce the chemicals needed for my new weapons." "Sour? Alkali? Chemicals?" Nightingale blinked her eyes and found that she couldn't understand what His Royal Highness was saying at all. This kind of feeling made her a little depressed. But if she asked them one by one, it would be too ignorant. She didn't want to expose this side of her in front of Anna, so she could only focus on the only nouns that she could understand. How could there be an alchemist in this town? Even Longsong Stronghold doesn't have an alchemy workshop. You can only find an alchemist in Redwater City, and I heard that their salary is higher than that of a lord's minister. It's very difficult to recruit them by relying on the golden dragon. "You really know a lot," Roland responded with a smile. "That's right. The people I sent are already on their way to Redwater City, and they'll get the news in about 2 weeks. But I'm not using the golden dragon to recruit them, but some alchemy secrets. As for whether I can recruit them or not, I'm not sure, but I have to try." The first half of His Royal Highness's praise immediately dispelled Nightingale's depression. She returned to the center of the courtyard with satisfaction, picked up a pastry placed on the round table, and stuffed it into her mouth. Since Roland changed the main experimental site from the castle's backyard to the firing room in North Slope Mountain, the afternoon tea had also been moved here. On the round table were the palace snacks that His Royal Highness had asked the chef to make. For example, this pastry called steamed bun. The outer skin was made of wheat flour, and she didn't know how it was processed, but it was very soft. It was also wrapped with a ball of minced meat, which contained juice. It wasn't like bacon, which was hard and difficult to swallow. As long as she bit down, the minced meat would blend with the gravy. Nightingale put her fingers into her mouth and sucked them one by one, then leaned back on the recliner, feeling a little sleepy. It seemed that she was getting lazier and lazier recently. The afternoon sun shone on her body, and the warmth slowly surrounded her like water. The rustling of the leaves in the spring wind made her feel very peaceful. She took off her shoes, curled up her legs, and lay on her side. From this point of view, she could see the side door leading to the gunpowder production room in the backyard. There was also a gauze curtain hanging over the door, which was probably used by His Royal Highness to prevent her from sneaking in. Thinking of this, Nightingale felt a little funny. Whether it was the wall of the courtyard or the outer wall of the production room, for her, they were all flat ground that she could freely walk through. She had also entered this mysterious room, and when His Royal Highness explained the production method, she quietly listened to him, but she didn't take away the finished gunpowder. But the other side thought that he had done it secretly, and didn't know that he was the one who was kept in the dark. Nightingale moved her head and looked at Anna. Anna was holding a freshly fired flat-bottomed cup, and was talking with His Royal Highness, looking very serious and focused. For this talented woman who came from a common family, Nightingale's heart was full of admiration. The reason why the Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association were able to get rid of the fate of being homeless and miserable, and free from the torture of the magic bite, was to a large extent because of Anna. If she hadn't changed the prince's view of witches, all the subsequent twists wouldn't have happened. If His Royal Highness really wanted to marry a witch as his wife, then Anna was almost the only candidate she could think of. Although there was a trace of expectation in her heart, Nightingale chose to bury it deep in the bottom of her heart. Most of the time, just staying by His Royal Highness' side made her very satisfied. She closed her eyes, and her mind couldn't help but come up with a picture. Roland was enthroned in the palace hall, wearing a golden crown and holding a jeweled scepter, walking towards the castle balcony, accepting the admiration and cheers of the people. At his side, a woman wearing a white satin dress walked hand in hand. It was Anna. Her head was also wearing a glittering golden crown, covered with a veil, smiling and waving to the people. Lightning hovered in the air, sprinkling bright red rose petals, and in the distance a melodious bell came from the king's city clock tower. She and her other sisters stood on the side, applauding and sending their blessings. An increasingly strong feeling of sleepiness spread throughout her body, and her consciousness gradually became hazy. Roland turned around, opened the woman's veil, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. The final scene became very blurred, and as the veil fell, Nightingale vaguely saw that the woman with closed eyes was herself. Theo walked into a pub. The hot and humid smell mixed with the aroma of wine assailed his nostrils. Under the dim light, the men took off their shirts, revealing their sweaty backs, sitting at the table in the center, pouring cup after cup of poor-quality beer into their mouths, talking and laughing loudly with their companions. Maids wearing revealing clothes were interspersed between the tables, filling the glasses of the guests. He looked around a little and found his target, a small man sitting in an inconspicuous corner, with a withered wild rose in front of him. Theo went to the bar and ordered a glass of beer first. He slowly savored the bitter taste, and at the same time, he looked around to see if anyone was secretly watching this short man. The result was very satisfactory. Although there were occasionally people looking at the corner, most of them were unintentional. Only one person sitting at the big table in the center, under the cover of a glass, would observe the movements in the corner. One person to contact, one person to look after. This was the usual behavior of the Blackstreet rats, which was consistent with Theo's understanding. Another glass, he shouted to the bartender. Ice. Sir, the price of ice beer is doubled, the bartender reminded him. Theo threw a silver royal, the colder the better. Holding a glass of white mist, he went to the opposite side of the small man and poured the beer on the wild rose at the table. The cold wine flowed along the curled petals. The other side looked up with an impatient face. You don't want to drink the wine, instead you pour it on the table. Are you crazy? To Rose, Theo smiled and sat down opposite him. I've been looking for you for a long time. That only proves that you're not looking for the right person, he said snappily. Since you're a customer, say, what do you want from me? Asking for clues, stealing, redeeming lost property, or selling stolen goods? None of them. I hope you can help me spread a rumor. This is not within the scope of Rose's business. He shook his head. No, as long as the Golden Dragon can pay, you will be interested, Theo said, shaking his finger. I'm not a layman, young man. Sometimes, in order to make the prey take the bait, and rumors are the best bait. Without evidence, there is no way to catch them. It's much safer than stealing. That sounds reasonable. The man sat up straight and smiled. Have you asked Rose for help before? I've asked someone from the same trade as you, a small place. Their names aren't as elegant as yours, and there aren't many things they can do. If the scope of business is too small, it will be very difficult to find a suitable business. It's Silver City, after all. The competition is really fierce. He picked up the wild rose and shook it, then put it in his pocket. Tell me, what kind of rumors do you want to spread? It's about the witches, Theo smiled. An organization called the Witch Cooperation Association has found the Holy Mountain in the Western Territory, and has gotten rid of the suffering of the demon's bite, obtaining eternal peace. Bro, this news is really... The short man smacked his lips. Really old-fashioned. Although I rarely teach my customers how to deceive others, your rumor should at least be a little more believable. Let me guess, if you don't want to kidnap witches, then you want to kill the church. If it's the latter, you will only wait for the army of judges to send you to the gallows, so I think it should be the former. He showed a wretched smile. Unfortunately, as far as I know, most of the people who want to catch witches and sell them for money are dead. Although they all carry a godstone of retaliation, those women are not idiots. Why is it not credible? Theo asked curiously. An organization formed by witches is simply like the moon in the night sky. If it is true, the church will certainly flock to it. If I were a witch, I would naturally not go to that kind of place, and if it is false, then there is no need for me to go there. As for getting rid of the demon's bite, bro, are you serious? Witches are the incarnation of the devil, such a big lie, I'm afraid they will scoff at it. Then spread it according to this statement, Theo said without taking it seriously. The customer has the final say, the short man shrugged. In any case, I already reminded you. The cost is 20 golden dragon stones. Paid in one go? That's right, Rose does not take a deposit, nor does she collect the balance. He spread his hands and said, the transaction is entirely voluntary. Theo sighed, took out a leather bag from his pocket, and poured 19 golden dragon stones on the table. He also grabbed a fingernail-sized silver wolf from his waist bag, counted out 100 of them, and pushed them in front of the short man. The latter only needed to identify the authenticity of the golden dragon stones, and then swept them all into the cloth bag. With the money in hand, the short man's expression relaxed a lot. Rose promised to do very few things. Didn't I tell you before, the competition in Silver City is very fierce. If we deceive our customers, our reputation will also decline. If you are not in a hurry to go back to the western region and wait for the fish to take the bait, you can stay here for a few more days, and before long, you will hear the news spread everywhere. Will it also reach the ears of the witches? Of course, but whether they are willing to go or not is another matter. In short, I wish you success. If you catch one and sell it to the church, you will be able to earn back your capital, and if you sell it to the nobles, you can earn even more. Of course, if you can't find a way to get rid of it, and are afraid of being discovered by the church, you can come to us. We will only charge you 10% of the referral fee. The short man snapped his fingers, took the cloth bag and left. After a while, the big man who was responsible for taking care of them also got up and left. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Theo drank the rest of the wine in his glass, burped, and walked out of the tavern. In this way, the task given to me by His Highness Roland has been completed, he thought. Fallen Dragon Ridge, Redwater City, and Silver City, he went all over, found the local Blackstreet rats, and spread the news. Every city had a group that mingled in the dark corners, and even with the tacit consent of the Lord, they would form an orderly and hidden organization. Even Greycastle King's City was no exception. What they could do was far more than what they openly said. As for the specific extent, it mainly depended on the number of Golden Dragon customers. The only difficulty in this matter was to establish a connection with the rats. He had to say, as an outsider, it was quite difficult to gain the trust of the other party. Just the secret words he had to say had cost him no less than 5 Golden Dragon coins. Theo sighed in his heart. If he hadn't had a similar experience in King's City, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to leave Fallen Dragon Ridge. On the way back to the hotel, he noticed a trace of a strange atmosphere. He was being followed. Although the other party was very covert, as a professional guard, Theo was still aware of the other party's existence. He took out the dagger from his waist and turned into an alley on the side. Is it Rose? When he was paying, he deliberately turned the money bag upside down and poured out 19 golden dragon coins, in order to avoid attracting covetous eyes. Generally speaking, hundreds of silver royals would not make them do something like robbing customers. With his back against the wall, he counted the approaching footsteps. When the other party was about to pass through the alley, he fiercely rushed out, and in the blink of an eye, the dagger was pressed against the other party's neck. "Don't move!" Theo shouted in a low voice. He didn't expect that the other party would suddenly turn into a cloud of mist and disappear. When Theo regained consciousness, he felt a stabbing pain in the back of his neck. Damn, this group of women is really ruthless. He opened his eyes and tried to move, only to find that his hands were firmly tied behind his back, and his feet were tied to the legs of the chair. "He's awake," a woman's voice came into his ear. "Your name?" A woman came in front of him and lifted his chin. "I suggest that you don't lie, otherwise tomorrow you will become a floating corpse in the moat." Theo blinked his eyes. The woman in front of him was wearing a veil, and her whole body was covered with a robe. Obviously she didn't want him to see her appearance. "Theo," he answered truthfully, while quietly looking around. It was a narrow room, surrounded by dusty plaster statues. Some were complete, and some were obviously only half-carved. The accumulated dust had turned the plaster into a gray-brown color, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. There were no windows in the room, so he couldn't see the sky, so he couldn't estimate the time. The only light source came from an oil lamp on the wall. "From Fallen Dragon Ridge to Silver City, you are so tireless," the woman said coldly. "What do you want from us?" "I'm not looking for you, the Witch Cooperation Association is looking for you." "What is the Witch Cooperation Association?" "It's a witch organization just like you. I was entrusted by them to spread the news." "Nonsense," she snapped. "I don't know where you heard this name, but the Witch Cooperation Association is far away in the sea-windward region of the eastern region. Do you think that just because you casually use a name, we will believe it?" The woman pulled out a dagger from her waist. Theo found that it was the same one he had used before. "I'll give you one last chance, don't challenge my patience." "What I said is true," he said in a suppressed voice. They originally planned to go to the impassable mountain range to find the Holy Mountain, but now not only have they found the Holy Mountain, but they have also settled down in Border Town. The symptoms of the demonic bite have also disappeared, so they want to save more witches. I swear I'm not lying. "Then why did they look for you?" "Because I helped them. When a member of the Witch Cooperation Association was being chased by the church's army of judges, I helped her distract the pursuers. Their tutor is Kara, Vendi, and Scroll. They asked me to come here." The masked woman was silent for a moment. Then, she put the dagger back on her waist and walked behind him. Soon, Theo heard two people whispering behind him. "Fledglings," he said to himself. These two were good at sneak attacks, but they were complete novices at interrogations. The biggest taboo in an interrogation was to only give one chance to make a choice. If the interrogator was not given an answer, it was easy to force the interrogator into a dead end, to kill or not to kill. If he killed them, he would lose the possibility of obtaining information. If he didn't kill them, it would be equivalent to failing to fulfill the threat he had personally stated. This would seriously damage the dignity of the interrogator, and the effectiveness of the next threat would be greatly reduced. If he were to interrogate them, he would definitely start from the fingers. Every time they lied, he would cut off a finger. In this way, even if there was a mistake in judgment, it would not be a big problem. The threat of doing what he said would cause the enemy's morale to collapse quickly. It would be difficult for someone without professional training to survive such an interrogation. He pretended to be frightened, which would make the other side skeptical, and at the same time expose the fact that they had no ability to distinguish whether he was lying or not. Kara, the Holy Mountain, and the Witch Cooperation Association's information were all true and reliable, which would further strengthen the persuasiveness of his own information. Not long after, the masked woman appeared in front of him again. When did they arrive in the Western Territory? 2 or 3 months before the months of the demons. After the end of winter, they returned to Border Town and claimed that they had found the Holy Mountain. How many people are there? 40 or so? I'm not very clear about this, except for Kara, the other witches rarely appear. Theo decided to add a little more bargaining chip. Have you heard of Kara the Snake Witch? Her ability is to summon a magic snake, one of which is called Nothingness, which can quickly remove any poison. I have seen it with my own eyes, it is very magical. You are not afraid of witches? The woman's tone showed some doubt. Why should I be afraid? The witches of the Witch Cooperation Association are very beautiful. They are not demonic beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and they have never hurt ordinary people. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have run so far to help them spread the news. If someone goes to Border Town, how can we contact them? Some of them can perceive magic, so when a witch goes there, they will naturally find her. Shadow, what do you think? The masked woman looked behind him. I don't know, the witch called Shadow hesitated. Why don't we wait for my sister to come back and then make a decision? She will certainly know what to do. All right, she nodded, found a clean chair, and sat in front of Theo. Who is my sister? A guide. The masked woman's attitude had softened a lot compared to before, probably because he said that he was not afraid of witches. She felt a lot. She will take us away from here. Leave, where? The other side shook her head, not answering. You are not a witch from Silver City, right? Theo continued to ask, your accent doesn't seem to be from King City. Silver City is very close to King City, so the residents here are proud to imitate King's accent. She hesitated for a moment. I come from the south. Witches from all over the kingdom have gathered here, and soon they will be taken away by the guide. Theo thought in his heart, there is no doubt that this is another witch organization. They are recruiting their companions, just like the Witch Cooperation Association had done before. But, where are they going? At this moment, footsteps could be heard outside the house. Sister is back. Shadow cheered. As the wooden door creaked open, Theo also held his breath. He is the one who has been using underground channels to spread the news? The newcomer's voice was mature and steady. Did you ask him anything? What he said seems to be true. The masked woman explained the contents of the inquiry and her own views. If he didn't have a deep contact with the Witch Cooperation Association, it would be impossible for him to know so clearly. Well, that's also true. She brushed past Theo and stood in front of him. Unlike the masked woman, her face wasn't covered at all. Her long black hair almost reached her waist, and her appearance seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. But the most noteworthy thing about her were her eyes. Theo discovered that the outer ring of her pupils was unexpectedly golden, and even though she was standing in the light, he could still clearly see her star-like eyes. Theo thought that he had seen many witches around His Highness, but this woman's appearance could still be regarded as one of the best. Her left eye had a scar that ran through her brow bone, extending down to her cheek. This scar not only didn't destroy her beauty, but instead gave her an austere aura. From the first time he saw her, Theo felt that this woman was a true warrior. If the Witch Cooperation Association really found the Holy Mountain, they shouldn't have sent people to spread such news. She shook her head. This will only make the church hear about it. If they don't leave Border Town as soon as possible, I'm afraid that a disaster will befall them. Then, what should we do? Shadow asked. The ship will arrive at midnight today. There are other witches on board, so you have to leave, she said without hesitation. I will escort you to the ship. As for the Witch Cooperation Association. The black-haired woman looked at Theo, who was tied to the chair. Please help me say hello to Tilly. Tell her that I will arrive a few days later. Maybe I can bring her more companions. You want to go with him to Border Town? Shadow said in surprise, but, in case this is a hoax. Alicia didn't expect that one day she could become a member of the emissary group. After all, when the church sent the emissary group, the members of the team were always elite warriors. Not only were they well versed in both the pen and the sword, but they also had to be able to represent the face of the church. Alicia was very confident in her fighting skills and the etiquette of the church, but when it came to appearance, a woman who was always running around the defensive line, waving her sword all day long, how could she look good? Thinking of this, she felt a little uncomfortable. According to Mira, they were going to the western town of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, to negotiate a case of the royal power shielding witches for blasphemy. In addition to the leading priest, the emissary group was composed of 10 judges, one of whom was the cold-faced captain of the Hermes defensive line. But now it seemed that even if he wasn't in battle, he still had a cold face. Just standing beside him, Alicia felt the temperature drop a lot. Mira, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. She was over 40 years old, with a pair of wise eyes. She always laughed and talked about the church's anecdotes. She was knowledgeable, enthusiastic and graceful. Even in front of the archbishop, her elegant demeanor was still not reduced. Alicia had heard more than once that she was likely to become the next archbishop candidate. And to the female warrior's surprise, as a civil official, Myra's horsemanship was not much worse than the other judges. For the past 2 days, she had been leading the team to the front. From the forest to the town trail, she was able to maintain the speed of the horse while reducing physical consumption. This kind of skill could only be mastered by the judges who had been trained for a long time. "Aren't we going south?" After leaving the Hermes boundary and entering the kingdom of Grey Castle, someone in the team asked. "No, Border Town is too far away from us. If we go by land, I don't want my ass to be worn out." Mira waved her hand. "Let's first go east, to Deep Valley Town. There is a river leading to Redwater City. From Redwater City to Longsong Stronghold, it won't be long." "When did you join the church?" Alicia asked curiously. "Not only do you know all kinds of interesting things about the holy city, but also the secular world." 12 years ago, when I was exactly 30 years old, Mira replied. "So late," she said in surprise. "As far as I know, the older you get, the more difficult it is to understand the teachings of God. It only took you 10 years to be promoted from a follower to a priest. It's incredible." "Yes," Mira smiled. "This is the charm of the church. I was originally the daughter of a merchant. I followed my father to the 4 great kingdoms as a merchant. When I brought the ordinary goods from one place to another, the price would be several times higher. For example, the emerald corals from the Xianxia county could be bought from the local fisherman for only 20 to 30 silver royals. He could store it in a water tank and bring it to the Everwinter Kingdom's palace to be exchanged for a golden dragon. If the quality was good and the shape of the branches were even, they could be sold for more than 5. I often wonder why the same item has 2 different values. Because, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is?" Alicia asked. "I also thought so at first," the priest nodded. "But then something happened that changed my opinion. A noble in King City secretly harbored a witch who could change the temperature. He thought of all kinds of ways and finally raised the corals from the Xianxia county in the cold King City of Everwinter. He transformed the basement of the courtyard into a huge pond with a skylight at the top. He harvested the corals about once a year, and each harvest was more than the amount we could get from 10 round trips. And this long trade route, my father would only travel once a year. So the emerald corals on the market increased. He not only sold them to the palace, but also to the great nobles. If the rarer something is, the more valuable it is, the price of the emerald corals should continue to fall. But after only 2 years, the palace refused to accept the low price of the corals, thinking they were all counterfeits. My father sold the corals not only did not reduce the price, but also doubled. As for the nobles who hid the witches, they were caught by the church and burned at the stake together with the witches. But I know, the corals he raised were not counterfeits, they were no different from the emerald corals my father transported. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Not a wrong idea, but there are many reasons to determine the price of goods. This is only the simplest example, because the Palace of Everwinter regarded the emerald corals as a symbol of luxury, artificially setting its value. When more emerald corals appeared, it caused an impact on the rules of the royal family, so on the day of the execution, the queen also celebrated. "Do you think these goods are like us in the secular world?" "Like, what?" Alicia did not come back to her senses. "Like the people under the power of the king, child." Mira said word by word, "We are given a price from birth, but this price is not the embodiment of our true value. We are like these emerald corals, obviously we are all the same, some are cheap, and some are unattainable." "Unattainable, you mean the nobles?" "The nobles are the corals of the Palace of Everwinter," the priest said with a smile. "They are born no different from us, a pair of hands, a pair of feet, a pair of eyes, and a mouth. However, they are artificially set to the highest value. This inequality is not due to their own ability, but from the rules of the king. So I joined the church, at least in the new holy city Hermes. Your birth will not limit your value. If we can turn the whole continent into the church's final holy city, the so-called kingdom of God will be nothing more than this. What you said is really great. Alicia nodded repeatedly, her heart excited. If they could really establish the kingdom of God described by Mira, people born without distinction of blood, and without untouchables and slaves, what a wonderful scene it would be. Kingdom of God? Humph, how many people do they want to turn into cold-blooded monsters? The cold-faced captain of the army of judges shook the reins and stepped forward. Sir Priestess, how much do you know about the God's punishment army? Hey, you Alicia was about to tell him to pay attention to his manners, but before she could say anything, Mira stopped her. The God's punishment army is the church's most powerful warrior. They are the faithful, willing to sacrifice, brave and fearless army of judges. The most powerful is not bad, but the army of judges is also not bad, but they will not transform into warriors, but a group of emotionless monsters. He coldly dropped this sentence, spurred his horse to run to the front of the team. What a rude person, Alicia said bitterly. When Hermes saw him, she felt that he was calm in the face of danger. He had the calmness of a commander and the bravery of a warrior. How could he become such a person now? It doesn't matter, he is just restless. Mira shook her head. In order to build the kingdom of God, there will inevitably be setbacks and sacrifices, but at least we are willing. When the team arrived at the next town, it was already late, so the priestess took the delegation to the church to rest. After eating, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep, but Alicia followed the captain of the army of judges and stopped him in the aisle. Sir Mira is our leader. What do you mean by doing that? Have you forgotten all the rules and regulations of the church? Your name is Alicia, right? He was silent for a moment before he opened his mouth. Yes, now I am the same as you, a captain of the army of judges. As early as the months of the demons, I asked for your name, but you didn't say anything. Now can you tell me your name? Abrams, he said expressionlessly. As for why I did that, do you have brothers or sisters? No. Alicia suddenly remembered that he had once said that his brother was a God's punishment soldier. I do. He and I grew up together in the church. We knew each other as if we were the same person. Later, he took the initiative to accept the God's punishment soldier transformation, and I never saw him again. The presiding judge told me that his transformation was very successful, and now he is out on a special mission for the church. I was sincerely happy for him. He paused, until one day, I saw him again in the cathedral. I called his name, and wanted to hug him, but guess what I saw? Abram's face showed a trace of pain. A stranger. As if he didn't see me at all, he walked straight past me. His eyes were lifeless, staring straight ahead. His behavior was not like that of a human. A chill ran down Alicia's spine. She wanted to shout that he was lying, but no words came out of her mouth. Border town welcomed the long-awaited rainy weather. The sky was overcast, and the rain fell from the sky, hitting the windowsill and glass, making a pitter-patter sound. Supposedly, spring should be a rainy season, warm and humid. But in Border town, since the end of the months of demons, the number of times it rained could be counted on one hand. Fortunately, the farmland was next to the river, so it was very convenient to water it. Now, the heavy rain dispelled the oppressive atmosphere. Nightingale opened the window, letting the fragrant smell of the earth flow into the room. Looking from afar, she could see that the crops on the other side of the Redwater River had already sprouted. The green wheat seedlings were endless, extending to the end of the field of vision. Under the washing of the rain, these crops looked extremely bright, forming a sharp contrast with the gray river. Roland stretched and threw the quill in his hand into the pen holder. Finished drawing? Nightingale asked. Well, a brand new weapon. It can increase the firing speed of the gun several times. Roland stacked more than a dozen blueprints together. I named it a revolving rifle. Do you want to see it? No, she curled her lips. I can't understand it anyway. This is only the basic model. If the barrel is shortened, it will be a revolving pistol, which can be carried around. But if you want to use it, you still need to solve another key technology. When the time comes, I will give each of you one, and you will no longer have to fear the church's army of judges. You mean, it can allow an ordinary woman to knock down a fully armed man? Not just one, but several. Roland smiled proudly. If we're lucky, it won't be a problem for us to defeat 5 men. Nightingale showed a look of disbelief, and just as she was about to say something, there was suddenly a knock on the office door. Your Highness, Barev's apprentice has returned from King's City. He also brought a saltpeter merchant. He is now waiting for you outside the castle. Assistant Minister's apprentice? Roland thought for a moment, then remembered this matter. During the attack on Longsong Stronghold, there was not much gunpowder left in the town. He had sent his guards to Fallen Dragon Ridge and Redwater City, hoping to obtain a new source of saltpeter. Barev's acolyte was the last to be sent out, and his destination was the royal capital. After all, there were all kinds of goods there. Moreover, with the arrival of summer, the production of saltpeter would definitely increase greatly. Unexpectedly, the last person to be sent out was the first to bring back good news. Bring them to the living room. I'll be there soon. Roland looked at the sky. Also, ask the kitchen to serve a dessert. When he turned around, Nightingale had already disappeared. However, he knew that she was by his side. When Roland walked into the reception hall, the saltpeter merchant was also led into the hall by the guards. She took off her wet cloak and straw hat and bowed to the prince. I am Marjorie Farman from King's City. Greetings, Your Highness Wimbledon. Seeing that the person was actually a woman, Roland was slightly startled. The business environment in this era was far less safe than in the future. Not only could they run into bandits and refugees, but there were also local bullies and underground forces in the town. Therefore, female merchants were not common. Like lightning, she had brilliant blonde hair, but her hair was thicker and longer. She was probably in her 30s. Perhaps because she was an ordinary person, there were wrinkles around her eyes and forehead. Her skin was darker and looked a bit rough at first glance. However, judging from her face, she was not a Majin, but a Fjord resident. Sit down. The prince made an inviting gesture, then sat down in the main seat. You are not from Grey Castle, are you? Why do you say that? Marjorie smiled. Your hair color is very rare in the mainland kingdom. As far as I know, most of the people on the other side of the strait have beautiful blonde hair. I also know an explorer from the other side of the sea. You are really knowledgeable. My hometown is indeed in the fjords, but I have been living there for more than 10 years. Now I live in King's City, so I can be considered as half a Grey Castle resident. She paused. You just left King's City not long ago, maybe we met somewhere. I am very honored to live in the same city as Your Highness. Sure enough, a successful businessman was very good at talking. Even though he knew that the other party was flattering him, Roland still felt very comfortable in his heart. At this moment, he felt a strong pinch on his right side. Well, at this time, there is no need to judge the authenticity of the truth, Comrade Nightingale. But when it comes to explorers, this is a great title in the fjords. Marjorie went on to say, you may not understand, but the land that the people of the fjords can live on is very rare. There, the sea rises and falls, some islands will be swallowed by the sea when the tide rises, while others will erupt all day long with flames and smoke. The stones will melt under the high temperature, converging into a dark red river. Only those who open up new channels, or find new suitable inhabited islands, are qualified to receive this title. The average person will not call himself an explorer. Haha, she not only calls herself an explorer, but also calls her father the greatest explorer. Roland shook his head with a smile. She's just a child. She likes to think of herself as a great person. In the fjords, even children will not easily say this title. Marjorie frowned. Did she mention her father's name? Seeing the other's expression, Roland also realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the word explorer is the spiritual belief of the people of the sea, so it can't be called randomly? Her father's name is Thunder. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this name, the other's eyes immediately widened. Do you know Sir Thunder? No, I know his daughter. Why, have you heard of this name? Who in the fjords hasn't heard of this name? Sir Thunder discovered the Twin Peaks Island and the Sea Dragon Bay, and expanded the area where everyone lived by almost half. He also drew a detailed map of the East Coast and the Endless Cape, and today, 80% of the routes to the mainland are opened up by him. Every child is familiar with the deeds of Sir Thunder. He is one of the greatest explorers of the fjords. But I heard that thunder seems to have been buried at the bottom of the sea because of a storm. No, Your Highness, a real explorer will not fall because of a storm. He has encountered countless dangers, but in the end, he has succeeded and survived. At this moment, Sir Thunder must be somewhere gathering a new expedition team, just like what he did before. Marjorie slightly leaned forward. Your Highness, do you know the whereabouts of his daughter? Roland was also a little surprised. He did not expect that Lightning's father was so famous. Those adventure stories that sounded like the Arabian Nights, were they all true? She lives in my castle. After the shipwreck, she drifted all the way west to Border Town, and I happened to take her in. In your castle? Her expression was overflowing with expectation. Can you let me see his daughter? Well, probably not now. At this moment, Lightning should be cruising around the concealing forest, looking for the ruins marked on the treasure map. She is currently practicing jungle exploration skills. If you plan to stay here for one night, you should be able to wait until she comes back. Then I will bother you. Marjorie nodded without hesitation. Can we talk about business now? Do you specialize in saltpeter in King City? Roland cut to the chase. No, Your Royal Highness. Marjorie no longer had a formal smile at the moment, and her tone was a bit more intimate. I manage a lot of things, from gems to cloth, from hotels to pubs. In fact, a month ago, I didn't sell saltpeter. It's just that the original owner of the saltpeter field lost everything in my casino, so he had to mortgage the entire field to me. Not only does she sell all kinds of goods, but she also runs a service business. What is this merchant's background? You should know that opening a casino in King City isn't something that can be done with money alone. He knocked on the table, but Nightingale pinched the middle. This meant that the other side was carrying a godstone of retaliation, so she couldn't tell whether she was lying or not. Wait. Since she couldn't tell, why did she pinch her right side so hard before? Roland coughed twice, resisting the urge to turn around and ask. He had heard that after some merchants from the fjords settled in the Four Kingdoms, their businesses would grow bigger and bigger, and the wealth they accumulated would be unimaginable. After all, the people of the sea were born merchants, with a very adventurous spirit and a keen sense of smell. They were good at capturing business opportunities. Many of them, after becoming rich, were sheared like sheep, and some of them succeeded in establishing a foothold, bribing the local relations, and forming a relatively stable alliance of interests. Could it be that Marjorie is also one of the rich? That being the case, Roland decided to go straight to the point. I need a lot of saltpeter, the more the better. But the western region of the kingdom isn't a hot place, especially the town near the impassable mountain range. Your Royal Highness, do you really need so much saltpeter? She curiously asked. In the outskirts of King City, I have 3 saltpeter fields, enough to supply a medium-sized city's aristocracy with ice. 3 saltpeter fields. Roland was suddenly overjoyed, but the expression on his face didn't change. I intend to build a cold storage in the castle basement, to store some perishable food. If you give me the right price, I want all of these saltpeter. Since you said so, she nodded, I can ship all of the saltpeter to Border Town, and only charge you 90% of the market price. But what? I don't really want the golden dragon. They're filling up my warehouse. I heard that you have some very special products here. If possible, could you use these to replace the golden dragon? I will be happy to come to an agreement with you. A special product? Roland was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of someone not wanting the golden dragon. Yes, for example, a self-operating black iron creation. Marjorie leaned forward slightly. Your servant said that this thing only needs to be lit to boil water, and it will have amazing power. In fact, it was because of this that I decided to personally come to Border Town. Otherwise, selling the saltpeter directly to the nobles of King City would be more in line with my interests. The further the transportation distance, the greater the loss I have to bear. What a pleasant surprise, Roland thought. Although he didn't know how Barev's apprentice came to know about the steam engine, it was obvious that this merchant from the King City was very interested in it. He was very clear how amazing the profits of industrial products were, especially this kind of mechanical product that could only be made by himself. He was originally worried that after Border Town stopped selling ore, the money he had moved from the Duke's mansion would one day be used up. He didn't expect that now an excellent opportunity would be placed in front of him. So that's how it is, the prince smiled. The thing you mentioned is called a steam engine. It can turn the steam produced by boiling water into power. The principle is very simple, but only Border Town can produce it. Does this thing really exist? Of course, Roland said, but it is very complicated to make, and quite expensive. If you are interested, you can come with me to see the real thing. I would be happy to, she said excitedly, getting up. In the North Slope mine, Marjorie's eyes almost fell out of their sockets when she saw the ear-piercing roar of the steel monster as it pulled the cart full of stones out of the mine. Your Highness, this is incredible. She said in a trembling voice, I thought that your messenger was exaggerating, but I didn't expect him to say that it was far less than. I'm afraid that even dozens of people together can't compare to this steam engine. The female merchant wanted to take a step closer to see it, but was stopped by Roland. The working steam engine is very dangerous, don't get too close to it. Do you see the white gas that comes out? As long as it touches you, it will burn your skin. Do you only use it to transport ore? Because of the noise, she had to raise her head and ask loudly. There are a total of 2 in the mine. The first engine is responsible for pulling the cart, and the second engine is responsible for pumping water from the mine. Roland replied, in fact, since the success of the development until today, Border Town has only produced 3 steam engines, so I have to use them where they are most needed. But it actually has a very wide range of uses. In addition to what you see, it can also replace the windmill and the water wheel to grind wheat, and it is not affected by the river or the wind. Any place that needs a lot of manpower or animal power, it can come in handy. It can even be installed on a sailboat to drive the oars, so that ships can sail fast without sails. He knew how important it was for the people of the fjords to have a ship that could ignore the wind and direction. Sure enough, Marjorie looked at Roland, her eyes almost shining. You name a price, I want to buy it. This one can't do, the mine depends on it to maintain production. You can first order a few new steam engines, and when the saltpeter arrives, we can settle the account. How much is it? Roland took her to a place far away from the entrance of the mine, where the noise of the machine was no longer so harsh. 500 golden dragon, he said. This price was a bit exaggerated, almost equivalent to the annual income of a knight's territory. The cost of the ore for the steam engine was about 20 golden dragon, plus the smelting, labor, and installation costs. It was only 50 golden dragon. But when it came to business, it was always a matter of bargaining. Then it's a deal. I want to buy 10 steam engines. Roland was startled. 10 of them was 5,000 gold coins. It was almost equivalent to the savings of the Duke of Ryan for 5 or 6 years. They didn't even bargain. Is this how rich people do business? He cleared his throat. Are you sure? This is not a small cost. Moreover, the machine can't be used forever after you buy it. You have to constantly invest money to maintain it. I know, just like the ship, every year we have to go to the shipyard to clean the keel parasites and algae, replace the sails and cables, and so on. Marjorie said indifferently, what needs to be replaced, I can buy it from you. If it doesn't work, you can also name a price, and sell the maintenance and operation of the machine to me. Roland closed his mouth. There was only one thought in his mind, it was good to be rich. Lightning was flying over the concealing forest. In her eyes, the world seemed to have become smaller. As far as her eyes could see, the details disappeared one by one, leaving only patches of color. Brown was the earth, gray was the mountains, green was the forest, and blue was the river. Green occupied the majority of her vision. Unlike the bright green grass of Border Town, the green here was a mixture of gray and black, deep and thick. Whether to the west or to the north, she couldn't see the end of this dark green. If she looked at it for a long time, she would feel like she was falling. Lightning had to look up at the sky from time to time, dispelling the growing sense of restraint. Behind her, the gray clouds were very low, covering the peaks of the impassable mountain range, shrouding Border Town in rain and fog. At the moment, she was looking for the ruins of 450 years ago in the concealing forest, which was undoubtedly a great adventure. Half a month ago, when she heard the task Roland gave her, Lightning immediately patted her chest and agreed. Unlike the snake magician Kara, who didn't want to let go of the ancient book, His Highness Roland repeatedly told her that this drawing could only be used as a reference, and told her to pay attention to safety. It didn't matter if she couldn't find it. This made the little girl very happy. She knew that what His Highness said was right, even if it was a castle, after more than 400 years, it would be swallowed up by the plants growing everywhere, gradually turning into a pile of dust. But she still wanted to find this place. Determining the position of the six-pointed star was equivalent to determining the position of the holy city of Tequila. After hearing the ins and outs of the matter, Lightning naturally understood what Tequila meant. There, she was likely to help His Highness discover the real reason why the church broke out with the demons. This was much more exciting than her father taking her to explore the route. In accordance with the method of making a nautical chart, Lightning drew a square piece of parchment full of equidistant grids, and then based on the distance she flew over a period of time, she simply calculated the contents of the grids to be filled. When the squares were filled, almost the entire area was searched. Now she had filled half of the squares. The rain clouds were approaching faster than Lightning had imagined. The little girl could even faintly hear the rolling thunder in the clouds. She lowered her altitude and flew towards the forest below. At this moment, a grayish-white shadow flashed past the corner of his eyes. Startled, she pulled her body to a stop and floated in the air. She turned around and scanned the area she had just passed. Nothing was found. Was it an illusion? Lightning thought about it and decided to fly around the area again. This time, she lowered the height even more. The forest was no longer a block of green. Mottled tree trunks, forked branches, and leaves of different shapes. Details separated from the color blocks and once again returned to Lightning's eyes. Dozens of breaths later, she suddenly saw a small portion of a white stone pagoda hidden beneath the layers of branches. The entire top of the stone tower had been cut off, causing the tower to be covered by the forest. It was very difficult to see it from the sky. If she hadn't been hiding from the rain clouds, she might have missed it. Lightning's heart beat violently. Was this the location of the ruins indicated on the map? She circled around the stone tower and didn't find anything unusual. She decided to get closer to see what was going on. After landing, the little girl found that it was not appropriate to call it a white stone tower. Its surface was covered with vines and moss, and when she looked closely, it had turned into a grayish-green color. The tower was slightly tilted, as if it had been hit by a huge force. There were scattered stones around, which were similar in material and color to the stone tower. They should have come from the broken top of the tower. She could still see traces of the larger ones, but the smaller ones were probably buried in the weeds and mud. The whole stone tower was quite large, and the area of the bottom of the tower was comparable to His Highness Roland's castle. A man-made object like this would usually have a basement. Logically, at this moment, she should record the location of the ruins and then return to Border Town. The various adventure stories in her mind also reminded her that it was not a good choice to break into the ruins that had been dormant for hundreds of years. Even the gas sealed underground could kill her. But Lightning found that she couldn't move her feet at all. Her curiosity kept nagging in her ear, "Go in and take a look, just take a look." She looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky had now become gloomy and dark. Obviously, a heavy rain was coming. She told herself that it would be very uncomfortable to fly when it rained. "I'll go to the tower to take shelter from the rain and take a look. If I find the basement, I absolutely won't go in alone." After thinking about it, Lightning could no longer restrain her curiosity. She walked to the entrance covered with vines, pulled out a knife from her waist, cleared a small hole for her to pass through, and climbed in. The wooden door had long been corroded, and she smoothly entered the tower. Because the top had been lifted, she could see clearly without a torch. Lightning circled the bottom of the tower, but found nothing. Obviously, the exposed items and traces had been erased by time. Except for the broken walls, there was nothing left on the ground. She also found a gradual hole in the wall, which should have been used for a staircase, but the staircase itself had disappeared. The passage to the basement was very conspicuous. It was in the southwest of the first floor, facing the entrance of the stone tower. Lightning suspected that if she followed this direction toward the barbarian land, she would find the holy city of Tequila recorded in the ancient books. At this moment, tiny raindrops fell from the sky and dripped on Lightning's nose. She slowly walked into the underground passage, turned a corner, and a wooden door appeared in front of her. Although it was not completely corroded, it looked so broken that it would fall apart at the slightest touch. Soon, the light rain outside became a downpour. The pitter-patter of the rainwater hitting the ground gradually became one, from chaotic to inseparable. Although there was no rain in this place, the water quickly flowed down the stone steps. In order to avoid getting her shoes wet, Lightning let her feet off the ground and slowly floated up. Suddenly, she vaguely heard a shout, mixed with the sound of the rain. It was almost impossible to distinguish. This sound suddenly made her hair stand on end. The little girl panicked and looked around. In the narrow passage, except for a few scattered withered vines, there was nothing else. With the faint light from the outside, she opened her waist bag and took out a portable torch and flint, wanting to light a fire to take a closer look. But at this time, the shout sounded again. This time it seemed to come from the wooden door behind her. Lightning could not help but tremble and quickly turned around. The torch slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. This time the voice seemed a lot clearer. She could vaguely distinguish that it was a woman's voice. Was there someone in the basement? This thought made her back break out in a cold sweat. How could this be? The stone tower should be a relic left behind more than 400 years ago, and it was located in the depths of the concealing forest. Besides herself, who else could reach here? Help me. When the third voice sounded, it was very clear. The voice did come from behind the wooden door, and it sounded like a cry for help. Lightning swallowed a mouthful of saliva, carefully put her hand on the door, and gently pushed it. The wet and slippery wooden door fell backward and hit the ground with a muffled bang. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Lightning felt the blood in her body solidify. The figure's appearance was the same as the devil in Soroya's painting. In the dim light, the devil seemed to be staring at her. Its huge body leaned forward slightly, holding an axe in its hand with only 3 fingers. The body of the axe reflected the dark red stains of blood. In a flash, the bloody scenes of these brutal people killing the Witch Cooperation Association's sisters all came into her mind. Ah! She burst into a scream, threw the flint in her hand towards the other side, turned around with the fastest speed and rushed out of the passage. She flew directly into the rain and fled in the direction of Border Town. Lightning did not notice that the flint hit the devil's chest, making a crisp sound. The place where it was hit had a circle of fine cracks, and then quickly spread until it covered the whole body. The devil's body collapsed under these more and more cracks, turning into a burst of white dust that disappeared with the wind. After visiting the steam engine, Roland and Marjorie returned to the castle office and continued to discuss the details of the trade contract. If this kind of negotiation involved bargaining, it was common for the two sides to argue for a day or two, so generally, the Minister of Finance would be responsible for the negotiation, while the Lord only needed to state the quantity and the bottom line. However, since the other side had already finalized the price, Roland could save a lot of effort. I expect that the next time I come, it will be a month later, and at that time, 3 single-masted ships full of saltpeter will arrive with me. The female merchant quickly wrote on the parchment, calculated at 90% of the market price, it is worth about 315 golden dragon. At that time, the town will be able to produce almost 2 steam engines. Roland deliberately lowered the number, which is 1,000 golden dragon. You can use the golden dragon to make up the difference, or you can use other goods to replace it. What kind of goods do you need? Iron, copper, lead, and green vitriol, he said, they are all common minerals. But for the first 3, I don't need ore, but smelted metal ingots. In addition, I also need 10 sets of crystal glassware. As for whether or not it is carved, whether it is a kettle or a wine cup, it doesn't matter, but it must be the best products produced by the king's city's alchemy workshop. If the price exceeds the difference, I can make up for it or deduct it from the next month's cost of the 2 steam engines. You think of me as your exclusive merchant, Marjorie chuckled, although I don't operate a mine, I know a few people in the same trade who specialize in ore trading. It's just that I never expected that such a desolate border could contain such a huge business opportunity. There are only a few nobles living here, but we have to consume a lot of saltpeter. This town was originally built for the North Slope mine, but we still have to buy minerals from outside. This is simply not in line with my business common sense. Your Royal Highness, your territory is incredible. One of the major characteristics of industrial production was to swallow a large number of raw materials and export the finished products. Roland spread his hands. The town will ask for more in the future. I think we can reach a long-term agreement. At this moment, Marjorie's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked behind Roland in surprise. The latter was stunned, and subconsciously turned his head, only to see a drenched Lightning clinging to the floor-to-ceiling window, her hands clutching the glass, her face full of panic. Her face was pale, and her hair stuck to her forehead, with water droplets constantly dripping down from her hair, as if she had just been fished out of the water. Roland quickly got up and opened the window. After Lightning flew into the room, she threw herself into Roland's arms. Her panicked expression immediately relaxed, and her body softened as she fainted. "Nightingale, quickly call Nana," he anxiously said. "Yes." A reply came from the empty side. What was going on? She shouldn't have encountered demonic beasts or demons in the air. Could it be that the other party also had the ability to fly? Roland roughly examined Lightning's body. When he found that there were no obvious injuries, he was slightly relieved. "Your Royal Highness, is she the Lightning you mentioned?" Marjorie covered her mouth, slowly approached the prince, and carefully looked at the little girl in his arms. Roland's heart thumped. "Damn, how could I forget her?" He shouted towards the door, "Xian." The guard answered and entered the office. "I'm sorry, Ms. Marjorie, I can only ask you to stay here for a while." The prince stood up with Lightning in his arms. "Take this King City merchant to the guest room on the first floor. Without my order, don't let her out." "Yes." "What?" "No, Your Royal Highness, please wait." She suddenly realized. "I have no malice towards witches, not to mention that she is Thunder's daughter. I will not go to the church." "I'm just in case," Roland interrupted. "Later, I will come to you to verify." "Your Royal Highness," she woke up. Nightingale opened the door and said. Roland nodded and followed Nightingale into the bedroom. The bucket next to the bed was still steaming, and the soaked clothes were casually hanging on the edge of the bucket. A group of witches surrounded the bed. Bendy was sitting on the edge of the bed, gently combing the little girl's still wet hair. Lightning's previously pale face was now a little rosy. She reclined on two pillows, the quilt was pulled up high, and only half of her head was exposed. Her eyes were staring straight at Roland. "How is the situation?" "She's not injured. She's in a coma due to the exhaustion of her magic," Nightingale replied. Bendy helped her wash her body and carried her into the quilt. She woke up not long after. He walked to the bed and smiled at Lightning. "What happened? Why did you fly back in a panic in the rain?" "I found the ruins," she muttered in a low voice. "But there are demons inside." This sentence made everyone's complexion change. "Did you go inside?" Scroll asked. "No," Lightning shook her head and told them what had happened. The demons were guarding the basement door, and there were people inside calling for help. But I was too scared, and only thought about running away. I didn't think of a way to save her." She shrunk her head into the quilt. "Am I not qualified to be an explorer?" "No, you did a good job," Roland comforted her. "A good explorer knows how to judge the situation, and won't deliberately put themselves in danger. You couldn't save her by yourself, so running away was the right choice." "Is there a witch in the stone tower?" Bendy pondered. "Except for witches, no one can reach the depths of the concealing forest." "Witches also won't go there," Scroll shook her head. "It's a ruin from 450 years ago. If you don't have a map to guide you, finding the location of the stone tower in the vast forest is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Unless what?" Roland asked. "Unless someone has been living there," Scroll slowly said. "You mean that they didn't set out from the kingdom, but from 450 years ago, they have been continuing their descendants there, living in isolation?" The prince rejected this speculation in his heart. Living in the virgin forest, what kind of concept was that? Elusive beasts, all kinds of terrible insects and poisons, without a stable source of food, even Bear Grylls couldn't live in the forest for a long time. What's more, this world also had several months of snowy winter, coupled with demonic beasts and demons running amok. Settling in the concealing forest was simply suicidal. He looked at Lightning. "Are there any signs of human habitation near the ruins?" "No." The little girl shook her head. "Maybe there is more than one map," Soraya said. Maybe there are people like us, also looking for the whereabouts of tequila. No matter what, we can't help them, Leaf sighed. Except for lightning, no one can quickly go to the stone tower. I'm afraid we won't know the real situation until we go there, Roland touched his chin. In short, it's good to be able to come back safe and sound. Tonight's classes will be stopped for a day, everyone should have a good rest. When the time comes, the puzzle will naturally be solved. Leaving Lightning's bedroom, he said to Nightingale, next, we still have a problem to solve. Outside the window, the sound of the rain had basically stopped, and the clouds were dyed red by the setting sun. Roland pushed open the door of the guest room on the first floor, and saw Marjorie walking back and forth in front of the fireplace, looking quite uneasy. When the bodyguard Sean saw the prince, he raised his hand to salute and left, but she quickly came forward and eagerly asked, Your Royal Highness, how is Lightning? Roland was startled. He had imagined all kinds of reactions from the other side, from calm to anger to indifference, but he did not expect that her first words would be this. She's fine, just tired. Really? That's good. She looked relieved. You seem to care about her very much. She looks very much like her father, especially her narrow eyes and pointed nose. I can see that she is Thunder's daughter. Then she sighed, unbuttoned her neckline, lowered her head, and took off a string of golden ornaments hanging around her neck. You said before to verify, you mean to use a witch's ability to judge, right? If this can prove my sincerity, can you let her join in the conversation? I don't like the feeling of being secretly peeped at. The ornaments were made up of a string of gold chains and a huge light blue gem. The gem, which was cut into a hexahedron, should be a high-quality god stone of retaliation. Roland was thinking about how to open his mouth to reduce the other side's disgust and doubts, but he did not expect that she would take the initiative to do so. To be honest, he somewhat admired this Fjord's woman. Even though she was in an extremely unfavorable situation, she still tried to take the initiative in the conversation. Whether it was her negotiation skills or her demeanor, she was in line with the identity of a successful businesswoman. He took the god stone of retaliation from the other side and hung it on the fireplace's hanger. This quality of the god stone of retaliation was estimated to have a range of about 1 meter, and in Nightingale's eyes, it was comparable to a huge black hole. Perhaps in order to avoid the effect of the stone, she had already hidden far away. Let's go to the reception room and talk, Roland said. Since the other side had shown her sincerity, he should not be too stingy. When the two of them entered the drawing room, Nightingale had already revealed herself and was sitting at the head of the table. She rested her chin on her hands and deliberately acted as if she had been waiting for a long time. It seemed that she was thinking the same thing as him, the prince thought. After sitting down, he took the initiative to introduce, this woman is Nightingale. She can judge whether you are speaking the truth or not. Hello, Miss Nightingale. Marjorie nodded at her, and the latter returned the gesture. You said before that you have no malice towards witches, why? Roland's first question was also the one he wanted to know the answer to the most. As far as I know, there are also church forces in the fjords. But its influence is far less than that of the three gods. In other words, most of the fjords people worship the sky, the sea, and the earth like the Sand Nation. As for me. She paused. I had a very good companion. On one of our fishing trips, we were caught in a storm, and our sailboat was broken by a huge wave. She had become a witch in this disaster and could breathe like a fish. She found me while I was unconscious and dragged me ashore. What happened after that? Nightingale asked curiously. After I woke up, she left. Perhaps she was more eager to be in the sea than to be with me, Marjorie said regretfully. After that, I never saw her again. The people in the village often said that she would appear when the sea was covered in fog, and use her singing to guide the fishing boats away from the reef. In any case, my companion could not be evil, let alone the devil's minions. Roland nodded. Witches were awakened from ordinary people. If they had a deep contact or understanding with them before their awakening, it would be difficult to change the impression formed by the church's unilateral words. You seem to have a good understanding of witches' abilities? With just a few words, you guessed that I might have more than one witch hidden here. To be honest, because of my childhood companion, I was very interested in witches, and had thought of taking in this group of strange women. Marjorie smiled. Unfortunately, King City is not like Border Town, and finally because the risk was too great, I gave up. Lightning's actions seemed to be very close to you, plus her identity as a witch. So I thought maybe you, like me, don't hate witches. As a lord, it was not difficult for him to hide several witches, especially in the borderlands. But you still have to be very careful. If they are discovered by the church, it will be very difficult for you to protect them. At this point, Nightingale still did not find any signs of Roland lying, which basically ruled out the possibility of her informing the church. Roland finally felt relieved, and said with a slight apology, "It seems that I really am overthinking. I hope you don't take it to heart." "No, Your Highness, this action is also for the safety of Lightning and this woman." Marjorie waved her hand. "If you were indifferent, it would be irresponsible of you." "Are you familiar with thunder?" Roland asked. "Your love for lightning is really more than the kind of care ordinary people have for the children of heroes." Faced with this question, Marjorie hesitated for a moment. Roland indicated that if she did not want to answer, she could pretend that she had not asked, but she finally slowly said, "To tell you the truth, after I left the fishing village, I joined Lord Thunder's expedition team, and experienced a long period of exploration with him. As a newcomer, Lord Thunder and his wife took special care of me, and on the day that Lightning was born, I was also present." "She was born on the ship?" "Yes, in a violent storm. Outside the cabin, Lightning and Thunder never stopped. Shortly after she was born, Lord Thunder's wife died because of sepsis, and I became her half-mother. Without breast milk, I mixed chewed wheat porridge and caviar together and fed her little by little." Marjorie's voice became very gentle. Although Lord Thunder was extremely sad, he still had to command the fleet to move forward. Without the backbone, the crew could easily collapse after several months of sailing. "And I stayed in the cabin, watching Lightning grow up slowly. It was not until Lord Thunder found the Shadow Islands and successfully returned to the Sea Dragon Bay that the expedition ended. Later, I left the fjords and settled down in Grey Castle King City." "I see." Roland sighed in his heart. It was no wonder that she had such a strong reaction when she heard the name of Thunder. As for why she did not continue to follow Thunder on the expedition, he could roughly guess a thing or two. With the beginning of a love story, it might not be possible to reap the ending of the love story. This was really a coincidence. Since there was this layer of relationship, would he be able to get a greater discount when doing business? He coughed twice. "Ms. Marjorie, in this way, we can be considered acquaintances. What about the deal?" Kalsichi walked into the alchemy workshop. "Chief Mentor." The apprentices bowed their heads in greeting when they saw Kyle. He waved his hand. "You continue." The apprentices squatted down again and busied themselves with their work. The outermost part of the workshop was the cleaning room, where materials from all over Grey Castle were cleaned, sorted, screened, and ground. The design of the cleaning room was also very ingenious. The stone floor was laid over a stream, and the middle was used for passage. On both sides were streams flowing parallel to the stone path. After crossing an arm's width of the stream, the outermost part was the cleaning area. At first glance, the long and narrow cleaning room looked like it was divided into 3 parts by 2 streams. Light shone through the holes in the windows on both sides of the wall and reflected on the stone floor and the stream, forming long light spots across the room. Light and darkness overlapped each other, like the stripes of a snake. Nearly 100 apprentices were leaning against the wall, processing the materials assigned to them. If the sundries were lighter than water, they could be directly thrown into the stream. If they were heavier than water, they had to put them in baskets and take them out of the cleaning room before discarding them. Using running water for cleaning was much more effective than using stagnant water in a wooden bucket. They would study here for 3 to 5 years until they were familiar with the sorting and cleaning of various materials. Only then would they have the opportunity to be selected as apprentices by the mentor and move to the next room. Kyle stepped on the alternating light spots and walked into the refining room in the core area of the alchemy workshop. When he opened the door, his line of sight suddenly became clear. 12 giant wooden pillars transported from the concealing forest supported this extremely spacious room. There were windows on all 4 sides of the stone walls, and even the roof was equipped with a patio and shelter, making the room extremely bright. There were 6 wide wooden tables in the center of the refining room, on which a variety of alchemy tools were piled, round-bottomed bottles, glasses, scales, mortars, stoves, crucibles. Each mentor was responsible for managing and using a table, and as the chief alchemist of Redwater City, he naturally used the longest table with the most tools. This place was always full of chaos and disorder, just like alchemy, mixing all kinds of materials together, heating, dry distillation, boiling, and burning. The results were always ever-changing and fascinating. If he could find a clear direction from these chaotic changes and write it down, it would be an extremely rare alchemy formula. Those who could create their own alchemy formulas could be called alchemists. So far, he had summed up more than 10 alchemy formulas, each of which seemed to have come from the whispers of God. Kyle believed that once alchemy was developed to a certain extent, not only would it be possible to separate the origin, but it would also be possible to combine all things. "Chavez, how is your imitation of the snow powder?" he asked. A young man in his 20s walked over and shook his head. "Those damned alchemists of the Imperial City must have added some other raw materials to it. The powder is very finely ground, and I really can't separate anything useful from it." He was the youngest alchemist in the alchemy workshop. Generally speaking, it was impossible to create an alchemy formula without a long time of accumulation and trial and error. Sometimes, it even required a little bit of luck. Many of the people in the workshop had been disciples for their entire lives, but even in death, they could not improve further. However, Chavez had an extraordinary talent for alchemy. 2 years ago, he summarized the method of distilling green vitriol to obtain acid, which won the unanimous approval of the 5 alchemists. Since then, a long table had been added to the refining room. "Don't worry, take your time." He smiled and patted the other side's shoulder to comfort him. Having been the chief alchemist for 8 years, Kyle naturally understood the difficulty of finding the truth from disorder and chaos. "But last night, I came up with a good thing that can teach those arrogant guys a lesson. Come with me." He went to his table and asked 2 disciples to bring a storage box. The box was about half the height of a person, and its whole body was made of wrought iron, making it difficult to steal, and also difficult to destroy. He took out a key and opened the lattice of the first layer. In the center of the lattice lay a small piece of transparent crystal. "A cut crystal?" Chavez, who was standing to the side, carefully held it in his hand and looked at the sunlight outside the window. "No, this is crystal glass." "My God. You did it." "Yes," Kyle said with a proud smile. "I really want to see, when those guys see that their proudest alchemy product has been successfully copied by me, what kind of wonderful expression will they have on their faces?" Chavez couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, which alarmed the other alchemists. They put down their work and surrounded him. "Is this the result of staying up until midnight last night? It's really great. It's really beautiful, it's like a crystal. Congratulations, with this, the position of our alchemy workshop in the Duke's heart will greatly rise. How did you make it? Can you tell me?" Kyle nodded. "We all know that the composition of glass and river sand is very similar. The reason why the color of glass produced by river sand is different is because they contain impurities. Either we find a way to remove the impurities, or we find a way to get a purer sand. Everyone is trying in this direction, and I am also doing the same. The success of this alchemy is largely due to an accident. I chose the fine white sand from Willow Town and the sandstone from Fallen Dragon Ridge." The crowd gathered around him and listened quietly. When he finished, the alchemists all breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is, you are really very thoughtful." Crystal was a rare and expensive gemstone, and a colorless transparent crystal was even rarer. Only the cleanest and brightest glass could be called crystal glass. Relying on this product, the alchemy workshop of the King's City had steadily surpassed the alchemy workshop of Redwater City. The amount of gold royals they earned every year made the Duke of Redwater City envious. But now, this situation would soon change. If Chavez could figure out the composition of the snow powder, coupled with the double stone acid method, they would completely surpass the King's City alchemy workshop. At that time, those guys who only knew how to look down on others would have no choice but to lower their cock-like heads. Thinking of this, Xianxia's mood became even more cheerful. Just as he was about to sift through the second batch of raw materials for the crystal glass, a disciple hurriedly came to his side. "Chief Mentor, there is a messenger from border town of the western region who wants to see you. He has brought a letter from the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon. The fourth prince? Kyle frowned and thought for a moment. It seemed that there was indeed such a person in the Grey Castle royal family. He knew very little about the affairs of the aristocracy. In his impression, this group of people were ignorant, only fighting for power and wealth. What does he want from me? I don't know. The messenger said that as long as you read the letter, you will naturally understand His Highness' meaning. The chief alchemist showed an extremely impatient look. The content of the letter was presumably either to recruit him with a large sum of money, or to denounce alchemy as a demon's trick. But since the other party was a prince, he still had to maintain basic etiquette. Take me to see him, and when I get the letter, I will make him leave. When Xianxia returned home, it was already completely dark. After dinner, accompanied by his family, he returned to his study and wrote the raw material formula and material selection experience of crystal glass into his book The Door to Alchemy, which recorded his journey from an apprentice to a chief alchemist. It also included all the alchemy formulas summarized by the Redwater City Alchemy Workshop over the years. Kyle believed that with this book, he would be able to leave his name in history. Even after thousands of years, those alchemists would still deeply remember his name. Kyle put down the quill pen and prepared to take off his clothes and sleep until the candle flame was close to the base. Suddenly, he remembered that there was still a letter from the prince that he hadn't opened. Glancing at the candle that was only as long as a fingernail, he decided to use the last bit of time to finish reading the letter. Tomorrow, he would verbally reply to the messenger. The small half of the candle tail was only enough for him to write a few dozen words, but it was enough to read a worthless letter. He opened the envelope and found a total of 3 thin sheets of paper. The first page was a common greeting, introducing his title and territory. Kyle didn't even bother to read it and directly jumped to the second page. The content of the second page slightly surprised him. It was neither recruitment nor reprimand, but 5 strange formulas. If he looked carefully, he would find that each formula was composed of 3 sentences. Ah, a little interesting. He smiled. Regardless of the prince's purpose, at least he was deliberately mystifying. He glanced at the first line. Nitric acid is produced by dry distillation of saltpeter. Nitric acid, dry distillation, these are all alchemy terms. Wait, Kyle was suddenly startled. Isn't this one of the double stone acid production methods in the alchemy workshop? The acid produced by dry distillation of saltpeter must be collected through a special container. It looks no different from ordinary water vapor and is very difficult to attract attention. But it is very corrosive. Not only can it burn skin, but it can even dissolve some metals. This is actually an alchemy formula? Is it possible that Border Town also has an alchemist? He quickly moved his line of sight to the next line. If the first sentence had shocked him, then the second sentence was inconceivable. It was composed of a bunch of inexplicable symbols. The symbols were juxtaposed together to form 2 equations. Kyle frowned, he had never seen such a strange symbol before. Further down, the third sentence seemed to be an explanation of the second sentence, including the names and meanings of the symbols. To be honest, he still couldn't figure it out after reading it. Those awkward words seemed to be some coined words. He needed to read it many times before he could associate the words with the symbols. Even so, the meaning of the whole sentence still baffled him. Just then, the flame of the candle flickered and went out. Damn it! Kyle cursed in his heart, and without the slightest hesitation, he took a candle from the drawer and lit it again. When the second candle was halfway burned, the chief alchemist's hand that was holding the letter was trembling slightly. The letter didn't seem to have any content, but it took several times more time than usual to read. The 5 elements on the second page were actually all alchemy formulas. It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all. An outstanding master alchemist using his own power to summarize 5 formulas wasn't something unimaginable, but these 5 formulas, with the exception of the acid-making method, all echoed with each other. Some coined words appeared over and over again, forming a seemingly balanced cycle. Nitric acid reacts with silver to produce silver nitrate, water, and nitric oxide. Silver nitrate reacts with iron to produce ferrous nitrate and silver. Silver nitrate reacts with copper to produce copper nitrate and silver. Copper nitrate reacts with iron to produce ferrous nitrate and copper. He had also done the alchemical reaction of putting silver rods in acid. Some of the silver rods were clearly dissolved by the acid and disappeared. This was the characteristic of acid, which was to corrode everything. But Xianxia and Shang swore that because silver nitrate was dissolved in water, it seemed to disappear on the surface, but in fact, the silver only existed in another form and wasn't annihilated. How is this possible? No. Cal shook his head. Apparently, the other party had also guessed his thoughts. These formulas echoing with each other wasn't a coincidence. He realized that the other party was giving him an opportunity to verify. Whether it was silver, iron, or copper, they were all common minerals. If alchemy was carried out according to the following formulas, the silver could be replaced again to prove that it wasn't annihilated, but still existed in the acid. Looking at the neatly arranged formulas on the paper, he felt that it was difficult to breathe. If these alchemy formulas were true, then his years of accumulated experience, the efforts of his peers, and the writing of the Gate of Alchemy would all be nothing but a joke. You sleep with the child first, I'm going to the alchemy workshop. Ignoring his wife's surprised gaze, Cal put on his coat and rushed straight into the night. When he arrived at the alchemy workshop, he immediately called 3 disciples on duty and told them that he was going to conduct an alchemy experiment. He asked them to light torches and candles, the more the better. The order was quickly executed, and his long table was illuminated by the fire. The disciples shuttled between the material room and the refining room, preparing the test materials for the chief alchemist. There was still a lot of acid left from the dry distillation of saltpeter, so the verification could start directly from the second line of the formula. He took out some acid and poured it into a glass, then put the silver rod in. As the reaction began, the rod gradually corroded, accompanied by bubbles. While waiting anxiously, Cal opened the 3rd page of the letter. There was only a short sentence on it: I just did a little bit of work, if you want to know more answers, come to Border Town. Damn it, this sentence was the same as not writing. If he could really verify what was written on the letter, no matter what, he had to go see this unknown master alchemist. Otherwise, he would be unable to eat or sleep well in the future. Until the bubbles stopped coming out, he took out the broken silver rod and put a small piece of copper into the glass. Something incredible happened. The surface of the copper quickly became a little white, like the carapace of a ladybug. The white spots became bigger and bigger, slowly covering the whole copper, and the acid in the glass also changed from colorless to blue. It was exactly the same as described in the letter. The white precipitate was silver, and the newly formed substance, copper nitrate, was also soluble in water like silver nitrate, but its solution was blue. Xianxia stared blankly at the result in his cup. The next morning, when Chavez arrived at the alchemy workshop, he was startled by the haggard chief alchemist who had dark circles under his eyes. Didn't you sleep last night? He was greatly surprised. For the second batch of crystal glass? Cal shook his head, pulled Chavez to the long table, and asked tiredly, You were my most proud disciple. I want to ask, what do you think about alchemy? Just like what you taught me. He noticed that there were some glasses on the table, several of which were filled with different colored solutions, one of which was sky blue, very eye-catching. Is this the reason why the chief alchemist didn't sleep last night? Although Chavez was full of confusion, he still honestly replied, I also feel the same way. The essence of alchemy is to find the truth of the world in disorder and chaos. No, Chavez, I was wrong, Cal interrupted. Everyone is wrong. Alchemy is not like this. Not like this. Chavez felt that the other side was a bit strange. First, he was alchemy all night long, and now he was asking some inexplicable questions. But before he could ask further, the chief alchemist had already said, Alchemy is more orderly than you and I can imagine. It can even be said to be rigid, just like 1 + 1 = 2, no matter how it changes, the substance will not increase or disappear. Will not increase or disappear? What are you talking about? Isn't it common for alchemists to sift and combine some common raw materials to produce incredible new things? He was puzzled. Roland received the first purchase order for the steam engine, and the transaction amount was the largest so far. The price of a bare machine was 500 golden dragon. 2 units were delivered in the first month, and then 1 more every month, for a total of 10 units. In the future, technical support, parts replacement, and equipment improvement of the steam engine would require additional Golden Dragon payments. As for the quality after-sales service and the promise of 3 guarantees, Roland said he had never heard of them. Bhairav was the most excited about this deal. In his opinion, anything that could increase the income of the city hall, whether it was trade or plunder, was worthy of praise. Carter, Scroll, and Nightingale had all raised doubts about this matter. They believed that it was still too early to sell these powerful machines to outsiders. Currently, Border Town didn't even have enough of them to use. Roland didn't explain too much about this, because he didn't just consider it from the perspective of a lord, but from the position of an industrialized promoter. It was almost impossible to promote the process of social industrialization with one's own strength, even if he had knowledge ahead of the times. The town's ability to digest was extremely limited. If no one bought the manufactured industrial products, they were no different from scrap iron. It was necessary to let more people join in this revolution to set off a wave of new power applications. What could he get by selling the steam engine? Sufficient money, a large number of jobs, and a group of skilled workers. The latter had always been the most important. This was also the reason why Roland kept the output low. After Anna's ability evolved, the production efficiency was not the same as before. As long as there were enough raw materials, she could now cut out a dozen steam engines in a day. But selling such a product was simply selling the machine. If he wanted to drive this industry, he must set up a special team to be responsible for production, assembly, and maintenance. In Roland's plan, he only needed to open a factory and prepare the production tools, such as boring machines, planers, milling machines, and so on, and then hand over the production of the steam engine to the workers. It could be expected that the factory's production efficiency would be low in the early stage, and the quality of the products would be terrible, but slowly, everything would be on the right track. With the mother bed made by Anna, as long as they were familiar with the operation, the output would inevitably rise. The next step was to use the profits from selling the machines to expand the scale of production and train more technicians. The experienced workers gave the town the ability to produce higher quality products, such as steam trains, steam ships, and so on. Without a doubt, this was a virtuous cycle. The steam engines that he sold could also indirectly create benefits for him. If he used them in the mining industry, he could reduce the price of ore. If he used them in the shipping industry, he could promote trade. If he used them in the textile industry, he could make up for his shortcomings. Roland was eager to quickly popularize steam power throughout the country, as long as these machines were produced in Border Town. Once he unified Grey Castle, it would save him a lot of effort. He had also considered the possibility of the buyer imitating the steam engine, but the new steam engine would use a round cylinder drilled by a boring machine, plus some deliberately designed complex parts. Relying on the current level of technology, he was afraid that it would be very difficult for them to produce a qualified machine in a short time, even if they had witches who specialized in high temperature. To be able to negotiate such a large order and find a channel to sell industrial products, Roland should have been elated. However, he realized that he was not happy at all. "It's sunny outside, why do you still have a bitter face?" Nightingale crossed her long legs and sat on the desk, holding a plate of dried fish slices in her hands. "Are you still worried about the news from the church?" When Scroll was not around, Nightingale's behavior was particularly casual, and she often stayed in the corner of the desk and a reclining chair by the wall. To the other lords, this was obviously an affront. However, Roland knew that he didn't care, and she also knew this. "I've been wondering why the church supported me and Garcia to compete for the throne at the same time, but now I understand. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that Timothy has also received an invitation from the church." He frowned. In addition to the order, Marjorie also brought him a lot of information about King's City, one of which greatly surprised Roland. It was that the church had attacked and taken over the kingdom of Everwinter, and according to Marjorie, it seemed that they planned to take a step forward and launch an attack on the kingdom of Wolfheart. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it connected all the ominous signs that had been lingering in his mind together. "Supporting the 3 of you to compete for the throne at the same time?" "Not supporting, but consuming." Roland shook his head. "The church doesn't care if the war spreads to the whole country, or in other words, they are happy to see Grey Castle fall into internal strife. As for the churches and believers being involved in the war, it is not within the scope of their concern." Grey Castle is not as weak as the Kingdom of Everwinter. It has a vast territory and a large number of people, and if they attack it, the Judgment Army will lose more than half. Only after we kill each other will he be able to occupy the Kingdom of Grey Castle at the lowest cost. After that, they can have as many believers as they want, and they can build churches however they want. Those pills are just a well-prepared trap. The decree issued by Wimbledon III for the throne was equivalent to giving the church a chance to manipulate the situation. If Grey Castle, the Kingdom of Wolfheart, and the Kingdom of Everwinter were destroyed one after another, the only Kingdom of Dawn could not survive alone. The church's real purpose was probably to unify the four kingdoms. Considering the slow transmission of the news and the indifference of the people to the political situation, it was likely that people would only wake up when the church arrived at their doorstep. This was also the reason why Roland felt anxious. In this era, there was no basis to establish a united front, and it was a pipe dream to expect the nobles of Grey Castle to cross the border to help. When the church's army arrived at the city, the last thing he could rely on was probably the people in the western region. But you also have a new weapon. The Judgment Army is not much stronger than the ordinary knight. I don't think they can defeat you. He remembered that when Nightingale mentioned the huge church, she only felt a sense of fear. Now she had such great confidence in himself, which was slightly beyond Roland's expectation. He forced a smile, but sighed in his heart. It was not difficult for Anna to produce a revolving rifle. The trial production of a revolving rifle and 2 revolvers, whether it was the reset trigger or the automatic wheel, were very good. But if the problem of firing bullets could not be solved, the new weapons would have no practical value. In the absence of the development of mercury fulminate, he had to use some substitute materials as the primer. I hope the guards who went to Redwater City can bring good news, Roland thought. At this moment, Lightning, who had regained her usual vigor and was in the middle of her daily training, flew into the office with unexpected news. The flag on a slope in the woods on the east side of Border Town had been changed to blue. Theo climbed up a small hill, from where he could already vaguely see the outline of the Lord's castle in Border Town. I'm finally back, he thought. It took him nearly a month and a half to leave, but it only took him 7 days to return. Most of the time was spent on the road from Silver City to Redwater City. Although Ashes herself didn't care, he still chose a less traveled path to reduce the possibility of being watched by the church. Ashes was the witch who was called the guide, but Theo wasn't sure whether this name was real or not. She always wore a black robe and carried a large sword wrapped in cloth on her back. Her long black hair was simply tied into a ponytail, hanging down to her waist. Whether it was riding or taking a boat, she rarely paid attention to herself. Instead, she walked alone in front, looking around at the scenery. Probably for her, this trip to Border Town was nothing more than a relaxing sightseeing trip. Sometimes Theo also doubted his own judgment. Was she really a warrior? Her robe wasn't tight, it was easy to trip her hands and feet, and her long hair was equal to many flaws. Moreover, Ashes didn't seem to be afraid that he would attack her from behind. These days, he mostly looked at her back. He didn't think that witches were born to trust others easily, he could only guess that she had enough ability to protect herself. Even a godstone of retaliation wouldn't be able to pose a threat to her. Theo circled around the hillside and soon found his target, a flagpole with a red strip of cloth. He dug out a bundle from the mud next to the flagpole and replaced the previous red flag with the folded blue cloth, then clapped his hands and sat down on the ground. Is that it? Ashes asked. That's what they said. Theo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Go to the foot of the mountain northeast of the town, go up a stone path, find the flagpole at the top of the mountain, and replace the blue flag, then our people will notice it. The Witch Cooperation Association will only act at night, we will wait here. Ashes nodded, found a clean place to sit down, and held out her hand. Food. Wait. He opened his backpack, took out a piece of jerky, tore off half of it and stuffed it into his mouth, then threw the rest to the witch. Seeing the witch chewing the jerky in small bites, Theo couldn't help but sigh. In addition to a big sword on his body, he didn't even have a single copper eagle. Even though he was penniless, he still dared to swagger to Border Town with me. Along the way, he paid for the accommodation and meals. The room had to be a superior single bedroom, and the food had to be meat. Furthermore, he had to taste half of the food that was portable like dry rations. She was probably quite cautious in a field where she didn't have time to care about her abilities. However, wasn't the most prudent way to prepare the food himself? The place we're going is across the channel. Ashes swallowed the jerky and suddenly said, I don't know if you've heard the rumors about the fjords. There are countless islands there, and some of them have very harsh environments and are uninhabited. We will build a home for the witches there. Theo stared blankly. Previously, no matter how much he inquired, the other side had remained silent, so why did he suddenly take the initiative to mention this matter? Don't you think it's strange that I didn't reveal any information to you before? She earnestly explained, because if you were a liar, you would have taken advantage of me sleeping at night to inform the church, and those girls would most likely have been intercepted halfway and killed. But now, they should be on a merchant ship heading to the fjords, and even the church would be powerless to stop them. In addition, I came here to take away the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. Sooner or later, they will know about this information, so continuing to hide it won't make much sense. But even if I brought you here, you can't rule out the possibility that I'm a liar. That's right, it's true. Ashes said one word at a time, if in the end it's not the witches, then you will die here, together with those who tried to harm the witches. Well, Theo breathed a sigh of relief, can I ask any other questions? She thought for a moment, if I can answer. Are you a person from Grey Castle? I've never seen such eyes. Theo decided to first ask about the other's origin. This kind of information was not sensitive, but it could also reduce the resistance in the other's heart. I was born in the kingdom of endless winter, but this has nothing to do with the color of my eyes. Since I became a witch, my eyes have become like this. Endless winter? That place is very far from Grey Castle, there are 2 kingdoms in between. How did you come to Silver City? I was sold into the church, and then. She paused, I wandered from the monastery in the old holy city all the way to the king of Grey Castle, until I met her, only then did my wandering life end. Her? Theo asked curiously. Tilly Wimbledon, Ashes said with a warm look in her eyes, she took me in. The guard's heart suddenly shook. When he first heard the name, he thought it was just a coincidence, but with the addition of Wimbledon's surname, the meaning was completely different. The person who led the witches to the fjords, is it Roland Wimbledon's sister, the 5th princess of the kingdom? His voice was somewhat stuttering. She is your leader? Leader? You can think of it that way, she nodded, but for me, she is the most important person, the kind that no one can replace. As the night fell, the 2 people lit a bonfire on the hillside. Ashes took off the great sword, little by little unwrapping the cloth. This terrible weapon's blade was nearly as wide as her waist, and it was covered with marks left behind by previous collisions. The gray-black edge of the sword didn't have a sharp edge, it was obvious that it only relied on the weight of its slash to take a person's life. For the average person, just lifting this weapon would be very difficult, but in her hands, it was as light as a one-handed sword. How many blacksmiths would she have to rob in order to gather the materials needed to forge such a great sword? Theo thought, if His Royal Highness's witches didn't arrive soon, maybe I will become a victim of the sword. I heard that the Lord of Border Town is also Wimbledon. He decided to find something to say, otherwise the waiting time would be particularly difficult. Roland Wimbledon, the 4th Prince of Grey Castle, she said calmly, I have seen him before. What? Theo opened his mouth wide. After I was taken in by Tilly, I served as her guard in the palace, so naturally I had the opportunity to meet her siblings. Ashes seemed to have a very good understanding of the 4th prince, incompetent, arrogant, ignorant and incompetent. It is hard to believe that he is actually Tilly's brother. And, in some ways, his courage is not small. As she finished speaking, her tone gradually became cold. Theo couldn't help but shiver. When he had served in the palace, he had heard a lot of rumors about His Royal Highness, such as that he had a big mouth, a cunning mind, and liked to molest other people's maids. Although he didn't use force or violence to threaten the other side, it was inevitable that he would take advantage of them. It shouldn't be. At this moment, Ashes suddenly stood up, staring in the direction of the path. Someone is coming, more than one. These people were all witches, Theo hadn't lied. Ashes could feel the magic that was being bred in their bodies, and could also roughly distinguish the strength of their magic. This was especially true for the one in front of them. Her magic was like a sharp knife, just by concentrating on it she would feel a faint stabbing pain. My name is Ashes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association. She put the giant sword aside and stepped forward to hug the 4 witches one by one. No, she thought, it should be 5. Ashes raised her head and stared at the black dot hovering in the sky. Is she not coming down? She will show us the way, the leader said with a smile. I am Nightingale. Then she pointed to the other 3 witches, Scroll, Leaf and Echo. Finally she pointed to the sky. That little girl is Lightning. Ashes was startled when she looked at Scroll. She could feel that the magic within her body was very weak, like a cloud covering her whole body. This feeling made her very surprised. Extraordinary? Nightingale also looked a little surprised. You can see magic? It's not seeing, it's feeling, Ashes explained. Extraordinary people can perceive the shape and flow of magic. This is because every part of the body has been transformed by it. I think this sister must have the same feeling as me. Scroll smiled and nodded. Indeed, it allowed me to find a lot of companions in the vast sea of people. Are extraordinary very rare? Nightingale asked. The other side's first concern is the number, not what is an extraordinary. Ashes thought, could it be that the Witch Cooperation Association has also heard of the existence of extraordinary witches? This was a strictly forbidden secret of the church, because the ability of an extraordinary directly affected their own body, and was not restricted by the God's stone of retaliation. Any exposed extraordinary would be the church's top enemy. Probably in thousands of witches, there will only be one extraordinary. Thinking so in her heart, her face was still as usual. So far, among my fellow witches I have seen, including Scroll, there are only 3. Ashes paused for a moment. Right, I remember that the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association was called Kara. Is she okay? She's dead. Nightingale shook her head. She died while searching for the sacred mountain. What a pity, Ashes said in a low voice. But what caught her attention was that when they talked about this issue, they did not show too much sadness. Then who is your new leader now? Let's go back to Border Town first and then we can slowly talk, she smiled. You'll see him soon. After the group entered the small town, Ashes discovered that something was wrong. These witches of the Witch Cooperation Association were holding torches and openly walking on the street. Moreover, even after nightfall, the town was not completely silent. Many of the house's paper windows revealed a faint firelight, and if one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of children reading aloud. Although candles were not very expensive, the commoners had limited savings. They would not easily use them unless it was absolutely necessary. In a small town at night, there were so many residents lighting candles, it was already an incredible scene. Coupled with the sound of reading word by word, were they teaching their children to read? But since the other party did not mention it, she was too lazy to ask. In any case, this was not a place to live for long. What she had to do was to take everyone away as soon as possible. Passing through the crisscrossing streets, the group was getting closer and closer to the castle area. Ashes could already see the dark walls and the guards standing guard in the night. Where are we going? She could not help but ask. Border Town Castle, we will soon arrive. The one who answered her was Nightingale. Wait, she could not help but slow down, that is the place where the Lord lives. Yes, it is also the home of the witches. Could it be that you have reached an agreement with the Lord? Ashes frowned. Even if the local forces of the Witch Cooperation Association were strong, it would still be difficult to compete with the Lord and the Church, who had the God's stone of retaliation. Therefore, the only possibility was to cooperate. This was also one of the ways for the witches to survive. Unfortunately, in the face of the weak witches, most of the lords were unwilling to sit down and talk about the conditions fairly. Instead, they were endlessly squeezing and demanding, so this road was quickly blocked. That's right, Nightingale's tone did not show much unwillingness to be oppressed, but instead seemed to be enjoying it. At least we have signed a contract with His Highness. But Ashes was unable to feel happy for them. The contract was something written on paper and pen, it was not binding at all. When the Lord was tired of paying or wanted to terminate the equal relationship, he only needed to crumple it into a ball and throw it into the fireplace. No one would stand up for the witches. Their position was like a lonely boat in the middle of the sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, I came, she thought, I will take them away from here and go to the other side of the sea. There, the witches would build their own home, far away from the church and the secular world. After passing through the castle gate, sure enough, the guards were accustomed to the appearance of the witches and even greeted each other. Compared to the palace in King's City, the Lord's castle was undoubtedly much narrower and darker. There were only a few lonely torches hanging on the walls of the corridor. The flickering light was unable to cover the entire stone floor. Walking through it made people feel somewhat depressed. Only when they entered the living room did the light suddenly brighten. In the hall, Ashes saw more witches. They seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When they saw her appear, they all applauded to show their welcome. Nightingale took 2 steps forward and was about to make a simple introduction, when a witch suddenly rushed over. "Vendi!" someone shouted. Ashes noticed the other's action, but did not take any countermeasures. She could feel the other's surprise and joy, but there was no hostility. Soon, a warm body embraced her. "You actually survived," the other's voice was full of excitement. "Thank you for saving me." Ashes was startled. My name is Vendi." She let go of her hands and looked straight into Ashes's eyes, the little girl from the choir. "Do you still remember me?" In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, only Ashes and Vendi were left. She did not expect to meet her companions from the monastery here. Saying that they were companions was a bit of a stretch. If not for that night, she would not have crossed paths with Vendi. In fact, at that time, she did not notice that in the room buried under the ground, there was another unfortunate person like her who had been forcibly taken here. She would never have thought that the other person would eventually become a witch. "After I escaped from the monastery, I settled down in Seawind County." Vendi was silent for a long time before she said, "Later, I heard that the monastery seemed to have caught fire that day, and the children inside were also missing." "Fire?" Ashes shook her head. "That was the church's own doing, to cover up the scandal. I killed some of the managers and the Judgment Army who tried to stop me, until the church's God's Punishment Army arrived. The scar on my eye was left by them. If I hadn't made a prompt decision to escape, I'm afraid I would have died there when the God's Punishment Army arrived." End of chapter 157. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.